Good morning, happy Monday, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your week and your day here with us on the show. As we do each and every morning, we do want to make sure that you are heading out the door this morning with a look and the knowledge of all of the top stories that we are going to be monitoring throughout the day here on the show. And we do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are going to be keeping a close eye on and that we have been monitoring throughout the weekend. We do know that President Joe Biden continues his vacation in South Carolina along with the Biden family. That is expected to come to an end tomorrow, so we will be monitoring all of the president's actions each and every day here on the show. We are expecting him to at some point this week sign the Inflation Reduction Act officially into law. The House has passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We'll get you up to speed on what exactly that entails, but that bill is expected to hit the president's desk this week and will be signed into law along with a celebration at the White House. So we'll walk you through what details we know today. We also are expecting rain in the northeastern portion of the country. So if you are tuning in from that part of the nation, we'll be walking you through what we are expecting later on this week and which days you'll definitely want to take out your umbrella. We also are monitoring a bit of international news as more U.S. lawmakers have officially touched down in Taiwan and are meeting with the leaders of that country. This comes on the same day that China is staging more drills near Taiwan as a result of this visit. So we'll be walking you through the latest international news. And of course, one of the biggest stories domestically that we have been following is the FBI raid at Mar-A-Lago. Former President Donald Trump's estate executed a search warrant. The FBI did just days ago. And today, the FBI is warning of a rise in violent threats against law enforcement in the days after this raid was executed. So we'll be walking you through all of those details. But we do want to take you out to a larger view of the White House this morning as we continue to recap what has been a relaxing weekend for the President of the United States as he continues his vacation in South Carolina just days after the House passes that massive spending bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, that will be signed into law this week. Jackie Heinrich has all of the details for us from South Carolina.
We heard from President Biden for the first time since he began his vacation on Wednesday. He was in a celebratory mood, looking forward to signing that bill next week with a celebration at the White House on September 6th. And he said he spent a lot of his time off working the phones.
I'm enjoying it a great deal. A lot of good news report.
With inflation remaining a top concern for voters, White House officials have been trying to build up goodwill ahead of the midterms, saying the Inflation Reduction Act, as it's called, will bring down the cost of living, even though experts agree it won't directly impact inflation for a year or more. And congressional Democrats have been trying to connect the recent drop in gas prices to this bill the president hasn't yet even signed.
Well, we're already feeling the effects to a certain extent because we've seen gas prices come down, which has been huge.
Administration officials have been making the case that Americans should feel the impacts of this bill soon because Medicare negotiations will bring down the cost of prescription drugs and energy costs will come down because of climate investments like tax credits for electric cars and solar panels.
First of all, immediately, people will be able to lower the fuel costs in their home. There's a 30% tax credit that you can claim in 2022 for installing energy-efficient windows, heat pumps, energy-efficient appliances. That is right away. And on top of that, of course, if citizens want to install solar panels on their roofs so that they can generate their own power, that's another 30% tax credit.
But spending money on things like solar panels and heat pumps in order to save money on your electric bill is not the same thing as bringing down the cost for items that people are buying at the register, which remain at 40-year highs. In Kiowa Island, South Carolina, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report. As we have been outlining here on the show, the House did pass the Inflation Reduction Act. We followed this vote right here on Live Now from Fox, and our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has the details on how the Democrats hope this piece of legislation will give them a boost ahead of the midterms.
Democrats muscled through the hallmark of their legislative agenda. Democrats moved the bill against all odds with a 50-50 Senate and a nearly equally divided House.
It makes a difference at the kitchen table. And at the boardroom table, corporations will now have to, and the wealthy will now have to pay their fair share. No new taxes on families making less than $400,000 or under, and no new taxes on small business.
Republicans say Democrats scrambled to pass the bill just for the midterm election.
My friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections.
Republicans hammered the Democrats about inflation, even though the bill is titled the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's not an Inflation Reduction Act, it's an Inflation Expansion Act, very clearly so. There's nothing deflationary about the bill at all. So, I mean, right off the bat, there's a dishonest labeling technique that's happening.
Some Democrats even went beyond just downplaying inflation.
Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of cost.
Democrats are touting their legislative achievements heading into the midterms: a gun bill, an infrastructure bill, a bill for computer chips. But just because you pass big things doesn't assure political success in November. In 1994, Democrats approved key provisions of President Clinton's agenda, then lost the House for the first time in 40 years. The White House handed out special chocolate chip cookies to Democrats, thanking them for passing the bill. The cookies even included the presidential seal. Like 1994, Democrats may have approved their top agenda items, but if they lose control of Congress, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. We are going to switch gears and bring you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the FBI searching and executing a search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate. The latest details coming into our newsroom is that the FBI is now warning in an increase, a rise in actually violent threats against law enforcement officials after and in the days after this raid was actually executed. This is the latest details coming into our newsroom here on LiveNOW from Fox, and we actually do have video of some of the paperwork and the search warrants that was executed. There you are seeing a list of the boxes that the FBI officials went into this Mar-A-Lago estate looking for. A bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI was sent to law enforcement agencies warning of increased threats over the weekend following the FBI's execution of the search warrant of former President Donald Trump's Florida estate. The search warrant did say, and this really warning said, in the days since the warrant was executed, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have seen an increase in violent threats against law enforcement, judiciary, and government personnel, including a particular threat to place so-called dirty bombs in front of the FBI headquarters. These are direct quotes from the bulletin. This is obviously a story we're going to continue to follow here on LiveNOW from Fox. And both sides of the aisle are drawing their own conclusions from last week's FBI raid of Mar-A-Lago. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has all of the latest reaction from Washington.
As Washington tries to figure out what led to last week's surprise raid of President Trump's Florida estate, Republicans are calling for the FBI's affidavit for the search to be made public.
The Justice Department, now that they've done this, that they show that this was not just a fishing expedition, that they had due cause to go in and to do this.
A search warrant released Friday revealed that Trump had at least 11 sets of classified documents at Mar-A-Lago, including some that could be in breach of the Espionage Act.
The judge looked at this and said, yeah, there's evidence, enough evidence to warrant a search warrant to go in there and retrieve those documents that are of high national security classification. These are the nation's secrets.
It appears to be willful on the president's part. The keeping of these documents after the government was requesting them back.
Several former Trump aides told the Wall Street Journal that it wasn't uncommon for Trump to bring documents to Mar-a-Lago when he was president. Not everyone agreed with the practice. The whirlwind of events comes as Trump mulls a potential 2024 bid. Some believe the raid will end up working to the former president's advantage.
This week it was actually a win for Donald Trump. It seemed to motivate his base and people rushing to his defense and feeling as if he was being picked upon and martyred. But I don't think, we've seen the end of the story yet.
Trump allies have painted the raid as a politically motivated attack from the White House. The Biden administration maintains it was not involved in the decision and that the Justice Department acted alone. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. We continue to bring you all of the reaction from both sides of the aisle. Our Fox News' Alexandria Hoff has more reaction as President Joe Biden is only speaking through the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. He himself has not made a statement as we have officially hit the 1 week mark after former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate was raided. Let's listen in to this latest report from Alexandria Hoff.
We have not heard from the president on the raid at Mar-a-Lago as the White House seeks to distance itself from any accusations of political influence in this. But the vice president, well, she did take a moment to express her confidence in the DOJ.
Well, as a former prosecutor, I will tell you I don't speak about anybody else's case. But I have full confidence that the Department of Justice will do what the facts and the law requires.
The vice president went on to condemn attacks on law enforcement. And to that, Republicans on the House Intelligence Committee agreed, but expressed fear that this search and seizure has only amplified distrust.
The seventh floor, the leadership of the FBI and the Department of Justice have been politicized in the eyes of most Americans.
This is the same agency leadership that protected Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and continues to protect Hunter Biden.
It would be highly unusual for a president to have anything, even in the Oval Office, that rises to the level of an imminent national security threat.
Democratic Committee Chair Adam Schiff said protecting classified documents is the priority. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added this.
You would think there would be an adult in the Republican room that would say, just calm down, see what the facts are.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley said today that understanding those facts will take more than unsealing of a warrant.
Full transparency is going to be when they release the affidavit. And this is such a high-profile and very strange way of going about getting documents from a former president.
The Washington Post editorial board called the Republican Party's reaction to the raid disturbing and dangerous, writing that those defending the president also wanted Hillary Clinton locked up for mishandling classified documents. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that update. This is video that came into our newsroom a week ago today showing the FBI at this Mar-a-Lago estate owned by former President Donald Trump. We do have our very own LiveNOW from Fox's Andy Mack breaking down the latest with National Intelligence Specialist Hal Kempfer. This is obviously a case that is very complicated. What is the difference between top secret and classified information? How does the law state that this type of information and these types of documents should be legally stored? Well, Hal Kempfer gives us all of the details in this very insightful interview that I'm going to play for you here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Now we're going to be joined by someone that has as much experience and knowledge with this as maybe anyone. We're joined by Hal Kempfer, obviously a retired Marine Corps intelligence officer. You've spent a lot of years around these kind of documents, around the FBI, around multiple federal bureaus and different things. What can you tell us today about this search warrant that was revealed, and what are your thoughts initially on all of this that's going on right now?
Well, Andy, the search warrant basically lays out what they took, which wasn't terribly revealing, but it also gives you an indication of why they went in there. And essentially what's been coming out of this is that they were concerned about violations of the Espionage Act. Espionage Act has been around for a long time, since 1917, when World War I was upon us. The United States just simply didn't have a strong legal code for spying or espionage. Previously in the Civil War and other wars, they've been dealing with that in other ways. The Espionage Act gave that legal foundation to do that. In years since, it's been used many times. The famous Rosenberg, the two Rosenbergs that did nuclear espionage for the Russians, and then it's been used in subsequent various things. You may remember the Walkers in the mid 80s, and then we go into the the spies of the 90s and everything else. So there's been quite a few violations of espionage. It's interesting that they use that act. Now, as near as I can tell, there isn't anything yet that says that this mishandling of classified information or taking of classified information was done with any purpose of handing it off to a foreign power or something like that. So that element of the Espionage Act probably wouldn't apply. However, when in 2018, and a lot of this was because of what Hillary Clinton had done when she left office, they firmed up the laws that deal with mishandling classified information. And actually, if you mishandle classified information, and in the case of Hillary Clinton, she actually was talking about things that were very highly classified, top secret, speak at or special access program stuff, which is really, you're in the equivalency of what's been talked about with what they found at Mar-a-Lago with his top secret SCI or sensitive compartmented information, the same sort of thing, that they can basically prosecute him for up to 5 years in prison, really strengthening the law in that regard. And if they did find that classified information, possibly that law might apply. The one thing I will say, though, is the president is the ultimate adjudicator of what's classified and not classified. And Trump President Trump and his at least one of his attorneys have asserted that he declassified that information. Now, there's a whole process behind that. There has to be a lot of documentation behind that to support that claim. But technically, the president is the ultimate adjudicator or declassifier of classified information. So it is somewhat of a unique legal situation.
And former President Donald Trump said that in a post on his Truth Social that he declassified. Give me a breakdown of the different types, since you're an intelligence officer, you have a ton of background, the different types between top secret, confidential, and secret, because there are several sets of each. Is there a difference between each of those?
There is. And of course, I can be facetious and say I can't talk about it because it's classified. It's not actually. That part isn't classified. But it all deals with classifications. There's stuff at a much lower level. For example, there's things that is really unclassified, for example, for official use only. It's supposed to be used for official purposes. It's not classified information, but you're not supposed to release it. And there's a series of things that are in that category where they're not technically classified like secret or top secret, but they're not supposed to be released. So there's that strata. Then you get into things that are confidential. These are things that if they are released, they potentially could cause problems to the national or cause damage to national security. Secret, which will cause problems to national security. And then you get into the top secret realm where inadvertent disclosure or releasing that information or being passed to a foreign power would cause grave damage to the national security. Then you get into what they've been talking about in this case, which is compartmented information. Compartmented information, a lot of people say it's above top secret. Technically, it's not above top secret, but it's a different aspect within that realm. And you can have compartmented information below the level of top secret as well. But what it deals with the concept of need to know. Do you really need to know that information in order to do your job? That way, not everything that's stamped, top secret is open to everybody in the government that has a top secret clearance. It really compartments it. But because of the sensitivity of the sources, the methods, and I would say the content of that intelligence or that information, it is handled in a very different way. For example, if it's sensitive compartmented information or SCI, it has to be stored in an SCI facility or a SCIF. It doesn't sound like Mar-a-Lago that they were holding that information or storing it in a SCIF. I don't even know if Mar-a-Lago has a SCIF. It wouldn't be impossible for a SCIF to be at a residence of a foreign president, but I'm not aware that there is one, nor is there any indication that that was being stored properly. So that in and of itself would be a violation of regulations under federal law, and that could go to that previous thing we talked about, about mishandling classified information, with a potential 5-year prison term if someone was convicted of doing so.
And a lot of talk today also has been about the phrase the Espionage Act, and you touched on it a little bit already, but what does that entail, and how far does both the documents and the storage of the documents entail with the Espionage Act, and how maybe rare is it to see something like this go to that?
Well, it's unusual. It's rare. You may have seen about a week and a half ago that there was a couple that was arrested in Hawaii. They basically said they were spying for the Russians, and originally may have been started spying for the Soviet Union. It may go that far back. We're not sure. They didn't have access to top secret information, at least as far as we know of. But they will probably be charged, depending on the evidence that's presented, with violations of the Espionage Act. Now, there's a variety of penalties that go with this, but just to kind of explain how serious the Espionage Act, how serious espionage is, it's in the category of crimes like treason, espionage, and there's a few other things where you can actually face the ultimate penalty, the death penalty, the capital punishment. That's how serious violation of the Espionage Act is. Now, there was some discussion that some of the documents, highly classified SCI documents involved or that were recovered, may have been about nuclear weapons. I've not seen a lot more other than just some references to that. I will say this. I don't know why any former president would need to have documents about nuclear weapons. I can say, as somebody who's worked with what we call weapons of mass destruction programs, that is very, very classified, very close hold, and that any inadvertent release or that being passed to a foreign power could cause enormous damage to the national security. That's just something that no other country needs to know. We have put phenomenal resources into developing our nuclear weapons. Our nuclear weapons is part of, certainly with the old Soviet Union and with Russia and some would say China today, part of our strategic deterrence program. Sometimes it used to be called mutually assured destruction, which is you don't want to mess with us because we can basically obliterate your country. If another country were to find out secrets about our nuclear weapons, for example, they might think that they have enough to embolden them to try something. And I got to tell you, nuclear war is never something where you want to feel someone emboldened. You want to make sure that they are fully deterred 100%. You don't want anybody to try that. That's why what Putin is saying right now when he kind of references nuclear this and nuclear that, it's language that makes the hair on the back of everybody's neck go way up, because you don't even talk about things like that, because you're talking about potentially ending civilization if something like that happens with a miscalculation. It's one of the reasons that we don't want anything on nuclear weapons and a variety of other things, but particularly nuclear weapons. We don't want that stuff getting out there because, number one, countries that don't have nuclear weapons might use that to try and build their nuclear weapons, become a nuclear power. And frankly, we've got enough problems with the world today with countries that are not that stable, for example, North Korea, that have nuclear weapons. It really changes the strategic math in not just that part of the world, but the world in general. So if that turns out to be true, that it was nuclear weapons, it brings up a lot of questions, which is, what were you thinking when you took that with you? I'm going to be this bold. It's like, what was going through your mind that you thought you would ever need that? All right. I mean, the most I could see is you can claim extreme sloppiness in terms of not looking at what was being taken. And whereas a former president could blame subordinates for inadvertently putting stuff in there, ultimately, like any other senior executive, he'd be responsible for whatever they took with them. So I don't know for sure. Again, that's something that's been talked about. It's not something where they've released, and I doubt if I will ever see, copies of documents or something like that in the news of what was taken. But if that's the case, that's a concern. But anything in the SCI realm, by top secret SCI realm, anything in that, the disclosure of that information is considered something that can cause grave damage to national security. So it's very, very serious as to what they're talking about.
Correct. And when you talk about nuclear weapons, I think a lot of people, their ears perk up and it gets a lot of attention. And it escalated in just a week that we saw last Friday, the search warrant, and then all the way till now when we revealed the search warrant by the judge. A question I got to ask you, and this is kind of a two-part question, but obviously as a president, obviously as the president of the United States, he has certain classified documents and he knows all the. After you leave office, what are the type of protocols there? And also, it's been 2 years since he left office, so presumably these documents have been there for almost 2 years. So why now? Why is the FBI going in and exercising this search warrant now? So can you piece together a little bit of those two questions for us, Hal?
Andy, that's a really good question. I've been asking myself that question too. All I can assume is that they came across information they previously didn't have, which indicated that certain highly classified documents were in the possession of the former president Mar-a-Lago, and really what it looks like is this has everything to do with a national security action to go down there and first and foremost find those documents and safeguard them so they won't be inadvertently lost, disclosed, whatever, maybe picked up by a foreign power or something like that. Especially dangerous if you have SCI, top secret SCI documents that are not in a approved facility for storing that. So I think that was first and foremost with what they did. Now, with former presidents, in many cases, they keep their clearances after they leave office. It is not uncommon for a former president to be, quote, read in for top secret, sensitive compartment information, things like that, well after they leave office. And it's very common that current presidents will consult with former presidents on a variety of issues, but particularly one thing that kind of unifies, regardless of party, is national security issues. Very famous that John F. Kennedy would call Dwight D. Eisenhower after he'd left office and retired, and they would talk about national security issues. That was very common. And in many cases, you got to remember the president is the chief executive. So for continuity of government purposes, they like to have the former chief executive kind of in the know for a while so they can consult until they get their arms fully around the office. So even a president having a security clearance for 2 years after leaving office would not be unusual. With that said, I seem to recall, and I didn't see where it was, but I seem to recall that President Biden did not extend the security clearance to former President Trump when he left office. I seem to recall that was the case. I may be wrong. Somebody may say, oh, no, that's something was in the news, and he actually did have a security clearance. But I seem to recall that when he left office, he also left his security clearance back at the White House as well and did not take that with him. So if that's the case, then he would not have, then he cannot hold classified materials. He cannot have possession of classified materials because he doesn't have a clearance. Although, with that said, there is what's going to be debated a lot, which is if a president says this is declassified, the question is, does it have to go through all the normal protocols of declassification, or does the president have the ability to kind of just wave his hand, make the pronouncement, and declassify materials simply by saying it? And that's a real interesting question because our entire national security system, in terms of classified material, really does hit a pinnacle at the President of the United States. And he is the ultimate adjudicator. So this is going to be an interesting question. This is not the first time it's come up. I don't want to get into details, but it has come up in the past, which is just exactly how can the president or the vice president at times declassify materials and release those in some way.
Yes, and you said that he is the ultimate kind of declassification of these documents that he had knowledge of and that he kept at Mar-a-Lago. And obviously, everybody's reading through the whole warrant that was revealed and the property list that they gave out. And it was kind of surprising that it was revealed today. But those aren't charges. what would it mean what would they have to be able to prove those charges, to use that warrant and go a step further? What would you need in your eyes to have that happen?
Well, first off, Andy, I want to say I'm not a lawyer. All right. Whatever I say is strictly from an intelligence practitioner standpoint. But basically what they would have to do is they'd have to have intelligence that would show that there was, it's like any other court case. They have to show the intent, if you will. For example, what if they had, picked up on intelligence from somewhere that indicated that maybe that intelligence that in Mar-a-Lago could become available to a foreign power. This is purely hypothetical, all right? If there was intelligence and if that intelligence could be presented before a court of law, that could be used to show intent. Now that would go to the Espionage Act, and that would, and this is a huge presumption, that would be to indicate that someone within President Trump's orbit was looking at passing that information off to, say, a foreign power or some third party for whatever reason, whether it's personal profit or, in the case of the Cold War, like with the Rosenbergs, they were, and a number of the early spies, it was for ideological reasons. They were about communists, and then they would steal U.S. secrets or whatever it is. That would be something that they would have to go to court with. But what's interesting is the way I understand this law on mishandling of classified material, which was really designed to deal with, government officials that take that material with them. The way I understand that law, the burden for proof is much less, and it's pretty substantial. I think it's about 1 to 5 years in prison, depending on how serious it is. And of all the things I've seen, unless they can show that intent thing absolutely clearly, they can try and push the espionage violation of the Espionage Act, but they would have to have a lot in there. But that mishandling of classified materials, that's a much lower threshold. And 5 years in prison, I have to tell you, that would be, I hate to use the word unprecedented, but it seems like unprecedented become a byword about every day. And that would be truly amazing to see something like that. Obviously, it's never happened. I was thinking about this today. Really, if you look at something along these lines, I'm going back to the time of Aaron Burr, when I think about some of the grievous things that at that time were talked about under the Sedition Act or something like that. But you really have to go way back in history to try and find any parallels, and even that's not a great parallel because that was a different situation. So. Yes.
Obviously, that's a very, it's unprecedented is a great word to describe it. I think a lot of people have used a lot of different big adjectives because it's something we have not seen before, especially in the warrant and just the way it's all been handled. But as a person that's held high classification, that's in the intelligence field, and a lot of people maybe not get the recognition they deserve being in the intelligence field. Does this bother you a little bit more, knowing just the field, the background you have?
Well, I will say this: there's conversations, that you have with folks of your background, or with our backgrounds and stuff. And I had a friend of mine, retired colonel, that turned around and said, if we'd ever done that, there wouldn't be any question. And it's like, yeah, I know, we'd be in prison for an extremely long time. It's when it gets into the political realm that things get very different, but certainly in the administrative realm, I can tell you that anybody in the armed forces that had done something like that would be, I think the technical legal term is hammered. I don't think, and that's and the reason why is you don't want to let anybody get away with it, because you need to set an example for everybody else. If people think they can get away with something, they will. And frankly, we don't want that GS9 or that sergeant or petty officer or lieutenant or major or whatever. We don't want any of those people, or special agent for that matter, any of them thinking that they can just cavalierly handle classified information or take it home with them. Believe me, people have been prosecuted for taking classified material home when they weren't supposed to. That happens all the time. And there's been some very famous cases where people, intelligence officers were out doing stuff and they may have had classified information with them in a suitcase, and they went out drinking and they forgot the suitcase, or it disappeared, or their car got broken into and they left classified information. And I got to tell you, the penalties are pretty severe for stuff like that. And, it's, as a famous saying, as the famous John Wayne poster of World War II says, life's tough, but it's tougher if you're stupid. And doing stupid stuff, can get you into a lot of trouble legally.
Definitely. Thank you for that, Hal. I appreciate that. Certainly, you don't want to set precedent for this unprecedented moment here. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Hal, on this event, on anything else that you can think of off the top of your head?
Well, one thing is, I just want to reiterate that, again, the President of the United States is the ultimate adjudicator of classified information. So this is not as cut and dried as it would be, say, if someone at a much lower level, even a former Secretary of State had taken classified information. It's a little bit different if the president does it, simply because that it's very, very famous Harry Truman thing. The buck stops here. Well, in terms of classifying information, the buck does stop at the Oval Office of the White House. So there's going to be a lot of interesting legal discussion on whatever happens here. But as someone said today on one of the news programs, even a former president isn't above the law. So so we're just going to have to see, and we're going to have to see particularly what was the intent. Was it just, sloppiness, not paying attention to what was in there, or was it something else? And that we just don't know.
Hal, we want to thank you so much for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. Obviously, a lot of information there as a person that has handled some of these top secret and classified documents. So thank you again for joining us, Hal.
Great insight there from our very own Hal Kempfer, breaking down all of the ins and outs of this very complicated investigation, walking us through how this type of classified and top secret documents, these boxes, should be stored, legally speaking, and what would prompt the FBI to execute a search warrant at a former president of the United States' estate. Obviously, an unprecedented situation that we will continue to cover here on a Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the top international headlines, including the latest trip by U.S. lawmakers to Taiwan. Just 2 weeks after Nancy Pelosi touched down on the island, a new set of lawmakers are meeting with Taiwanese leaders, and that is prompting China to respond yet again with military drills. All of those details coming up right after this break. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at all of the international stories that we are monitoring here on the show. A new group of U.S. lawmakers have officially touched down in Taiwan. This is just the latest action from the United States that is prompting China to execute even more military drills near the Taiwanese border. All of this comes just 2 weeks after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. And today we do have video coming into our newsroom of this trip. We do have a series of photos to show you here on the show. And here is the group of 5 lawmakers from the United States landing in Taiwan on Sunday. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts led the delegation. The trip was not announced beforehand. The lawmakers are scheduled to meet with Taiwan's senior leaders to discuss relations between the two countries. The issues they're expected to discuss include regional security, trade, and investment. The Chinese government objects to Taiwan having any official contact with foreign governments, particularly with a high-ranking congressional leader like Nancy Pelosi. The House Speaker was the highest-level U.S. official to visit Taiwan since House Speaker Gingrich made the trip 25 years ago. Hard to believe that that was already 25 years ago. But all of this comes, once again, just 2 weeks after Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan angered China originally. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more details.
The group landed around 7 p.m. local time, and they're there to discuss various issues of mutual interest, including U.S.-Taiwan relations, security, trade, and climate change. Democrat Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts leading this delegation. He's joined by Democrats House members John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California, Representative Don Beyer from Virginia, and Republican Congresswoman Amua Amata, a delegate from American Samoa. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs accompanied photos with a tweet that read, "We thank the like-minded U.S. lawmakers for the timely visit and unwavering support." It's interesting, we haven't seen the same immediate reaction out of China as we saw in Speaker Pelosi's visit. Despite the island democracy being self-governed, Beijing claims Taiwan as their territory and objects to any official contact with foreign governments, particularly high-ranking leaders like Speaker Pelosi. And since the speaker's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry says China has sent missiles, warships, and warplanes into the seas and skies around Taiwan, some crossing the midpoint of the Taiwan Strait and continuing well beyond when China said drills would end. President Biden cited concern over China's response earlier this month, and Pelosi's trip did not have the official backing of the White House, but it did earn bipartisan support. Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger weighed in, saying she wished today's surprise visit included more than one Republican.
I'm part of the China Task Force, and I didn't get an invitation. It'd look a whole lot better, just like the speaker didn't take any Republicans. If they had advised us, we would have been willing to go and talk with them and talk to their leadership about the trip.
The delegation will depart tomorrow to continue on into their larger visit through the Indo-Pacific region. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that update. Here is video that came into our newsroom 2 weeks ago of Nancy Pelosi leaving Taiwan after her trip to the country. China's growing influence in and around the United States is raising national security concerns. It's also prompting the Biden administration to invest millions to help bolster its regional presence. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more on this story from the Pentagon.
It's a national security issue. 5 years ago, Panama, under pressure from Beijing, quietly shifted its long-term policy of recognizing Taiwan, severed ties, and now only recognizes China. That same year, a Hong Kong-based company bought and took control of 2 ports on either end of the Panama Canal. America's top general, who oversees U.S. Southern Command, issued this warning.
I worry about they look like civilian companies. They're state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability if they needed that too. It looks like, again, they're investing. I look at it as extracting.
6% of the world's commerce passes through the canal each year. 66% of cargo traffic that begins or ends its journey at a U.S. port passes through the Panama Canal. $270 billion worth of goods will pass through the century-old waterway this year. A recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies raising alarm bells about China's rising influence on America's doorstep.
China's increasing interest in Panama is something the United States needs to pay attention to. So if we had a conflict in the Taiwan Straits or a conflict in the South China Sea, and it started to escalate, one of the areas where China might look to escalate and cause trouble would be to close the Panama Canal.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, on a visit to Brazil to meet Latin American defense ministers, added his concern about China's ongoing Belt and Road Initiative designed to take control of key infrastructure around the world and make countries dependent on Beijing.
With Beijing eyeing the Panama Canal, it is notable the U.S. has not had an ambassador assigned to Panama since 2018. The Senate has refused to vote on President Biden's choice for the new U.S. ambassador to Panama since her confirmation hearing in May. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And thank you to Jennifer for that report. We're monitoring another international story. Today marks 1 year since the Taliban gained control of Kabul, reasserting their rule over Afghanistan. That chaotic takeover accelerated the botched U.S. withdrawal that capped off the longest war in American history. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is in Kabul with more.
The Taliban declared that tomorrow will be recognized as a national holiday, marking the day they took control of Afghanistan. The wounds from that time period at Kabul's international airport remain fresh, with thousands of American allies still trapped in the country. But now the population must adjust to life under Taliban control. Protests erupted over the weekend in Kabul as women here call for work, bread, and freedom. You can see in this video dozens of demonstrators, though they were quickly dispersed by the Taliban, who fired shots into the air and used sticks to beat people. Women here must now be covered when in public and may not go out alone at night. Additionally, most teenage girls are unable to study in secondary education. One of the organizers of Saturday's event spoke to Fox News. Here's her response when asked how many times she's been threatened by the Taliban.
Many and more times, not 1 or 2 times, more than 10 times. I have all their messages, their voice messages. I have the sounds and all the proof. Last time when they called me, they sent a picture of my son and told me that if you don't stop your protest, we will target your son.
Despite Taliban members patrolling the streets, the security situation on the ground here remains tense. There was a bombing yesterday that wounded multiple people, and threats from organizations like ISIS-K remain high. What we've encountered so far is fear and anxiety from Afghan civilians. They don't know what comes next, but they do know their country has been set back decades. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We'll continue to monitor the latest out of Afghanistan. And sticking to the latest international news, we do want to switch gears and head out to Ukraine for the latest happening on the ground in Ukraine. As the war has hit day 173, we can report today that a ship carrying grain that is headed to Ethiopia has officially left Ukraine. A United Nations chartered ship loaded with 23,000 metric tons of Ukrainian grain destined for Ethiopia officially set sail over the weekend from a Black Sea port. It is the first shipment of its kind in a program to assist countries facing famine. Ethiopia is one of 5 countries that the United Nations considers at risk of starvation. All of this comes as Russian rockets launched in an eastern Ukrainian town have left people in shock and property in utter ruin. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan, she has the latest from Kyiv.
Fighting once again continued outside of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky issuing a harsh warning to any Russian troops using the facility as a shield or shooting at it, saying that they themselves will be considered special targets.
The occupiers are trying to intimidate people in an extremely cynical way, using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They actually cover themselves with the station to fire at Nikopol and Manganets.
Ukraine this weekend striking Russian supply routes, troops blowing up bridges in Russian-occupied territory near Kherson. Ukrainian officials today also claiming to have shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Still, Russian forces continue to advance inward, taking more and more territory in the Donbass. Attacks this week striking Ukraine's military headquarters in the east, the town of Kramatorsk. Rockets targeting the town have wounded more than a dozen and killed at least 3 people.
Everything was turned into ruins. I had always looked after my home, and people always were glad to see it. I put all my efforts to take care of it. And what happens now? Do I have forces and funds to rebuild everything?
And in the south, Russian forces also targeting the already hard-hit city of Mykolaiv. Strikes in the last day killing at least 1 person. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And from Kyiv to Jerusalem we go to bring you up to speed on this story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, learning that Americans were among the 8 injured in a bus shooting in Jerusalem. We do have our reporters covering this story for us as well. A family of 4 from Brooklyn, New York was among the 8 people wounded when a suspected Palestinian gunman reportedly opened fire at a bus near Jerusalem's Old City. Our Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan has this story.
Nationals were among those wounded in a gun attack on a bus in Jerusalem. The attack happened in the early hours of Sunday morning. The shooter targeted a bus transporting Jewish worshippers from the Old City of Jerusalem. The vehicle was stationary at the time, parked near to Mount Zion, just outside the Old City walls. The suspect has been named as Amir Sadawi, a 26-year-old Palestinian from East Jerusalem, who authorities say was a lone attacker. Police also say this individual later turned himself in. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides, confirmed Americans were caught up in the shooting, tweeting that he was, quote, deeply saddened to confirm that Americans were injured in this attack. I've spoken with the families and will keep them in my prayers, continuing to monitor the situation. Now, 2 of those victims are said to be in a serious condition. One is a pregnant woman. This attack comes just a week after violence flared in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes targeted militants there. There is now a ceasefire in place, but tensions remain high. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
And we did hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on that family from Brooklyn who was injured in this incident. Let's listen in.
Tragic news in Israel. As you know, last night a gunman shot people on a bus. 8 people were injured. I've spoken to close friends of the family. One of the gentlemen who was shot, his name is Shia Hirsch-Glick. He was very brave. He bent down over his family to protect them. He was shot in the neck, and they had him on a respirator, but it looks like his condition is improving. His son was shot in the arm.
And those are some brief remarks made by the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. We will play out his full address for you a little bit later on in the show and work on getting you a bit better audio there. It's a little difficult to hear from him with the wind in the background. But we did bring you these remarks live on the show yesterday, so we'll replay them for you in full in the 6 o'clock hour of our show. We are just minutes away from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on this Monday morning. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories to get you started in a brand new week. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning, happy Monday, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just waking up with us, we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your week here with us on the show. As we do each and every morning, we want to get you a full recap, not only of what happened over the weekend, but some events that we are going to be monitoring here, not only stateside, but worldwide as well. We do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are keeping a close eye on to begin your week. And here that is President Joe Biden continues his vacation in South Carolina. That is expected to end tomorrow, where the president will return to the nation's capital and get back to work. We are expecting the president of the United States to sign the Inflation Reduction Act that officially did pass in the House of Representatives just days ago, a massive spending bill that involves climate, healthcare, amongst other things. So we'll be recapping what exactly is in the Inflation Reduction Act and how that could potentially affect all of you tuning in as the show progresses. We're also getting in a stunning shot of the Big Apple, New York City. We are expecting heavy rain, not only in the Northeast, but in New England as well. So we'll be touching base with our Fox weather team as the week progresses to let you all know when you'll need that umbrella heading out the door. We're also monitoring, of course, the latest when it comes to the FBI's seizing classified records from Mar-A-Lago during that raid that happened a week ago today. We were breaking the news last Monday of this unprecedented search warrant that was executed at former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate in Florida. Well, today we can report that the FBI is warning of a rise in violent threats against law enforcement in the days after this raid and search warrant was executed. So we'll be getting you up to speed on all of that. We're also monitoring international news this morning. More U.S. lawmakers meeting with the leader of Taiwan today. They touched down in Taiwan yesterday. And of course, as expected, as a result of this visit, China is staging even more drills near the Taiwanese border. So a lot of news to get to this morning here on Live Now from Fox. And we will begin first and foremost with a larger live look at the White House to recap the weekend that the President of the United States did have. He continues his vacation in South Carolina, but in the nation's capital, he is celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act officially headed to his desk. Our very own Jackie Heinrich has been following the president for the past couple of days and provides us with the latest details.
Heard from President Biden for the first time since he began his vacation on Wednesday. He was in a celebratory mood, looking forward to signing that bill next week with a celebration at the White House on September 6th. And he said he spent a lot of his time off working the phones.
I'm enjoying it a great deal. Good news report.
With inflation remaining a top concern for voters, White House officials have been trying to build up goodwill ahead of the midterms, saying the Inflation Reduction Act, as it's called, will bring down the cost of living, even though experts agree it won't directly impact inflation for a year or more. And congressional Democrats have been trying to connect the recent drop in gas prices to this bill the president hasn't yet even signed.
Well, we're already feeling the effects to a certain extent because we've seen gas prices come down, which has been huge.
Administration officials have been making the case that Americans should feel the impacts of this bill soon because Medicare negotiations will bring down the cost of prescription drugs and energy costs will come down because of climate investments like tax credits for electric cars and solar panels.
First of all, immediately, people will be able to lower the fuel costs in their home. There's a 30% tax credit that you can claim in 2022 for installing energy-efficient windows, heat pumps, energy-efficient appliances. That is right away. And on top of that, of course, if citizens want to install solar panels on their roofs so that they can generate their own power, that's another 30% tax credit.
But spending money on things like solar panels and heat pumps in order to save money on your electric bill is not the same thing as bringing down the cost for items that people are buying at the register, which remain at 40-year highs. In Kiowa Island, South Carolina, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report. Here was video when the House did officially pass the Inflation Reduction Act, as Democrats hope this piece of legislation will give them a boost ahead of the midterms. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more details.
Better, but Democrats muscled through the hallmark of their legislative agenda. Democrats moved the bill against all odds with a 50-50 Senate and a nearly equally divided House.
It makes a difference at the kitchen table. And at the boardroom table, corporations will now have to, and the wealthy will now have to pay their fair share. No new taxes on families making less than $400,000 or under, and no new taxes on small business.
Republicans say Democrats scrambled to pass the bill just for the midterm election.
My friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections.
Republicans hammered the Democrats about inflation, even though the bill is titled the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's not an Inflation Reduction Act, it's an Inflation Expansion Act, very clearly so. There's nothing deflationary about the bill at all. So, I mean, right off the bat, there's a dishonest labeling technique that's happening.
Some Democrats even went beyond just downplaying inflation.
Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of cost.
Democrats are touting their legislative achievements heading into the midterms: a gun bill, an infrastructure bill, a bill for computer chips. But just because you pass big things doesn't assure political success in November. In 1994, Democrats approved key provisions of President Clinton's agenda, then lost the House for the first time in 40 years. The White House handed out special chocolate chip cookies to Democrats, thanking them for passing the bill. The cookies even included the presidential seal. Like 1994, Democrats may have approved their top agenda items, but if they lose control of Congress, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. We're going to switch gears and get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to former President Donald Trump and the search warrant that was executed at his Mar-A-Lago estate. Today, we are learning that the FBI has sent out a bulletin to various law enforcement agencies warning a rise in violent threats against law enforcement officials in the days after this search warrant was executed. We are getting new video into our newsroom of some of the lists of the top secret documents that were labeled from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Here is the list of some of the boxes: miscellaneous top secret documents, miscellaneous confidential documents that this search warrant was officially executed to retrieve. As a result of this search warrant execution, we are learning that a bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security and Federal Bureau of Investigation was sent to law enforcement agencies, a warning of increased threats following this search warrant. In the days since the warrant was executed, the FBI and DHS have seen an increase in violent threats. The threats that were outlined, a particular threat is, quote, to place a so-called dirty bomb in front of the FBI headquarters. General calls for civil war and armed rebellion have also increased in recent days across social media channels. We do have our reporters covering all of the latest fallout as a result of this raid, and our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has more details from Washington.
As Washington tries to figure out what led to last week's surprise raid of President Trump's Florida estate, Republicans are calling for the FBI's affidavit for the search to be made public.
The Justice Department, now that they've done this, that they show that this was not just a fishing expedition, that they had due cause to go in and to do this.
A search warrant released Friday revealed that Trump had at least 11 sets of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, including some that could be in breach of the Espionage Act.
The judge looked at this and said, yeah, there's evidence, enough evidence to warrant a search warrant to go in there and retrieve those documents that are of high national security classification. These are the nation's secrets.
It appears to be willful on the president's part. The keeping of these documents after the government was requesting them back.
Several former Trump aides told the Wall Street Journal that it wasn't uncommon for Trump to bring documents to Mar-a-Lago when he was president. Not everyone agreed with the practice. The whirlwind of events comes as Trump mulls a potential 2024 bid. Some believe the raid will end up working to the former president's advantage.
This week it was actually a win for Donald Trump. It seemed to motivate his base and people rushing to his defense and feeling as if he was being picked upon and martyred. But I don't think, we've seen the end of the story yet.
Trump allies have painted the raid as a politically motivated attack from the White House. The Biden administration maintains it was not involved in the decision and that the Justice Department acted alone. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. We continue to monitor all of the fallout and reaction from both sides of the aisle. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more.
We have not heard from the president on the raid at Mar-A-Lago as the White House seeks to distance itself from any accusations of political influence in this. But the vice president, well, she did take a moment to express her confidence in the DOJ.
Well, as a former prosecutor, I will tell you I don't speak about anybody else's case. But I have full confidence that the Department of Justice will do what the facts and the law requires.
The vice president went on to condemn attacks on law enforcement. And to that, Republicans on the House Intelligence Committee agreed, but expressed fear that this search and seizure has only amplified distrust.
The seventh floor, the leadership of the FBI and the Department of Justice have been politicized in the eyes of most Americans.
This is the same agency leadership that protected Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and continues to protect Hunter Biden.
It would be highly unusual for a president to have anything, even in the Oval Office, that rises to the level of an imminent national security threat.
Democratic Committee Chair Adam Schiff said protecting classified documents is the priority. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added this.
You would think there would be an adult in the Republican room that would say, just calm down, see what the facts are.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley said today that understanding those facts will take more than unsealing of a warrant.
Full transparency is going to be when they release the affidavit. And this is such a high-profile and very strange way of going about getting documents from a former president.
The Washington Post editorial board called the Republican Party's reaction to the raid disturbing and dangerous, writing that those defending the president also wanted Hillary Clinton locked up for mishandling classified documents. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Thank you to Alexandria for that report. We'll continue to monitor all of the fallout as a result of this FBI investigation and the execution of this search warrant, as we have done since the very beginning here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at some international stories that we are monitoring here on the show. We are tracking a new group of U.S. lawmakers that have touched down in Taiwan. A group of 5 lawmakers from the United States landed in Taiwan on Sunday. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts led the delegation. This trip was not announced beforehand. The lawmakers are scheduled to meet with Taiwan's senior leaders to discuss relations between the two countries. We do know that today, as a result of this latest visit, China is staging even more drills near the Taiwanese border. And all of this comes nearly 2 weeks after Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan angered China. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, she also has the details on this story for us this morning.
The group landed around 7 p.m. local time, and they're there to discuss various issues of mutual interest, including U.S.-Taiwan relations, security, trade, and climate change. Democrat Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts leading this delegation. He's joined by Democrats House members John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California, Representative Don Beyer from Virginia, and Republican Congresswoman Amua Amata, a delegate from American Samoa. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs accompanied photos with a tweet that read, "We thank the like-minded U.S. lawmakers for the timely visit and unwavering support." It's interesting, we haven't seen the same immediate reaction out of China as we saw in Speaker Pelosi's visit. Despite the island democracy being self-governed, Beijing claims Taiwan as their territory and objects to any official contact with foreign governments, particularly high-ranking leaders like Speaker Pelosi. And since the speaker's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry says China has sent missiles, warships, and warplanes into the seas and skies around Taiwan, some crossing the midpoint of the Taiwan Strait and continuing well beyond when China said drills would end. President Biden cited concern over China's response earlier this month, and Pelosi's trip did not have the official backing of the White House, but it did earn bipartisan support. Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger weighed in, saying she wished today's surprise visit included more than one Republican.
I'm part of the China Task Force, and I didn't get an invitation. It'd look a whole lot better, just like the Speaker didn't take any Republicans. If they had advised us, we would have been willing to go and talk with them and talk to their leadership about the trip.
The delegation will depart tomorrow to continue on into their larger visit through the Indo-Pacific region. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that report. Here are a video of this latest delegation, and pictures, really, I should say, of this latest delegation of U.S. lawmakers that made their way to Taiwan. But we also want to show you the video of Nancy Pelosi in that country just 2 weeks ago. All of this does come as China's growing influence in and around the United States is raising national security concerns. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more.
The Pentagon says it's a national security issue. 5 years ago, Panama, under pressure from Beijing, quietly shifted its long-term policy of recognizing Taiwan, severed ties, and now only recognizes China. That same year, a Hong Kong-based company bought and took control of 2 ports on either end of the Panama Canal. America's top general, who oversees U.S. Southern Command, issued this warning.
I worry about they look like civilian companies. They're state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability if they needed that too. It looks like, again, they're investing. I look at it as extracting.
6% of the world's commerce passes through the canal each year. 66% of cargo traffic that begins or ends its journey at a U.S. port passes through the Panama Canal. $270 billion worth of goods will pass through the century-old waterway this year. A recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies raising alarm bells about China's rising influence on America's doorstep.
China's increasing interest in Panama is something the United States needs to pay attention to. So if we had a conflict in the Taiwan Straits or a conflict in the South China Sea and it started to escalate, one of the areas where China might look to escalate and cause trouble would be to close the Panama Canal.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, on a visit to Brazil to meet Latin American defense ministers, added his concern about China's ongoing Belt and Road Initiative, designed to take control of key infrastructure around the world and make countries dependent on Beijing.
With Beijing eyeing the Panama Canal, it is notable the U.S. has not had an ambassador assigned to Panama since 2018. The Senate has refused to vote on President Biden's choice for the new U.S. ambassador to Panama since her confirmation hearing in May. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And thank you to Jennifer for that report. In international news this morning, today marks 1 year since the Taliban gained control of Kabul, reasserting their rule over Afghanistan. That chaotic takeover accelerated the botched U.S. withdrawal that capped off the longest war in American history. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yinks is in Afghanistan with the latest.
The Taliban declared that tomorrow will be recognized as a national holiday, marking the day they took control of Afghanistan. The wounds from that time period at Kabul's international airport remain fresh, with thousands of American allies still trapped in the country. But now the population must adjust to life under Taliban control. Protests erupted over the weekend in Kabul as women here call for work, bread, and freedom. You can see in this video dozens of demonstrators, though they were quickly dispersed by the Taliban, who fired shots into the air and used sticks to beat people. Women here must now be covered when in public and may not go out alone at night. Additionally, most teenage girls are unable to study in secondary education. One of the organizers of Saturday's event spoke to Fox News. Here's her response when asked how many times she's been threatened by the Taliban.
Many and more times, not 1 or 2 times, more than 10 times. I have all their messages, their voice messages. I have the sounds and all the proof. Last time when they called me, they sent a picture of my son and told me that if you don't stop your protest, we will target your son.
Despite Taliban members patrolling the streets, the security situation on the ground here remains tense. There was a bombing yesterday that wounded multiple people, and threats from organizations like ISIS-K remain high. What we've encountered so far is fear and anxiety from Afghan civilians. They don't know what comes next, but they do know their country has been set back decades. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And from the latest in Afghanistan to the latest in Ukraine, we do want to walk you through as the war in Ukraine has hit day 173. Russian rockets launched on an eastern Ukrainian town have left people in shock and property in ruin. That is what you are seeing on your screens. 3 people were killed and 13 wounded from an attack over the weekend. On Thursday, 11 rockets were fired at the town. Residents cleared rubble, made repaired, and consoled one another as just pure and utter shock has rocked this town. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan, she is in Kyiv, Ukraine, with the latest.
Outside of Europe's largest nuclear power plant, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky issuing a harsh warning to any Russian troops using the facility as a shield or shooting at it, saying that they themselves will be considered special targets.
The occupiers are trying to intimidate people in an extremely cynical way, using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They actually cover themselves with the station to fire at Nikopol and Manganets.
Ukraine this weekend striking Russian supply routes, troops blowing up bridges in Russian-occupied territory near Kherson. Ukrainian officials today also claiming to have shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Still, Russian forces continue to advance inward, taking more and more territory in the Donbass. Attacks this week striking Ukraine's military headquarters in the east, the town of Kramatorsk. Rockets targeting the town have wounded more than a dozen and killed at least 3 people.
Everything was turned into ruins. I had always looked after my home, and people always were glad to see it. I put all my efforts to take care of it. And what happens now? Do I have forces and funds to rebuild everything?
And in the south, Russian forces also targeting the already hard-hit city of Mykolaiv. Strikes in the last day killing at least 1 person. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that report. We're also monitoring the latest when it comes to grain shipments. A ship carrying grain to Ethiopia has officially left Ukraine, so we'll be monitoring the latest when it comes to that as well. We do want to get you up to speed on another story internationally that we have been monitoring here on the show. This one takes us out to Jerusalem, where we have learned that Americans are among the 8 injured in a bus shooting in Jerusalem. A family of 4 from Brooklyn, to be exact. Our Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan has more on this story.
On those wounded in a gun attack on a bus in Jerusalem. The attack happened in the early hours of Sunday morning. The shooter targeted a bus transporting Jewish worshippers from the old city of Jerusalem. The vehicle was stationary at the time, parked near to Mount Zion, just outside the old city walls. The suspect has been named as Amir Sadawi, a 26-year-old Palestinian from East Jerusalem, who authorities say was a lone attacker. Police also say this individual later turned himself in. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides, confirmed Americans were caught up in the shooting, tweeting that he was, quote, deeply saddened to confirm that Americans were injured in this attack. I've spoken with the families and will keep them in my prayers, continuing to monitor the situation. Now, 2 of those victims are said to be in a serious condition. One is a pregnant woman. This attack comes just a week after violence flared in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes targeted militants there. There is now a ceasefire in place, but tensions remain high. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
And thank you to Kitty for that report. We do have the latest update here from Chuck Schumer as he actually addressed those members of the Brooklyn community that were among the 8 injured in this bus shooting. So let's listen in here.
The Lanternfly. I want to talk about the tragic news in Israel. As you know, last night, a gunman shot people on a bus. 8 people were injured. It hits close to home. 3 of the families, 3 of those who were shot were American and from Brooklyn, from Williamsburg. I've spoken to close friends of the family. One of the gentlemen who was shot is named Shia Hirsch Glick. He was very brave. He bent down over his family to protect them. He was shot in the neck, and they had him on a respirator, but it looks like his condition is improving. His son was shot in the arm as he protected his son. So we're all hoping and praying for the families that were shot in Israel. As I said, it hits so close to home because at least 3 of those 8 on the bus were American and Brooklynites living in Williamsburg, living in the Williamsburg community. And again, we pray for their success. My office has been in touch with the State Department and community leaders in Brooklyn to offer any assistance that we can. Okay?
You want to give us that now?
Do you want questions on that? Or?
No, Paige will take that. We can take the questions after.
Oh, okay. That's Jerusalem. That's this. That's this. Okay, now to the subject at hand today. We're here today because while there are a lot of things that bug New Yorkers, the invasive spotted lanternfly is at the top of the list. And it's for good reason. We're standing a few yards away from Central Park. A swarm of these invasive bugs was seen there. Right here yesterday, a swarm was reported right here. And Angelo, my brave press secretary, came here, and this is how many he caught.
This morning.
This morning. These are these bugs. They're pretty ugly looking. I'm a little less afraid of them than most because my father was an exterminator for all his life before he passed away. If you want to get a better picture of them, we'll give them to you at the end. They're pretty gross looking. These bugs are a real danger to our city, our state, and even our country. They don't hurt humans, but they destroy plant life. They can decimate whole gaps of trees and could make Central Park a lot less pleasant place to be. I've talked to some of our winery owners. These spotted lanternflies go after the wine crop. Our wineries on Long Island are very much afraid that they will spread out there. I spoke to a winery owner in Schuyler County yesterday in the Finger Lakes region. He said they're desperately afraid and want every effort made to prevent them from coming there. But even here in New York City, they could ruin our trees, our parks, our forestry. And these bugs are now going across the state. They weren't here until recently in large numbers, but this is what one of them looks like big. They're ugly. They can't hurt people. Okay? And we don't need to hold up the Long Island here. Okay? They are now spreading to New York State, and we've got to stop it. We've got to stop them in time before they decimate our trees, our agricultural crops, and our plants.
And that was the latest update from Senate Majority Chuck Schumer. Now he does go into a new topic discussing these lanternflies that are wreaking havoc on his state. So we won't play this full address for you, but the first portion of his remarks were about the family of 4 from Brooklyn, New York, who are among the Americans injured in that bus shooting in Jerusalem. So this is a story that we'll continue to monitor here on the show. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some other top stories stateside here, including a man who drove into the Capitol barricades and killed himself this weekend. We do have an update from police on that, and also the latest when it comes to the migrants, a new set of migrants that were bused to New York City. Speaking of the Big Apple, we do have this stunning shot of the Big Apple, and we do have the latest update as Texas Governor Greg Abbott is promising even more buses are on their way. So all of those details coming up right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And here's a live look at Ocean City, New Jersey, a stunning Monday morning. And I'm not just saying that because I'm from New Jersey, but we like to take a live look across the nation. And so here is a beautiful shot coming into our newsroom from New Jersey. We're also getting in a really lovely image and vantage point of New York City this morning. We'll continue to recap all of the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. And we also did want to give you a sneak peek at our studio as well. This is behind the scenes of Live Now from Fox to give you guys a vantage point of all that we do as we host this show. We are actually operating all of the graphics and video that you see on your screens in real time. We're also pulling up all of the vantage points that we get into our newsroom from across the country. So here's a behind the scenes look at, once again, what we do here on the show. Let's take a live look at the White House. How about that, as we continue to monitor all of the top stories from the nation's capital, including the latest when it comes to the southern border in the United States. More migrants cross the southern border into the United States, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott has taken things into his own hands, putting them onto buses and bringing them to northern cities. Yet another bus arrived in New York's Port Authority over the weekend. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he has more on this story from New York City.
Good evening. This morning, just before 7 a.m. in Midtown Manhattan, a migrant bus with 31 people on it arrived here in New York City. And once again, as we've seen in recent days, an official in the mayor's office of Immigrant Affairs was there to greet them. Take a look at this video. You once again see Commissioner Manuel Castro welcoming migrants to New York City. And he's again blasting Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says Abbott is not a man of good character, and he continues asserting that migrants are being held against their will.
This is doesn't seem like a voluntary situation where people are being refused to get off the bus. Again, people are being asked to sign documents under duress. They don't know what these documents are. In general, people are confused.
Now, Governor Abbott's office is strongly denying that accusation, providing this statement to Fox News that reads in part, quote, "These migrants willingly chose to go to New York City, having signed a voluntary consent waiver available in multiple languages." Now, this comes after 89 migrants arrived in New York City on Friday morning between two buses, which means in total, under 400 migrants have been bused to New York City in the past 9 days. Governor Abbott says he's doing this to force the Biden administration to finally acknowledge the crisis at our border. Commissioner Castro says the mayor's office is in constant contact with federal officials and is hopeful that more help is coming soon. Now, of course, the other city where migrants are being bused is Washington, D.C. Governor Abbott's office confirms they've bused 6,800 migrants to that city in the past few months, and we know that Mayor Muriel Bowser is renewing her request for National Guard support to deal with the influx of migrants in that city. Meanwhile, here in New York City, the mayor's office confirms they're expecting another bus of migrants to arrive tomorrow. Reporting in New York City, I'm Nate Foy, Fox News.
And thank you to Nate for that update. Our Fox 5 New York team are also tracking this story for us, so I do want to send you out to this latest update from our Fox 5 New York's Morgan Mackay.
The city is scrambling to provide resources for the thousands of migrants arriving in New York. But adding to this confusion, Texas Governor Greg Abbott allegedly forced the bus companies transporting asylum seekers to sign a non-disclosure agreement forbidding them from communicating with the city on when they will be arriving.
We know they've been arriving to Port Authority late evening and early mornings. And so we're there with a group of volunteers. It's concerning that we're losing people along the way if they have immigration appointments here in New York.
Testifying at an emergency city council hearing, city officials are still struggling to answer exactly how many migrants, including children, are currently living in the city. They say they first noticed a jump in migrants seeking shelter in May. Officials believe that over 4,000 migrants have arrived since then, with about 100 people now applying at the city's intake sites per day. But the city's shelter system is already overwhelmed. Immigration Affairs Commissioner Manuel Castro confirming they will be opening up 11 hotels for asylum seekers, and they will be designating a new shelter just for migrants.
We are very close to opening a service center to be able to provide and centralize all the services that they may need.
Commissioner Castro also testified that some asylum seekers were given the wrong shelter addresses when leaving Texas, leaving some to wander the streets of New York City. New York is a right to shelter city, which means that the city is legally required to provide transitional housing for those looking for a place to stay. But officials admitted that at least 4 migrant families in mid-July spent the night at a PATH intake center, which is illegal in New York. Officials insist this only happened on this one occasion, but the Legal Aid Society say they are investigating numerous reports.
We continue to monitor to make sure it doesn't happen again. If it becomes a recurring problem, we're going to have no choice but to intervene.
Governor Abbott pushing back on claims that migrants were sent to the city against their will. City council members will be holding an emergency hearing on Tuesday at 10 a.m. to discuss this influx of asylum seekers. Reporting outside the Port Authority bus terminal, I'm Morgan Mackay, Fox 5 News.
And thank you to Morgan for that update. We'll continue to monitor the latest with our teams on the ground. We do want to let you know that jury selection in the second federal trial against R&B singer and convicted sex offender R. Kelly is set to begin in Chicago today. R. Kelly is already serving a 30-year prison sentence for racketeering and sex trafficking. Our Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more.
Disgraced R&B star R. Kelly, who was a convicted sex offender, has long been trailed by accusations of using his fame to systematically sexually abuse young fans, including some children. Legal experts describe this new trial in Chicago as a sort of do-over trial of his 2008 state child pornography case in Chicago. In his 2008 trial, R. Kelly was accused of having sex on video with a girl no older than 14. She did not testify during that case, and R. Kelly was acquitted. The big difference in this new Chicago trial is that girl, who is now in her 30s, is expected to take the stand.
This trial is really about setting right something that had been wrong. It goes all the way back to 2008, and the story that this indictment tells is of an effort, an orchestrated effort by him and his co-defendants to lie and obstruct and secure an acquittal where there should have been a conviction way back in 2008.
Based on court documents, prosecutors will likely argue that R. Kelly rigged the 2008 case by threatening the young girl's family against testifying and paying them off not to do so. Prosecutors also say R. Kelly had sexual contact or sexual acts with the girl on the video and 4 others who ranged in age from 13 to 14 years old to 17 years old, and they're accusing him of conspiring, intimidating, or paying some of them and their families to falsify, destroy, or conceal materials that would prove him guilty. R. Kelly faces 2 conspiracy counts, including obstruction of justice. Meantime, R. Kelly has said that his accusers are lying and maintains that he has not broken any laws.
There's a lot of drama in that, and in this trial, we're going to see several witnesses who are going to tell what we all can expect will be some pretty troubling stories.
R. Kelly was already sentenced to 30 years after he was found guilty in New York on multiple counts related to sexual abuse, including racketeering and sex trafficking. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And thank you, Christina, for that report. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to monkeypox. For weeks, the World Health Organization has been criticized over the name monkeypox, with allegations it has racist connotations and creates a stigma toward the illness. In a statement released on Friday, the organization said it was creating an open forum to accept suggestions for a new name. Also, the World Health Organization has renamed 2 families of the monkeypox virus to avoid the stigma associated with geographical names. All of this does come as health officials believe monkeypox could potentially be spreading into new groups as the Biden administration takes steps to stay ahead of the spread. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has the latest.
As the U.S. works to contain the widespread outbreak of monkeypox, the CDC reports more than 11,000 confirmed cases across the country, but experts believe the true number could be even higher. The primary demographic affected so far is men who have sex with other men. That's led some to believe the virus is a sexually transmitted disease, which is not the case.
Sex is a route of transmission, but it's not the primary route. It's really skin contact, prolonged skin contact.
Vaccines are currently prioritized for those in high-risk groups, but the FDA this week approved a new injection method to address a nationwide shortage of doses.
This means that 1/5 of the original dose needs to be used. This will help medical providers stretch out the limited vaccine supply that we have.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency. They've also moved to ramp up wastewater testing to stay ahead of the spread.
Better data means we can focus our resources where they are needed most to stop the spread.
Experts believe the vaccine will be more widely available to the general public sometime next year. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And thank you to Nate for that update. We also want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to polio, as tourism continues making a comeback in the nation's largest city following the pandemic. Health officials in New York are warning everyone to make sure they're up to date on their vaccines. But not just for COVID, this time it's for polio. The highly infectious and potentially deadly virus was once eliminated from the U.S. in 1979, but after dips in vaccination rates, it's starting to reemerge here. Our Fox News' Ted Linder has the latest.
Health officials in New York warn that polio could be spreading across the Empire State after confirming the virus that causes it was detected in New York City wastewater on Friday. This comes after the first U.S. polio case in almost a decade was reported in nearby Rockland County late last month after an unvaccinated 20-year-old man contracted the virus and suffered paralysis.
While most people who contract polio are asymptomatic, in severe cases it can cause paralysis, which is what happened to this individual who was not vaccinated.
The virus was also recently detected in wastewater in Orange County, New York, north of Rockland County. Both counties have lower rates of childhood polio vaccinations than surrounding areas. New York State's health commissioner now urging every adult and child, especially those in the New York metro area, to get immunized against polio if they aren't already. The CDC says the virus is highly contagious, with roughly 1 out of 4 infected people developing flu-like symptoms. It can spread through person-to-person contact, especially through small particles of an infected person's feces.
If that person were to go to a water park, if they were to go to a pool, if they were to swim in a pond, if they were to be around other people not washing their hands well, this means that we have polio in the community.
Health officials are investigating the origins of the polio virus samples in wastewater, warning it's possible that hundreds of people in New York have already gotten it and are unaware. Ted Linder, Fox News.
And here's a live look at New York this morning. We'll continue to monitor the latest when it comes to not only monkeypox, but polio as well. It's 6:45 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox on this Monday morning. We do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at some of the top business and consumer stories that we are monitoring here on the show. Here's a live look at New York City, as many families in the Northeast are, believe it or not, preparing for back to school, just a couple of weeks away. And we do have news when it comes to back to school shopping. I do want to lower this audio for you here of these backpacks and such that are here in this video. School's almost back in session. Doctors warn heavy backpacks can lead to health problems for students. Doctors say it is important for families to make sure they're not sending their kids to school with overweight backpacks. They say heavy backpacks can change the natural curve of the spine, affecting a child's ability to maintain an ideal posture. They say it can even cause an extended cervical spine. Doctors recommend families pick a lightweight backpack with a padded back, several compartments, and wide padded shoulder straps. They also suggest no more than 10 to 15% of a child's body weight. I know that the first day back at school, you send your kids off with a backpack full of all of their supplies, but it is worth noting that keeping them safe and their spine healthy is, of course, important. Speaking of back to school, doctors are urging families to make sure their kids are vaccinated and up to date when it comes to those vaccinations as the new school year approaches. Dr. Adam Keating from Cleveland Clinic Children says the upcoming flu season could be even more severe than what we've seen in the past. Dr. Keating says the flu affects kids and the elderly the most and recommends children get the flu shot every year. He also suggests families get their children vaccinated against COVID-19. And we do have more information when it comes to the American workforce. The number of American workers continues to decrease according to federal data. Labor Department data shows the number of U.S. workers has dropped 400,000 since March. The full labor force is about 600,000 smaller than it was compared to early 2020. The shortage has analysts worried about the economy, saying that it will not achieve a soft landing. The labor force participation rate for those 16 years and older with jobs or looking for work fell to 62.1% in July from 62.4% earlier this year. And looking even further ahead to the holiday season, getting early Christmas shopping done now? If yes, you might want to mail them now too, because you won't catch a break later on this year. The U.S. Postal Service says customers will likely have to shell out a little bit more this holiday season. Governors of the Postal Service have approved price hikes sent by Priority, First Class, Parcel Select, and Retail Ground. Priority increases could range between 75 cents and 65 cents. First Class, Parcel Select, and Retail Ground could range from 25 cents to $5.50. If approved, the rates go into effect from October 2nd, and that would take us all the way through January 22nd, so right before holiday season. And if you are going to be traveling this holiday season, being first is sometimes the worst, especially when it comes to your travel issues. New York's LaGuardia Airport and Newark, New Jersey's Liberty International Airport top the list of airports with the most flight cancellations in the country. LaGuardia and Newark were at 7.7 and 7.6% of cancellations during the period analyzed by AirHelp from May 27th to July 15th. AirHelp says cancellations happen more often for airports in major areas of population concentrations, which obviously is the case when it comes to LaGuardia and Newark Airport. We also want to take you back out to this live shot of New York City, as we are expecting a busy week ahead when it comes to retail reports. We always cover the latest business headlines here on Live Now from Fox, and the retail sector will be a major focus this week with investors digesting July's sales data on Wednesday and corporate earnings throughout the week from major players including Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, Target, TJ Maxx, and Kohl's. So we'll have all of those for you here on Live Now from Fox. But speaking of back to school, many families may be cutting back for paying for back to school items. Our reporters are covering these stories for us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Oh, back to school! With just a couple of weeks left until they head to the classroom, a whole lot of emotions for kids in Connecticut.
I'm excited to make new friends. It's going to be a little hard because we're learning new stuff that might be harder.
But parents will also feel this year a bit more on their wallets. On average, shoppers are expected to spend $168 more compared to 2019, according to the National Retail Federation. They anticipate families will spend an average of $864 in total on school items at a time when money is already tight.
Groceries are all up, gas is up, water bill, electric bill, everything.
As inflation rises, NRF says 1/3 of consumers plan to cut back on spending in other areas so they can pay for school items. But families in East Hartford are getting some help. East Hartford Public Schools hosted a back-to-school rally Wednesday with 200 backpacks to give away.
It's a relief.
All filled with school supplies.
There's a ruler, books, a journal. I feel happy so much because I got my favorite color backpack, teal.
The backpacks and school supplies provided free of charge through donations from local businesses, organizations, and community partners.
A great report there on back to school shopping and how much it can cost families. Schools are also scrambling as teacher shortages worsen across the country. Our very own reporter has this story for us here. Let's listen in.
There's growing concern about who will teach our nation's children, as some states need hundreds or thousands of educators. Nevada, for example, has nearly 3,000 open educator positions. That's according to the Arizona State Teachers Association. Arizona had nearly 2,000 openings earlier this year, and Florida has 8,000 teacher vacancies, according to the Florida Education Association. Now, states are exploring new tactics to recruit teachers. Some rural districts in Texas are switching to 4-day school weeks. Florida passed a law allowing veterans to teach without certification, and one superintendent in Minnesota filled in by teaching in the classroom to help out.
But we still have really great needs, and it's important given supply and demand. Our unemployment rate here in Minnesota is now at 1.8%, and so it's sometimes hard for us to compete with private industry.
But as recruitment efforts are prioritized, the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten, is on the attack.
This year was the worst I've ever seen. The politics and politicians have really polluted what goes on with teachers right now.
But if politics are part of the problem, some are pointing the finger back at Randy Weingarten and the union.
Randy Weingarten and the unions played a role in the politicized responses to the pandemic. You see these differences between blue and red districts and how long they were in person and how quickly they returned from masking and so forth. There were lots of roles there, and the union played a marked one.
The shortage of educators is expected to grow in years to come. New York State, for example, predicts it will need 180,000 teachers over the next decade, and there's worry that it will fall short. In a move to boost qualified applicants, the state recently slashed the minimum number of hours of in-class teaching required for certification, going from 100 to 50 hours. Reporting from New York City, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
And thank you to Lydia for that report. Here's another live look at New York City on this Monday morning. We'll continue to monitor all of the latest business headlines and, of course, bring you any tips and tricks as you are preparing your kids to go back to school in just a couple of weeks. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring as you head out the door on this Monday morning. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we do want to get you out the door on this Monday morning with a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only here in the United States, but internationally as well. If you're just waking up as we inch even closer to the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning here with us on the show. And let's take you out to our triple box view of everything that we are keeping a close eye on, not only today, but as the week progresses as well. President Joe Biden is finishing up his vacation in South Carolina. He'll report back to the nation's capital tomorrow, and he is expected to work on the Inflation Reduction Act. It did pass in the Senate. It just most recently passed in the House of Representatives, and now it is headed to President Joe Biden's desk to be signed into law. We'll walk you through what exactly is in this Inflation Reduction Act and how we could help all of you tuning in at home. So stay with us for those details. We're also, of course, keeping up to date with the latest from our Fox weather team. Rain expected in the northeastern portion of the country and also in the New England area. It's been a dry summer for the most part. But New England will be in for a stretch of wet days during the middle of this week that may end up being a complete washout for some. So we'll be touching base with our Fox weather team and also keeping a very close eye on our XRAD radar for what days this week you'll have to remember that umbrella. We're also monitoring the latest international news. We know that more U.S. lawmakers have touched down in Taiwan. This comes just less than 2 weeks after Nancy Pelosi visited that island amid a range of fury from China. We do know that China are already responding to this latest U.S. visit, staging more drills near the Taiwanese border. So we'll walk you through who exactly visited Taiwan this weekend and how China is responding. We're also monitoring the latest when it comes to that FBI raid at former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate. They have officially seized classified records as a result of executing this search warrant. So we'll walk you through all of the latest reaction pouring into our newsroom And also the latest updates by the FBI that say that they have actually seen a rise in violent threats against law enforcement officials in the days after this search warrant was executed. So quite a bit of news to get to here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll begin with a live look at the White House this morning. President Joe Biden still in South Carolina, finishing up his vacation, but we are expecting him to make his way back to the nation's capital as we continue to monitor not only U.S. lawmakers meeting with leaders in Taiwan, which we'll get to in just a moment, but of course the House passing that massive spending bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. Our very own Fox News correspondent, Jackie Heinrich, she's actually been following the president in South Carolina, and she has the latest for us. Let's listen in.
We heard from President Biden for the first time since he began his vacation on Wednesday. He was in a celebratory mood, looking forward to signing that bill next week with a celebration at the White House on September 6th. And he said he spent a lot of his time off working the phones.
I'm enjoying it a great deal. Good news report.
With inflation remaining a top concern for voters, White House officials have been trying to build up goodwill ahead of the midterms, saying the Inflation Reduction Act, as it's called, will bring down the cost of living, even though experts agree it won't directly impact inflation for a year or more. And congressional Democrats have been trying to connect the recent drop in gas prices to this bill the president hasn't yet even signed.
Well, we're already feeling the effects to a certain extent because we've seen gas prices come down, which has been huge.
Administration officials have been making the case that Americans should feel the impacts of this bill soon because Medicare negotiations will bring down the cost of prescription drugs and energy costs will come down because of climate investments like tax credits for electric cars and solar panels.
First of all, immediately, people will be able to lower the fuel costs in their home. There's a 30% tax credit that you can claim in 2022 for installing energy-efficient windows, heat pumps, energy-efficient appliances. That is right away. And on top of that, of course, if citizens want to install solar panels on their roofs so that they can generate their own power, that's another 30% tax credit.
But spending money on things like solar panels and heat pumps in order to save money on your electric bill is not the same thing as bringing down the cost for items that people are buying at the register, which remain at 40-year highs. In Kiowa Island, South Carolina, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that update. We do have this video that came into our newsroom live for when the House actually passed the Inflation Reduction Act. There you're seeing House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing the vote. Democrats hope that this legislation will give them a boost ahead of the midterms. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more.
Better, but Democrats muscled through the hallmark of their legislative agenda. Democrats moved the bill against all odds with a 50-50 Senate and a nearly equally divided House.
It makes a difference at the kitchen table. And at the boardroom table, corporations will now have to, and the wealthy will now have to pay their fair share. No new taxes on families making less than $400,000 or under, and no new taxes on small business.
Republicans say Democrats scrambled to pass the bill just for the midterm election.
My friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections.
Republicans hammered the Democrats about inflation, even though the bill is titled the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's not an Inflation Reduction Act, it's an Inflation Expansion Act, very clearly so. There's nothing deflationary about the bill at all. So, I mean, right off the bat, there's a dishonest labeling technique that's happening.
Some Democrats even went beyond just downplaying inflation.
Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of costs.
Democrats are touting their legislative achievements heading into the midterms, a gun bill, an infrastructure bill, a bill for computer chips. But just because you pass big things doesn't assure political success in November. In 1994, Democrats approved key provisions of President Clinton's agenda, then lost the House for the first time in 40 years. The White House handed out special chocolate chip cookies to Democrats, thanking them for passing the bill. The cookies even included the presidential seal. Like 1994, Democrats may have approved their top agenda items, but if they lose control of Congress, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Cheeky pun there from Chad Program. That's the way the cookie crumbles. We do want to switch gears and get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the FBI seizing classified records from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Officials with the FBI say agents recovered documents that were labeled top secret from former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Court papers were released on Friday after a federal judge unsealed the warrant that authorized the unprecedented search last Monday. A property receipt that was unsealed by the court shows FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from the estate. The seized records include some marked not only top secret, but also sensitive, compartmented information, a special category meant to protect the nation's most important secrets. The warrant says federal agents were investigating potential violations of 3 different federal laws, including one that governs gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information under the Espionage Act. All of this does come as we can report that the FBI also sent out a bulletin to local law enforcement agencies warning that in the days since the warrant was executed, they have seen an increase in violent threats against law enforcement, judiciary, and government personnel, including a particular threat to, quote, place a so-called dirty bomb in front of FBI headquarters. All of this was according to this bulletin. General calls for civil war and armed rebellion have also increased in recent days on social media. And our Fox News correspondents have been monitoring all of the fallout as a result of this raid. We'll begin first and foremost with our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who has more details from Washington.
As Washington tries to figure out what led to last week's surprise raid of President Trump's Florida estate, Republicans are calling for the FBI's affidavit for the search to be made public.
The Justice Department, now that they've done this, that they show that this was not just a fishing expedition, that they had due cause to go in and to do this.
A search warrant released Friday revealed that Trump had at least 11 sets of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, including some that could be in breach of the Espionage Act.
The judge looked at this and said, yeah, there's evidence, enough evidence to warrant a search warrant to go in there and retrieve those documents that are of high national security classification. These are the nation's secrets.
It appears to be willful on the president's part. The keeping of these documents after the government was requesting them back.
Several former Trump aides told the Wall Street Journal that it wasn't uncommon for Trump to bring documents to Mar-a-Lago when he was president. Not everyone agreed with the practice. The whirlwind of events comes as Trump mulls a potential 2024 bid. Some believe the raid will end up working to the former president's advantage.
This week it was actually a win for Donald Trump. It seemed to motivate his base and people rushing to his defense and feeling as if he was being picked upon and martyred. But I don't think, we've seen the end of the story yet.
Trump allies have painted the raid as a politically motivated attack from the White House. The Biden administration maintains it was not involved in the decision and that the Justice Department acted alone. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that update. We continue to monitor all of the fallout as President Biden is still not directly commenting on the FBI raid at former President Trump's estate in Florida. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff breaks down some more reaction from both sides of the aisle.
We have not heard from the president on the raid at Mar-a-Lago as the White House seeks to distance itself from any accusations of political influence in this. But the vice president, well, she did take a moment to express her confidence in the DOJ.
Well, as a former prosecutor, I will tell you I don't speak about anybody else's case. But I have full confidence that the Department of Justice will do what the facts and the law requires.
The vice president went on to condemn attacks on law enforcement. And to that, Republicans on the House Intelligence Committee agreed, but expressed fear that this search and seizure has only amplified distrust.
The seventh floor, the leadership of the FBI and the Department of Justice have been politicized in the eyes of most Americans.
This is the same agency leadership that protected Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and continues to protect Hunter Biden.
It would be highly unusual for a president to have anything, even in the Oval Office,
that rises to the level of an imminent national security threat.
Democratic Committee Chair Adam Schiff said protecting classified documents is the priority. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added this.
You would think there would be an adult in the Republican room that would say, just calm down, see what the facts are.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley said today that understanding those facts will take more than unsealing of a warrant.
Full transparency is going to be when they release the affidavit. And this is such a high-profile and very strange way of going about getting documents from a former president.
The Washington Post editorial board called the Republican Party's reaction to the raid disturbing and dangerous, writing that those defending the president also wanted Hillary Clinton locked up for mishandling classified documents. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that report. Here's some video that has come into our newsroom of the raid. This was during the day, but we also have a nighttime vantage point of when the FBI agents were inside of former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate. And this is a very complicated investigation. What does a classified really mean? What's the difference between classified and top secret? How are these materials supposed to be handled in accordance and in following the law? All of these things are explained by our national security expert, Hal Kempfer.
Now we're going to be joined by someone that has as much experience and knowledge with this as maybe anyone. We're joined by Hal Kempfer, obviously a retired Marine Corps intelligence officer. You've spent a lot of years around these kind of documents, around the FBI, around multiple federal bureaus and different things. What can you tell us today about this search warrant that was revealed, and what are your thoughts initially on all of this that's going on right now?
Well, Andy, the search warrant basically lays out what they took, which wasn't terribly revealing, but it also gives you an indication of why they went in there. And essentially what's been coming out of this is that they were concerned about violations of the Espionage Act. Espionage Act has been around for a long time, since 1917, when World War I was upon us. The United States just simply didn't have a strong legal code for spying or espionage. Previously in the Civil War and other wars, they've been dealing with that in other ways. The Espionage Act gave that legal foundation to do that. In years since, it's been used many times. The famous Rosenberg, the two Rosenbergs that did nuclear espionage for the Russians, and then it's been used in subsequent various things. You may remember the Walkers that in the mid '80s, and then we go into the spies of the '90s and everything else. So there's been quite a few violations of espionage. It's interesting that they use that act. Now, as near as I can tell, there isn't anything yet that says that this mishandling of classified information or taking of classified information was done with any purpose of handing it off to a foreign power or something like that. So that element of the Espionage Act probably wouldn't apply. However, when in 2018, and a lot of this was because of what Hillary Clinton had done when she left office, they firmed up the laws that deal with mishandling classified information. And actually, if you mishandle classified information, and in the case of Hillary Clinton, she actually was talking about things that were very highly classified, top secret, speak at or special access program stuff, which is really you're in the equivalency of what's been talked about with what they found at Mar-a-Lago with his top secret SCI or sensitive compartmented information, the same sort of thing, that they can basically prosecute him for up to 5 years in prison, really strengthening the law in that regard. And if they did find that classified information, possibly that law might apply. The one thing I will say, though, is the president is the ultimate adjudicator of what's classified and not classified. And President Trump and his at least one of his attorneys have asserted that he declassified that information. Now, there's a whole process behind that. There has to be a lot of documentation behind that to support that claim. But technically, the president is the ultimate adjudicator or declassifier of classified information. So it is somewhat of a unique legal situation.
And former President Donald Trump said that in a post on his Truth Social that he declassified. Give me a breakdown of the different types, since you're an intelligence officer, you have a ton of background, the different types between top secret, confidential, and secret, because there are several sets of each. Is there a difference between each of those?
There is, and of course I can be facetious and say I can't talk about it because it's classified. It's not actually, that part isn't classified, but it all deals with classifications. There's stuff at a much lower level. For example, there's things that is really unclassified, for example, for official use only. It's supposed to be used for official purposes. It's not classified information, but you're not supposed to release it. And there's a series of things that are in that category where they're not technically classified like secret or top secret, but they're not supposed to be released. So there's that strata. Then you get into things that are confidential. These are things that if they are released, they potentially could cause problems to the national or cause damage to national security. Secret, which will cause problems to national security. And then you get into the top secret realm where inadvertent disclosure or releasing that information or being passed to a foreign power would cause grave damage to the national security. Then you get into what they've been talking about in this case, which is compartmented information. Compartmented information, a lot of people say it's above top secret. Technically, it's not above top secret, but it's a different aspect within that realm. And you can have compartmented information below the level of top secret as well. But what it deals with the concept of need to know. Do you really need to know that information in order to do your job? That way, not everything that's stamped, top secret is open to everybody in the government that has a top secret clearance. It compartments it. But because of the sensitivity of the sources, the methods, and I would say the content of that intelligence or that information, it is handled in a very different way. For example, if it's sensitive compartmented information or SCI, it has to be stored in an SCI facility or a SCIF. It doesn't sound like Mar-A-Lago that they were holding that information or storing it in a SCIF. I don't even know if Mar-A-Lago has a SCIF. It wouldn't be impossible for a SCIF to be at a residence of a foreign president, but I'm not aware that there is one, nor is there any indication that that was being stored properly. So that in and of itself would be a violation of regulations under federal law, and that could go to that previous thing we talked about, about mishandling classified information, with a potential 5-year prison term if someone was convicted of doing so.
And a lot of talk today also has been about the phrase, the Espionage Act, and you touched on it a little bit already, but what does that entail, and how far does both the documents and the storage of the documents entail with the Espionage Act, and how maybe rare is it to see something like this go to that?
Well, it's unusual. It's rare. You may have seen about a week and a half ago that there was a couple that was arrested in Hawaii. They said they were spying for the Russians, and originally may have been started spying for the Soviet Union. It may go that far back. We're not sure. They didn't have access to top secret information, at least as far as we know of. But they will probably be charged, depending on the evidence that's presented, with violations of the Espionage Act. Now, there's a variety of penalties that go with this, but just to kind of explain how serious the Espionage Act, how serious espionage is, it's in the category of crimes like treason, espionage, and there's a few other things where you can actually face the ultimate penalty, the death penalty, the capital punishment. That's how serious violation of the Espionage Act is. Now, there was some discussion that some of the documents, highly classified SCI documents involved or that were recovered, may have been about nuclear weapons. I've not seen a lot more other than just some references to that. I will say this. I don't know why any former president would need to have documents about nuclear weapons. I can say, as somebody who's worked with what we call weapons of mass destruction programs, that is very very classified, very close hold, and that any inadvertent release or that being passed to a foreign power could cause enormous damage to the national security. That's just something that no other country needs to know. We have put phenomenal resources into developing our nuclear weapons. Our nuclear weapons is part of, certainly with the old Soviet Union and with Russia and some would say China today, part of our strategic deterrence program. Sometimes it used to be called mutually assured destruction, which is you don't want to mess with us because we can basically obliterate your country. If another country were to find out secrets about our nuclear weapons, for example, they might think that they have enough to embolden them to try something. And I got to tell you, nuclear war is never something where you want to feel someone emboldened. You want to make sure that they are fully deterred 100%. You don't want anybody to try that. That's why what Putin is saying right now when he kind of references nuclear this and nuclear that, it's language that makes the hair on the back of everybody's neck go way up, because you don't even talk about things like that, because you're talking about potentially ending civilization if something like that happens with a miscalculation. It's one of the reasons that we don't want anything on nuclear weapons and a variety of other things, but particularly nuclear weapons. We don't want that stuff getting out there because, number one, countries that don't have nuclear weapons might use that to try and build their nuclear weapons, become a nuclear power. And frankly, we've got enough problems with the world today with countries that are not that stable. For example, North Korea, that have nuclear weapons. It really changes the strategic math, and not just that part of the world, but the world in general. So if that turns out to be true, that it was nuclear weapons, it brings up a lot of questions, which is, what were you thinking when you took that with you? I'm going to be this bold. It's like, what was going through your mind that you thought you would ever need that? All right. I mean, the most I could see is you can claim extreme sloppiness in terms of not looking at what was being taken. And whereas a former president could blame subordinates for inadvertently putting stuff in there, ultimately, like any other senior executive, he'd be responsible for whatever they took with them. So I don't know for sure. Again, that's something that's been talked about. It's not something where they've released, and I doubt if I will ever see, copies of documents or something like that in the news of what was taken. But if that's the case, that's a concern. But anything in the SCI realm, by top secret SCI realm, anything in that, the disclosure of that information is considered something that can cause grave damage to national security. So it's very, very serious as to what they're talking about.
Correct. And when you talk about nuclear weapons, I think a lot of people, their ears perk up, and it gets a lot of attention. And it escalated in just a week that we saw last Friday, the search warrant, and then all the way till now when we revealed the search warrant by the judge. A question I got to ask you, and this is kind of a two-part question, but obviously as the president of the United States, he has certain classified documents, and he knows all the. After you leave office, what are the type of protocols there? And also, it's been 2 years since he left office, so presumably these documents have been there for almost 2 years. So why now? Why is the FBI going in and exercising this search warrant now? So can you piece together a little bit of those two questions for us, Hal?
Andy, that's a really good question. I've been asking myself that question too. All I can assume is that they came across information they previously didn't have, which indicated that certain highly classified documents were in the possession of the former president Mar-a-Lago. And really what it looks like is this has everything to do with a national security action to go down there and first and foremost find those documents and safeguard them so they won't be inadvertently lost, disclosed, whatever, maybe picked up by a foreign power or something like that. Especially dangerous if you have top secret SCI documents that are not in a approved facility for storing that. So I think that was first and foremost with what they did. Now, with former presidents, in many cases, they keep their clearances after they leave office. It is not uncommon for a former president to be, quote, read in for top secret, sensitive compartment information, things like that, well after they leave office. And it's very common that current presidents will consult with former presidents on a variety of issues, but particularly one thing that kind of unifies, regardless of party, is national security issues. Very famous that John F. Kennedy would call Dwight D. Eisenhower after he'd left office and retired, and they would talk about national security issues. That was very common. And in many cases, you know, you got to remember the president is the chief executive. So for continuity of government purposes, they like to have the former chief executive kind of in the know for a while, so they can consult until they get their arms fully around the office. So even a president having a security clearance for 2 years after leaving office would not be unusual. With that said, I seem to recall, and I didn't see where it was, but I seem to recall that President Biden did not extend the security clearance to former President Trump when he left office. I seem to recall that was the case. I may be wrong. Somebody may say, oh, no, that's something was in the news, and he actually did have a security clearance. But I seem to recall that when he left office, he also left his security clearance back at the White House as well and did not take that with him. So if that's the case, then he would not have, then he cannot hold classified materials. He cannot have possession of classified materials because he doesn't have a clearance. Although, with that said, there is that what's going to be debated a lot, which is if a president says this is declassified, the question is, does it have to go through all the normal protocols of declassification, or does the president have the ability to kind of just wave his hand, make the pronouncement, and declassify materials simply by saying it? And that's a real interesting question, because our entire national security system, in terms of classified material, really does hit a pinnacle at the President of the United States. And he is the ultimate adjudicator. So this is going to be an interesting question. This is not the first time it's come up. I don't want to get into details, but it has come up in the past, which is just exactly how can the president or the vice president at times declassify materials and release those in some way.
Yes, and you said that he is the ultimate kind of declassification of these documents that he had knowledge of and that he kept at Mar-A-Lago. And obviously, everybody's reading through the whole warrant that was revealed and the property list that they gave out. And it was kind of surprising that it was revealed today. But those aren't charges. What would it mean what would they have to be able to prove those charges, to use that warrant and go a step further? What would you need in your eyes to have that happen?
Well, first off, Andy, I want to say I'm not a lawyer. All right. So whatever I say is strictly from an intelligence practitioner standpoint. But basically what they would have to do is they'd have to have intelligence that would show that there was, it's like any other court case. They have to show the intent, if you will. For example, what if they had, picked up on intelligence from somewhere that indicated that maybe that intelligence that in Mar-a-Lago could become available to a foreign power. This is purely hypothetical, all right? If there was intelligence and if that intelligence could be presented before a court of law, that could be used to show intent. Now that would go to the Espionage Act, and that would, and this is a huge presumption, that would be to indicate that someone within President Trump's orbit was looking at passing that information off to, say, a foreign power or some third party for whatever reason, whether it's personal profit or, in the case of the Cold War, like with the Rosenbergs, they were, and a number of the early spies, it was for ideological reasons. They were avowed communists, and then they would steal U.S. secrets or whatever it is. That would be something that they would have to go to court with. But what's interesting is the way I understand this law on mishandling of classified material, which was really designed to deal with, government officials that take that material with them. The way I understand that law, the burden for proof is much less, and it's pretty substantial. I think it's about 1 to 5 years in prison, depending on how serious it is. And of all the things I've seen, unless they can show that intent thing absolutely clearly, I mean, they can try and push the espionage violation of the Espionage Act, but they would have to have a lot in there. But that mishandling of classified materials, that's a much lower threshold. And 5 years in prison, I have to tell you, that would be I hate to use the word unprecedented, but it seems like unprecedented become a byword about every day, and that would be truly amazing to see something like that. Obviously, it's never happened. You know, I was thinking about this today. Really, if you look at something along these lines, I'm going back to the time of Aaron Burr, when I think about some of the grievous things that at that time were talked about under the Sedition Act or something like that. But you really have to go way back in history to try and find any parallels, and even that's not a great parallel because that was a different situation. So. Yes,
obviously.
Some great insight there by Hal Kempfer, who really does say it best. It seems like each and every day we reach a new unprecedented level to this investigation and to this storyline. But once again, the latest news, the FBI warning of a rise in violent threats against law enforcement in the days after the FBI executed that search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate. We've officially passed the 7:30 mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to continue to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here, including the latest international news. We can report to you all that another group of U.S. lawmakers has officially touched down in Taiwan and will meet with the leaders of Taiwan. All of this just 2 weeks after Nancy Pelosi made her way to the island. And we can report today that China is staging more military drills near the Taiwanese border as a result of this latest visit. We do have our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff covering this story for us. Let's listen in.
On 7 p.m. local time, and they're there to discuss various issues of mutual interest, including U.S.-Taiwan relations, security, trade, and climate change. Democrat Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts leading this delegation. He's joined by Democrats House members John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California, Representative Don Beyer from Virginia, and Republican Congresswoman Amua Amata, a delegate from American Samoa. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs accompanied photos with a tweet that read, "We thank the like-minded U.S. lawmakers for the timely visit and unwavering support." It's interesting, we haven't seen the same immediate reaction out of China as we saw in Speaker Pelosi's visit. Despite the island democracy being self-governed, Beijing claims Taiwan as their territory and objects to any official contact with foreign governments, particularly high-ranking leaders like Speaker Pelosi. And since the speaker's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry says China has sent missiles, warships, and warplanes into the seas and skies around Taiwan, some crossing the midpoint of the Taiwan Strait and continuing well beyond when China said drills would end. President Biden cited concern over China's response earlier this month, and Pelosi's trip did not have the official backing of the White House, but it did earn bipartisan support. Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger weighed in, saying she wished today's surprise visit included more than one Republican.
I'm part of the China Task Force, and I didn't get an invitation. It'd look a whole lot better, just like the speaker didn't take any Republicans. If they had advised us, we would have been willing to go and talk with them and talk to their leadership about the trip.
The delegation will depart tomorrow to continue on into their larger visit through the Indo-Pacific region. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that update. We can report that China's military said it carried out more exercises near Taiwan today as a group of U.S. lawmakers visited the Chinese-claimed island. The 5 U.S. lawmakers, as outlined there by Alexandria Hoff, touched down in Taiwan yesterday and are meeting today with the leader, the president of that island. We are monitoring rising tensions between the United States and China. China's growing influence in and around the U.S. is raising national security concerns. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has this story from the Pentagon.
The Pentagon says it's a national security issue
5 years ago, Panama, under pressure from Beijing, quietly shifted its long-term policy of recognizing Taiwan, severed ties, and now only recognizes China. That same year, a Hong Kong-based company bought and took control of 2 ports on either end of the Panama Canal. America's top general, who oversees U.S. Southern Command, issued this warning.
I worry about they look like civilian companies. They're state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability if they needed that too. It looks like, again, they're investing. I look at it as extracting.
6% of the world's commerce passes through the canal each year. 66% of cargo traffic that begins or ends its journey at a U.S. port passes through the Panama Canal. $270 billion worth of goods will pass through the century-old waterway this year. A recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies raising alarm bells about China's rising influence on America's doorstep.
China's increasing interest in Panama is something the United States needs to pay attention to. So if we had a conflict in the Taiwan Straits or a conflict in the South China Sea, and it started to escalate, one of the areas that where China might look to escalate and cause trouble would be to close the Panama Canal.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, on a visit to Brazil to meet Latin American defense ministers, added his concern about China's ongoing Belt and Road Initiative, designed to take control of key infrastructure around the world and make countries dependent on Beijing.
With Beijing eyeing the Panama Canal, it is notable the U.S. has not had an ambassador assigned to Panama since 2018. The Senate has refused to vote on President Biden's choice for the new U.S. ambassador to Panama since her confirmation hearing in May. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And thank you to Jennifer for that update. Today also marks 1 year since the Taliban gained control of Kabul, reasserting their rule over Afghanistan. That chaotic takeover accelerated the botched U.S. withdrawal that capped off the longest war in American history. Despite the Taliban's promise of change, the terror group has quickly reverted back to its old ways. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he's in Afghanistan with the latest details.
The Taliban declared that tomorrow will be recognized as a national holiday, marking the day they took control of Afghanistan. The wounds from that time period at Kabul's international airport remain fresh, with thousands of American allies still trapped in the country. But now the population must adjust to life under Taliban control. Protests erupted over the weekend in Kabul as women here call for work, bread, and freedom. You can see in this video dozens of demonstrators, though they were quickly dispersed by the Taliban, who fired shots into the air and used sticks to beat people. Women here must now be covered when in public and may not go out alone at night. Additionally, most teenage girls are unable to study in secondary education. One of the organizers of Saturday's event spoke to Fox News. Here's her response when asked how many times she's been threatened by the Taliban.
Many and more times, not 1 or 2 times, more than 10 times. I have all their messages, their voice messages. I have the sounds and all the proof. Last time when they called me, they sent a picture of my son and told me that if you don't stop your protest, we will target your son.
Despite Taliban members patrolling the streets, the security situation on the ground here remains tense. There was a bombing yesterday that wounded multiple people, and threats from organizations like ISIS-K remain high. What we've encountered so far is fear and anxiety from Afghan civilians. They don't know what comes next, but they do know their country has been set back decades. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News. The Taliban declared.
And that was the latest update from our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst. We'll continue to monitor that situation over in Afghanistan as well, just as we continue to monitor the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine that has officially hit day 173. Hard to believe that we have reached this level of this war, but today we can report that the ship carrying grain to Ethiopia has officially left Ukraine. All of this does come on the same day that we are looking back at the devastation on this eastern Ukrainian town as Russian rockets launched to this portion of the country have left people in shock and property in utter ruin. Look at that devastation on your screens. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan, she has the latest details from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Fighting once again continued outside of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky issuing a harsh warning to any Russian troops using the facility as a shield or shooting at it, saying that they themselves will be considered special targets.
The occupiers are trying to intimidate people in an extremely cynical way, using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They actually cover themselves with the station to fire at Nikopol and Manganets.
Ukraine this weekend striking Russian supply routes, troops blowing up bridges in Russian-occupied territory near Kherson. Ukrainian officials today also claiming to have shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Still, Russian forces continue to advance inward, taking more and more territory in the Donbass. Attacks this week striking Ukraine's military headquarters in the east, the town of Kramatorsk. Rockets targeting the town have wounded more than a dozen and killed at least 3 people.
Everything was turned into ruins. I had always looked after my home, and people always were glad to see it. I put all my efforts to take care of it. And what happens now? Do I have forces and funds to rebuild everything?
And in the south, Russian forces also targeting the already hard-hit city of Mykolaiv. Strikes in the last day killing at least 1 person. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that update. From Ukraine out to Jerusalem we go, where we want to get you up to speed on a breaking news situation in Jerusalem. Americans are among the 8 injured in a bus shooting in Jerusalem over the weekend. We do think that a suspected Palestinian gunman reportedly opened fire at a bus near Jerusalem's Old City. Our Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan, she has more details on this story.
In a gun attack on a bus in Jerusalem. The attack happened in the early hours of Sunday morning. The shooter targeted a bus transporting Jewish worshippers from the Old City of Jerusalem. The vehicle was stationary at the time, parked near to Mount Zion, just outside the Old City walls. The suspect has been named as Amir Sadawi, a 26-year-old Palestinian from East Jerusalem, who authorities say was a lone attacker. Police also say this individual later turned himself in. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides, confirmed Americans were caught up in the shooting, tweeting that he was, quote, deeply saddened to confirm that Americans were injured in this attack. I've spoken with the families and will keep them in my prayers, continuing to monitor the situation. Now, 2 of those victims are said to be in a serious condition. One is a pregnant woman. This attack comes just a week after violence flared in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes targeted militants there. There is now a ceasefire in place, but tensions remain high. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
And thank you to Kitty for that update. We do want to bring you up to speed on some stateside stories. A man has shot and killed himself after driving into a barricade at the U.S. Capitol over the weekend. Capitol Police say this man drove into the barricade around 4 o'clock Sunday morning and left the car before it went up in flames. He then pulled out a handgun and started firing random shots into the air as he walked toward the Capitol. The Capitol Police Chief says when officers approached him, the man shot himself in the head and died at the scene. Chief Top, we do have an update from the police chief here to play for you, so let's listen in.
Just after 4 a.m. this morning, a vehicle collided with a barricade on East Capitol Street at 2nd Street. The vehicle burst into flames. The driver exited the vehicle, and the driver began walking down East Capitol Street toward the Capitol. He took out a handgun, began firing that gun indiscriminately, and he fired it a number of times. As he crossed across 1st Street, our officers were responding. They had heard the gunshots, and Capitol police officers were responding. As he got just onto the east front of the Capitol property, one of our officers observed him put the gun to his head and shoot himself.
And that was the latest update from the chief of police. We'll continue to monitor this situation here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to a live look from D.C. out to New York City we go, where we are monitoring the latest situation after another bus of migrants has arrived in New York City from Texas this morning. We did bring you those live images here on the show, and more migrants cross into the southern border into the United States. More buses are gearing up to bring them to northern cities. This is an initiative by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he has more on this story from New York City.
Good evening. This morning, just before 7 a.m. in Midtown Manhattan, a migrant bus with 31 people on it arrived here in New York City. And once again, as we've seen in recent days, an official in the mayor's office of immigrant affairs was there to greet them. Take a look at this video. You once again see Commissioner Manuel Castro welcoming migrants to New York City. And he's again blasting Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says Abbott is not a man of good character. And he continues asserting that migrants are being held against their will.
This is doesn't seem like a voluntary situation where people are being refused to get off the bus. Again, people are being asked to sign documents under duress. They don't know what these documents are. In general, people are confused.
Now, Governor Abbott's office is strongly denying that accusation, providing this statement to Fox News that reads in part, quote, "These migrants willingly chose to go to New York City, having signed a voluntary consent waiver available in multiple languages." Now, this comes after 89 migrants arrived in New York City on Friday morning between two buses, which means in total, under 400 migrants have been bused to New York City in the past 9 days. Governor Abbott says he's doing this to force the Biden administration to finally acknowledge the crisis at our border. Commissioner Castro says the mayor's office is in constant contact with federal officials and is hopeful that more help is coming soon. Now, of course, the other city where migrants are being bused is Washington, D.C. Governor Abbott's office confirms they've bused 6,800 migrants to that city in the past few months, and we know that Mayor Muriel Bowser is renewing her request for National Guard support to deal with the influx of migrants in that city. Meanwhile, here in New York City, the mayor's office confirms they're expecting another bus of migrants to arrive tomorrow. Reporting in New York City, I'm Nate Foy, Fox News.
And we can report that another bus has arrived this morning. We did bring you those images live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this story for us since the very beginning as well. Let's touch base with our Fox 5 New York's Morgan Mackay.
The city is scrambling to provide resources for the thousands of migrants arriving in New York. But adding to this confusion, Texas Governor Greg Abbott allegedly forced the bus companies transporting asylum seekers to sign a non-disclosure agreement forbidding them from communicating with the city on when they will be arriving.
We know they've been arriving to Port Authority late evening and early mornings. And so we're there with a group of volunteers. It's concerning that we're losing people along the way if they have immigration appointments here in New York.
Testifying at an emergency city council hearing, city officials are still struggling to answer exactly how many migrants, including children, are currently living in the city. They say they first noticed a jump in migrants seeking shelter in May. Officials believe that over 4,000 migrants have arrived since then, with about 100 people now applying at the city's intake sites per day. But the city's shelter system is already overwhelmed. Immigration Affairs Commissioner Manuel Castro confirming they will be opening up 11 hotels for asylum seekers, and they will be designating a new shelter just for migrants.
We are very close to opening a service center to be able to provide and centralize all the services that they may need.
Commissioner Castro also testified that some asylum seekers were given the wrong shelter addresses when leaving Texas, leaving some to wander the streets of New York City. New York is a right to shelter city, which means that the city is legally required to provide transitional housing for those looking for a place to stay. But officials admitted that at least 4 migrant families in mid-July spent the night at a PATH intake center, which is illegal in New York. Officials insist this only happened on this one occasion, but the Legal Aid Society say they are investigating numerous reports.
We continue to monitor to make sure it doesn't happen again. If it becomes a recurring problem, we're going to have no choice but to intervene.
Governor Abbott pushing back on claims that migrants were sent to the city against their will. City council members will be holding an emergency hearing on Tuesday at 10 a.m. to discuss this influx of asylum seekers. Reporting outside the Port Authority bus terminal, I'm Morgan Mackay, Fox 5 News.
And thank you to Morgan for that update. We'll continue to follow this story here on Alive Now from Fox. We also want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to R. Kelly's second trial. Jury selection in the second federal trial against R&B singer and convicted sex offender R. Kelly is set to begin in Chicago today. Our Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has this story.
Disgraced R&B star R. Kelly, who was a convicted sex offender, has long been trailed by accusations of using his fame to systematically sexually abuse young fans, including some children. Legal experts describe this new trial in Chicago as a sort of do-over trial of his 2008 state child pornography case in Chicago. In his 2008 trial, R. Kelly was accused of having sex on video with a girl no older than 14. She did not testify during that case, and R. Kelly was acquitted. The big difference in this new Chicago trial is that girl, who is now in her 30s, is expected to take the stand.
This trial is really about setting right something that had been wrong. It goes all the way back to 2008, and the story that this indictment tells is of an effort, an orchestrated effort by him and his co-defendants to lie and obstruct and secure an acquittal where there should have been a conviction way back in 2008.
Based on court documents, prosecutors will likely argue that R. Kelly rigged the 2008 case by threatening the young girl's family against testifying and paying them off not to do so. Prosecutors also say R. Kelly had sexual contact or sexual acts with the girl on the video and 4 others who ranged in age from 13 to 14 years old to 17 years old, and they're accusing him of conspiring, intimidating, or paying some of them and their families to falsify, destroy, or conceal materials that would prove him guilty. R. Kelly faces 2 conspiracy counts, including obstruction of justice. Meantime, R. Kelly has said that his accusers are lying and maintains that he has not broken any laws.
There's a lot of drama in that, and in this trial, we're going to see several witnesses who are going to tell what we all can expect will be some pretty troubling stories.
R. Kelly was already sentenced to 30 years after he was found guilty in New York on multiple counts related to sexual abuse, including racketeering and sex trafficking. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And we will bring any live feeds that come into our newsroom once that jury selection does begin here on Alive Now from Fox later on this morning. Health officials believe monkeypox could actually be spreading into new groups as the Biden administration takes steps to stay ahead of the spread. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he has the latest on this story from New York.
As the U.S. works to contain the widespread outbreak of monkeypox, the CDC reports more than 11,000 confirmed cases across the country, but experts believe the true number could be even higher. The primary demographic affected so far is men who have sex with other men. That's led some to believe the virus is a sexually transmitted disease, which is not the case.
Sex is a route of transmission, but it's not the primary route. It's really skin contact, prolonged skin contact.
Vaccines are currently prioritized for those in high-risk groups, but the FDA this week approved a new injection method to address a nationwide shortage of doses.
This means that 1/5 of the original dose needs to be used. This will help medical providers stretch out the limited vaccine supply that we have.
The Biden administration has declared monkeypox a public health emergency. They've also moved to ramp up wastewater testing to stay ahead of the spread.
Better data means we can focus our resources where they are needed most to stop the spread.
Experts believe the vaccine will be more widely available to the general public sometime next year. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And thank you to Nate for that update from the latest in monkeypox news to the latest when it comes to polio. As tourism continues making a comeback in the nation's largest city following the pandemic, health officials in New York are warning everyone to make sure they are up to date on their polio vaccines. Our Fox News' Ted Lindner has more.
Health officials in New York warn that polio could be spreading across the Empire State after confirming the virus that causes it was detected in New York City wastewater on Friday. This comes after the first U.S. polio case in almost a decade was reported in nearby Rockland County late last month after an unvaccinated 20-year-old man contracted the virus and suffered paralysis.
While most people who contract polio are asymptomatic, in severe cases it can cause paralysis, which is what happened to this individual who was not vaccinated.
The virus was also recently detected in wastewater in Orange County, New York, north of Rockland County. Both counties have lower rates of childhood polio vaccinations than surrounding areas. New York State's health commissioner now urging every adult and child, especially those in the New York metro area, to get immunized against polio if they aren't already. The CDC says the virus is highly contagious, with roughly 1 out of 4 infected people developing flu-like symptoms. It can spread through person-to-person contact, especially through small particles of an infected person's feces.
If that person were to go to a water park, if they were to go to a pool, if they were to swim in a pond, if they were to be around other people not washing their hands well, this means that we have polio in the community.
Health officials are investigating the origins of the polio virus samples in wastewater, warning it's possible that hundreds of people in New York have already gotten it and are unaware. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
We'll continue to monitor this story out of the Big Apple as the week progresses. It's 7:56 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are just 1 minute shy of the 8 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on the top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. This morning, a bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security and Federal Bureau of Investigation, otherwise known as the FBI, was sent to law enforcement agencies warning of increased threats following the FBI's execution of the search warrant at former President Donald Trump's Florida estate. In the days since the warrant was executed, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have seen an increase in violent threats against law enforcement, judiciary, and government personnel, including a particular threat to, quote, place a so-called dirty bomb in front of FBI headquarters. General calls for civil war and armed rebellion have also increased in recent days on social media, and we do want to bring you up to speed on all of the latest fallout as a result of this FBI search warrant that was executed on former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate a week ago today. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has the details from Washington.
As Washington tries to figure out what led to last week's surprise raid of President Trump's Florida estate, Republicans are calling for the FBI's affidavit for the search to be made public.
The Justice Department, now that they've done this, that they show that this was not just a fishing expedition, that they had due cause to go in and to do this.
A search warrant released Friday revealed that Trump had at least 11 sets of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, including some that could be in breach of the Espionage Act.
The judge looked at this and said, yeah, there's evidence, enough evidence to warrant a search warrant to go in there and retrieve those documents that are of high national security classification. These are the nation's secrets.
It appears to be willful on the president's part. The keeping of these documents after the government was requesting them back.
Several former Trump aides told the Wall Street Journal that it wasn't uncommon for Trump to bring documents to Mar-a-Lago when he was president. Not everyone agreed with the practice. The whirlwind of events comes as Trump mulls a potential 2024 bid. Some believe the raid will end up working to the former president's advantage.
This week it was actually a win for Donald Trump. It seemed to motivate his base and people rushing to his defense and feeling as if he was being picked upon and martyred. But I don't think, we've seen the end of the story yet.
Trump allies have painted the raid as a politically motivated attack from the White House. The Biden administration maintains it was not involved in the decision and that the Justice Department acted alone. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
President Joe Biden has not spoken out directly about the FBI's decision to execute this search warrant, but we did get brief remarks from Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, in her latest briefing. She also touches on the latest situation in Taiwan as tensions rise between Taiwan and China, and also the latest domestic issues, including the Inflation Reduction Act that was successfully passed by the House. So let's listen back in.
That those investigations should be free from political influence, and he has held that commitment as president. I want to also remind you all of what he said on January 7th of 2021 when he then nominated Merrick Garland to be the Attorney General, and I quote, "We need to restore the honor, the integrity, the independence of the Department of Justice in this nation that has been so badly damaged." And so many former leaders of that department in both parties have so testified and stated that. I want to be clear to those who lead this department who you will serve. You won't work for me. You are not the president or the vice president's lawyer. Your loyalty is not to me. It's to the law, the Constitution, the people of this nation to guarantee justice, end quote. So I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
And just lastly, does the White House or the President believe it would be helpful, both domestically and signal that sense abroad, for the Department of Justice to be more open about the reasons for that search warrant, the underlying evidence there?
Again, this is not something I'm going to comment on today or from here at all. This goes to the Department of Justice, and that's where I refer you to.
Right. Thank you. The President this morning stressed that the CHIPS Act will create jobs, will grow the economy, but when will Americans feel the impact of this legislation? When will this law impact supply chains? When might prices go down because of this?
So Secretary Raimondo actually spoke to this a little bit, and the department is already taking steps to set up the office that will implement the bill. And so we'll have more details on that soon, but we are working hand in hand with private companies who are already announcing new investments here at home because we passed this bill. We had said for many months that we needed to send that signal for companies who were making decisions by the end of the summer. So by passing this, and now the president signing this, we have sent that signal. So you see companies working on that, private companies. So Intel is going to break ground on next-gen semiconductor factories in central Ohio in early fall. So that is certainly a step forward. Micron is announcing a $40 billion investment in memory chip manufacturing, which will create up to 40,000 new jobs. And Qualcomm and Global Foundries are announcing a new partnership, including $4.2 billion in chips manufacturing. Qualcomm will increase U.S. chip manufacturing by up to 50%. Just giving you a little bit of already what's happening, and we'll have more specifics on when we'll see a direct effect.
And on this rate, I understand you're underscoring the independence of the Justice Department, but just politically and in terms of the optics of this, are you concerned at all about how it looks for the Justice Department to be investigating and raiding the home of the former president, who may very well be the current president's rival in 2024?
Again, we're just not going to comment on any ongoing investigations from here.
And to Republicans who say it reeks of politics?
Look, I'll say this. The president and the White House learned about this FBI search from public reports. We learned just like the American public did yesterday, and we did not have advance notice of this activity. President Biden has been very clear from before he was elected president and throughout his time in office that the Justice Department conducts its investigations independently. He believes in the rule of law, and what we are a nation of law, and we defer any incoming on this particular incident yesterday to the Department of Justice.
Follow up on that, Green. Republicans have said that they will probe this raid if they take over the House or the Senate after the November elections. What's the White House's reaction to that?
Again, I'm just not going to comment on any reaction to what happened yesterday. We are going to refer any incoming to the Department of Justice.
Okay. But that's not really about DOJ. It's more about what might be coming your way if the election does not go your way.
That's a hypothetical, and I'm just not going to entertain it at this time.
And another topic, the House is meeting on Friday to vote about the Inflation Reduction Act. Assuming that they go ahead and pass the bill, what are the president's plans for signing it?
No plans at this moment to share with all of you. As you know, there's an enrollment process. It takes some time before the bill can get signed. Nothing to share at this time on what that looks like. So we just are looking forward. We are grateful for what the Senate was able to do just a couple of days ago, and we are looking forward to the House passing it so that we can deliver for the American people.
And then I'll come back. Just to follow up on the Republican criticism of this search warrant that was executed on Mar-A-Lago, does the president believe that the Justice Department acted accordingly here?
That is not. I'll say this again. That's up for the Department of Justice to decide. It is when it comes to the criminal investigation, it is independent, and they make that decision.
And has the White House been told whether or not Attorney General Garland signed off on the search warrant himself?
We learned about this. The president learned about this just like you all did through the public reports. And we learned about this just like the American people did.
So you don't know whether or not Garland signed off on it?
I don't have anything more to share. So like I said, we did not know about this, and we have not been briefed on this. We learned about this just like the public, just as you all were reporting it through the public reports.
And on the president's agenda, how does he plan to use the string of wins that he's had lately and that Democrats have had lately to turn it into a sense of momentum, not just for his own low approval ratings, but also to help Democrats in the midterm elections?
So look, what we have seen this past week, and I would argue the past 18 months, has been a president who has a legislative success, more legislative success than any modern president. If you think about the American Rescue Plan, if you think about the bipartisan infrastructure law, if you think about what's going on with chips, what's happening with the Inflation Reduction Act we are grateful for, and it looks like it's going to be passing out of the House in a couple of days, and so much more. Burn pits, all of these successes certainly is something that the president has talked about for many years. If you look specifically at the Inflation Reduction Act and those components that are incredibly popular, when you think about how the American people feel about these, about lowering costs, energy costs, lowering premiums, healthcare premiums. These are things, and especially the Medicare to be able to negotiate, these are things that Democrats have been fighting for 34 years. And special interest groups have said no and have not allowed, congressional members to work really hard and pass bills to lower those costs for American people. And finally, what we have seen this week is a win for the American public. And so the president, the vice president, cabinet secretaries, congressional members are certainly going to be out there talking to the American people, talking about these wins for them that we were able to work together on. And so that's what you're going to see in the upcoming weeks. And you have congressional Democrats right now in their districts talking about this particular bill and others, CHIPS as well, and in their district, and talking about how they were able to deliver.
And does the president think he'll get a boost from this?
I mean, look, I think our focus is always on delivering for the American people. This is a president who has been in office for some time. A lot of the components that we have seen delivered are things that he has fought for since he was a senator. And when you think about lowering prescription drugs, that's something that's incredibly personal to him. And that's what matters. What matters right now is the work that we're doing, which are very popular. The components, the legislation are very popular with the American public, and that's going to be our focus. Yeah, Steve.
The archivist said in a letter to the Justice Department in February that classified material apparently was taken from this building down to Mar-A-Lago in Florida. What's the president's reaction to that general notion?
I'm not going to comment further from here from what I said. This is a criminal investigation that the Department of Justice is running, and I leave it to them to speak to it.
The president is the original classification authority. All of it stems from him personally. He has no specific reaction to the way that classified material was apparently handled in this case?
Again, this is a criminal investigation that the Department of Justice is independently running. We will leave it to them to speak to this.
Once more on this question of the general reaction to what has happened since yesterday. Does the president feel that the FBI's legitimacy in its decision-making, the way that it handled this, is on the line now?
The president has been very clear. I read his quote from when he, on January 7th in 2021, when he nominated Merrick Garland, and how he felt the importance of not politicizing the Department of Justice, the importance of having that independence. And so I leave the quote that I read to all of you just moments ago to you.
Separately, the president visited, well, we know that the Speaker of the House was here visiting with the president today. Did they discuss the Speaker's visit to Taiwan?
I have not seen the president since the event, so I can't speak to that at this time.
Thanks, Corinne. Do you consider Donald Trump to be a political rival of President Biden?
I'm not going to speak to that from here.
Well, you talk about Trump all the time. So do you consider him to be...
I don't talk about Trump all the time.
Ultra MAGA, you guys were criticizing his handling of COVID last week. You've mentioned his January 6th response a couple days ago. So can you say, based on all that, I didn't say anything about Mar-a-Lago. I'm just asking you if you consider the president to be...
I'm saying from here, I'm not going to comment on that.
Does the president still want to think that he would be very fortunate to run against Trump in 2024, like he has said before?
Again, I'm not going to comment on...
It's just a quote from the president. In the next election, I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Does he still
All I
think
can tell you, Peter, is that the president intends to run in 2024.
Is there a concern here that if you guys don't say more, then these Republicans who are accusing this White House of weaponizing the Justice Department, weaponizing the FBI, that's going to become the public sentiment? If you guys don't say once and for all, we are not doing that.
First of all, we're just not going to comment on the Department of Justice investigation.
Okay,
we're just not going to comment on that.
Is this White House weaponizing the Justice Department and the FBI against political opponents?
The president has been very clear from before he was elected, very clear on this. Hold on. Throughout his time in office.
I heard the quote. We will be playing the quote tonight at 6 o'clock. Is this administration weaponizing the Justice Department and the FBI against political opponents?
Peter, the president believes in the rule of law. The president believes in the independence of the Department of Justice.
That's a yes or no.
No,
is
that
the
is,
White House.
no, it's a yes or a no for you. I'm answering the question. You may not like it, but I'm answering the question. And I'm answering the question and I'm telling you that we are not going to comment on a criminal investigation. The president has been very clear. I laid out what his thoughts were back on January 7th in 2021 about how he saw the Department of Justice. And I'm just going to leave it there. We're not going to comment from here, from this White House, on a criminal investigation that is currently happening.
And just one more about the Inflation Reduction Act. Who around here decided that Americans were crying out for more interaction with the IRS?
I don't understand your question. You have to say more.
Do you think it's going to be popular when the 87,000 new employees hired by the IRS go around and start auditing people to pay for the Inflation Reduction Act?
So it's very clear. The IRS commissioner was very clear on this. He said that on the record that this will only apply to those earning over $400,000. The commissioner said, and I quote, "These resources are absolutely not about increasing audit scrutiny on small businesses or middle-income Americans, as we have been planning our investment of these enforcement resources is designed around Treasury directive that audit rates will not rise relative to recent years for households making under $400,000. So this is focus on those who are corporate wealthy tax cheats that congressional Republicans wanted to defend. That's who they wanted to defend. They wanted to defend those corporate tax cheats. This is not about that. This is not about folks who make less than $400,000.
So no new audits on anybody making under $400,000
No.
a year?
Very clear. No. Hey, Monica. Welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you very much. Former Vice President Pence called on the Attorney General to provide a full accounting of the FBI search at Mar-A-Lago. Is that something the White House would support?
I'm not going to comment on I'm not going to comment on this. I'd refer you to Department of Justice.
And has the president spoken with the Attorney General today?
I'm just not going to speak further on any conversations. There's no calls for me to preview. Just not going to comment on any ongoing criminal investigations.
When it comes to student loans and the current pause on the payments, they're set to expire at the end of the month. A lot of borrowers told us that they feel they've been left in limbo, making it difficult to plan financially. Is there any update on that expected? When can they expect that? And would it possibly just be another extension, or what else is on the table?
So the president spoke to this when he was asked, I think about 2 weeks ago, about the student loan and his decision. He said by the end of August. So we're still kind of at the beginning, getting into the middle of August. So when he's ready to make that decision, we will let you know.
And what would you say to the borrowers that these 3-month extensions are making
I'll say this, and we have been very clear on this. Like, the president understands how student loans could affect a family, and how the pressure of that can really be a lot and put a lot of weight on a family's purse or economic situation. So we understand that. He is going to make his decision on this, and when he has something to say, we will share that.
And just finally on Ukraine, what is the White House understanding of the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant?
Which power plant?
Zaporizhzhia.
I spoke to this yesterday during the gaggle. Basically, what we said then is that what I said yesterday is, like, we continue to closely monitor the situation. The ZNPP, the Department of Energy, and the National Nuclear Security Administration report that radiation sensors are continuing to provide data, and thankfully we have seen no indications of increased or abnormal radiation levels. We also are aware of reports of mistreatment of ZNPP staff, and applaud the Ukrainian authorities and operators for their commitment to nuclear safety and security under trying circumstances. Fighting near a nuclear plant is dangerous, and we continue to call on Russia to cease all military operations at or near Ukrainian nuclear facilities and return full control to Ukraine. For our part, we will continue to support the efforts of the International Atomic Energy Agency to fulfill its technical safeguards mandate to assist Ukraine with nuclear safety and security measures across its nuclear facilities.
Okay.
Korean. President Biden is scheduled to leave town for South Carolina tomorrow. Can we get any details on how long he'll be away on vacation, what he'll be doing?
I don't have more to share on that. I'm sure as the days go by, we'll share more about what the timing will be. I just don't have anything for you to share at this time on his schedule.
And would he, I know you spoke this before, but would he come back from that to sign the reconciliation bill?
Well, first we're gonna work closely with the House to get that passed in the next couple of days, and once we have more to share, we will share his schedule if that changes.
Can you talk at all about the CPI data tomorrow? What your expectations are? What you guys are looking at?
Yep. So as you know, the president has the president's number one priority is to making sure that we lower costs for American families. That's what we have been saying the past couple of months, especially as it relates to inflation. We laid out our plan on what that would look like. So we haven't seen the data yet for tomorrow. We know that gas prices have fallen. I just listed that for 56 days straight to below $4 nationwide. And we hope those gas price declines will factor into the CPI inflation data. And because of that, because of the work that the president has done these past several months, as I just mentioned earlier, we have seen a decline, a steep decline, a decline that we haven't seen in more than a decade, saving families about $100 a month. But again, we haven't not seen those numbers yet, and so we'll see tomorrow what that holds. Okay.
Hey, thanks, Kareem. A question about the Affordable Care Act. Does the White House plan to respond in any way to the Kelly v. Becerra lawsuit in Texas, which threatens provisions around preventive care?
Not going to respond to any lawsuits from here. Okay. I'll come to that.
I know that you've spoken about conversations, or not commented on any conversations today with the Department of Justice, but would the White House now rule out any briefings moving forward as this investigation continues, given the accusations around any sort of partisanship impacting the investigation? I guess.
Can you say more?
Sure. Yeah. The question being, is the moving forward, will the president or anybody from the White House be engaged in any briefings with the Department of Justice over this search or the investigation?
When it comes to a criminal investigation, that is the Department of Justice to investigate and deal with. We give them their independence on that.
But not clarifying whether or not there would be any sort of briefings, whether any briefings would be made between the Justice Department and the White House, and whether they would be made public if.
No, I mean, this is not again, they're independent. We are not involved in their criminal investigation. That is not something that we do here. We give them their independence when it comes to that, and so we leave it to the Department of Justice. So any particulars, any specifics on what they're going to do next, or anything into that fashion, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
I want to ask about student loans just one more time. The way this was described previously in reporting and just in conversation about even in this room is around cancellation and a possible extension when it comes to a decision being made before August. And the president has said that a decision would be made before August. Is it possible that decision is just limited to whether or not there is an extension or not, and cancellation or any sort of relief is left for another time?
So when it comes to the pause, I know there's the pause and the cancellation. We haven't made a decision yet, so I'm just going to go to the pause first. The Department of Education will communicate directly with borrowers about the end of the payment pause when a decision is made. So again, no decisions have been made. When it comes to the cancellation, look, I just said the president understands firsthand the burden that student loan has on families. It puts on families, and we're just going to continue to assess our options for cancellation. So no decisions have been made on that yesterday, and the president has made clear he'll have something before August 31st.
And would any decision impact public and private students of both public and private?
I'm just not going to get into specifics. Once we have more, we'll share that with all of you.
Okay. Thanks, Karine. Homeland Security announced yesterday that it is ending the Remain in Mexico policy. So just wanted to see if the White House has any reaction to that. Also, I'm wondering too if you can talk a little bit about the timing of this decision. The Supreme Court ruled in late June, that the administration had the authority to eliminate the program. So I'm just wondering what took so long. Did the president want it to be done earlier?
So, so as we have said before, the Migrant Protection Protocol, MPP policy under the prior administration was flawed, it was inhumane, and it was ineffective. Now that the lower court's order requiring us to continue the policy has been lifted, that happened just yesterday. The Department of Homeland Security has restarted.
Inflation is coming out tomorrow. Another question on that. So you've pointed out that gas prices are not falling. You said the government spending won't really affect inflation going forward. So then has the American people seen inflation peak, and is it now coming back down?
Look, what I can tell you is I explained CPI. We haven't seen a number yet. We've seen the gas prices come down in the past 56 days, which is because of the work that this president has done. We hope to see that is reflected in CPI, so we will see what that looks like tomorrow. As it relates to inflation as a whole, what I can speak to is the work that we have been doing and what we have, the plan that we have put forth, including making sure the Federal Reserve has their independence to make sure that they can do the work that they're doing and they have the strongest monetary policy to work on those things. And it matters that the Inflation Reduction Act is going to looks like it's going to pass. It matters because we have 126 economists, both on the right and both on the D side, Republican and Democrats, who have said it is going to help fight inflation. That is important, including 5 Treasury secretaries, also Democrats and under Democrats and Republican administration. So that's going to be incredibly important, and we're just going to continue doing the work. Yes, gas prices came down by $1 per gallon, but we understand that there's more work to do, and we're going to continue to do that. We leave any data. I'll leave that. We'll see what the data looks like.
The Intel CFO says that they don't expect to see the money until the end of 2023. So then the jobs the president is promising from this act, will they then have to wait till 2024 as the money cycles through?
Well, I mean, I was kind of clear on this, and we have been for the past several months, and I said this moments ago. One of the things about passing the CHIPS Act and now signing into law, as you saw the president do today, was sending that signal to private companies that we were going to take action to make sure that investments were happening here, right? To make sure that manufacturers were staying in America, and that we were able to make sure that we were doing the work that our country needed to do to make sure that we're leading across the globe. And so that sent a signal to private companies, and that's why I was able to lay out what Intel is going to do, what Micron is going to do, and Qualcomm and Global Foundries.
When will we see those jobs?
Well, I think we'll have more to share. This is the question that I kind of gotten, like when are the American people going to feel the impact? We'll have details on that very soon. In the meantime, we're taking steps to set up the office to get this done as quickly as possible. But I think what's important here is that this commitment that we have made, again, CHIPS bipartisan, very important. Both Republicans and Democrats came together to get this done, shows a very loud message to private companies that we want to make sure that we are investing in America and also can compete across the globe. Okay, Sebastian.
Thank you, Corinne. So I'm not asking you to comment on the Justice Department side of this, obviously, because I know your answer. But politically, is the president, who's the country's leader, is he confident that he has a plan to address the way that a lot of Americans, maybe even a very large number of Americans, are being told and may now believe that Donald Trump is being persecuted, that the deep state's coming after you, that the IRS and the FBI are corrupt, all this kind of stuff? This is really believed, apparently, by really a lot of people. He's the leader of the whole country, as he often says. Does he have a handle on this?
Your question is still asking me to comment on what's happening, right? By me answering it is still asking me a question to comment on it. Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to stick to what I've been saying, is that this is a criminal investigation that's independent to the DOJ, and we leave any inquiry, any questions about what is happening to the Department of Justice. Okay.
Thank you, Karim. One on NATO, one on Ukraine. The President urged remaining 7 NATO members to complete ratification process for Finland and Sweden, as he said, as quickly as possible. What is desired time frame when he wants other leaders to complete the process by the winter, by the end of the year? And what's his message to those leaders of those 7 countries, including Turkey?
So we don't have a timeline to share. I think what you were hearing from the president is his strong support, clearly, from not just from him, but from Congress, from Americans, about how we support this expansion, this ratification that we saw today with Sweden and Finland. As I just laid out, he spoke to both of them. I hopefully have put out a readout by now, so you'll hear directly from us on how those conversations went. And so, we're going to continue to work with our allies and partners to strengthen defense and deterrence, and to avoid to strengthen that defense alliance. It's one of the strongest that we have seen in modern times, and a lot of that is because of this president's leadership. And so we're going to just continue to make sure that we make our voice clear. But I don't have a timeline to share. The president speaks to his to the NATO members very regularly, as we read out to all of you. But this is an important day. We think this is a very important day for NATO as we continue.
On Ukraine, there has been a series of explosions at a Russian Air Force base in Crimea. It's not clear yet what happened, but I'm wondering if you consider Crimea a legitimate target for Ukraine when they use US-provided weapons.
So we are supportive of Ukraine's efforts, as you know, to defend its sovereignty and territory integrity. As we have said many times from here, the fight has been in the east and the southwest of the country, and it's far from over. We have warned this could be a long and protracted war. We will continue to ensure that Ukraine can push back against Russia's unprovoked aggression, and that's going to be our focus.
So is it a legitimate target or not?
Say that one more time.
So is the Crimea a legitimate target for Ukraine when they use US-provided weapons? Because in the past, Pentagon seems to try to convince Ukraine not to use US-provided weapons to attack Russian territory.
So I don't have anything else for you on this. I'm saying to you that we are going to continue to support Ukraine as they're fighting for their freedom, as they're fighting for their sovereignty, against a brutal attack from Russia.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corinne.
I'll come to you. Go ahead, Jane.
I know you said that you haven't seen the president since the bill signing and his opportunities to speak with Speaker Pelosi about her Taiwan trip. Presumably tomorrow they have another chance at the PACT Act signing, but since you have talked with him about the trip since it happened, does he want to have a conversation with Speaker Pelosi about it, to hear what she's heard on the ground, what the Taiwanese government would want to see from the U.S. government? Is he seeking at all a conversation like that?
So one thing they talk pretty regularly, right? This is the Speaker of the House and the President. They have a friendship, they have a relationship. I don't have anything specific to read out about any recent conversation on her trip. What I can say is reiterate a little bit of what the President said yesterday when he was asked about the Speaker going, and he said, it was her right to go. Again, we're going to reiterate this. It was her right to go. There was precedence for this. As we know, Newt Gingrich, when he was Speaker, went a generation ago. And again, it does not change our policy, our one China policy. It does not change any of that. And so I will leave it to the Speaker. She spoke to this earlier today. She was on one of your colleagues' networks talking about her trip. So I'll let her speak to it directly.
Does the President agree, since you just mentioned her appearances this morning, that President Xi Jinping is a scared bully and in a fragile place?
I actually did not watch the interview, but I know she was on. I know she was on. Look, she's going to speak for herself. She is the Speaker. It is up to her to make decisions on where she will travel. It is up to members of Congress to make that decision on where they would travel. What we provide a briefing on what the geopolitics looks like in the region, in that country, the national security components of their particular specific trip. But we are not. And you've heard us say this. It is a co-equal branch of government, but also separation of powers. And she has her right to make that trip. I will let her speak to it and how she feels about it. I cannot speak for her from here.
One more on Russia. My colleagues reported today that a merchant ship carrying military equipment passed Turkey's Bosphorus Strait on the way from Syria to Russia, and I'm wondering if you can give us an update on, how concerned the U.S. is about this, but also was there any outreach to Turkish officials since it was the Turkish Strait?
We don't have anything to share on that from here at this time. Okay, I'm going to try and go to the back.
Thank you.
No, Paul, I'm going to go to Phil. Okay, I'm sorry.
The president campaigned on binding up the wounds of the country and restoring norms, and I'm wondering 2 years in if the president believes that he has made progress in restoring the American public's faith in federal institutions.
Well, one of the things that we understand and the president understands, and I've been asked this question in different variations, and it's pretty much the same. When he ran, he understood that we were in a politically polarized environment. He understand that it was going to be a lot of work to bring people together, and I think the work continues. Even in his first 18 months, there's still a lot of work to be done. But he has been able to do some things that people said he couldn't do, right? The bipartisanship on the bipartisan infrastructure law, it brought the right and the R's and the D's, Republicans and Democrats together. That was because of this president's leadership, that he was able to do that, to deliver an infrastructure investment that was historical. We were able to do that with the Chips and Science Act, bring the two sides together to get something done, to make sure that we're leaders across the world when it comes to manufacturing. And so there are things that this president has done because of his leadership. Somebody was asking me about NATO. That is also important as well. NATO is the strongest that it's been in modern times because of his leadership abroad. I think there's still more work to be done. It's not like turning the light switch on, and so we're going to continue to do the work. So there's no yes or no answer. We're going to continue to work towards that.
And then you've said repeatedly that the president learned of the news of the FBI visit to Mar-A-Lago the other day through news reports. Can you tell us anything more? Was he watching the news? Was he scrolling Twitter? Did someone in his staff flag it for him?
I can tell you this: he was not aware of the was it the Mar-A-Lago raid? I don't know what you guys are calling it before it happened. So I can tell you that did not know. He learned about it really like all of us did. I'm sure maybe someone on his team flagged it for him, but he was not aware. What I can tell you definitively and for sure, he was not aware of this. Nobody in the White House was. We were not given a heads up, and we did not know about what happened yesterday.
Afterwards, between the Justice Department and President Biden.
One question for Africa, Karim.
I'm going to come back, guys.
Thank you. Why do we always have to beg for questions? Africans deserve questions as well, Karim. Come on.
What is the latest on communications with Beijing, and are there still efforts to find a meeting for a face-to-face?
No update on his schedule on any meeting at this time. Look, we've said this many times, that we're keeping the line of communications open with Beijing. The president spoke with President Xi not too long ago. We read that out. It was more than a 2 hour and 20-minute conversation. That was his fifth conversation with the president, and on staff levels, there's an open dialogue that we're going to keep. Okay, I'll take a couple more questions. Okay, I'm gonna take. Guys, go ahead. Okay, give me a second. Go ahead.
Every time, and even when you give questions to Simon, it's because he forced. We don't need to force for question. We also deserve to have a question.
I will
Why-
get-
Do you
I
have
will get-
something against African
Go
reporters?
ahead.
On Afghanistan, Jake Sullivan said last year that there was
You
going
have
to
to
be
be
an extensive
fair.
top-to-bottom review of the withdrawal and how that went.
Can you start again because someone was yelling over you?
Jake Sullivan said last year that there was going to be a top-to-bottom extensive review on how that withdrawal went.
The hot wash.
There was some reporting today that that is not going to be ready for the one-year mark. I guess the question is, why is that process taking so long? What has been the holdup there?
So I know you're talking about the hot washing specifically. So the update that I can give you from here is that departments and agencies have begun their independent after-action reviews of the operations at the end of the U.S. Military mission in Afghanistan. And again, once those internal reviews are done, we will have an opportunity to look at the full picture. Once they're done, we will give you the full picture in a way that will help inform future operations. Department and agencies will share lessons learned consistent with operational and classification security. It's just still underway. Once we have that, we will share our lessons.
So that's a wait on like agency level, department level. You haven't, White House hasn't received any.
From what I understand, it's the department and agency levels.
There's no set timeline for when that's.
Don't have a timeline for you on this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I
Go ahead,
have a
Andrew.
question, Kareem?
Thank you. Adjacent to the news of the day from yesterday, since the news of the search of former President Trump's home became public, there's been a lot of reporting on chatter among extremists online about the possibility of violence, people talking about Civil War II, et cetera, et cetera. The president put out a domestic violent extremism strategy last year. Is the White House in contact with the Justice Department, DHS, or other departments about preparing for possible violence as a result of this?
So we've been very clear, and so our message is this, that the president and this White House, there's no place for political violence in this country. People have the right to raise their voices peacefully, but we would strongly condemn, as we have many times from here. The president has condemned any efforts to plan violent behavior of any kind, and so we would ask Americans to remain peaceful in this time. Again, this is something that we condemn. I don't have anything more to share about the particular policy that you're asking me about. Go ahead, right behind.
Thank you, Corrine. Can you speak to the importance of the Inflation Reduction Act reaching Black and Brown communities, which we know they make up a disproportionate share of poverty rates and pay more in energy costs? And to what extent will the administration ensure that it's implemented equitably?
So clearly we have to get this passed. We're going to work very closely, as we have been, with Congress to get this done, because this is incredibly important, and we want to make sure we deliver this for the American people. I think if you look at how prescription drugs are going to go down, because Medicare will be able to negotiate with companies, that is, with pharmaceutical, that is going to be incredibly important, right? When you think about brown and Black communities are spending, and not just them, but you think about Americans across the board that are spending so much money, our seniors, just to get that vital drug that they need just to live their everyday lives. That's going to have an impact on brown and Black communities, we believe. And when you think about utility bills coming down because of this investment that it's going to make in lowering energy cost. And so those things are going to make a difference. When we think about the ACA premiums, that's going to keep our lower cost on health care. That's going to make a difference in communities as well. And so when you think about the president's economic plan more broadly, it's always been about making sure that it is economically fair, that we don't leave anybody behind. We talk about building it from the bottom up and the middle out. We want to make sure that no communities feel like they're being left behind. And so that has always been part of the president's agenda, and you see that here with the Inflation Reduction Act as well. Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay, thank you, Karin. I know you said you don't really want to comment on an ongoing investigation, but what time did the president learn about the raid on the raid yesterday?
I don't have anything more to share, Simon. I've said all that I can about the topic.
Yeah, and also you said that the president believes in the rule of law. Does he believe in the rule of law when it comes to the former president or even his son?
I'm not going to comment anymore on both of the topics that you just mentioned. The Department of Justice is independent with their criminal investigation. The president has been very clear on that, and I would refer you to Department of Justice on those two topics that you just brought up.
One final question from me.
Sure.
The secretary is in Africa. Yesterday he unveiled the new U.S. strategy for sub-Saharan Africa, but that strategy doesn't have any step to show how the U.S. will counter China or Russia in Africa. And why is that?
So I could say this. We want to make sure that one of the things that we made sure about this, our strategy, it had a different approach on a unique approach on about how we are doing it. So we seek to engage not only government leaders, but a wide range of African and U.S. stakeholders, such as youth, business, civil society, and the diaspora. As you know, there's going to be a summit here in December 13th to the 15th. And so that's something that I want to make sure that is said as we're headed to the summit in just a couple of months. And our relationship as it relates to Africa, we believe is incredibly important. I just laid out what the secretary talked about. So we want to make sure we're reinvigorating and modernizing U.S. partnerships across the continent, building substantive reciprocal partnership with African governments, institutions, and public based on the principles of mutual respect, equality, and other shared values, and strengthened by our long-lasting historical and cultural connections. So we want to make sure that our commitment is there. There's going to be many issues to talk about for the summit, and as we lay out our our strategy for Africa, it's going to be about national security. We'll talk about COVID. We'll talk about food security, and we'll talk about other items as well. That's going to be important to both global challenges. That's going to be important to African nations and also the U.S.
If I can ask you this last question.
We got to move on. We got to move on. No. We got to move on. Way in the back. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the CHIPS Act signing today, with semiconductors primarily being manufactured right now overseas in East Asia, what message does this send? Does the president want this to send to China specifically at a time tensions are high?
Look, the president talked about this in his speech as well. He mentioned the importance of being competitive in that competition. This is why this CHIPS and Science Act is so important. So we show that we are committed in investing in us, in Made in America, and committed in making sure that we have manufacturing that's happening here. As you mentioned, chips and semiconductors. As you mentioned, even our national security. Strengthening our national security is going to be important in chips. Strengthening our supply chain is going to be also important as we look at chips. So look, it doesn't stop us. Even the escalation that we're seeing, and that we are being very clear about with how we're communicating on that piece as well. But we also have to continue to do the work of the American people. We have to make sure that we're delivering for the American people, and that's what this shows. It's going to create jobs. And it's going to create those important chips when you think about the automobiles, when you think about the smartphones, all of these things that's going to be important in lowering cost for the American people. And so that's our message to the American people, is that we're going to make sure that we deliver for them and lower costs and create jobs at the same time.
More on inflation with numbers coming out, wanting to get more detail about what the White House is prepared to do to help families on a fixed income who are still struggling.
Look, that's top of mind for this president. We talk about that, pretty regularly. How lowering costs for Americans is so important. How lowering costs for Americans is critical. We understand what is happening. The president personally understands what's happening around the kitchen table and the conversations that people are having about how are they going to put food on their table. How are they going to put gas, gas in their car? That's why one of the things that we have been talking about and working on with the gas prices coming down the last 56 days matters. It gives Americans a
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the latest update from the White House, talking about a wide range of issues, including, of course, that FBI warning of a rise in violent threats against law enforcement following that massive FBI raid on Trump's Florida estate in Mar-A-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. We do want to step away from this and bring you another story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you live out to Oslo, Norway, at this very moment, where we do have several Nordic prime ministers from Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, as well as Iceland, and of course Norway, holding a joint press conference again in Oslo, Norway, speaking about their aspirations to join NATO. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
In terms of challenge, and also how we can seek necessary cooperation on key issues such as climate change, a very useful round of discussion. We have also agreed to promote cooperation on healthy marine ecosystems in the Nordic oceans. We had an excellent presentation from leading scientist Even Moland from Havforskningsinstituttet, who gave an overview of the state of affairs in the waters around the Nordic countries. We are united by waters. And I think the message from the scientists is that we have critical work to do to restore habitat, restore fish, restore species. The good news is that that is possible. So when efforts are put together, we can succeed in turning deterioration towards something which is more sustainable. We've also discussed work on green shipping. The very important task of contributing with more renewable energy into the European energy mix. We have been discussing what we all face in our countries today, increased inflation, especially from energy, and how cooperation on new energy forms and exchange between the countries, where we look after our energy security and look for cooperation, can take us forward. So this has been a useful round. After this press conference, we will be receiving the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, and then we will have an opportunity to discuss European security from the security policy point of view, but also energy and climate point of view. So this is a brief overview of our discussions. And then we'll go by alphabet, as we have learned, so it will be the F first, Finland. Sanna Marin, please.
What about
Oh, Denmark. I also always think of the Kingdom of Denmark, so that is K. No, we will start with the P. Please, Mette.
Thank you so much, Jonas. There are so many things happening in our world at the moment, and therefore a very strong cooperation between friends and neighbors it is extremely important. And of course, what we have been discussing today is primarily the security situation. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has marked a new reality for European security. We have to stand even stronger together in Europe and also in the Nordic region. When we discussed defense today, it was against the backdrop of Sweden and Finland's joining NATO. They are very strong allies of all of us. And asking me, NATO will be much stronger with the two Nordic countries as members. And in Denmark, as you now know, we have decided to fully participate in the European Union's common security and defense cooperation. This is also an opportunity for the Nordics to play a stronger role, both within the European Union and in NATO. Putin's use of gas as a tool to weaken the rest of us, to weaken Europe, demonstrate fully that energy policy has become now a security policy as well. And our answer has to be very clear. We have to phase out Russian gas as soon as possible. And therefore, the green transition and the question about renewables is more important than ever. We have to speed up offshore wind. We have to build and we have to coordinate the necessary infrastructure within the Nordic region with the rest of our European continent. We need more infrastructural answers like energy islands. We have to move faster with Power to X, and we have to approve projects much quicker. And the reason why I'm just underlining these things is that you cannot today have a discussion about European, the situation with security within Europe without also having a discussion about energy and climate change. And therefore, once again, Jonas, thank you for a very nice and good meeting where we have exactly discussed those two subjects, the situation on security and how we are able within the Nordic region to speed up the green transition. So once again, thank you for hosting us today.
Sanna, please. Finland.
Well, thank you, dear Jonas, and thank you for thinking me first. But we are, of course, very happy to be here in beautiful Oslo today. I'm so pleased that we are here together. 2 years is a long gap for our tradition of summer meetings, too long gap, and I'm very happy that we are here today together. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine totally changed our security environment. We discussed today ways to make Russia stop its aggression. We must continue our support to Ukraine. We have to be strong and we have to be united. We also need to make an extra effort on the global level within the United Nations and bilaterally. Our message to all our partners and friends in Asia, Africa and Americas is that it is not okay to look close eye on Russia's war. Finland and Sweden will soon join NATO amongst Norway, Denmark and Iceland. Denmark has joined the EU's defence cooperation, and this is part of the same picture. We can look our security together. I want to warmly thank Norway, Denmark and Iceland. You took the lead within NATO in the ratification of our membership. And of course, I also want to thank my dear colleague Magdalena for the good cooperation that we have had during this year. Today we also discussed more informally the role of China and ways to act together as Nordics when our common values are challenged. We need closer cooperation among democracies while we must keep our multilateral institutions strong. It was very important also and timely to share views among us on energy and the green transition. I believe that we agree on moving away from fossil fuels. We must increase the use of renewables and other clean energy sources. This has to be the long-term solution to the energy price crisis that we are now facing. The sharp rise of fossil fuel prices was caused by Russia's war. This is Putin's doing. It creates an even stronger initiative for investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency. And finally, I want to warmly welcome you to Finland, my dear colleagues, in person to the 74th session of the Nordic Council. The Nordic Summit with Nordic Prime Ministers and Head of Government will take place 1st of November. I look forward to welcome you all to Helsinki.
Thank you, Sanna. Then, Katrin, if my alphabet is right, it's Iceland.
Thank you, Jonas, and thank you, Jonas and Norway, for hosting us. Maybe the Nordic cooperation has never been more important for us when we're going through these very testing times, coming out of a pandemic, and then another crisis hits us, which is the brutal invasion of Russia in Ukraine. And of course, the war has had devastating consequences for the people of Ukraine. I would like to underline Iceland's support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people and the importance of showing solidarity. The war has had far-ranging consequences for the security situation in Europe, and we see, as my colleagues have mentioned, food security and energy security threatened. As you all know, we have ratified the application of Sweden and Finland in NATO, and we think that these two deep-rooted democracies will be a very important addition to the alliance. Now, we have also talked about the importance of Nordic cooperation when it comes to hybrid threats, cybersecurity, and as you know, Iceland is a country without a military, but we sincerely hope that we can add some value to our cooperation in these fields, which have a very broad-ranging effect on all our daily lives. We also talked about the ocean, a topic very close to my heart and all Icelanders. There is a very strong need for a holistic, sustainable approach when we talk about the ocean. We see actually that the climate crisis is having a very severe effect on our oceans. I could talk about the acidification of the ocean, but also the rising sea levels. Ocean affairs are actually crucial to climate action, but they're also crucial to feeding the world population. And I think, therefore, we can't just look at it as an environmental issue. They are vital for economic and social development and a just transition. Finally, a short note on energy transition. Of course, as you know, Iceland relies on hydropower and geothermal power. Hopefully, wind power is becoming the third pillar for our energy production. But we talked specifically also about carbon capture and carbon binding technology. But as the latest IPCC report shows, carbon capture and storage will have to make a significant contribution if we are to reach our goals. We are working on this in Iceland with a company that's actually pumping carbon into the ground, turning it into a stone through a completely natural but accelerated process. And I think this technology, alongside with other Nordic initiatives, will not only help us, the Nordics, to achieve our climate goals, but will have importance for the rest of the world. And I think actually that Nordic cooperation will be vital to achieve even better results in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrin. Magdalena, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Jonas, for hosting us here in Oslo today and letting us visit this fantastic museum. And first of all, I want to join you, Sanna, in expressing our deepest gratitude to our neighbors, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, for processing our applications in record speed. You were among the first 5 NATO members to ratify our accession. And I also would like to reply on thanking you, Sanna, for the close cooperation we've had during this spring. And we're very truly lucky to have such good neighbors. And as Jonas said, this is a historic meeting because this is the first time that we meet since we reached invitee status in Madrid. So I'm very happy to be here today. With Sweden and Finland as NATO members, the entire Nordic regions will be part of the Defence Alliance. And of course, this gives us an opportunity to further strengthen and deepen our security cooperation. And in doing so, we can enhance the security for our countries, for our citizens, but of course also for all NATO countries. And this will be important because, I mean, we have to face reality as it is. Europe will never come back to the situation we were in before the war. We are in a different place, and this will be a defining time or defining moment in history. How we act will be written in the history books, and to me it's very clear we have to keep our unity and we have to support Ukraine, and we cannot let Russia win this war. But it's also clear that security is more than about military capabilities. Russia's war in Ukraine also sharply highlights that we have to strengthen our societies and protect them by accelerating the green transition. And here the Nordics are in the forefront today in the ongoing green revolution. And as we have discussed today, we are able to do more together. And to me, it's very clear that we do have together the possibility to show the world that it is possible to combine the green transition with economic development and jobs. And I think as role models in that respect, I think we can incentivize also other countries to follow our way. Thank you.
Now we open for questions. We start with Danmarks Radio. Please use the microphone on row 2. And please present you and also say whom your question is directed to.
Hello, my name is Rasmus Bøtcher. I'm from Danmarks Radio. I just want to know if you can be a little more specific on what came out of this meeting today. I just read the statement on security. It says you want to explore opportunities for enhanced political cooperation, etc. It's a lot of buzzwords, but what specific difference will it make for the people in the Nordic countries, especially in the light of the new political situation in Europe? And I will get an interview with you afterwards, so let me ask the Norwegian Prime Minister.
Well, let me start on that. I mean, there is a ratification process going on, so we respect that. So once Finland and Sweden are inside NATO, the process is formally through. But we believe it is right now at this stage, because we have something to build on, as I said, to ask our ministers of defense, foreign affairs, and our defense officials to go through the whole list of what it means to run a national defense. Because the way we normally run a national defense is that we have a national defense, we have bilateral agreements with allies, for example, the United States, and we have NATO as an alliance inside which we work. In between that, there is a Nordic dimension. So how can we cooperate on the way we plan our military, the way we train our military, the way we deal with our other allies, the way we buy equipment, and the whole field when there are no obstacles to what our cooperation can be? We will start that work now. I believe that is going to make our countries more secure, more integrated. And, you know, among the Nordics, we are very informal. We can initiate that through a meeting like this. We don't have to make big international treaties and sign them to do that. We can build on that to move forward. That's point one. Point two, we all struggle with increased energy prices, which for a number of reasons can be explained, but the main driver is that the war on Ukraine has taken a lot of gas out of the European energy equation. So we all have to deal with that country by country. We have different energy systems, but there is one answer in the long run that is going to take us forward, and that is a very rapid, accelerated production of renewable energy. And that may come from land wind, from ocean wind, from solar, and from hydrogen and other mechanisms. As Mette Fredriksen sometimes says, the Nordics can be a showcase for this. Denmark has been leading on ocean wind for many years. The Icelandic Prime Minister told about CCS, carbon capture and storage in Iceland. We do that in Norway. We all have experiences in green shipping. We are leading on the value chain on hydrogen. So in the Fit for 55, reaching our climate obligations, the Nordics, one by one, will do that because we are obliged to do it. But if we unite in some of our efforts, we can get there faster. And it will be good for our industry, good for jobs, and probably good also for taking inflation down, because we can get more energy, which will get prices down. Finally, what is important for the Nordics, when we have been discussing oceans and the life in the oceans, we all struggle with very important challenges coming from acidification, from warmer water, from stocks of different species which is being depleted. But what the scientists tell us that if you do the right protective measures, they can come back. You may see coastal cod again. You may see lobsters coming again. You may see the value chain coming back. This is important for our citizens. It's a part of recreation. It's part of what is important for our natural environment. So at a meeting like this, we can agree to move forward on science, research, and measures we take. So I have rarely been to a Nordic meeting where we have been so close on critical issues for people's security and people's lives. And if you add a doses of Edvard Munch on top of that, you have a very complete mix of what is important in life.
Next is Helsingin Sanomat.
Hello, I'm Elina Kervinen from Helsingin Sanomat in Finland. To continue on this previous question, this is to Prime Minister Marin, and maybe one of the older NATO countries, maybe Norway as a host, can also reply. I know you haven't taken any concrete decisions today on this, but now when Finland and Sweden join NATO, how will the Nordic NATO look like? What concrete changes in the defense cooperation or division in labor on that front do you see? If you can think out loud a bit, even if there's not like concrete decisions yet? Thank you.
Well, of course, we share the same security environment. And when we look today, once again, the map of Nordic countries, we can see the different perspectives of our security environment. And it's very important to notice that we actually can make the whole alliance stronger as Nordic countries. Finland, of course, has good military capabilities when we enter NATO. Sweden has very good capabilities when it comes, for example, production of military material. So we will strengthen the whole alliance. We are not planning like this formal kind of Nordic bloc within NATO. We are all NATO countries. When Finland and Sweden's ratification process will continue and will finalize, we will all be NATO members equal. But of course, we share very similar kind of values, perspective of the future. We are very strong democratic countries, but we are also countries that can secure the northern part of Europe and also the Arctic region together. So I think we will strengthen the whole alliance once Finland and Sweden will be part of NATO. We will be full part of NATO.
If I may add to that, I think from a defense point of view, seeing all countries inside NATO with the same rules of engagement and how we plan and operate creates a number of opportunities that did not used to be there. Geography does not change. So Norway, for its part, will still be an Arctic Barents-looking state. We are next to the Russian nuclear arsenal up in the Kola Peninsula. We have a long tradition in following that, understanding what is going on. And then Finland with its long border, Sweden and the Baltic dimension, Iceland in the Atlantic, and Denmark at the inroad to the Baltic. These countries coming together and say, you know, how can we look at the complementarity of the way we plan our defense forces has a huge potential. I would say, in addition to the 5 perspective, obviously Norway, Sweden and Finland, being border neighbors in the north, have specific issues to address in terms of training, having an overview of the strategic situation and maximizing the way we work. If you put together the capacity of the air defense of Norway, Sweden and Finland in the north, it is a very capable force. How will they operate? Will they operate as 3 independent, isolated units? They don't operate like that today. They have training together. But if they maximize that training, it will give us greater security. And let me just end by saying, if Russia is listening, the Nordic region is a threat to none. We are looking after our security. And we are safer in that security when we are secure together, also with the transatlantic link. So that is why I think, correctly put by the Swedish and Finnish Prime Minister, that this will enhance Sweden and Finland's security, but Finland and Sweden will also bring enhanced security to NATO with their capacities. And I think also when we go to NATO meetings at different levels, being 5 Nordics gives us an extra belonging. And then we are not a bloc. We don't want to be a bloc because we want to be cooperating closely with the rest of the alliance. But I think that kind of cultural belonging that we have in the Nordic region for the first time in modern history is very important.
Iceland radio, please.
My name is Gísli Kristjánsson from Icelandic Radio, RÚV. And I would like to ask Katrin, is the Icelandic government prepared for increased military activities in and around Iceland?
Yes, I think so. As you know, we have defense capacities in the southwestern area of Iceland, in Keflavik, where we have had both submarine surveillance for years, but also we have had air forces patrolling the sky from Iceland. Obviously, we are going to see more traffic in these capacities in Iceland. So I think actually what we have been doing, we have been supporting that infrastructure for the last few years before the invasion of Russia and Ukraine. And as I mentioned earlier, we have now also decided to increase the funding for other parts of the infrastructure, specifically cyber and cybersecurity. So yes, I think so, but obviously it is the goal, as Jonas said, to keep this region a stable and secure region, a peaceful region. That is our goal. We are not a threat to anyone, but we will, of course, do everything we can to preserve that stability and security for our citizens.
Next is Tete from Sweden.
Yes, I'm Lars Larsson from the Swedish news agency TT, and I have a question for Jonas Gahr Støre, mainly, and I would also appreciate a comment on my question from the Swedish and Danish Prime Minister. Jonas Gahr Støre, in an interview the other day, you launched the idea of limiting export of electrical power from Norway if the situation in the Norwegian grid is critical and the power generated is needed in Norway. Could you elaborate on that? When would that be? And a comment from the Swedish and Danish Prime Minister, would you be fine with Norway limiting export of electrical power to Sweden and Denmark?
Thank you. We've had exchange with interconnectors for about 60 years. First with Sweden, and then gradually with other Nordic neighbors, and since 1990 very integrated in the Nordic, and we've had it also then with Germany, with Netherlands, and with the UK. And the point being that when we had surplus in Norway, we could export, and when we had needs in dry years, we could import. That was a basic equation. I believe that is still a necessity. If we look ahead, we're going to need a lot more of capabilities of exchange because we're going to bring in a lot of new renewable energy in the grid. And we know renewable energy from wind and sun is not a regulated force because there may be days without wind and days without sun. So it means that we will have to have a very sophisticated development of the grid in Europe as a whole. Norway's point has been that Norway's water reservoirs is the key to our energy security. They follow a sequence during the year of level of the filling of these reservoirs. They may be high in one part of the year and they go lower and they go higher again. In the south of Norway now, they have been under normal low. So we have sent a message to energy companies that they have to give priority to filling up ahead of the winter the levels in these magazines. This is now being respected and it's happening. But what we have seen is that there can be situations where those levels get so low that you may say they are critically low. And at that moment, we should have the opportunity to say that we have to stop production and export in order to safeguard the level of filling. Now, that is important for Norway because this is the integrity of our power system. And we have to protect that integrity. Any nation, any state has to do that. It's even of great importance to our partners. Because if you imagine that you would see that those reservoirs went all empty, that would be a disaster for Norway, would be very bad also for our neighbors. So we are taking this as a precautionary measure. We're going to develop a mechanism that if these levels get critically low, we will be able to regulate so they get back into a normal standard. And I believe that every state has to look after, as I said, the integrity of the energy system. We have explained this to our partners, and I think it has been understood. And then we wish to see that there is exchange. You know, I can just remind you that the last 2 weeks we were importers of electricity to Norway because of these levels that we've had in our water magazines. And it just adds again to the dimension that we rapidly need to bring new renewable power onto the grid. And as the Danish Prime Minister said, and I think we all agree, and we will exchange ideas on how we can shorten the period from applications to realization of new renewables. But Magdalena and Mette, you're invited.
Well, I think it's important to put the light on the fact that the electricity is going in both directions. Sometimes it's going from Sweden to Norway, sometimes from Norway to Sweden, sometimes from Sweden to Finland, and then sometimes from Finland to Sweden. So it is flowing in both directions, and I mean that's how a common electricity market functions. And with, just as Jonas said, with more renewable energy, it will be important to have a common market because the possibility to store energy is not as big as it is with non-renewables. So we need a common electricity market, and we need it to function. And I think number one for all of us is to build more production of energy. We need more electricity, and it's very obvious with the Russian war on Ukraine or the Russian gas reduction of gas supplies, but also for the green transition. So I think number one focus for all of us is to build more renewable energy.
I think you, Jonas, have been giving an answer to the concrete situation in Norway, and I agree with both you and Magdalena that this is another showcase of how fragile we are in Europe, because we are in lack of energy because of the situation with the war in Ukraine, and therefore we have to simply speed up our capacities in production, innovation, building the necessary infrastructure and so on. So we will be less fragile in the future. But I think we have had a good explanation about the concrete situation.
But is the idea of a common market cutting exports to other countries?
No, I don't think that's the principle of a common market, no. I don't foresee this situation in the short term, but I think it is a security precaution. So this mechanism will be developed. I cannot see, it will not something which in the immediate future. But again, it is in nobody's interest, not Norway's interest, and not our neighbors' interest to see these reservoirs go empty. We cannot let that happen. And we've been far away from that in the past. We have been living with low levels, and they go back to high levels. But if you combine a couple of dry years with the extraordinary situation now emerging in Europe with the fallout of gas, you illustrate that the situation can be more critical. So we take the measures to handle that situation were it to arise. But I don't see that, as an immediate issue, and it would be something that would have to be considered very carefully. And we do it in full transparency, and we inform our neighbors and partners.
Last question goes to NTB from Norway.
My name is Kenneth Haug. I'm from the Norwegian news agency NTB. Just to elaborate a little bit on the question asked by Helsingin Sanomat, the 5 countries here enter NATO as this new Nordic bloc with widely different backgrounds and widely different positions, particularly with regards to relations to Russia. So, for example, Norway has had relatively strong cooperation with Russia in the Barents and has a relatively small standing army, whereas Finland has a large standing army, in part based due to historical experiences with Russia. And I would just like some elaboration on how these starting points are going to mesh with regards to strengthening NATO and strengthening the Nordic position in NATO in particular.
Well, if I start, I think we all have our own strengths. Of course, Finland has a long border with Russia, with aggressive neighbor that is attacking European country, Ukraine, as we speak. So, of course, we have to make sure that Finland also in the future have good military capabilities, and we are actually strengthening as we speak. We have put more money in our military budget. We have made very heavy investments, for example, new fighter jets, and we are preparing to invest even more in the future, because if we look at the reality, we have aggressive neighbor and we cannot be naive. Actually, we have to be stronger together and be more prepared for the possible threats of the future. But as I said, it's not our thinking that we would form this kind of bloc within NATO. We are working within NATO now as close partners tomorrow, in the future, as members of the alliance. We are working together with others, but of course, as Nordic countries, because of the geography, because of our common history, we are of course also preparing to deepen our defense possibilities, as Jonas told very goodly. the discussions that we have today. But we are now preparing for even close cooperation. But that doesn't mean that we would form this kind of bloc that you mentioned. But we are working closely together and even closer in the future.
If I may, you said we had different visions. I don't agree. I think our vision is pretty similar. 3 of us were at NATO in Madrid, and we expressed our common vision with the other allies. Where you are right is that we come from different geography and historic backgrounds. So being a neighbor to Russia is a geographic fact. How that has been in history is very different. So I have deep respect for Sanna Marin's Finnish brave nation with Finland's history being a neighbor. When I meet Prime Minister Kallas from Estonia, I have a deep respect for being a neighbor called Estonia with her history and of that country. So we are different, and Norway has its history. The strength of NATO is that you pool these experiences together. So you sit around that table and agree, so what is the measure we should take as a transatlantic community? And that's why I believe, although we are not a bloc, and it is not in our instinct to be a bloc, but the voice of the Nordic brand, I would rather say, will be strengthened with Sweden and Finland. And such experienced multilateral countries and governments as Sweden and Finland have, we will have a stronger, I think, contribution around that table. And that is politically very important. You know, what you vote in terms of budget and defense is key and the core of defense. But in the political policy making, it's very important to have those voices around the table. And that will be a great strength for NATO.
That ends this press conference. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you live out to the shot of the White House and also a look at some of the top stories we are following today. If you just look over to the side of your screen, you can see what we are following today. We do know that a group of U.S. lawmakers are visiting Taiwan as we speak, as China responds with more military drills near the island. We also know that the FBI is warning of an increase in violent threats toward law enforcement following that massive raid at former President Donald Trump's Florida estate Mar-a-Lago. And also an update on the war in Ukraine. We know that the first United Nations shipment of grain is leaving Ukraine for Ethiopia as the country is at serious risk of starvation. But we do want to bring you back to the U.S. with some news out of Washington, D.C. We know President Biden still vacationing ahead of a busy week at the White House. The president will be signing the Inflation Reduction Act later this week once he gets back from his vacation in South Carolina, all despite heavy pushback from Republicans who say it will fuel more inflation. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more.
President Biden for the first time since he began his vacation on Wednesday. He was in a celebratory mood, looking forward to signing that bill next week with a celebration at the White House on September 6th. And he said he spent a lot of his time off working the phones.
I'm enjoying it a great deal. Good news report.
With inflation remaining a top concern for voters, White House officials have been trying to build up goodwill ahead of the midterms, saying the Inflation Reduction Act, as it's called, will bring down the cost of living, even though experts agree it won't directly impact inflation for a year or more. And congressional Democrats have been trying to connect the recent drop in gas prices to this bill the president hasn't yet even signed.
Well, we're already feeling the effects to a certain extent because we've seen gas prices come down, which has been huge.
Administration officials have been making the case that Americans should feel the impacts of this bill soon because Medicare negotiations will bring down the cost of prescription drugs and energy costs will come down because of climate investments like tax credits for electric cars and solar panels.
First of all, immediately, people will be able to lower the fuel costs in their home. There's a 30% tax credit that you can claim in 2022 for installing energy-efficient windows, heat pumps, energy-efficient appliances. That is right away. And on top of that, of course, if citizens want to install solar panels on their roofs so that they can generate their own power, that's another 30% tax credit.
But spending money on things like solar panels and heat pumps in order to save money on your electric bill is not the same thing as bringing down the cost for items that people are buying at the register, which remain at 40-year highs. In Kiowa Island, South Carolina, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for the report. After that narrow passage of, again, the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats are hoping that the legislation will give them a boost ahead of the November midterms, while Republicans say that the bill will only hurt the problem it's meant to address. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has the details.
It's not Build Back Better, but Democrats muscled through the hallmark of their legislative agenda. Democrats moved the bill against all odds with a 50-50 Senate and a nearly equally divided House.
It makes a difference at the kitchen table. And at the boardroom table, corporations will now have to, and the wealthy will now have to pay their fair share. No new taxes on families making less than $400,000 or under, and no new taxes on small business.
Republicans say Democrats scrambled to pass the bill just for the midterm election.
My friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections.
Republicans hammered the Democrats about inflation, even though the bill is titled the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's not an Inflation Reduction Act, it's an Inflation Expansion Act, very clearly so. There's nothing deflationary about the bill at all. So, I mean, right off the bat, there's a dishonest labeling technique that's happening.
Some Democrats even went beyond just downplaying inflation.
Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of costs.
Democrats are touting their legislative achievements heading into the midterms, a gun bill, an infrastructure bill, a bill for computer chips. But just because you pass big things doesn't assure political success in November. In 1994, Democrats approved key provisions of President Clinton's agenda, then lost the House for the first time in 40 years. The White House handed out special chocolate chip cookies to Democrats, thanking them for passing the bill. The cookies even included the presidential seal. Like 1994, Democrats may have approved their top agenda items, but if they lose control of Congress, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thank you for that report on the topic of inflation, money, and stocks. We do want to take you live out to the New York Stock Exchange, which just opened moments ago, about 4 minutes ago at 9:30. You can see stocks down about 173 points to start the week. Different from last week, we know that the Dow Jones climbed about 424 points on Friday. The NASDAQ jumped 267. So really, all three major indexes rallied last week to reach the first 4-week winning streak that we have seen since November. Those higher closings again last week come after that the Labor Department's new data indicating that inflation may be slowing down. So of course we are hoping for that good news. We do want to bring you an update on a new situation that we have been following from the get-go. We do know that a new group of U.S. lawmakers has landed really in Taiwan on Sunday, so just yesterday. And this comes about 12 days after U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enraged China with her own trip to the self-governing island. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts led the delegation. This trip, however, was not announced beforehand. The lawmakers are scheduled to meet with Taiwan's senior leaders to discuss relations between the two countries. The issues they're expected to discuss include regional security, trade, and investment. For more on this, let's head to a full report from our Fox News correspondent, Alexandria Hoff.
The group landed around 7 p.m. local time, and they're there to discuss various issues of mutual interest, including U.S.-Taiwan relations, security, trade, and climate change. Democrat Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts leading this delegation. He's joined by Democrats House members John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California, Representative Don Beyer from Virginia, and Republican Congresswoman Amua Amata, a delegate from American Samoa. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs accompanied photos with a tweet that read, "We thank the like-minded U.S. lawmakers for the timely visit and unwavering support." It's interesting, we haven't seen the same immediate reaction out of China as we saw in Speaker Pelosi's visit. Despite the island democracy being self-governed, Beijing claims Taiwan as their territory and objects to any official contact with foreign governments, particularly high-ranking leaders like Speaker Pelosi. And since the speaker's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry says China has sent missiles, warships, and warplanes into the seas and skies around Taiwan, some crossing the midpoint of the Taiwan Strait and continuing well beyond when China said drills would end. President Biden cited concern over China's response earlier this month, and Pelosi's trip did not have the official backing of the White House, but it did earn bipartisan support. Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger weighed in, saying she wished today's surprise visit included more than one Republican.
I'm part of the China Task Force, and I didn't get an invitation. It'd look a whole lot better, just like the speaker didn't take any Republicans. If they had advised us, we would have been willing to go and talk with them and talk to their leadership about the trip.
The delegation will depart tomorrow to continue on into their larger visit through the Indo-Pacific region. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you for that report. China's growing influence in and around the United States is now raising national security concerns. It's also prompting the Biden administration to invest millions to help bolster its regional presence. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the story from the Pentagon.
The Pentagon says it's a national security issue. 5 years ago, Panama, under pressure from Beijing, quietly shifted its long-term policy of recognizing Taiwan, severed ties, and now only recognizes China. That same year, a Hong Kong-based company bought and took control of 2 ports on either end of the Panama Canal. America's top general, who oversees U.S. Southern Command, issued this warning.
I worry about they look like civilian companies or state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability if they needed that too. It looks like, again, they're investing. I look at it as extracting.
6% of the world's commerce passes through the canal each year. 66% of cargo traffic that begins or ends its journey at a U.S. port passes through the Panama Canal. $270 billion worth of goods will pass through the century-old waterway this year. A recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies raising alarm bells about China's rising influence on America's doorstep.
China's increasing interest in Panama is something the United States needs to pay attention to. So if we had a conflict in the Taiwan Straits or a conflict in the South China Sea and it started to escalate, one of the areas that where China might look to escalate and cause trouble would be to close the Panama Canal.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, on a visit to Brazil to meet Latin American defense ministers, added his concern about China's ongoing Belt and Road Initiative, designed to take control of key infrastructure around the world and make countries dependent on Beijing.
With Beijing eyeing the Panama Canal, it is notable the U.S. has not had an ambassador assigned to Panama since 2018. The Senate has refused to vote on President Biden's choice for the new U.S. ambassador to Panama since her confirmation hearing in May. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you for that report. We want to switch gears and bring you an update on Afghanistan. Today is the 1-year anniversary. It's 1 year since the Taliban gained control of Kabul, reasserting their rule over Afghanistan. That chaotic takeover accelerated the botched U.S. withdrawal that capped off the longest war in U.S. history. Despite the Taliban's promises of change, the terror group has quickly reverted back to its old ways. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is in Afghanistan with more.
The Taliban declared that tomorrow will be recognized as a national holiday, marking the day they took control of Afghanistan. The wounds from that time period at Kabul's international airport remain fresh, with thousands of American allies still trapped in the country. But now the population must adjust to life under Taliban control. Protests erupted over the weekend in Kabul as women here call for work, bread, and freedom. You can see in this video dozens of demonstrators, though they were quickly dispersed by the Taliban, who fired shots into the air and used sticks to beat people. Women here must now be covered when in public and may not go out alone at night. Additionally, most teenage girls are unable to study in secondary education. One of the organizers of Saturday's event spoke to Fox News. Here's her response when asked how many times she's been threatened by the Taliban.
Many and more times, not 1 or 2 times, more than 10 times. I have all their messages, their voice messages. I have the sounds and all the proof. Last time when they called me, they sent a picture of my son and told me that if you don't stop your protest, we will target your son.
Despite Taliban members patrolling the streets, the security situation on the ground here remains tense. There was a bombing yesterday that wounded multiple people, and threats from organizations like ISIS-K remain high. What we've encountered so far is fear and anxiety from Afghan civilians. They don't know what comes next, but they do know their country has been set back decades. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. We do know that the lawyers for American basketball star Brittany Griner have appealed her 9-year Russian prison sentence for drugs possession. The Phoenix Mercury center and a 2-time Olympic gold medalist was convicted back on August 4th of this year. She was arrested in February at an airport in Moscow after vape canisters containing cannabis oil were found in her luggage. Griner played for a Russian women's basketball team during the WNBA offseason. So as soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And to an update on the war in Ukraine, where we do know Ukrainian forces are pressing a counteroffensive to retake Russian-occupied territory in the eastern part of the country. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has the latest from Kyiv.
Fighting once again continued outside of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky issuing a harsh warning to any Russian troops using the facility as a shield or shooting at it, saying that they themselves will be considered special targets.
The occupiers are trying to intimidate people in an extremely cynical way, using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They actually cover themselves with the station to fire at Nikopol and Manganets.
Ukraine this weekend striking Russian supply routes, troops blowing up bridges in Russian-occupied territory near Kherson. Ukrainian officials today also claiming to have shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Still, Russian forces continue to advance inward, taking more and more territory in the Donbass. Attacks this week striking Ukraine's military headquarters in the east, the town of Kramatorsk. Rockets targeting the town have wounded more than a dozen and killed at least 3 people.
Everything was turned into ruins. I had always looked after my home, and people always were glad to see it. I put all my efforts to take care of it. And what happens now? Do I have forces and funds to rebuild everything?
And in the south, Russian forces also targeting the already hard-hit city of Mykolaiv. Strikes in the last day killing at least 1 person. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out live to these feeds coming into our desk from across the country. Some views of New York City and Seattle, Washington as well. It is 9:44 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Right now, we want to take you live out to the New York Stock Exchange, which just opened about 15 minutes ago. You can see stocks opening low, falling about 54 points at this very moment. And we do want to take you out also to this beautiful view of the Statue of Liberty right now. And we actually do have New York Governor Kathy Hochul speaking in Buffalo, New York at this very moment. This live feed coming into our desk just moments ago. She's announcing plans to enhance and improve the waterfront upstate in Buffalo, New York. So let's go ahead and listen in to New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Christmas tree we had, it was a pile of mud down there. We were going to have our first tree lighting down there. We're all walking around with boots. It was kind of a cold, yucky day. It's like, is this really going to be what they're showing on these pictures? Is this possible? Can this really be Buffalo? And now when you go down there, and I have staff visiting all the time, I said, you must go visit this. You must see what vision translated into reality looks like. So we've done a lot, but now we have an opportunity to work with Erie Canal Harbor Corporation and restore over 21 more acres at Canal Side. Believe it or not, there's 21 more acres that can be developed and 200 more acres on the outer harbor. And this will be over $300 million and create over 1,000 events. This is going to be remarkable, and I'm going to explain how we're going to do this. First of all, NYPA, thank you once again. because of the brilliance of Congressman Higgin years ago to address the relicensing in a way that had a steady stream of money for Western New York's projects. But now to expedite them, let's get the impact of that money, not into 2029, but let's get it today. And I thank the board for approving it'll be $50 million, $54 million expedited money that was going to come over time. But as my team learned, as I had a conversation, they said, I'm really impatient. I don't know when 2029 is going to get here. I don't want to wait till then. $5 million a year till then. What does that really do? You combine it all together, then you have real impact, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So that builds on the $72 million that has already been distributed. So we'll break that down. We're going to be investing $10 million to rebuild Wilkinson Point. We all love it. It's a big attraction, but it doesn't quite have the amenities that it should have. New spaces for events, programming, a seasonal comfort station. Moms got to be able to take their kids into places, clean them up, wash their hands. New restrooms, seating areas, restaurants, and improved landscaping. So this will be the real epicenter of activity down in our waterfront, and we expect that to be completed. They tell me 2025. I like to shave off a little time there, but we'll talk about that afterward. Let's get that moving. We're also investing $5.8 million in the Bell Slip. This is the north of the slip. Will be transformed with more landscaping. We're going to show you. Are you showing the pictures here? And restrooms. And we're going to welcome visitors to that the new Bell Slip in 2024. There's something going to be known as a gateway building right on the canal side. You think about when we go down there, there really isn't one place where people know to get information, where to gather. We're going to be investing $12.6 million in the Gateway building, and that's going to that is going to be the formerly occupied building. It's going to be a home to canal collectors, the line boat offices. We're going to be bringing more passenger freight, passenger cruise ships to Buffalo. What a radical idea! What a radical idea! And we're going to get it done. I remember I was at a meeting of the Great Lakes governors and Canadian premiers up in Quebec, and there was a person who ran a very profitable cruise ship line, and he showed on a map all the places he was coming through. And they came through from the North Atlantic, they came through Lake Ontario, they stopped in Toronto, they came to the Erie Canal, not the Erie Canal, the Welland Canal. I don't even want to say that because we know the history. And then it goes on to Erie, Pennsylvania as their next stop. I said, newsflash, there's a place called Buffalo. And I have a feeling that people will find a lot more to do. And I love Erie, Pennsylvania, but there's a lot more to do here. But we have to have the amenities. You have to have a welcome center. You have to have a place people can take showers and be able to get off and have transportation to other places to visit. That's how you bring in people who have the means to be able to spend a lot of money on these trips. They come to Buffalo, they explore. We take them to the Michigan Street Corridor. We let them know the African-American history that's right here. They'll be able to go down to our waterfront and see our naval history and our incredible resources there. There's so much they're going to be able to see, and all we have to do is get them the connections here. So we're focusing on a site that's going to be a welcome center for those individuals as well as others. And so we're also going to be having a one-stop shop for all of our guest services right there. In public restrooms, again, public restrooms are really important, and consolidating all those. And that'll all be just in time for the Erie Canal Bicentennial celebrations, which we kicked off, which will be wrapping up in a couple of years. Also, the Buffalo River Walk. I love to walk. I ride my bike down here. I'm always checking out our opportunities here. And we're going to have a feasibility study for the Buffalo River Walk. We're going to transform that into elevated walkways, fishing piers, docks, promenades, and connect. Here's what we need to do. Connect the outer harbor with canal side. That's the missing link, my friends. We get that done, we can do that as well. And I want to thank the Ralph Wilson Foundation and the City of Buffalo for their support for this project as well. So what I just talked about is just part of what we're talking about to come through Erie Canal Harbor Corporation, $54 million to announce that. But now we have some DOT projects, and we're going to be announcing another number of projects. I've been talking to our two champions of these projects for a long time, and we're going to improve the roadways along Mile Strip, fix the waterfront Parkway, as well as enhanced safety along the Mile Strip Road area. And that's going to be part of our 5-year DOT capital plan, so that's going to be focused on as well. And that's going to be traffic calming, a new bridge, $25 million for a new bridge to beautify the landscape and the streetscape along the Parkway, along Louisiana Street, something we've talked about a long time. $25 million investment in traffic calming at the waterfront at Tiff Street, as well as design enhancement at Mile Strip Road to improve traffic signals. So again, federal money. Thank you, Brian Higgins. Thanks to the federal government, combined with state resources. This is how we're going to get things done here. We're also going to be doing something that I find a lot of fun here. And this is why we have our Commissioner of Parks here. People go down to our waterfront here and they think they're going to swim. Now we got to work on that issue, okay? I keep talking about we want to swim there, but we can't just yet because of a lot of reasons. But I said, people want to be near water. They want to feel wet. They want to cool off on a hot day. So what would be more fun than a splash pad? A big splash pad down at the state park. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I have a new grandbaby, okay? And I'm telling you, it's not. But I go down there. You know, Bill and I walked down there even just a few weekends ago just to recharge. This is where you nourish the soul when you're that close to water and you see the beauty. And yeah, we just think about that beautiful state park, and it is extraordinary. It is just incredible, and people are just playing everywhere, and kids throwing footballs, teenagers throwing footballs, and babies and playing on the grass with their parents, and kids just riding their bikes. It's beautiful. But I can imagine even more people want to come there. What another magnet this will be to have a really beautiful splash pad. And we even have this crazy vision. Maybe you put a big buffalo at the top of it, and a lot of family photos will be taken there, maybe wedding pictures, I don't know. But we're really excited about just having fun down there as well. So we'll be working on that project. And so that is going to be unfolding. We're going to get started, jump-starting on that project, and as well as creating nicer restrooms down there. I said, I don't really want to see Johnny on the spots and porta potties down on my waterfront, okay? I think we can do something about that. So we're going to have the right size restrooms to accommodate people, and ultimately have the opportunity in the next phase. We'll talk about that at another time. But I'd love to see little cottages and little buildings to have different kinds of food down there, because people really want to be able to just enjoy the whole experience, spend a whole day there. So I would say between our work with the NYPA projects, canal side, what we're doing with DOT and parks, we're bringing it all together right here, right now. And this is how we have a transformative impact on the next generation, building on the success of the past. And again, we're going to be talking about this building and what's happening there. We got some other projects. I'm not going to say it all today because we have a lot going on, but also the DL&W terminal. I want to let you know that we're working very intensely on that. To me, as someone who goes by it all the time, on land and on water, I think that is going to be the crown jewel of what we're doing down there, because it has mocked people for too many years. It's vacant, it's hollow, but you realize the grandeur of its past and how we can bring that back. And the upper floors and the outside deck, I mean, you're only limited by your imagination and what we can do there. So I do believe that as we bring people down, the residents, the out-of-town tourists, the boaters, they're going to come here and have a place to congregate that is just going to be extraordinary, capitalizing on the building itself, the location, but also the vision to have something really incredible going on inside. So this is, again, a continuation of Buffalo's comeback. I don't want to say this is the start, because we've been doing this for a long time, but this is a continuation. I'm really proud to be able to announce these 3 pots of funding sources to really get this going as well as, and as fast. Let me re-emphasize to my commissioners, as fast as humanly possible, and I know you'll rise to the occasion. So with that, I'd like to bring up Brian Higgins, who has reflections and thoughts on where we're going, and he has brought many of these projects to me from the very beginning, and today they're going to get done. Brian, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Governor Kathy Hochul, a governor who is motivated by big challenges and inspired by good people and good ideas. She continues to perform extraordinarily well on behalf of the people of New York State, and particularly the people of Western New York. Kathy Hochul has been governor for about a year. She came into the office with a place that was still gripped by COVID and scandal. It was a set of circumstances even a hero would have begged to have been spared. But she took on that job, and she took it on with courage, with competence, and effectiveness. And we are very fortunate in New York State to have Kathy Hochul as our governor. And we are particularly fortunate here in Western New York that we claim her as ours. When Buffalo first realized the settlement from the Power Authority in 2005, it was $279 million. And the settlement was structured in a way that it couldn't be used for general purposes. It had to be used for waterfront development. And it represented an inflection point for Buffalo. And keep in mind, before the pandemic, Buffalo was the talk of the nation. The Economist, the New York Times, the Boston Globe, the Toronto Sun, all did feature stories on Buffalo extolling the virtues of the new Buffalo. For the first time in 40 years, the population of young Buffalo is increasing and not decreasing. The fastest growing neighborhood in all of Western New York is downtown Buffalo. There's an excitement. In 2005, that was an inflection point, not the inflection point, but an inflection point for Buffalo. Why? Because people viewed the city differently. Our history, as the governor had referenced, was that of an old, declining, polluted area, largely framed by what the waterfront looked like. Now there are exciting new opportunities. It's youthful, it's vibrant, it's optimistic. It's creating a sense of place, a sense of optimism for the future. This is a set of projects the governor has announced that is leading the effort that will not only create good places along the water's edge, protected places to get there, a new parkway, Waterfront Parkway on Tift Street, a new parkway, a waterfront parkway on Louisiana Street. Post-pandemic Buffalo will be the talk of the nation as well, because what people have come to realize is the value of open spaces, of parks, of bicycling, and cities that are vibrant and exciting and that convey to people outside the area. I had my friend Jamie Raskin here, a great congressman from Maryland, yesterday. And he was so excited about what was going on. He said, I haven't been here in 20 years. This is a great city. It has become a great city. It's become a great city because of the vision of so many people in this room, because nobody does it alone. We do it collaboratively. We define our community in the way that we want it defined. And the governor, and her willingness to meet with people, to talk about good ideas, to implement those good ideas, and to be creative in the financing of real projects. So this is a great announcement, Governor. It's part of the vision that we have shared for a long time, but it's made possible because the circumstances have been created that underscore the viability, not only of these projects, but of this community again. So, Governor, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the good things that you have done, for the good things that you will continue to do only for the people in the state that you love. Thanks to a good and generous nation. A good and generous nation that makes this day and all of our days possible. Thank you for including me.
Please welcome DOT Commissioner Dominguez.
Good morning, everybody. I asked the governor to invoke her special powers this morning, and indeed she's provided a spectacular Buffalo morning. I know you call this normal, but we're just all really glad to be here basking in what is a beautiful city. I want to say a particular round of thanks to our phenomenal leader, Kathy Hochul. Our governor has truly not only executed on a vision, but we're all lucky that we can come to the table, articulate ideas. She's not only a collaborator, but ultimately a leader that leads from the front and brings everybody with her in a collaborative manner, and we are just so excited to be part of that amazing team. Thank you very much, Governor. And indeed, Western New York has never had a stronger advocate or a greater supporter than Kathy Hochul. Almost two years ago, I was able to join the governor here in downtown Buffalo for a grand opening of the Exchange Street Rail Station, which was just a wonderful day indeed. It's twice the size of the previous station that was there, and it's a beautiful symbol of downtown Buffalo's continued revival. It is just part of that larger vision that we're all putting together here with such great leadership. Just the station came complete with a life-size buffalo for the residents and visitors, including me. I've taken a number of pictures out there. I absolutely love it. And like the Bills in the Josh Allen era, the city is in the middle of a revival, as has been noted. Thanks to the strong leadership of our governor, Kathy Hochul, Congressman Higgins, and so many here today, you've truly invested your time, your energy, your commitment, and it shows. That long-term investment is showing. And it's also because of the great citizenry here. Everyone, locals, advocates, community members, the business sector, everyone at all levels of government truly working together to revitalize the Queen City. This is especially true of the Buffalo waterfront, where federal, state, and local partners are investing $54 million in the 3 projects that the governor outlined in terms of transportation and leveraging transportation capital. The governor talked about the $25 million enhancement to Tiff Street and Route 5, the $25 million replacement of the Louisiana Street Bridge, and a $4 million study to look at the geometric signal enhancements on Route 70 and 179. These are just a part of the investment that we're looking to make. And the bottom line is that this helps connect communities, both not only to the waterfront, but people, neighbors, right? One body of water, the Buffalo River, out to the canal side. But more importantly, it expands on this notion that the governor is executing statewide, truly reconnecting communities in every part of New York State, from the Cross Bronx Expressway to the Albany Skyway and the Livingston Avenue Bridge in Albany, to the Inner Loop in Rochester, to 81 in Syracuse, and the Kensington here. Every element of this where we expand on bike, pedestrian access is something that every member of every community can take advantage of. And thank you for your leadership in all of that, Governor. These investments complement a $40 million project further north that the state was able to complete, because we never stopped working during COVID, and that is the former Robert Moses Parkway in the city of Niagara Falls. We've really created a stunning new area in Niagara Falls State Park called the Gorge View, and it provides unhindered access to the Niagara Gorge. It gives us new recreational opportunities for walking and biking, and everyone, residents, visitors, everybody is enjoying this lovely new area. It's just a few of the examples of what the transportation dollars can be leveraged for in reconnecting communities. And just as the governor continues to make investments in Buffalo's waterfront, she's also making unprecedented investments here, and I talked about the Kensington Expressway. making available up to $1 billion that's been allocated in this year's budget to really expand on and reflect what used to be Olmsted's vision, right? But really reconnecting the community that was split apart with the construction of the 33. DOT recently held public scoping meetings on the project, and we're working really hard to address the comments that we received, but also looking at how we can continue to sustain our engagement with the community and making sure that we are in every neighborhood talking to folks. We're committed to engaging at every step in the public process in everything that we do in transportation, because that is truly the commitment of transportation in the future. The bottom line is Buffalo's a happening place. It's a beautiful city with a great waterfront, a great governor who proudly calls Western New York her home. And while you'll certainly be seeing a little bit more of me out here in the coming months as we progress the Kensington project, I just want to thank the governor again for her time, her energy, and all of our local leaders here. You guys are the ones that really we benefit from working with on a day-to-day basis. And with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague, the wonderful State Parks Commissioner, my colleague and friend, Eric Kulisade.
Look at that, the sun is bursting through the clouds right now. You know it's parks time. It is a great day. It's always a great day when you get to talk about parks and when you talk about enhancement to parks. And as the governor, and thank you, I should say, thank you, Governor Hochul, and thank you, Congressman Higgins, and thank you to my colleague, Marie-Therese Dominguez. So the governor mentioned, obviously, we're on the path towards swimming in the lake. We are going to have a splash playground and enhanced playground equipment, and because truly at some level I am the commissioner of bathrooms, better bathrooms in our parks, because that's the #1 complaint. If we don't provide good bathrooms, we hear about it. But anyway, so it's very exciting. It's very exciting. We are very happy to be constituents on the waterfront in Buffalo. These improvements are going to improve this site for the hundreds of thousands of visitors that come to this destination every year. It is a great community investment. We run programs, Ladders to the Outdoors, which is a program to get inner city kids and underserved kids out into the play to learn outdoor skills. So it's a very important park for us to lever people and get them into the outdoors. And I think that, but this is really just the beginning under the governor's leadership. We are, and the partnership with the legislature, obviously, we are looking at record capital in our parks. People don't know it necessarily, but Governor Hochul is really probably the #1 parks governor of all time. She has spent plenty of time in our parks. She knows all of our parks. She knows them better than I do in many cases. She tells me about them. And as a result of her leadership and the legislature's partnership, we have record capital funding in the coming year, which sets us up, prepares us for our own 100th birthday in the year 2024, the 100th anniversary of the state park system. That's not enough. We have a $400 million environmental protection fund, which is investments in the environment and land acquisition and all kinds of a variety of capital programs across the state. And then if the voters approve, this November, we'll have a $4.2 billion bond act to help the Clean Water, Clean Air, and Green Jobs Investment Act. And if that passes, we'll have funding for other capital projects for climate change, sustainable energy, green jobs. So really, it's been an amazing time to be in my field under this governor. And really just closing again, thank you very much. And it is just a great day for the environment, for this waterfront, and for state parks in our role on this waterfront. Thanks.
This concludes our program. Thank you all for coming.
Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. It is about 10:15 in the morning here on the East Coast, and just moments ago we have learned of an update about GOP Senator Lindsey Graham. We have just learned, according to the Associated Press, that Graham will have to testify before a special grand jury in Atlanta, Georgia. So again, a federal judge ruling today that Senator Lindsey Graham must testify before that special grand jury that is investigating whether former President Donald Trump and his Republican allies broke any laws while trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election and the election loss in the state of Georgia. So again, this is the latest when it comes to that investigation. As soon as we learn more information, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And speaking of former President Donald Trump, we do want to bring you an update on that FBI raid at his Mar-A-Lago estate. Officials with the FBI say that agents there recovered documents that were labeled top secret from former President Trump's estate, again, in Palm Beach, Florida. Court papers were released on Friday after a federal judge unsealed the warrant that authorized the unprecedented search last week. Now, a property receipt that was unsealed by the court shows FBI agents took 11 sets of classified records from his estate. The seized records include some marked not only top secret, but also what is known as sensitive compartmented information. That's a special category meant to protect the nation's most important secrets. So that warrant says federal agents were investigating potential violations of 3 different federal laws, including one that governs gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information under the Espionage Act. Now, in a statement last week, former President Trump claimed that the documents seized by agents were, quote, all declassified, that is, of course, to be determined, and said that he would have turned them over if the DOJ had simply asked. Now, Trump is saying that he has been abused by the FBI after that raid, and again, after the FBI seized several boxes of documents. Our Fox correspondent, Doug Lazader, has the details.
Today, and while we've learned more about what agents seized from the Trump's home, the larger picture here still isn't clear. Donald Trump's supporters were outside his Florida home over the weekend as the former president himself took to his social media platform, writing, "America has never suffered this kind of abuse in law enforcement." Democrats in Congress focused on the recovered documents themselves, calling for a damage assessment.
So the fact that they were in an unsecure place that is guarded with nothing more than a padlock or whatever security they had at a hotel is deeply alarming.
But was this raid just about missing documents? Some are pressing for the affidavit behind the search, even after the judge unsealed the warrant.
Part of the problem with the warrant is that it lacks particularity. I mean, this thing is unbelievably broad. It says that if you find a single document with any classification marking, you can take the whole box, and then you can take all the boxes that are there with that box.
Might this all be part of a broader investigation into the president's role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol, a matter the Justice Department and Congress are still investigating?
This has more to do with gathering documents relating to the January 6th investigation than it does with anything else.
President Biden, meantime, is still enjoying his vacation in South Carolina as the White House maintains that he has nothing to do with the investigation.
It would be inappropriate for any of us, even including the president or anyone in the administration, to comment on this.
The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, meantime, are warning about threats against law enforcement in the wake of last week's search. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And as both sides of the aisle draw their own conclusions from last week's FBI raid on Mar-A-Lago, not everyone in Washington thinks that the incident will necessarily hurt the Trump brand or even his prospects at a repeat bid for the White House in 2024. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has the details.
as Washington tries to figure out what led to last week's surprise raid of President Trump's Florida estate. Republicans are calling for the FBI's affidavit for the search to be made public.
The Justice Department, now that they've done this, that they show that this was not just a fishing expedition, that they had due cause to go in and to do this.
A search warrant released Friday revealed that Trump had at least 11 sets of classified documents at Mar-A-Lago, including some that could be in breach of the Espionage Act.
The judge looked at this and said, yeah, there's evidence, enough evidence to warrant a search warrant to go in there and retrieve those documents that are of high national security classification. These are the nation's secrets.
It appears to be willful on the president's part. The keeping of these documents after the government was requesting them back.
Several former Trump aides told the Wall Street Journal that it wasn't uncommon for Trump to bring documents to Mar-a-Lago when he was president. Not everyone agreed with the practice. The whirlwind of events comes as Trump mulls a potential 2024 bid. Some believe the raid will end up working to the former president's advantage.
This week it was actually a win for Donald Trump. It seemed to motivate his base and people rushing to his defense and feeling as if he was being picked upon and martyred. But I don't think, we've seen the end of the story yet.
Trump allies have painted the raid as a politically motivated attack from the White House. The Biden administration maintains it was not involved in the decision and that the Justice Department acted alone. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thank you for that report. And for more on this situation, again, that massive FBI raid at former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, we're going to head to a full conversation with our own Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack, who spoke with national security expert Hal Kemper. Let's listen in.
Now we're going to be joined by someone that has as much experience and knowledge with this as maybe anyone. We're joined by Hal Kemper, obviously a retired Marine Corps intelligence officer. You've spent a lot of years around these kind of documents, around the FBI, around multiple federal bureaus and different things. What can you tell us today about this search warrant that was revealed, and what are your thoughts initially on all of this that's going on right now?
Well, Andy, the search warrant basically lays out what they took, which wasn't terribly revealing, but it also gives you an indication of why they went in there. And essentially what's been coming out of this is that they were concerned about violations of the Espionage Act. Espionage Act has been around for a long time, since 1917, when World War I was upon us. The United States just simply didn't have a strong legal code for spying or espionage. Previously in the Civil War and other wars, they've been dealing with that in other ways. The Espionage Act gave that legal foundation to do that. In years since, it's been used many times. The famous Rosenberg, the two Rosenbergs that did nuclear espionage for the Russians, and then it's been used in subsequent various things. You may remember the Walkers that in the mid 80s, and then we go into the spies of the 90s and everything else. So there's been quite a few violations of espionage. It's interesting that they use that act. Now, as near as I can tell, there isn't anything yet that says that this mishandling of classified information or taking of classified information was done with any purpose of handing it off to a foreign power or something like that. So that element of the Espionage Act probably wouldn't apply. However, when in 2018, and a lot of this was because of what Hillary Clinton had done when she left office, they firmed up the laws that deal with mishandling classified information. And actually, if you mishandle classified information, and in the case of Hillary Clinton, she actually was talking about things that were very highly classified, top secret, speak at or special access program stuff, which is really you're in the equivalency of what's been talked about with what they found at Mar-a-Lago with his top secret SCI or sensitive compartmented information, the same sort of thing, that they can basically prosecute him for up to 5 years in prison, really strengthening the law in that regard. And if they did find that classified information, possibly that law might apply. The one thing I will say, though, is the president is the ultimate adjudicator of what's classified and not classified. And Trump President Trump and his at least one of his attorneys have asserted that he declassified that information. Now, there's a whole process behind that. There has to be a lot of documentation behind that to support that claim. But technically, the president is the ultimate adjudicator or declassifier of classified information. So it is somewhat of a unique legal situation.
And former President Donald Trump said that in a post on his Truth Social that he declassified. Give me a breakdown of the different types, since you're an intelligence officer, you have a ton of background, the different types between top secret, confidential, and secret, because there are several sets of each. Is there a difference between each of those?
There is. And of course, I can be facetious and say I can't talk about it because it's classified. It's not actually. That part isn't classified. But it all deals with classifications. There's stuff at a much lower level. For example, there's things that is really unclassified, for example, for official use only. It's supposed to be used for official purposes. It's not classified information, but you're not supposed to release it. And there's a series of things that are in that category where they're not technically classified like secret or top secret, but they're not supposed to be released. So there's that strata. Then you get into things that are confidential. These are things that if they are released, they potentially could cause problems to the national or cause damage to national security. Secret, which will cause problems to national security. And then you get into the top secret realm where inadvertent disclosure or releasing that information or being passed to a foreign power would cause grave damage to the national security. Then you get into what they've been talking about in this case, which is compartmented information. Compartmented information, a lot of people say it's above top secret. Technically, it's not above top secret, but it's a different aspect within that realm. And you can have compartmented information below the level of top secret as well. But what it deals with the concept of need to know. Do you really need to know that information in order to do your job? That way, not everything that's stamped, top secret is open to everybody in the government that has a top secret clearance. It compartments it. But because of the sensitivity of the sources, the methods, and I would say the content of that intelligence or that information, it is handled in a very different way. For example, if it's sensitive compartmented information or SCI, it has to be stored in an SCI facility or a SCIF. It doesn't sound like Mar-A-Lago that they were holding that information or storing it in a SCIF. I don't even know if Mar-A-Lago has a SCIF. It wouldn't be impossible for a SCIF to be at a residence of a foreign president, but I'm not aware that there is one, nor is there any indication that that was being stored properly. So that in and of itself would be a violation of regulations under federal law, and that could go to that previous thing we talked about, about mishandling classified information, with a potential 5-year prison term if someone was convicted of doing so.
And a lot of talk today also has been about the phrase, the Espionage Act, and you touched on it a little bit already, but what does that entail, and how far does both the documents and the storage of the documents entail with the Espionage Act, and how maybe rare is it to see something like this go to that?
Well, it's unusual. It's rare. You may have seen about a week and a half ago that there was a couple that was arrested in Hawaii. They said they were spying for the Russians, and originally may have been started spying for the Soviet Union. It may go that far back. We're not sure. They didn't have access to top secret information, at least as far as we know of. But they will probably be charged, depending on the evidence that's presented, with violations of the Espionage Act. Now, there's a variety of penalties that go with this, but just to kind of explain how serious the Espionage Act, how serious espionage is, it's in the category of crimes like treason, espionage, and there's a few other things where you can actually face the ultimate penalty, the death penalty, the capital punishment. That's how serious violation of the Espionage Act is. Now, there was some discussion that some of the documents, highly classified SCI documents involved or that were recovered, may have been about nuclear weapons. I've not seen a lot more other than just some references to that. I will say this. I don't know why any former president would need to have documents about nuclear weapons. I can say, as somebody who's worked with what we call weapons of mass destruction programs, that is very, very classified, very close hold, and that any inadvertent release or that being passed to a foreign power could cause enormous damage to the national security. That's just something that no other country needs to know. We have put phenomenal resources into developing our nuclear weapons. Our nuclear weapons is part of, certainly with the old Soviet Union and with Russia and some would say China today, part of our strategic deterrence program, sometimes that used to be called mutually assured destruction, which is you don't want to mess with us because we can basically obliterate your country. If another country were to find out secrets about our nuclear weapons, for example, they might think that they have enough to embolden them to try something. And I got to tell you, nuclear war is never something where you want to feel someone emboldened. You want to make sure that they are fully deterred 100%. You don't want anybody to try that. That's why what Putin is saying right now when he kind of references nuclear this and nuclear that, it's language that makes the hair on the back of everybody's neck go way up, because you don't even talk about things like that, because you're talking about potentially ending civilization if something like that happens with a miscalculation. It's one of the reasons that we don't want anything on nuclear weapons and a variety of other things, but particularly nuclear weapons. We don't want that stuff getting out there because, number one, countries that don't have nuclear weapons might use that to try and build their nuclear weapons, become a nuclear power. And frankly, we've got enough problems with the world today with countries that are not that stable, for example, North Korea, that have nuclear weapons. It really changes the strategic math in not just that part of the world, but the world in general. So if that turns out to be true, that it was nuclear weapons, it brings up a lot of questions, which is, what were you thinking when you took that with you? I'm going to be this bold. It's like, what was going through your mind that you thought you would ever need that? All right. I mean, the most I can see is you can claim extreme sloppiness in terms of not looking at what was being taken. And whereas a former president could blame subordinates for inadvertently putting stuff in there, ultimately, like any other senior executive, he'd be responsible for whatever they took.
Having said that, we have serious questions concerning the actions taken by Director Wray and ordered by Attorney General Garland to raid Mar-a-Lago and the personal residence of Donald Trump. Both of them are subject to oversight by Congress, and it is our job to ensure that they are not abusing their discretion or politicizing the powers that we have given them. Earlier this week, we requested that they disclose to our committee the national security basis upon which that they have ordered this raid. Because many other options were available to them, we're very concerned of the method that was used in raiding Mar-a-Lago and the 9 hours that it transpired while they were in the former president's home. Now, we are glad that Attorney General Garland has begun the process of releasing some of the information to the American public, and the American public deserve answers, and certainly our responsibility as Congress is to make certain that we provide appropriate oversight. They will be releasing apparently the warrant and the inventory, but it will still leave many unanswered questions. That's why our request remains that the Director of the FBI and the Attorney General disclose to this committee the imminent national security threat upon which they based their decision to order a raid upon the president's home, again, underscoring that there were many other options available to them. We believe that after the release today that these questions will still remain unanswered. We are requesting that the chairman of the committee support our request for the disclosure of this information to our committee. And we are requesting that it be backed up, if they do not comply with our request, by a subpoena from our committee. Our committee is intended to work with classified information. There's nothing that would be the subject matter of this that cannot be disclosed to our committee. And we also are the committee that deals with the issue of national security threats. And we want to know what was this imminent national security threat upon which this was based. Next, we are also very concerned about the disturbing reports that there was an informant, perhaps someone even undercover, at Mar-a-Lago or around former President Donald Trump. And today we are also sending a letter to Director Wray demanding that he disclose to us the process by which that informant was utilized or that informant was placed. What is the relationship between the FBI and the person that has reportedly been utilized in this process? Now, we have a number of members who are going to speak. Each of us come with a background in national security and issues of classified information. This is an issue that requires oversight, and we're going to continue to demand this information. At this point, I would like to turn it over to Brian Fitzpatrick.
Thanks, Mike. Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, former FBI agent. I want to start by saying, no matter what angle you're looking at this from, this is a tough time in our country. We have too much distrust in too many of our institutions that are at the fabric of our democracy, and our country simply cannot survive a perpetuation of that distrust. We got to fix it across the board. It's incumbent upon all of us to do that. Just a couple of things I wanted to address as far as like how at least I think most of us are processing what our role is right now. Going forward, number one is looking at the legal justification. So at some point, possibly today, possibly in the days to follow, you're going to see the release of both the warrant, which is a top page. You're going to see beneath that potentially a rider of items to be seized and areas to be searched. And then the property receipt that the evidence response team, the investigating agents would have filled out and returned, left a copy at the residence and returned to the court. If it's redacted, which I suspect it will be, don't expect it to glean too much other than the statute they're investigating, potentially 1924 and or others. The real story will be with the release of the affidavit itself. Which is not currently planned to be released. It is filed under seal. The prosecution does have to repeatedly go back to the court and ask that it remain under seal. There is a baseline presumption that that document be released to the public in the interest of transparency. That's what's going to tell us really what most of us want to know. Second is the tactics that were used. There is a continuum of options available to any agency that's enforcing the law, from non-invasive methods like the passive service of a subpoena with a production date and or appearance date, all the way up to the most extreme, which would be the execution of a search warrant. There's a lot of steps you can take in between. For example, forthwith subpoena, where you would show up, serve a subpoena, but demand instant production then and there. The Bureau and the
All right, everybody, we were just listening in to the latest update from GOP Congress members about that FBI raid at former President Donald Trump's Mar-A-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida. We do want to switch gears and take you live out to the New York Stock Exchange, which just opened about an hour ago. You can see stocks down about 22 points at this very moment. We, of course, will continue to monitor that and see how that improves throughout the day. We do want to give you a look at some of the top stories we are following on this Monday morning. If you take a look at the left side of your screen, you can see that a group of U.S. lawmakers, Congress members, really a congressional delegation, is in Taiwan today as China responds with more military drills following House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. We also know that the FBI is warning of an increase in violent threats toward law enforcement following that raid at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. And also, just into our desk a little bit ago, we have learned that a federal judge has ruled that GOP Senator Lindsey Graham must testify before a grand jury in Georgia that is investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We do want to bring you an update on the so-called Inflation Reduction Act as well. We know that President Biden, he's still vacationing ahead of a busy week at the White House. He's expected to sign the Inflation Reduction Act a little bit later this week, despite heavy pushback from Republicans who say that it'll actually fuel more inflation. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the details.
We heard from President Biden for the first time since he began his vacation on Wednesday. He was in a celebratory mood, looking forward to signing that bill next week with a celebration at the White House on September 6th. And he said he spent a lot of his time off working the phones.
I'm enjoying the great deal. Good news report.
With inflation remaining a top concern for voters, White House officials have been trying to build up goodwill ahead of the midterms, saying the Inflation Reduction Act, as it's called, will bring down the cost of living, even though experts agree it won't directly impact inflation for a year or more. And congressional Democrats have been trying to connect the recent drop in gas prices to this bill the president hasn't yet even signed.
Well, we're already feeling the effects to a certain extent because we've seen gas prices come down, which has been huge.
Administration officials have been making the case that Americans should feel the impacts of this bill soon because Medicare negotiations will bring down the cost of prescription drugs and energy costs will come down because of climate investments like tax credits for electric cars and solar panels.
First of all, immediately, people will be able to lower the fuel costs in their home. There's a 30% tax credit that you can claim in 2022 for installing energy-efficient windows, heat pumps, energy-efficient appliances. That is right away. And on top of that, of course, if citizens want to install solar panels on their roofs so that they can generate their own power, that's another 30% tax credit.
But spending money on things like solar panels and heat pumps in order to save money on your electric bill is not the same thing as bringing down the cost for items that people are buying at the register, which remain at 40-year highs. In Kiowa Island, South Carolina, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. After that narrow passage, again, of the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats are hoping that the legislation will give them a boost ahead of the November midterms, while Republicans say that the bill will only hurt the problem it's meant to address. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more.
It's not Build Back Better, but Democrats muscled through the hallmark of their legislative agenda. Democrats moved the bill against all odds with a 50-50 Senate and a nearly equally divided House.
It makes a difference at the kitchen table
And at the boardroom table, corporations will now have to, and the wealthy will now have to pay their fair share. No new taxes on families making less than $400,000 or under, and no new taxes on small business.
Republicans say Democrats scrambled to pass the bill just for the midterm election.
My friends on the other side want to create the illusion that they're doing something positive before the midterm elections.
Republicans hammered the Democrats about inflation, even though the bill is titled the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's not an Inflation Reduction Act, it's an Inflation Expansion Act, very clearly so. There's nothing deflationary about the bill at all. So, I mean, right off the bat, there's a dishonest labeling technique that's happening.
Some Democrats even went beyond just downplaying inflation.
Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of cost.
Democrats are touting their legislative achievements heading into the midterms: a gun bill, an infrastructure bill, a bill for computer chips. But just because you pass big things doesn't assure political success in November. In 1994, Democrats approved key provisions of President Clinton's agenda, then lost the House for the first time in 40 years. The White House handed out special chocolate chip cookies to Democrats, thanking them for passing the bill. The cookies even included the presidential seal. Like 1994, Democrats may have approved their top agenda items, but if they lose control of Congress, well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thank you for that report. Now to news of a group of U.S. lawmakers, a congressional delegation from the U.S. heading over to Taiwan to meet with the leader there. This comes nearly 2 weeks after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, which angered China. So again, we do know that a group of 5 lawmakers from the U.S. landed in Taiwan yesterday, just 12 days after Pelosi enraged China with her own trip to the self-governing island. Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts led the delegation. The trip, however, was not announced beforehand. The lawmakers are scheduled to meet with Taiwan's senior leaders to discuss relations between the two countries. We know that some of the issues they're expected to discuss include regional security, trade, and investment as well. The Chinese government, of course, objecting to Taiwan having any official contact with foreign governments, specifically the United States. The House Speaker Pelosi, was the highest level U.S. official to visit Taiwan since House Speaker Newt Gingrich made the trip 25 years ago. Our Fox News national security correspondent, Fox News correspondent, Alexandria Hoff, has the details.
The group landed around 7 p.m. local time, and they're there to discuss various issues of mutual interest, including U.S.-Taiwan relations, security, trade, and climate change. Democrat Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts leading this delegation. He's joined by Democrats House members John Garamendi and Alan Lowenthal from California, Representative Don Beyer from Virginia, and Republican Congresswoman Amua Amata, a delegate from American Samoa. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs accompanied photos with a tweet that read, "We thank the like-minded U.S. lawmakers for the timely visit and unwavering support." It's interesting, we haven't seen the same immediate reaction out of China as we saw in Speaker Pelosi's visit. Despite the island democracy being self-governed, Beijing claims Taiwan as their territory and objects to any official contact with foreign governments, particularly high-ranking leaders like Speaker Pelosi. And since the speaker's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry says China has sent missiles, warships, and warplanes into the seas and skies around Taiwan, some crossing the midpoint of the Taiwan Strait and continuing well beyond when China said drills would end. President Biden cited concern over China's response earlier this month, and Pelosi's trip did not have the official backing of the White House, but it did earn bipartisan support. Republican Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger weighed in, saying she wished today's surprise visit included more than one Republican.
I'm part of the China Task Force, and I didn't get an invitation. It'd look a whole lot better, just like the speaker didn't take any Republicans. If they had advised us, we would have been willing to go and talk with them and talk to their leadership about the trip.
The delegation will depart tomorrow to continue on into their larger visit through the Indo-Pacific region. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you. We do know that China's growing influence in and around the United States is raising national security concerns. It's also prompting the Biden administration to invest millions of dollars to help bolster its regional presence. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the story from the Pentagon.
The Pentagon says it's a national security issue. 5 years ago, Panama, under pressure from Beijing, quietly shifted its long-term policy of recognizing Taiwan, severed ties, and now only recognizes China. That same year, a Hong Kong-based company bought and took control of 2 ports on either end of the Panama Canal. America's top general, who oversees U.S. Southern Command, issued this warning.
I worry about they look like civilian companies. They're state-owned enterprises that could be used for dual use and could be quickly changed over to a military capability if they needed that too. It looks like, again, they're investing. I look at it as extracting.
6% of the world's commerce passes through the canal each year. 66% of cargo traffic that begins or ends its journey at a U.S. port passes through the Panama Canal. $270 billion worth of goods will pass through the century-old waterway this year. A recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies raising alarm bells about China's rising influence on America's doorstep.
China's increasing interest in Panama is something the United States needs to pay attention to. So if we had a conflict in the Taiwan Straits or a conflict in the South China Sea and it started to escalate, one of the areas where China might look to escalate and cause trouble would be to close the Panama Canal.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, on a visit to Brazil to meet Latin American defense ministers, added his concern about China's ongoing Belt and Road Initiative, designed to take control of key infrastructure around the world and make countries dependent on Beijing.
With Beijing eyeing the Panama Canal, it is notable the U.S. has not had an ambassador assigned to Panama since 2018. The Senate has refused to vote on President Biden's choice for the new U.S. ambassador to Panama since her confirmation hearing in May. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you for that report. Today marks exactly 1 year since the Taliban gained control of Kabul, Afghanistan, reasserting their rule over the country. That chaotic takeover accelerated the botched U.S. withdrawal that capped off the longest war in American history. Despite the Taliban's promises of change, the terror group has quickly reverted back to its old ways. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is in Kabul with more.
The Taliban declared that tomorrow will be recognized as a national holiday, marking the day they took control of Afghanistan. The wounds from that time period at Kabul's international airport remain fresh, with thousands of American allies still trapped in the country. But now the population must adjust to life under Taliban control. Protests erupted over the weekend in Kabul as women here call for work, bread, and freedom. You can see in this video dozens of demonstrators, though they were quickly dispersed by the Taliban, who fired shots into the air and used sticks to beat people. Women here must now be covered when in public and may not go out alone at night. Additionally, most teenage girls are unable to study in secondary education. One of the organizers of Saturday's event spoke to Fox News. Here's her response when asked how many times she's been threatened by the Taliban.
Many and more times, not 1 or 2 times, more than 10 times. I have all their messages, their voice messages. I have the sounds and all the proof. Last time when they called me, they sent a picture of my son and told me that if you don't stop your protest, we will target your son.
Despite Taliban members patrolling the streets, the security situation on the ground here remains tense. There was a bombing yesterday that wounded multiple people, and threats from organizations like ISIS-K remain high. What we've encountered so far is fear and anxiety from Afghan civilians. They don't know what comes next, but they do know their country has been set back decades. In Kabul, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. We do want to give you an update on WNBA star Brittany Griner, who is currently being detained in Russia. Lawyers for American basketball star, again, Brittany Griner, are appealing her 9-year Russian prison sentence for drug possession. The Phoenix Mercury center and a 2-time Olympic gold medalist was convicted back on August 4th. If you remember, she was arrested in February at an airport in Moscow after vape canisters containing cannabis oil were found inside of her luggage. We do know Griner, of course, played for a Russian women's basketball team during the WNBA offseason. And now to the latest on the war in Ukraine. We know that Ukrainian forces are pressing a counteroffensive to retake Russian-occupied territory in the eastern part of the country. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has the details from Kyiv.
Fighting once again continued outside of Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky issuing a harsh warning to any Russian troops using the facility as a shield or shooting at it, saying that they themselves will be considered special targets.
The occupiers are trying to intimidate people in an extremely cynical way, using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They actually cover themselves with the station to fire at Nikopol and Manganets.
Ukraine this weekend striking Russian supply routes, troops blowing up bridges in Russian-occupied territory near Kherson. Ukrainian officials today also claiming to have shot down 2 Russian helicopters. Still, Russian forces continue to advance inward, taking more and more territory in the Donbass. Attacks this week striking Ukraine's military headquarters in the east, the town of Kramatorsk. Rockets targeting the town have wounded more than a dozen and killed at least 3 people.
Everything was turned into ruins. I had always looked after my home, and people always were glad to see it. I put all my efforts to take care of it. And what happens now? Do I have forces and funds to rebuild everything?
And in the south, Russian forces also targeting the already hard-hit city of Mykolaiv. Strikes in the last day killing at least 1 person. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We do know that a family of 4 from Brooklyn, New York was among 8 people wounded when a suspected Palestinian gunman reportedly opened fire at a bus in Jerusalem's Old City. Our Fox correspondent Kitty Logan has more.
Wounded in a gun attack on a bus in Jerusalem. The attack happened in the early hours of Sunday morning. The shooter targeted a bus transporting Jewish worshippers from the Old City of Jerusalem. The vehicle was stationary at the time, parked near to Mount Zion, just outside the Old City walls. The suspect has been named as Amir Sadawi, a 26-year-old Palestinian from East Jerusalem, who authorities say was a lone attacker. Police also say this individual later turned himself in. The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides, confirmed Americans were caught up in the shooting, tweeting that he was, quote, deeply saddened to confirm that Americans were injured in this attack. I've spoken with the families and will keep them in my prayers, continuing to monitor the situation. Now, 2 of those victims are said to be in a serious condition. One is a pregnant woman. This attack comes just a week after violence flared in Gaza after Israeli airstrikes targeted militants there. There is now a ceasefire in place, but tensions remain high. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
Kitty, thank you for that report. We want to take you out live to Ohio. Some breaking news that we are getting into our desk at this very moment. This is North Lawrence, which is about an hour south of Cleveland. We know that a fire department is at the scene of a train derailment after a Mack truck collided with it. According to authorities there, no injuries were reported from this crash. It is 10:58 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase you breaking news in North Lawrence, Ohio here. Train derailment after hitting a Mack truck. Luckily, no injuries here, but quite the scene as you are seeing a lot of train cars there derailed right now. But Sky Fox video showing you this live right here on Live Now from Fox. Remember, we always got you covered when it comes to breaking news, live events, and top stories. As soon as a breaking event comes in, we go to it as soon as we get that feed. And take a look at that scene there. Sky Fox is able to zoom out a little bit more for us to really show us the landscape there of what happened. Obviously, investigation will be happening with the NTSB anytime something like this happens. Of course, they will be having their GO teams sent out in this area to figure out what happened there, but collided with a Mack truck, and the resulting of this is showing you a lot of train cars there. 19 cars in all derailed on State Route 93 between Orville and Youth Streets around 7:45 local time. All of the containers that derailed were empty at the time, so that's another good thing there. So we'll monitor it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show you all of the different live feeds that we have available to us. Do want to show you some other breaking news that we are going to. Do we have it? Yes, we do. Let's go to it right now. We are going to Wyatt, Missouri for a house explosion there. Unfortunately, we don't know too many details here, hoping that nobody was in the home there at that time because it is leveled. And if we get any more information there, we'll bring it to you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. But thanks so much for joining us here as we kick off the 11 a.m. hour out on the East Coast, 8 a.m. for everybody out on the West Coast. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much again for joining us as we bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Going out to a live event right now. School is back in session, or going to be for so many school districts across our country. Let's go out to Austin right now in Texas as school officials getting ready for another busy school year.
Have you seen your schedule? You already know.
There you go. There you go. The first day of school, like a holiday, is like a holiday for optimism. So if you've been on a tour with us, you've seen a lot of excitement, and the kids are excited too. Today I've got some good news, and I wanted to make sure I shared it. Hopefully we'll all leave here a little happy. We've been rolling out good news lately when it comes to our academics, and so on Tuesday we reported that the third grade reading levels had rebounded to better than pre-pandemic levels, not just overall, but for African American and Hispanic students. Then on Wednesday we reported that not only did our graduation rates continue to rise, up from 75% in 2009 to 93% last year. We'll continue to do our work in closing our gaps. Today, the new school year ratings are out, and I'm here to share the good news with our Sadler Means team here, that most of our campuses increased their state ratings from 2019. We used to have 13 schools rated D or F. The list no longer includes Walnut Creek, that went from a D to a B, Andrews Elementary, that went from an F to a C, Covington Middle, that went from a D to a C, Better Check Middle School, that went from a D to a B, Martin Middle School, that went from an F to a C, and Sadler Means, that went from an F to a C. So what we are celebrating today is a comeback story against incredible odds. You all know that our students went through, of course, our pandemic. And so this was a challenge for teachers, principals, and students. But look at what they accomplished. They did this during the pandemic, dealing with remote learning, as well as an ice storm, in case you forgot. And then coming back to class with incredible stress. To perform so well under these conditions, I want to say that to the students and to the principals and our professionals, I admire each and every one of you. To Sadler Means and every other school who worked so hard to rise, you deserve the admiration of everyone in this town. We know that this is just the beginning of this work. Principal Roby, we know you have a lot more work to do, students, but again, we are excited about today. I'm not here to declare a victory or to celebrate, but just to celebrate our progress. Our goal is to have a school district that's the best in Texas and I believe in the nation. And so again, that does not mean fewer schools that are on the not rated list, but that means no schools that are on the not rated list. So again, we'll continue that work. I'll pause right there for a moment to turn it over to Trustee Anderson for District 1.
Thank you, Dr. Mays, and welcome everyone to this new school year. Like Dr. Mays said, we are excited about the good news we got. Knowing that Austin ISD campuses are improving and this year's rating from TEA are showing all the effects from the students, teachers, and leaders from each campus. I want to celebrate the whole school district, especially those schools that jump from a D or an F to a C or a B. 5 campuses jumped 2 letters. Walnut Creek Elementary from a D to a B, Andrews Elementary from an F to a C, Betachek Middle School, D to a B, Martin Middle School from an F to a C, Bertha Salamines from an F to a C, congratulations. Other schools also improved, like Covington Middle School from a D to a C. Congratulations to all for every bit of effort you gave and will continue to give. I'm so proud to say that in my district, 2 schools went from an F grade in 2019 to a C. Andrews Elementary and Bertha Salamines. I am so excited for Principal Roby, all of her staff, teachers, students for this accomplishment, which is why I asked these young ladies to join me up here, because it's not about me, it's about them. We still have work to do. We still have work to do, but today we congratulate you all and we celebrate with you this progress because we still have work to do. We want to give an A, and we want to get an A, and I'm confident that soon we will be there. Thank you to everyone for being here, and now Principal Deshawn Roby will say some words.
I want to thank you all for being here today here at Salamines Young Women's Leadership Academy. I also want to thank my students and staff and everyone here who's made this possible for us. But most importantly, I want you to know that we are continuing to move forward. The thing that we've always said is that we're phoenixes rising from those ashes and making sure that we make the best possible move. We are accelerating as we remediate, so therefore keep an eye out on Salamines. We're coming for you.
So again, our goal here at Austin ISD is for, again, all of our schools to have the same success. And so we did get a chance to see a lot of progress this year, which is what we focus on. And so I know it's hot up here for the team and the young ladies. And so we'll stop there and take a limited number of questions.
Can you talk about the 13 schools that didn't get a rating, and is it because the DEA didn't give out a D or F this year, and if so, what improvements are being made to those schools?
Sure, we had 10 schools that were not rated, and it's a number of different reasons why those campuses were not rated. We focused on progress, and the system is pretty nuanced. So you have some of those campuses that really made significant progress. Some of them blew Domain 2A pretty significantly out of the water. But because of some of the rules that govern those campuses, and Dr. Reach, who's turned around, he's our policy wonk here, you didn't see those campuses, again, be able to achieve the same success that we're talking about today. But we did see progress, and I think that that's been a focus for us throughout the year, making progress personal for each and every student. And so while those students did come up short, they did show progress.
What's the next step for these schools?
Yeah, the next step for us is continued support. We have our Chief of Academics and School Leadership who's hiding back here. And so she's taking the reins over there. And so the goal is to continue to build and support those campuses with POCs, data-driven instruction. We rolled out a model of coaching this past year. And so again, we know that was, of course, wrought with challenges with COVID, everybody trying to get back into the school buildings. So we're hoping that everybody has kind of built some muscle memory and has gotten used to some of these processes, so we can just, again, build on those processes to get those campuses where they need to be.
This is the first grades, I guess, coming out in 2 years. Talk about some of the challenges and, how you were able to improve some of these schools.
Yeah, I think, again, that's kudos to the team that's standing here behind it, including our trustee members. They really supported us with rolling out, again, the coaching model and the coaching framework. We know that, again, it wasn't perfect, but again, we had the support of our board, we had the support of our principals and teachers with, trying something new. And so the coaching framework allows us to talk about individual students and to be able to troubleshoot in PLCs, which I'm saying PLCs like everybody knows here, but our professional learning communities, to be able to talk about individual students and what it's going to take for us to help individual students have the progress that they need. And so Ms. Casas, I'll step back and I'll let her come up because she can share a little bit about that too, but we'll continue to build on that work that we've started this past year.
Thank you. Last year, we really wanted to shift the focus from how many kids we could get to pass the test to making progress personal for every student. If we can focus on 100% of our students showing academic growth, 1 year's worth of growth, then we've done our job. And we won't have to worry about any state assessment or any other assessment because we want our students to learn, to have access to grade level content, and that the teachers have what they need, the resources and support to make sure that the instruction is high quality and rigorous at every grade level. And so I think we've seen some of the payoffs this year, and so this next year will be our first full year that we're in person, and adding the planning periods at elementary is so critical to the teachers laying the foundation in the early grades.
Y'all have any questions for the students? They're like, what?
And I guess, Superintendent, just going back to, overall, so what was the rating for AISB, like, overall?
88, we ended up with a B overall. 88.
Okay, out of how many,
with a B.
that's like all the schools?
Out of all the school districts, the overall rating ended up being a B.
Okay, and how does that compare to in prior years?
Prior years, I believe we had a B last year.
An 89.
Yeah, come on.
Afternoon. Jacob Reach, JACOB, REACH, Chief Officer, Governmental Relations Board Services. So in 2019, the district had an 89 in a B overall. This year we have an 88 in a B overall, but we also know that we saw a lot of growth in some of our individual domains. So there's different domains that make up that overall grade. And our academic growth domain went from a C to an A this term. And then everything else maintained a similar level.
And then once again, if you don't mind, the superintendent kind of touched on it. I don't know if you'd be able to answer as well. Or once again, just I guess the 10 schools. Can you explain that part again? Why they didn't get grades again? I know you guys there's some reasons and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, any school that was not able to, again, hit that C mark, if they ended up landing with that D or F, then they were considered not rated for this school year. And so we'll get, this year to continue working on supporting those campuses. Again, when we look at Domain 2A and the significant growth that we made in Domain 2A, we're pretty confident that, again, we can support those campuses. We're growing and making the necessary achievement. Ms. Casas just pointed out, our focus is on each and every student making progress. And so we'll continue that work. But those campuses specifically received that NR rating because either, again, the grade that they would have gotten was a D or an F.
Is Mendez, was that one of the schools?
Yes, sir.
Do not?
Yes, sir. Mendez was one of the campuses that was not rated.
I know they had someone was taking over, or I can't remember.
Yes.
How's that going? Do you have any updates there?
I think that the partnership is going great. Again, I feel like we truly have a collaborative relationship that's been developed. Our trustees, as well as our partner there, will be having an event actually at that campus in the near future. Ms. Bailey is back there, but she's coordinating that. And so we really focus on making sure that we have a partnership where we have ongoing communication that's pretty fluid. And so thus far, we've gotten off to a great start.
What are some of the steps that you guys are taking to help these individual students and then overall just bump up your grades for the next year?
Yeah, I think it really is about, like we just talked, she just shared planning time. We know that our elementary school teachers did not have adequate planning time. That was something that teachers shared. And so providing that planning time is a significant step for our elementary school teachers. When we're talking about work-life balance, providing that time during the school day is something that we expect to go a long ways. And so during that time, of course, they'll get a chance to look at individual students, but also they get a chance to really dive into the curriculum and make sure that, again, we're tailoring whatever we put in front of our students to make it, again, culturally proficient and relevant for the students that are there. And so whether it's something about, in this instance, young ladies, that's relevant for them and their learning, during that planning time, teachers will be able to look at that material and really be precise in what they do in terms of meeting the student needs. So,
as far as the bond package moving forward, if it is passed by voters in November, how will these youth facilities, things like that, also possibly help, reduce grades?
Yeah, how many are? Raise your hand if you're a little hot. just a little bit. So I think that in itself, the big investment on HVAC and providing, again, cool facilities, and that is a part of our bond. And I'm gonna pause right there just to be safe and get Ed over here to talk a little more about the bond. But HVAC and the investment in HVAC in and of itself allows students to be comfortable in the classroom, allows our professionals to be comfortable in the classroom, so that we can all, again, come into a facility where we're not sweating at this point.
So the 2022 bond will include large improvements in our infrastructure.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, we are going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out live.
You just look at the stats.
To New York City here, as New Yorkers fear a repeat of past service cuts as the Metropolitan Transportation Authority faces a $2.5 billion budget deficit going into 2025. We'll listen to lawmakers coming up on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we bring you always top stories, headlines from across the country. We appreciate you joining us here worldwide as we give it to you live, raw, and always direct right here. What we want to do now is go out to a live news conference with New York and New Jersey lawmakers coming together to talk about the Metropolitan Transportation Authority there, as they are hitting huge deficits right now, and they fear that it could sink even more. So let's go to that for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Audit of the MTA to see exactly where the billions of federal dollars they received over the last years, including COVID, where they've gone. It's time we audit the MTA that keeps pouring the billions we've sent them into a black hole. We can't continue to give this mismanaged government authority billions that are unchecked, and that's what this legislation we'll be introducing does. The last thing a terribly mismanaged government authority needs one that's riddled with investigation and fraud, is more money. So that's why I've said last week, just read MTA spelled backwards, and it tells you everything you need to know. ATM. That's what they think of Jersey. They think we're their ATM machine. Every nickel of the new congestion tax imposed on hardworking Jersey families, from nurses to taxi drivers to hospital patients, will go to New York's MTA. Not a cent goes to Jersey to the PATH train or New Jersey Transit to actually help our state in any way. I'm not sure what's going to Staten Island, but I guarantee you they're not pouring money into Staten Island here. For those who say, why not just take public transit, and Nicole and I talked about this, the answer is simply, unfortunately for many people, at least who live in northern New Jersey, there just aren't many mass transit options. I want people to understand that. I know this is an issue for Staten Island as well. For far too many, it's a mass transit desert. Right? And for the naysayers, I'm happy to take people on a tour of Jersey, northern Jersey. If you want to come, I'll show you how there just aren't mass transit options available for people. People just have to commute. That nurse has to commute. They have no choice. You know, and I'll even give you some decent pizza and bagels while you're there. And another thing, last thing. Well, we can have that fight, but I'll tell you, we're going to start right now by fighting congestion tax, right? Then we'll do a pizza swap. Last thing, I'm calling on Easy Pass, the multi-state toll consortium, to immediately cease and desist with its Soviet-era propaganda campaign, where they are literally sending blast emails lying about the congestion tax to their millions of Easy Pass holders. In one of their recent propaganda emails, they rave about how great these fees will be for those commuting south of 60th. But they conveniently left out the congestion tax cost, how it will kill small businesses in New York City, how it's going to hurt hardworking families, how it will make traffic horrifically worse north of 60th Street and at the bridges and tunnels commuters take to the city. These government propaganda emails are an egregious misuse of personal email addresses and taxpayer resources. Again, I'm calling on Easy Pass to immediately cease and desist their disinformation campaign. And finally, as Nicole said, please to folks, submit your comments. Let your voice be heard here. There's virtual public hearings starting on August 25th. You can email your comments to cbdtp@mtabt.org or go to my Twitter or Facebook page or our website where we've posted all this information. You can comment and let people know just how much this will affect you and hurt your family and your pocketbooks. Listen, when we work together like we do on the Port Authority, there's nothing that could stop New York and New Jersey working together as a team. We've done it for 100 plus years as the Port Authority. We share, working together, right? This is just a one-sided cash grab from the MTA. This is New York going it alone. I encourage them to get a more cooperative spirit, to build on the strength of our two states working together, because there's nothing that can stop us when we do. Thanks so much. God bless. Take care.
Just for a point of clarification, Staten Island has better pizza and better bagels, but he's got Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi. So
it's true. We'll have to have this. We'll have a pizza competition anytime you want.
And I just want to bring up one point, because as Josh said, you know, he talks about the nurse who has to come in for an overnight shift. What about the waiter who gets off at, you know, midnight or 1 o'clock? Do they want to ride the subway right now with the soaring crime? So the real answer is, if you want more ridership, because as the MTA is complaining that ridership is roughly still at 60% of the pre-pandemic ridership. If you want more ridership, you need to make our city and our subway system safer. And if you just look at the stats, last month alone there were 162 felonies committed on our subway. And subway crimes were up 57% this July compared to a year ago, and thefts have shot up to 90% increase so far. So that is really at the root of the issue. If we want to get this city back on track, we want to get our businesses to bring back their employees, we want to get tourism back, let's work on making our mass transit system safe, and then let's use the matching grants that are available through the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Josh and I both supported to expand our transit system to areas like mine in Staten Island, where we lack options that you have right here in Manhattan. So thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Congressman, you were successful in pushing back against the Verrazano toll and getting a residential discount for folks on Staten Island. If you're successful this time in at least getting a carve-out with double charge, same with New Jersey, would you then be more willing to accept it if basically it becomes an equal toll, everybody's paying the same thing?
You know, personally, I'm going to be against congestion pricing no matter what. But it would make it more palatable if the mayor and the governor came out and said that they support a credit for the Verrazano Bridge toll we already paid. Then at least it would be equitable. But I would still oppose it because I think it's just the wrong time and the wrong type of program that would deprive my constituents, both Staten Island and Brooklyn, from entering another borough in the city in which they live, and I think that's wrong. But the governor and the mayor to date have still not come out and said that they support a credit for the people of Staten Island that already pay that existing toll.
And I'll just add to that and say, it makes no sense at this moment in time to actually do anything that raises fees and taxes on people. Right? I don't know why you would do that now when people are just getting back on their feet here after the height of the pandemic. Why would you, and people are dealing with higher costs, pandemic-related costs, why would you hit people like what's proposed here with any kind of with a new tax? It makes no sense to me. It's already far too expensive, in my opinion, to go over the GW Bridge or through the tunnel with $16 a day. It's too much. I mean, we've got hardworking people here just trying to make ends meet, and they don't have other options, right? So other cities overseas where they've tried this, where they've failed actually, have better commuting options. That's why we fought so hard for, as Nicole said, for the infrastructure bill to get more options for people.
And just as a quick follow-up, you talked about defunding the MTA if this goes forward.
Yeah.
And you mentioned a nurse commuting by car from New Jersey to the city.
Yeah.
What about the nurse who takes the 2 train from Brooklyn to a hospital, and when you defund the MTA, there are fewer trains and it becomes more
Well, no, what I'm
dangerous
saying
for
is,
that nurse?
I'm saying extra federal resources. They want to pay for themselves, that's fine. But I'm hoping they're going to wake up and realize this is not a good idea. And we've been screaming now for a long time at the top of our lungs about how bad of an idea this is, and they keep marching forward without considering the consequence on anybody else. I fight for Jersey, right? That's my job, to worry about Jersey. And I'm telling you, you're going to hit people really hard doing this. So hopefully they'll wake up before we get to that point and say this is a terrible idea. Why are we hurting people? And by the way, as I said, and Nicole made this point, they're hurting themselves. You're trying to get people back. Remember, a lot of those Jersey commuters, 290,000 every day, they actually pay taxes in New York as well. So I've got this whole campaign we've been pushing with a bunch of local officials saying, stay in Jersey. Encouraging New York, I don't know Nicole doesn't feel this way, but this is for me, like encouraging New York businesses to open up a shop in northern New Jersey so people don't have to commute at all, save time, save money, save the stress from commuting to see their families. Like, we have a great historic cooperative relationship. Why are they doing this?
But don't you think defunding the MTA hurts people also?
I think they're going to wake up and smell the coffee before we get to any moment like that.
Congresswoman, have you had any conversations at all with the governor and the mayor? Have they reached out to you?
Well,
I
have spoken with the governor personally about this a couple of months ago. Sorry. I have spoken to the governor personally about this a couple of months ago. She, at the time, told me that she didn't see the congestion pricing moving forward as she sort of told the media, and then she made a about face on that. So it seems that she's been receiving the political pressure to get behind this and try to jam it through. And I think that's really the problem here. We need transparency. And the fact that they're trying to pass this first-in-the-nation type program without doing an economic impact study or environmental impact study, and they're trying to just use that measly environmental assessment to jam this through and get the Federal Highway Administration to rubber stamp it, that's problematic. And that's not how we should be doing business, particularly with a program that can have such consequences on our city's economy, on the residents that reside here, and the visitors that are coming from out of state as well. So I think that, I urge the governor to pause here. I urge the mayor to pause. I urge them to join us in our calls for a complete and thorough analysis, and let's do the due diligence. And then we can have a discussion about what's best for the city. But we don't have the data right now because they refuse to do that.
And on the safety aspect of it, what is your concern about crime rising in the subway? Has the governor and the mayor given you any indication that they can do something about it or alleviate those concerns from riders?
Well, I've been having this battle for years, going back with Mayor de Blasio. I have been one of the first pushing for more police on our transit system. This mayor has done that. He said he's agreed to do some of that. But the thing is that they have to go out to the fare and toll evaders, the people that are jumping turnstiles. You read about it all the time. They've been caught for jumping a turnstile one day, and next thing you know, they're assaulting a police officer. So they have to get serious and prove to the people of New York that crime is getting under control. We're not going to do that until they fix the bail law. That's the reality. We can put more cops in the subway, but that takes cops then from somewhere else. So if we really want to address this crime issue, the governor needs to fix this bail law. I don't know why we're still having this conversation when we're seeing so many repeat offenders being put back onto the street. They need to give judges discretion. The judges don't have discretion in certain cases. If somebody has a dozen, 2 dozen prior arrests, they kept to still forcibly be released back onto the street because they've stripped away their discretion. So there's a lot going on here, and I urge the mayor and the governor to address these issues if they want to see ridership, because that is really, don't take it from me, take it, go on the subway. The people who ride in the subway in the middle of the night, are they afraid to do so? Or, just ask the public's opinion about this, because that is why ridership is down. And plus the economy. You've got to get the economy back on track, but you're not going to do it by hitting people over the head with another fee. That's not how you're going to get employees and businesses back here. Yes. Just one, and then you.
Sorry, I know. Sorry, buddy. You're right.
Well, so first of all, as I said, if we have to improve ridership in our city, and we got to get our subway systems to be safe for people to ride and pay that fare. You have to go after the fare evaders and the toll evaders, which they've done a better job with the toll evaders and the fare evaders. And then as we've mentioned, the bipartisan infrastructure bill should have really put this all to rest. $100 billion that potentially can come to New York in this bipartisan infrastructure bill. Why is the MTA not seeking those matching grant programs from that to improve capital projects and improve infrastructure in our city and state? Why is the answer always clobbering the law-abiding taxpayers trying to get to work over and over again? That's really the question that they should be answering. I mean, when is it enough? At what point is it enough? They've gotten billions of dollars. They have access to this federal infrastructure pot. At what point is it enough? Yes.
So, Congressman, when you talk about the environment,
no, I don't think the federal government should foot the bill. I'm saying that they have access to federal funds that they can tap into that should support what the state and the city do. Look, you should look more closely at the state budget and see what they spend their money on, because they're wasting so much money. $220 billion budget. It's twice the size of Florida. Florida has millions of more residents, and yet they can't seem to fund their own subway system at the state level. I went to Washington with the promise to fight for more federal funding, and you know what? We've delivered. We've gotten more funding, particularly when you look at this bipartisan infrastructure bill. But I also want accountability. And that means I want the Department of Transportation's Inspector General to audit where this money is going. Where is the money that the state and the MTA is receiving from federal dollars? Where is it going? We deserve transparency, and the Inspector General has been very successful in other areas of our federal government to identify fraud, waste, and abuse. And so that's why we're putting forward this legislation, so we have some accountability. Yes, sir.
You talk about needing further studies, further environmental impact assessments, or statements. When isn't that what they've just been doing? Like, they just released the thing with the list of the tolls. Like, what do you feel hasn't been captured or done, or what do you feel the MTA hasn't done outreach on?
So if you read the letter that we gave you, it outlines all of that in there. Basically, what they did was a shortcut, not a thorough evaluation. They did what was called an environmental assessment. What we're asking is for an environmental impact statement, which if you Google it, you'll see the differences. It's much more thorough. We want also an economic analysis of what the impact will be on the city's economy, not attracting people to come into Manhattan to support our businesses and theater, etc. So I think it will have a grave impact on the city's economy, but I also believe that it will show, if you do this assessment, the actual thorough analysis, it will show what London is showing. that the cars are just going to be outside of the 60th Street zone. They're going to clog up streets in downtown Brooklyn. They're going to clog up streets in Upper Manhattan, and that is not really going to achieve anything in terms of reducing emissions.
And one thing, they even admit that lower income families will be hit the hardest. They talk about that. They mention in the report it's going to hurt hardworking lower income folks, right? So, and they don't actually address what they're going to do about it. They don't talk about, as Nicole just said, what do you do about all the new traffic north of 60th? What do you do about all the trucks going to the boroughs? Richie Torres brought this up, I think, last week. He said, well, what's going to happen to all the what about new pollution that's going to be hitting families in some of the outer boroughs because people are going to be diverting and there'll be more truck traffic diverted. So there's lots of issues they actually have. This is not something we do on the back of an envelope. It's going to have a seismic impact. And nor do they talk about northern New Jersey and what are the options going to be. What if they charge, in some of the scenarios, there's different pricing schemes for the bridge versus the tunnels, right? They don't talk about, well, then are you suddenly going to have all the people who used to take the GW bridge suddenly clog up the tunnels? What about all that? What's going to happen to the traffic situation there? So that was, I thought their initial study was weak, at best, by the way. And they've got a lot of questions they haven't answered.
The statements, if they did the full environmental impact statement, it would take years. It would take years.
Which is what you want, right?
Which is what we want. We want thorough analysis.
What do you say to
That's what I'm
people
trying to say. What they did was, like a half-assed job of shortcutting, trying to get Federal Highway Administration to rubber stamp this thing without looking at the actual consequences.
What do you say to people
What's that?
If you're offering an alternative to help with congestion in Lower Manhattan?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we went through that. Well, first of all, I think that we have to get first thing is we have to get ridership up, and the way you do that is by making our city safer, so people feel more comfortable riding the subways. That's number one. We need more people. It's at 60% right now. We've got to get back up to 100%. So we got to get this economy back on track, so businesses bring back their employees, and we have to make the subway system safer, so people feel comfortable riding it.
And I'll just jump in and say also, as Nicole pointed out before, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is exactly the reason we supported it is because it's a framework for the future of infrastructure, right? If you fix some of the crumbling roads and bridges and tunnels, you deal with that. You build the Gateway train tunnel, which we're finally getting going and which was financed in there, which will actually help get more trains in and out of New York so that they're not stuck in Secaucus waiting because literally it's 110 plus years old, falling apart, so we can't get more trains in and out. If we can get a capacity up, when we have 4 tubes, not 2 tubes, then suddenly you're able to do more on mass transit. That's the whole point right now. They're just, as we've said, it's a mass transit desert for a lot of these places. We just don't have, we need to invest in actually building this infrastructure and mass transit infrastructure. But the answer in the meantime is not to say, oh, well, since we don't have those options, we'll just stick it to a bunch of people and pay our bills. That's not the way you actually solve a problem, right? This takes actually thoughtfulness, and you don't rush things through on the back of an envelope like they're doing right now because they're so desperate for cash. That is not the way you actually solve a problem. And what do you do about all the people north of 60th? You think people aren't going to just suddenly jam north of 60th and park up there to avoid paying the $23 to go south? What about the Uber drivers and the taxi drivers that are going to get whacked every time they drive south? Several of the scenarios actually talk about an Uber driver every time they drive south of 60th is getting hit with $23, like all day long, like ping pong, right? Just getting hit. But what do you do about those people? So we're going to put all them out of business. You're going to suddenly lose that transportation option for people. But you got to really think these things through because it has a huge impact on hardworking families.
And think about how fair do you think the process is that the MTA itself is the one that's going to determine how much the fee is, who's paying, and what hours it's going to be implemented. I mean, that was such a negligence on behalf of the state legislature to give its authority away to the MTA. I mean, it's like the wolf guarding the hen house. They're letting the MTA, the very ones who treat us like ATMs, to determine how much it's going to be, where it's going to come from, who's going to be exempt, and what hours of the day is going to be in operation. Completely negligent on behalf of our state legislature.
Anything else? You good? Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Hey, Rob, I think Polio from the Advance just showed up. I think he got in late, so if he wants to talk, we can do a private thing.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here, always worldwide for you, showing a live look right now of beautiful New York City here on this Monday as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, breaking news when it occurs, always right here in the mix for you. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here. We're going to take you out to Milwaukee, where Milwaukee School District coming together to welcome students back after some challenging couple of years with the pandemic. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Milwaukee High School of the Arts. Along with Amy Misiaco, president of the MTEA, as well as Steve Lubar, who's with us from ASC, Administrative Supervision Council. Let's give it up for him. And all our union partners as well. And all the elected officials that have joined us this morning. This is an opportunity for all of us to renew our commitment to engaging and supporting our MPS students, staff, and families. I would like to give a huge shout out to Mr. Larry Ferris, a proud principal here at Milwaukee High School of the Arts, and the entire school team here for hosting us this morning. And I met a young lady that walked up to me this morning and said that I'm a senior here, my name is Jay, and I'm on my way to Juilliard. Just give it up for Jay. Our educators have been working all summer long preparing and participating in professional learning opportunities to help pave the way for our young people. Please know that all of the work, all of the hard work and time commitment by all of you, your staff, is truly appreciated, not just today, but the entire school year. So thank you. Principal Ferris is starting his 7th year as the principal here at Milwaukee High School of the Arts. He has served the district for over 25 years. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for serving the Milwaukee Public Schools. I would also like to recognize the support for our operations team. Our operations team is blended in the staff out there, but they have done an outstanding job, as well as the administrative team, to ensure that Milwaukee High School of the Arts is ready today, along with all of the schools that are on the early start calendar. Just go visit any of them. They're all ready to go this morning. Milwaukee High School of the Arts is a special place for young people to learn. You saw that this morning when you saw those beautiful faces walking down the line, walking down the aisle. You could see the theater students because they was on stage as they walked the red carpet. That is something they have grown accustomed and got used to. In addition, the focus here is visual arts, creative writing, dance, theater, and music. Milwaukee High School of the Arts offers a rigorous educational programming along with advanced placement coursework as well as early college. We have a number of our students that are participating in the UWM as well as MATC program, early college. We are pleased with that our enrollment continues to grow here. We are at 1,100 students walk through the doors this morning that you greeted. Our enrollment continues to grow. When Mr. Ferris come here, they were in the 700s, early 800s, and now look at where we are right now. The school community continue to look forward to the upcoming building renovations and enhancements. We're excited to update our wonderful dance studios that most of you will get a chance to see very briefly, the lighting, and many other opportunities that will take place within our building. The positive energy here this morning is contagious, but let's not stop with today. Let's remain together throughout the entire school year to embrace our school community. We thank our families for making MPS, Milwaukee Public Schools, a school of choice. Together, we will make a difference in the lives of students all over this great city. I must say this morning, you make me, MPS, proud. Let's have an exceptional school year for learning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And at this time, I bring one of our partners that work along with us day by day, Amy Misiako, President of the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association. Amy?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Misiako. I'm a special education teacher for Milwaukee Public Schools, and I'm the very proud president of the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, representing over 5,000 public education workers in Milwaukee Public Schools. It's my honor to be invited to the Milwaukee High School of the Arts this morning. The first thing I need to say is, because I don't know if you heard it, is Jay is going to Juilliard. Give it up for Jay. She's going to Juilliard. I met another student when I was walking in this morning. I said hello to her. I told her that she looked beautiful, and she said, "Are you a teacher here?" And I said, "I'm a teacher. What do you need?" And she said, "It's my first day. I don't want to walk in alone." I said, "Okay." She said, "My friend's coming. I'm trying to see if my friend's coming." And I said, "Well, I'll wait with you here for a minute. If your friend comes, you can walk in. If not, I'll walk in with you. I'll walk you in." I prepared some remarks today. I'm not going to share those. A miracle represents what each of us needs to do every single day for every single student across this district. Let no student in Milwaukee Public Schools walk alone this year. Look at all of us. All of us together can ensure that a miracle doesn't walk alone, that no student walks alone, and that we support every single child along their path. Thank you very much, and here's to a wonderful 22-23 school year.
Next, we're going to bring Mr. Steve Lubar. Steve?
Thank you, Dr. Postley, and thank you everyone that's here today. Good morning. My name is Steve Lubar, and I'm proud to be the Executive Director of the ASC. We represent the principals, the vice principals, and the administrators. It's so wonderful to have the opportunity to join all of you this morning, and how exciting it is, how contagious it is, the excitement that you can feel for the start of a new school year. I don't want to repeat all what's already been said, but I do want to share that it's just so exciting. The beginning of a school year is full of endless opportunities and possibilities, and the ASC is just proud to join all of you to support and empower the students, their families, and the whole Milwaukee community. We're Milwaukee proud, and we're excited for the year. We can't wait to join all of you in making this the best school year yet for MPS. Thank you.
And we're going to close out this morning with the true reason why we're here. The reason we're here. Jay, come on.
Hello. I'm a little short. I hope everybody can see me. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. as said, I'm Jay. I'm a senior here this year, and I would like to thank everybody for coming out and supporting Milwaukee High School of the Arts, as well as MPS. I would also like to say that through MPS, I've been able to grow and flourish in every aspect of my life. I'm very blessed to be here today and blessed to be at this school. This school has brought out so many great things in my life and offered me so many opportunities that I could take from this point forward and use in my adult life. Milwaukee High School of the Arts and Principal Ferris here have helped me through so many things, and I'm very thankful that I had the opportunities such as early college and the sense of community here at Milwaukee High School of the Arts. Because just like MPS, here at Arts, we are a family, we are a community, and we stand together as such. And I'm very proud to represent not only the student body, but MPS and Milwaukee High School of the Arts here today in front of all of you. Thank you very much for coming out, and I hope to see you one day.
We can do better than that. Give it up for Jay.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Milwaukee's school officials there excited for the new school season. Of course, we always got you covered, bringing you top feeds and top stories across the country. Still monitoring the breaking news out of Wyatt, Missouri here of a house explosion. If we get any details from officials there on the ground, we will bring it to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll be taking you out to Philadelphia, get an update on the gun violence situation out there and other issues that they are dealing with. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go out to New York, in Buffalo, where the governor going back home there to announce a series of major projects planned for Buffalo's waterfront.
As well as many projects. Commissioner Dominguez, thank you. Our Commissioner of Parks, Eric Kulisade. Parks people always have fun. I'm usually kayaking with him somewhere, riding a bike or announcing something fun and seeing beautiful glamping. I used to grow up in a tent. I didn't know what glamping was. You can have a chandelier in a tent apparently. So we have great opportunities to really talk about how we can create that human connection with nature through our parks, and that is what you are charged with, and I thank you for what you're doing and the vision we have for the waterfront here as well. John Kamel, the chair of the Water Authority, the Power Authority. Tremendous leadership and has generated the power that has given us the resources to be able to continue many projects started long ago, but started still again. And Robert Joya, the chair of the Erie Canal Harbor Corporation. We've done a great deal together, and there's just a transformation that continues to be unfolding before our very eyes. But also much of this gets done because I have great partners in state government. And I don't know if you know how fortunate we are, because I hear about it all over the state, to have the chair of the Transportation Committee, one of our own. That is power. And that power has been exercised to do good. And I want to thank Senator Tim Kennedy. Let's give him a round of applause for what he has done. Being there for us, being there for this community, but also communities all over New York State that need that long overdue investment in something that sounds boring, but it's not, and that is infrastructure and transportation projects. So thank you, Senator Kennedy. Also, someone I've worked with many, many years is our Senator Sean Ryan. He has brought his heart to his job and is very passionate about the issues that he champions in our state government, and he has a voice to be heard and reckoned with. And so I thank him for his friendship and his advocacy and representation of this area as well. We also are blessed to have so many great Assembly members with us. We have Karen McMahon joining us, and Monica Wallace, and Bill Conrad, and Jonathan Rivera, and Pat Burke. I want to thank all of you for what you do in our capital. I know it's technically a break, but it's really not. I know this is when you really get to work in your districts. And County Executive Mark Polenkars, again, this region is being transformed. Look what's happening at the former Bethlehem Steel site with investments and a vision from the County of Erie working with all of us. I mean, this is how you change people's lives. It's not just changing a community, it's changing people's lives. And I want to thank you for doing such an incredible job at that as well. Mayor Byron Brown could not be with us today because of family commitment, but the city has been so vested in these projects as well that we're really making a difference. I think Timothy Hogues is here too. Yes, I thought he was here too. Well, sorry I stole him from you. He is now formerly Buffalo, but now New York State's Commissioner of Civil Service as well. So I think I've recognized some key people here, and also my local partners, Randy Hoke and other local government officials are here. This day has a lot of emotion for me. So the intersection of the past, the glorious past, and you only have to look at photographs of what the waterfront of Buffalo is like when, it's dominated by a lot of Irish longshoremen, including one of my great uncles and others who built this community, starting in 1800s. Brian knows the history better than anybody. If you have about 5 hours, he'll tell you the history, and he wears it with great pride. But also, we know that story. We know the story of the industries that were here and built up an entire economy, the connection with the Erie Canal, and how that changed a little village down in New York City into a powerhouse because of the ability to ship goods through our community and off to the Great Lakes. We know that story. And we also know the postscript of that story, that there was a decline, that, for reasons that'll be studied for years to come, we lost that energy, the businesses, the commerce that defined our waterfront. And it was a long decline. That was most of my life. Again, knowing that a lot of people would just grow up in places like Hamburg, and I see Mayor Masiello's here. It was a tough time to be in government. When people would say, last one out, turn out the lights. It's not exactly a slogan you want to have when you're trying to have a Chamber of Commerce day and promote people to come here. Last one here, turn out the lights. Last one leaving, turn out the lights. So we've come back, and I've been around long enough to witness this transformation. And those would say, yeah, we've done a lot, we're there. We talk about the past, and now we're in the present. The present's good, it's great, it is good and great. But my eyes are always on the future. What else can we be doing to take advantage of the extraordinary resources we have here, this beautiful lake? Someone said, do you have any lakes up your way? I said, yeah, the Great Lake. We call it is known as a Great Lake. So we're proud of this, we're proud of our rivers, we're proud of our magnificent natural beauty here, but how can we continue to enhance it? How will we, on this day in 2022, be able to say we had a path to go forward, we had a plan, And that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm not just talking about here because I want to remind everyone what we just came through. You don't need a reminder, but I was asked yesterday when I was at the Chautauqua Institution. Someone said to me after what happened in Chautauqua and then what happened on the east side of Buffalo, East Buffalo, does this mean Buffalo and West New York is a target now? I said, no, it's not a target. It is not a target. These are individual acts of violence that could have happened anywhere, and they don't define us, and they never will. What will be defined by is how we came back after that horrific shooting, and how East Buffalo will never again look or feel the same, because it's going to have that sense of opportunity and optimism, and something that it never really felt before is that it truly matters. And the community rose up and said to you, you may live there, but we live here. We are still one community. And we made significant investments. And I came here and talked about them many times, and I was here 2 weeks ago for our Day of Healing. Many of you participated. And so we are making those investments in the people and the places and the infrastructure, and we're just getting warmed up there. And let's continue our work here. Let's talk about what the opportunities are here on this beautiful stretch of land known as the Outer Harbor, as well as connected to Canal Side. And we've also talked about spending a lot of money here. And I'm proud to say that today I'm ready to announce 4 major projects along our Buffalo's waterfront will increase recreation, accessibility, boost economic development, something we're going to continue to do, and to spear and build on the decade of progress. I mean, I was asking this morning, I said, when did everything start at Canal Side? And I remember that first Christmas tree we had, it was a pile of mud down there, but we were going to have our first tree lighting down there. We're all walking around with boots. It was kind of a cold, yucky day. It's like, is this really going to be?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, we are going to go to another live event here that just popped up. It's a big one here coming out from the UN as they are speaking on the 1-year anniversary of the Taliban officially taking over Afghanistan. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Taliban takeover in the Afghan capital. Mr. Al-Akbarov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'm audible from Kabul. First of all, thank you for gathering today and looking at the current situation where we have, of course, seen the 15 August, 1 year of the changes in Kabul. So what we can say about this, that throughout this year, the humanitarian actors, the UN agencies, humanitarian agencies, all partners who decided to stay and deliver in Afghanistan over this period of time have maintained probably the largest and the most unprecedented humanitarian lifeline delivery operation for the people of Afghanistan. Most specifically, in that period of time, we have reached more than 22.9 million people, at least one form of humanitarian assistance, and we were able to provide this support in more than 401 all of the country's districts. And that represents quite an impressive reach out to the estimated 95% of the population which required assistance. Now, having said this, through the winter, which we crossed with generous support of the donors, the worst case scenario, which is the famine, widespread famine in Afghanistan, was avoided. With the strong support of the health actors, the national health system was shouldered, and the hospitals maintained operationality, and the staff of the hospitals were paid. We provided targeted interventions to support the education sector, including provided the salaries for the teachers. It is regrettable that to the date, the schools for girls remain above secondary level, remains to be closed, and unfortunately 80% of the schoolgirls, 850,000 estimated out of 1.1 million in 2021, were not able to reach the schools. We could say that a lot has been done in terms of also supporting the ongoing humanitarian crisis related to floods and to the earthquakes. As you know, Afghanistan was stricken by a very, very difficult earthquake in the areas of Sera, Barmal, Gyan. UN has maintained a scaled operation to respond to this particular crisis. We also provided more than $1 billion in cash towards the relief operations. These are essential payments made in cash by the United Nations towards the humanitarian causes and humanitarian operations in the country, but that also provided an additional beneficiary effect to the banking sector. All in all, we could say that throughout these interventions, the lives of millions of people, of Afghans, were saved, community education programs were supported, health outreach was sustained, and the worst case scenario was averted. I would like to say the generosity of our donors remains steady. We have received about $1.8 billion this year, and we consider it's a generous contribution. It, of course, is only 40% of what we asked from the overall requirement of $4.4 billion, leaving a gap of $2.6 billion. And right now, as we look at the situation in Afghanistan, as the result of the global food crisis, as the result of the economic decline, which is in place in the country, the price of the food basket is nearly 30% up, actually 29% up. And that requires an immediate and urgent attention. We are very grateful for all the contributions which were received. Actually, I would say that 90 partners of the Central Emergency Relief Fund and of Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund projects. Sorry, there is interfering noise online. Yes, it's gone. So it is good to see that we actually have this strong community on the ground, but we need to have more resources, and they definitely need to continue to scale up. Overall, this year we will continue to have a situation where the 19 million people remain food insecure in Afghanistan, which is a reflection of the overall economic situation, reflection of the poverty levels, of the economic decline. And out of this amount, $6.6 million are the people who are in a IPC4 emergency level, which is very, very high level of food insecurity. Around 35 million people in Afghanistan today are living in poverty, which is up from 20 million in 2016. We have seen outbreaks of cholera. We have seen increased level of diseases, not just among the humans, but also among the animals. The situation with the livestock is also alarming. This country suffers from continued effects of climate change. There are floods which are taking place now as we speak in the southern regions, and this is just another effect of continued deforestation, land which has lost its ability to resist strong flows, and now we are facing this difficult situation in Jalalabad and in a few other provinces as of this evening. But that's a reflection of the impact of the climate change on the country. Moving forward, our humanitarian needs will continue to be large, but the humanitarian assistance alone is not enough. We need to be able to address the underlying causes of the vulnerabilities of Afghan people, which is obviously, I spoke about the climate change, but the fundamental driver is the poverty of the Afghan village, is the lack of development in the agrarian sector. Agro-food systems need to be restored, and the basic level jobs need to be created to provide a greater sustainability. Without functional markets, without operating banking sector, without investments in basic level jobs, we will not be able to reverse the trends which we are observing now in Afghanistan. will not be able to bring people from surviving into a thriving mode. And right now, the attention is again on the need to provide humanitarian assistance, need to provide food, need to provide medicines, but we also need to consider how to move forward now 1 year on and how to deal with the chronic crisis and the chronic humanitarian issue in Afghanistan with limited development toolbox available. I will stop there, Farham, and we'll be very glad to answer any questions which may be asked. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. I'll open up the floor for questions. Just to let you know, there's been some audio difficulty, so we might sometimes need you to repeat some things, but we'll now turn to Edie Lederer.
Thank you very much on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association. Welcome and thank you for doing this briefing. My name is Edith Lederer from the Associated Press. A couple of questions. First, I believe you said that you've only received $1.8 billion of $4.4 billion that you've requested. What's going to happen if you don't get a significant amount more of the money that you needed, particularly as you're going into winter? And I wonder if you could tell us the status of the billions of dollars held by the U.S. Some of it was supposed to be returned, but has anything happened or is it still tied up in courts? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The situation can be best described as a pure catastrophe because every time you go here into the hospitals and you visit them, and I just did a live on Sky News with an amazing coverage from the Kabul hospitals by journalists. It's a heartbreaking scenes. You have children malnourished, in dystrophical condition. The outcomes for them are going to be very negative. They will not survive this winter. Large groups of population in remote areas where the winter is harsh. Afghanistan has very harsh winters. The temperatures are very cold. And indeed, it can lead only to very negative consequences. The people of Afghanistan are known for their resilience and their ability to survive. Unfortunately, negative coping strategies for Afghanistan have been already quite seen. You've seen people selling organs. You've seen people selling children. This has been widely covered in the media. So this is what we will be seeing again if support is not provided. As far as we're looking at the winter and what's going to happen in a few months, Secretary General has made it very clear in his previous statements that frozen assets and frozen temperatures don't make good combinations. As far as the state of the current negotiations within the countries which have in their possession parts of the reserves, these negotiations are being conducted between the de facto authorities and the member states, and the United Nations is not a part of these negotiations. And as far as I know, there was no any outcome on the ongoing discussions in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the briefing. Just a quick follow-up to Edie's question. Can you put a number, an estimated number on like how many lives might be at stake throughout the winter?
We're talking about millions.
Hi, Mr. Akhlabarov. Nice to talk to you again. This is Deji Xu with China Central Television. Two questions. First, follow up with Edith. Last week, more than 70 economists sent a letter to President Biden to urge release the frozen assets. Just want to know first, what's your stand? And second, would it make a difference if they release the asset? And second, I just want to know, since it's been a year that Taliban took office there, do you feel they're cooperative enough for your humanitarian work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am aware about the letter which was sent, and it expresses the view of the group of very known and leading economists. From our sides, again, UN has been very clear about this issue. Definitely injection of cash into the economy and injection of financial resources into the economy of the country will cause a positive humanitarian outcomes, because the restoration of an economic activity will be very important for the country to recover and to create a condition that the people can feed themselves. However, we need to talk about a broader context of the economic recovery. For this, trade routes have to be functional. The banking system will need to be operational. International transactions will need to resume in order to facilitate the operations in the sector. And let's also be very frank, there is exemptions and licenses and many specific permissive environment decisions which have been adopted. So a lot of these delays are also related to the fact that there is a chilling effect. Even then there are, let's say, exemptions, and there are the possibilities for the private sector to operate normally. The decisions are also being made by the private businesses and the banks simply not to engage with Afghanistan. And this is called a chilling effect. So it's not necessarily that it is prohibited, it is just because the partners from outside of Afghanistan, just because it's Afghanistan and because of the nature of what is happening in Afghanistan, are not willing to engage more productively or within the existing permissive environment. So that's one element. The second, then, it comes to your question of how cooperative the de facto authorities of Afghanistan there. We can say that they've been very consistent in providing security guarantees, and we actually had, and we do have, a consistent access to the entire territory of the country. When individual interferences take place, they largely take place at the decentralized level, and we are able to deconflict them. So overall, we were able to deliver the humanitarian assistance throughout the country, and whenever we faced restrictions or difficulties, we were able to resolve them through the means of discussions, negotiations, and clarifications. I hope that answers the questions you asked.
On the first question, I have a follow-up. So do you also urge the international community to, let's say, drop some of those sanctions for Afghan, or do you have any other suggestions on that?
As I said, we need to have these assets returned to Afghanistan. And I know that there are negotiations which are going on about those returns. And I know that the proposals have been made on the specific conditions, how, for instance, the private sector assets could be returned. So the flexibility needs to be exercised on both sides. But again, as United Nations, we are not part of these negotiations, and we are not aware of the details which are being discussed. So let's be very clear about that. It's a matter which is handled between the member states.
Kristen?
Hi, Kristen Salumi from Al Jazeera. You mentioned the need to address the underlying issues and release that funding for Afghanistan. Is there a way, if the United States is unwilling to give that money to the Taliban or give the Taliban control over that money, that the United Nations could apply it and address some of those underlying issues in your view? Thanks.
Can you clarify the issue? Sorry, the connection was not very... can you repeat your question? Connection was a bit choppy.
If the United States is unwilling to release that money to the Taliban or to the Taliban's control, is there a way that the UN could facilitate in helping address the underlying issues that you mentioned needed to be fixed in terms of agriculture and banking and so on. Could the UN assist in some way to get that money to the people of Afghanistan without it going to the Taliban? Is that possible in your view?
We have made a number of propositions to address some of the matters which you are talking about. One of it, for instance, was a proposed humanitarian exchange platform which we have offered to the de facto authorities of Afghanistan to serve as a platform for, let's say, private businesses to make the international banking transactions through a UN-facilitated and supported environment. That has been one of the offerings on the table for a long time. And inflexibility in these matters is one of the facts which we're facing, and it is related to the fact that sometimes probably there is not enough technical competence to understand what it is that they're offering. On the other hand, there is also a desire to maintain a very, very, let's say, stiff positions on where these matters are to be taken. Again, from within of the perspective of the United Nations, our key objective here is to provide humanitarian assistance and to facilitate humanitarian transactions. Whenever we are being approached by the member states or the de facto authorities of Afghanistan to facilitate one or the other matter, we do provide the suggestions on how this is to be addressed. However, these particular topics about the assets, about the banks, and other transactions are not explicitly referred to the United Nations, and we do not currently participate actively in the resolution of this crisis, except of providing the payments towards the legitimate humanitarian and basic human needs expenses in the country, and through actually providing a cash platform, which is basically shipping banknotes to the country. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Yes. Quick follow-up. Did you?
Watch Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
It is 6.6 million people, and this is an absolute highest number of people in this condition in any country in the world right now.
Is there a percentage?
Well, if you...
I can do the math if I have to.
There's approximately 40 million people in Afghanistan, then 6.6 will make a proportion you can calculate it. Yeah.
Fethi?
Thank you very much, Ahmed Fathi, ATN News. When you said that the price of food have increased 30% in Afghanistan, to my best of my information, Afghanistan is predominantly an agricultural country. And according to the UN ODC, that during 2020, the production of heroin in Afghanistan was 590 tons, while in 2021, the same production was 650 tons of heroin produced. This is yielded from almost 450,000 acres. I don't understand how come a country which have vast areas suitable for agriculture does not have much trade with the outside world, the price of food would go exponentially, like 30% in 1 year. Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes, and I will gladly provide that. First of all, it's not 30, it's 29%, but it's almost the same. So the reasons for that are very simple. In the last 4 years, Afghanistan had 2 droughts in a row. 2 droughts in a row. During these droughts, the Afghan farmers have borrowed money towards their own survival against the future harvests. Moreover, they have sold out most of their livestock to survive these 2 droughts, the one of the last year and the one of the 2018. As you move forward from that place in space, currently there is a dramatic shortage of fertilizers and a dramatic shortage of pesticides, which has already impacted the harvest even though the rainfall was relatively acceptable and the snowfall was relatively better this winter than the previous one. So as a result of it, I'll give you an example of my meeting with the farmers in the Parwan province. If they have a yield of, let's say, 500 tons of cereal or any other product from the territory they make, after they pay back for to the debts which they have taken, and plus they pay out whatever is their dues, the amount which is left to the peasant or to the farmer to have for him herself is a 10% of that, which is 50 out of 500. This gives you an example of extreme indebtedness and poverty. Now, if you would go further and you say, yes, I agree with you, that the agricultural land of Afghanistan is in general fertile, but with very poor water management practices, with deep indebtedness, and the total lack of infrastructure and mechanical production facilitation, such as machinery, or a storage of the harvest which is already collected, the situation is very difficult. They have no storage facilities to store harvest which they make, including simple things such as potatoes, onions. They're being sold to neighboring countries, and then a few months later they're stored, and a few months later the product are being brought back to the market and resold at 3 times the price. So the fundamental issue which we're dealing here with is not the quality of the land or availability of the labor force, but the fact that there is no infrastructure, there is no facilities for storaging, there is no fertilizers, there is no insecticides, and there is no mechanization. The fundamental requirement of Afghanistan is a huge change in agro-food systems, which would drive that village outside of the poverty. But investments for this area of work are not available right now. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks. Next question goes to Pam Falk from online.
Thank you very much for the briefing. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. To the first question, you talked about a catastrophe. Could you be a little more specific? You've been very specific about food needs and medicine. What would you say is the priority that's driving Afghanistan to a catastrophe? Could you just give us some specifics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we need to reach a large amount of people, and this is not just, let's say, for the food. We are talking about, for instance, health sector. Health sector, the health needs and their uncovered needs we are talking about 11 million people. When we are talking about essential supplies such as, let's say, rehabilitation items for the displaced or the people who have been affected by the earthquake and they need the house to be repaired or displaced. We're talking about more than 2 million people. In the earthquake area alone, nearly 100,000 people will require assistance in terms of just providing for the requirements of the housing being rebuilt. So in education sector, we're talking about 500,000 people to be provided with just community-based emergency interventions just to keep people literate and keep them studying. Nutrition. Nutrition is another important area related, of course, to food, but that's where we provide an intensive nutrition to those children who are failing, and that's more than 1.2 million people. Protection needs, nearly 900,000 people. So the whole gamut of the 20 million people, which nearly 20 million people, 19,300,000, is coming up from the needs in various sectors. So this is overall level of vulnerability when we're talking about the needs. I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks. And
Thank you.
And now we also have a question online from Benny Avni. Benny?
I'm sorry, Farhan. I wanted a question for you rather than to our guest.
Oh, in that case, you'll have to wait for my comrade Stefan Dujuric's part of the briefing, which will be right after this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions in the room for Mr. Alakbarov? Edie.
I'll ask one more question. There have been some concerns about the possible diversion of humanitarian aid to the Taliban and the quality of monitoring of where aid is going, particularly in many of the rural areas. Could you address that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this particular point in time, we have no any financial transactions with the de facto authorities. And when it comes to aid distribution or provision aid directly to the population groups, there is very little space for this aid diversion to take place. Afghanistan is a high-risk operating environment. It has always been a high-risk operating environment, and it was so in the past as well. I would say that right now, most of the transactions are going either through major international institutions, such as UN agencies and NGOs, and quite a robust systems of third-party monitoring are also being put in place. So I would rather say that the application of know your client approach, of the third-party monitoring, and of the risk management approaches by the agencies which are delivering aid on the ground is rather robust. I have no reports of any aid diversion in my hands or which were brought to our attention, and we have quite an extensive surveillance systems and monitoring systems to detect such transactions. Of course, we are very much alert to any potential, and this is being taken very seriously at all levels, and corresponding relevant investments were made by all agencies making the transactions. When I go to the field, and I do that very often, and it is on my Twitter account and in my social media and on the UN websites, I take particular attention to see that every distribution site has independent monitoring. I have seen it functional, where every person who had benefited from assistance provided by the United Nations and its partner is actually being asked in a separate place by an independent monitor that anyone had actually approached or asked any favor or took anything back from them. So we are taking this very, very serious, and I would say that at this particular time, the probability of such an act always exists, but it's not very, very probable, because we're in a high-risk environment, but we're taking every mitigation measure possible, and it's being taken very, very seriously. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks, and I'd like to thank once again our guest, Ramiz Alakbarov, who is the Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General for Afghanistan and the Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator. Thanks in particular for providing this briefing on.
That was the briefing there from the UN talking about 1 year since the Taliban took control of Afghanistan. That falling on today. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Philadelphia, getting an update on gun violence there, as well as other crimes and updates that the officials are talking about at this hour. Let's listen.
Of James Haynes, the man who ordered this contract killing and paid for this contract killing in our city. But first, I want to acknowledge some of the people who are here. We have with us our first assistants, Judge Carolyn Engel-Temin and also Robert Listenby. We have with us ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the supervisor of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. Reverend Myra Maxwell, who is the executive director of our DAO's Victim Support Services Division, is here with Melanie Nelson, who is the director of our CARES unit, also known as the DAO's Crisis Assistance, Response, and Engagement for Survivors unit. That's the group who work intensively with the families of homicide victims, especially during the first 45 days after a homicide. We have ADA Deborah Watson-Stokes, who is a senior advisor for professional development and special projects. Many of those special projects relate very directly to gun violence. And we have Assistant DA Helen Park, who is with our Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit and has done an absolutely amazing job successfully prosecuting this contract killing. She is accompanied by Detective Torsten Lucky, who is here on behalf of himself, but also his partner, Detective Daly, who did a really amazing job in the investigation of this case and in collaborating very effectively in the successful prosecution of Mr. Haynes. Let me turn to some of the data around gun violence that we have. In general, the time period we're looking at is August the 4th of 2022 through August the 10th. However, when it comes to the number of homicides, that will be to date. In other words, as of August the 14th at 11:59 p.m., we were at 344 homicides year to date. Last year, it was 336 homicides. Therefore, we have 8 more than last year, which is an increase of 2%. During the period of August the 4th through August the 10th, there were 11 homicides and 33 non-fatal shootings. As you may well know, the average during the pandemic period has been about 10.5 homicides per week. Obviously, none of this is okay. Every bit of this is terrible. But sadly, that is a little bit worse than average, to have 11 homicides in a week. 33 non-fatal shootings occurred during that same period, and there were 126 gun-related incidents. So that we understand, this is a combination of gun possession cases, but also cases involving a gunpoint robbery or a shooting. Of those 126 gun-related incidents brought to the attention of police, there were 90 arrests made by law enforcement. Of those 90 arrests, the DA's office brought 89 cases that we opened and charged. The median bail, according to our data, for illegal possession of guns was set at $200,000. Understand that in the vast majority of those cases, we requested $1 million. And the median bail set for violent offenses committed with guns, that would be robberies, it would be shootings, it would be other violent offenses committed with guns, was $250,000. In essentially every single one of those cases, we requested $1 million or more. I'm going to turn to 3 homicide matters that occurred during this time period. First is not a shooting. It is a stabbing incident, a homicide stabbing that occurred on Friday, August the 12th in the 2000 block of South 20th Street in the 1st Police District. At 12:24 a.m., a 64-year-old black woman was found stabbed multiple times. She was pronounced on the scene by medics. An arrest has been made by the Philadelphia Police Department. However, this investigation remains ongoing. Anyone who has information should contact the PPD's homicide unit at 215-686-3334. The suspect, who has been arrested in connection with the killing of the 64-year-old woman, is 16, and he was arrested the same day. He is the victim's stepson. No information on arraignment has been provided yet. ADA Joanne Pescator will be here, of course, to answer any questions to the extent she is able on homicide matters and shooting matters. Second incident was a shooting incident. It is a double shooting with one homicide, one fatality. On Friday, August the 12th, in the 2600 block of North Bouvier Street, Bouvier, as some say it, in the 22nd Police District at about 10:18 p.m. An approximately 19-year-old black male was found shot 17 times throughout the body. He was taken to Temple Hospital, where he was pronounced a short time later. That is victim number one. Victim number two, a pregnant 20-year-old white female was shot 3 times in the head. She was taken to hospital by police and placed in critical condition initially. She is still alive, and she is undergoing treatment. No arrest has been made by PPD. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact PPD's homicide unit at 215-686-3334. The third and final homicide I would like to talk about is a shooting incident, a homicide that occurred on Saturday, August the 13th, in the 2000 block of North 22nd Street in the 22nd Police District at about 3:49 a.m. Excuse me. An 18-year-old black male was shot once in the left rib cage. He was pronounced on the scene by medics. No arrest has been made by PPD. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact PPD's homicide unit at 215-686-3334. It shouldn't have to be said, but I'm going to say it anyway. Please come forward. If you have information, we need your help. The Philadelphia Police Department needs your help. They need you to come forward. You know that this office is going to try to make sure that the right people are held accountable. You know that we're going to try to be fair and do it the right way. Please come forward. We need your help. We need your help to make sure that there is justice for victims, that there is safety in the streets, and it means we need you to come forward and to give information. And yes, we will do everything in our power to protect you. The police will do everything in their power to protect you. I will work with the feds to do everything in our power to protect you, but we need you to come forward. It is my pleasure at this time to introduce Melanie Nelson, head of our CARES unit, who will give a weekly report on behalf of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, to include the CARES report as to families who have been served by Victim Services and by CARES over the last week. Melanie?
Good morning. The CARES unit provided services to 12 families, and that we were helping with 36 services that were needed. So I know some of you want to know what those services could include. Just as DA Krasner said, there are people who do not say anything because they're in fear for their lives. So when our responders reach out to the families, we discover that information, and we try to put them in the hands of someone in the Victim Services unit that will be able to help them. We have some families that may be in need of food. We'll find resources for them, for that mother who's not eating because her son or her daughter was murdered. We have resources for those who do not have life insurance for their loved one, and they don't know how they're going to bury their loved one. Think about that Muslim child who has to be buried within 3 days, and the families do not have any funds. The CARES responders will find resources for those families. So every service is unique to every family, but that's what our responders do. We assess, we love, and we jump into action. So if anyone is in need of services, please do not hesitate to contact the CARES unit, and we will be more than happy to service your needs. Peace and blessings.
And if I may quote Melanie, we care. All right, at this point, we're going to turn to our other topic, and that has to do with James Haynes, a man who thought he could pay people to kill people, and now is looking at life without parole plus 23.5 to 47 years because he couldn't. It was not okay, and he is being held accountable. It is my pleasure to introduce ADA Helen Park, who did an absolutely marvelous job with this difficult case, and will speak about the case and the excellent work that was also done by the detectives, Detectives Daly and Detective Lucky, who is here with us. After ADA Park's comments, we will then address, I'll come back up, and then we will address questions from journalists. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Krasner. Good afternoon. Christian Eldridge was a 27-year-old member of our community. He was murdered on February 17th of 2020 during a drive-by shooting that occurred at the intersection of North Bouvier Street and Erie Avenue. He leaves behind a grieving family. They did not wish to be present today. However, they did ask me to express that they are finally able to feel some level of peace due to the way and the fact that this case was a conviction. I want to go into some of the facts, but I think the sort of broad strokes view of this investigation is that it was truly a peeling of an onion. Layer by layer, homicide detectives were able to determine the identity of the individuals who committed the shooting. They were identified as two men by the name of Aaron Page and Edwin Martinez. They were able to painstakingly review video surveillance in the area, interview witnesses, and get information with respect to the vehicle that drove by and committed this drive-by shooting. As I said, layer by layer, they were able to ascertain the identities of these individuals. On June 18th of 2020, with the help of the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and the and the ATF and the U.S. Marshals, homicide detectives went to Aaron Page's residence that was at the 4300 block of Germantown Avenue. Mr. Page was in the apartment. He barricaded himself, and he ultimately took his own life by shooting himself in the head. On location, detectives recovered the cell phone belonging to Mr. Aaron Page. They were able to go through, and Detective Daly painstakingly and relentlessly reviewed every single piece of data, whether it's a text message, a photograph, social media post, etc. And he was able to determine the identity of James Haynes as being the individual who not only orchestrated and facilitated, but also paid Mr. Page and Mr. Martinez for their services, essentially. In July of 2020, with the help again of the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and this time the Warrington Police Department, we were able to arrest Mr. Haynes at his home. At his home, we recovered $33,880 U.S. currency dollars in cash, one Glock firearm, one Taurus 9mm firearm, a 50-round capacity extended drum magazine. All of these weapons were loaded, 2 iPhones and 2 laptops. Further investigation into his phone and his other electronic devices revealed further evidence. With the help of a forensic analyst who is at the FBI, we were also able to extract data from the vehicle that was used in the drive-by shooting, infotainment extraction of sorts. And Detective Lucky, who's here today, was able to synthesize all of this data, not only the cell data records, the location of the cell phones, but also the GPS coordinates from the vehicle, was able to create a visual demonstration, if you will, or a visual presentation of all of that data. I cannot express enough the amount of work, the amount of perseverance, the amount of determination that went into this investigation, not only in its initial stages, but also following through to the jury trial. To present this evidence to a jury was incredibly difficult simply because of the volume and because of the different unwieldy ways that data is extracted. Without the expert skill of both detectives, this trial would not have been able to be presented to a jury. Last week, Thursday, August 11th of 2022, Mr. Haynes, James Haynes, was convicted by a jury of his peers. He was sentenced by the Honorable Glenn Bronson to a life sentence without parole, plus a consecutive term of 23.5 to 47 years. I'd like to thank not only the Philadelphia Police Department, Homicide Crime Scene Unit, all of the individuals that were involved, the FBI resources, the Warrington Police Department. I'd also like to thank my supervisors in the homicide unit, without whom I could not have done this trial. And finally, I'd like to thank the other ADAs in the unit who work painstakingly and relentlessly every day, and were there to support me not only in covering my other cases while I was on trial, but providing guidance and advice. So this was truly a team effort, and I would like to acknowledge everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ADA Park. All right. So we're going to follow our usual protocol in requesting and interacting with journalists who are here. Obviously, I recognize that when we have camera operators who may be receiving texted questions, they are journalists as well. And so what I would like to do is call on various journalists and see if there are questions that they have about the matter we're here to discuss, or if anything else that is reasonably related to what we are here to talk about. From CBS 3, we have Jasmine. I know I'm going to mess this name up. Jasmine, can you please tell me how I pronounce it properly? I don't want to be that guy. Payute. Okay, we have Jasmine Payute, who is here with camera operator Ed. What may I do for you? Do you have any questions?
Any comment on just the rash of incidents involving hit and run crashes? We've had a couple over the weekend, and just, I believe, so far we're on pace to exceed last year. Any comment on what's being done about that?
I can tell you that when you say hit and run, you're not necessarily speaking of fatalities. You're speaking of situations in which someone is hit, struck by a vehicle, then the vehicle takes off. Well, I will say this, it's a crime, and it's a serious crime. And anyone who is engaging in that kind of conduct is going to pay for it. If you are involved in a crash, DUI or not, stop, render aid, call the police, stay there. The only thing that you will do by running from the scene is make the situation worse for you, potentially leave the victim of that accident in a worse situation. It is just not acceptable. We have to care about each other enough to be willing to stop, render aid, be there to answer questions, address the needs of law enforcement and the medical needs of what has just occurred there. So beyond that, I can't speak for the Philadelphia Police Department. I know they take these issues incredibly seriously, but I can't speak for them. I'm sure the commissioner probably may have some comment, but if it comes across our desk in our capacity as charging and as prosecuting, we take it very seriously. Are there any other questions?
If someone does stop, that doesn't free them of any liability of the crash, does it?
No. It's, as you know, there are many crashes that are not actually criminal in nature. There are even some crashes where you have terrible medical outcomes that are not necessarily criminal in nature. Crimes are more than mistakes. They're more than accidents. But if the accident results from criminal conduct, recklessness that rises to the level of criminal conduct, being under the influence of drugs and alcohol in a way that caused it, if it rises, or driving 60 miles an hour in a zone that should be 30 miles an hour, when the behavior becomes outrageous enough to supply criminal intent, when it's there, then there will be charges for everything else. But my point is, don't make it worse. Whatever the situation is, stop, because fleeing the accident in and of itself is criminal conduct, and we're not going to tolerate it. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. From Action News, we have Jack Harper. Oh, you did, okay. Aliana is here. Aliana Gomez? Did I pronounce it right? Okay. Is there something we can do for you, Ms. Gomez?
I have several questions.
Okay.
First question on one of the homicide cases you spoke about involving a pregnant woman. We understand that she's still being treated, still critical. Any update on the baby? Because I believe law enforcement said that night that that she was 7 months pregnant.
I do not have an update. I think there are two people here who may have information on that. So if you just give me 1 second, let me see if I can get you an answer on that.
No update. There's no update.
We don't have an update on the health of the mother or the child. We don't have an update on that. I can tell you we know that she's alive. I have heard some things that are going in a better direction, but I can't confirm them. I know that she's alive. I know she continues in treatment. And obviously a lot of us are very hopeful that things will get better, but I don't have an update for you. I'm sorry. Do you have more questions?
Yes, involving the murder for hire plot. I'm not aware of that particular case that happened before I got here. If you could provide more details about surrounding the motive, the amount, the monetary value involved in hiring those two men to shoot the victim. And I've noticed that you've had some pictures playing as the victim here in that case.
I'm going to let ADA, I think I know the answers to these questions, but I would prefer that she answers. I'm going to let ADA Park answer those questions.
So yes, the photo is of Mr. Eldridge and his, that's Mr. Eldridge. There is a second photo, that would be Mr. Eldridge and his son. And we don't have an exact motive that's been confirmed. The suspicion, and based on the way that the text messages read, is that it was over drugs, drug territory specifically. The 18th and Tioga block and the individuals associated with that area were specifically targeted. The payment is a little difficult to extract because there are other killings and shootings that are also discussed on these text messages. I can't go into too much detail about those. Those are still ongoing open cases. But the ultimate payment that was made the following day, I believe, was $15,000. There were two people that were shot on February 17th. One was Mr. Eldridge, who ultimately died, succumbed to his wounds. The other individual did not die. He was shot, however. So the understanding was that it was going to be $20,000 for two people. $15,000 was the ultimate payment.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned the other killings and text messages. Are you under the impression that Mr. Haynes is also potentially involved in the killing of other people in the city?
That is still under investigation.
I think, are you guys sending something out about more details about that particular case and the conviction?
Yes, I imagine so.
We are sending more out, but if you have a specific question that you'd like to address.
The new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we bring you always top stories, headlines from across the country. We're going to continue to do that right now. Head out to Chicago, where the Chicago police giving you the latest update on violence in the city, as well as a gun buyback program to try to get as many guns off the streets as they can from gang members. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
A few comments.
Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Sorry. Good morning. So we are very excited. This Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. over at the 5900 West Iowa, which is a Hope Community Church, we'll be conducting our second gun turn-in for the summer. And here is an opportunity for everyday community members to contribute to the overall safety of their community by turning in those unwanted, unused weapons that they no longer want. And we always have to remember, guns are a product that lasts for decades and decades. It's not like a gallon of milk that spoils in a week. Those weapons in the house that aren't wanted, aren't being used, or somehow have found their ways into the house, those are the weapons that we are being used for suicides. Those are the weapons that are being stolen and used in other crimes. This is a responsible way for every single person to turn in that gun with no questions asked. That's important. It's important that we give the community an opportunity to turn in those weapons without any questions. Safety is our #1 goal. And we are very fortunate. Since the very beginning of the gun turn-in, we've collected over 30,000 guns have been turned in. And that is only possible by our community partners, such as Hope Community Church, and one of our best partners, and they have participated with us a number of times, is Pastor Epstein. And I'd like to bring him up to give a couple words, but he is one of our best community partners in the Austin neighborhoods who is really contributing to the overall safety of Austin. Pastor?
Thank you, Glenn. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Brooks has said. It is important for our communities to work together. As we are here today, many of the some of the stakeholders in our community, we have decided to orchestrate and organize in a way that causes us to depend on each other. And what we're seeing is that as we work together with all of our skill sets and all the things that we're doing, we work together and work in the areas that we know best, but we also depend on each other to make this difference. And us working together will make this difference. We're looking to have a lot of guns be turned in to make our community safer, because there is no neighborhood without neighbors working together. And I am excited about being a part and partnering with the Chicago Police Department to make this happen. Thank you.
With that, we'll take a few questions.
You mentioned this weekend's violence. One incident in particular was captured on video, a hit and run on the south side. What can you comment about this investigation? There were reports out there that a car was taken and towed. And can you comment on whether or not the suspect went to social media and apparently admitted to that hit and run?
I'll bring up Chief of Detectives Brendan Deanahan to give you an update on that.
So I understand that video is out there, and it's pretty horrific. So you know, this incident happens at 5 in the morning at 7041 South Jeffrey. So still an active and ongoing investigation. Yes, we have recovered the vehicle that was used to hit and kill those 3 individuals, but we do not have anybody in custody yet. And we're actually looking for some help with this one. So I know there's a lot of coverage on this. There were a lot of people out there. There were a lot of people that were inside the bar prior to this occurring. And we definitely believe that there's individuals who actually want to give us that information to name the suspect. So I would ask, you know, for a little help from the community, and they can call Area 1 at 312-747-8380, or they can just go to cpdtip.com and provide that information anonymously. So the vehicle is recovered. I'm not going to comment on the social media and that part of it. What I can tell you is nobody's in custody at this time, but you know, we have the vehicle, but you can't charge a car with a crime, obviously. You know, we need to know who the driver was, and we know that people out there know that. So we do ask that people come forward and provide us that information, and then let us do the investigation to help bring, you know, some solace to some of these families.
Where was that vehicle found?
It was found 4 blocks away from the incident. Yep.
Did it stay abandoned there?
Well, that's where it was found. So now, like, once again, the investigation's ongoing. Like, you know, ditch first abandoned, but cars recovered.
Another question on that. Mac Lederman with Block Club Chicago. Is this incident being investigated as a hate crime, and do we believe the car that ran through the people, was it an intentional attack?
So once again, it's active and ongoing investigation. So I don't want to speculate. I mean, the video is out there. You can look at it. You know, it appears to be intentional. just based upon what everybody has seen. It's not being investigated at a hate crime at this time. We don't have any evidence to support that somebody was trying to harm these individuals, because of their race, religion, et cetera, at this time, because we don't have the suspect in custody and we don't have any information that somebody is stating that. So active, ongoing investigation, and that can change, once we get more witnesses and the suspect in, everything can change based upon those statements.
Can you just give us some circumstances of what led up to this? It seemed like there was a handful of guys fighting in the middle of the street. Had they been at this bar, Jeffrey Pub, that's located nearby, from what you guys understand?
Sure. So once again, I don't want to speculate too much. What it appears is there's the Jeffrey Pub there. Appears there was an argument inside that establishment that spills out onto the street, and then there's an ongoing altercation at that point. And then you can see that this individual gets into the car and then commits this horrific act. So we're working with the establishment at this time, but like I said, it happened at 0500 hours in the morning, actually yesterday. So we're just past 24 hours, and so we have a lot of work to do still.
And could you give us any info about there was a retired police officer who was shot yesterday, I think possibly during a robbery. Could you give us any information about that investigation?
Sure. So for that investigation, that one was on the 14th of August at just after 4 p.m. at 3815 West Crenshaw. I'm not going to give out the victim's name, but a retired police officer. He's sitting in his vehicle. Another vehicle pulls up. Two people exit, armed with a handgun, and they announce a robbery. And once they don't get any items from him or his vehicle, then it appears they want to take his car. At that point, there's an exchange of gunfire. He's struck, and we believe one of the suspects is struck as well. And there's an individual who showed up at a hospital much later. And once again, pretty active and ongoing investigation. We cannot put that individual at the scene at this time, but we believe this may be a person of interest based upon all the circumstantial information we have at this time. We still have a long way to go in that investigation.
That's all. Well, I wanted to ask about a particular shooting on St. Lawrence, a teenager, a 16-year-old shot. The narrative at the time, he was standing on the sidewalk and was shot in the chest. Could you add any more to that? Was he in a target? Was he caught in a crossfire?
Sure. So I think for that one, that was on the 14th of August, also just after 4 p.m. at 131st in St. Lawrence, and it was a 16-year-old juvenile victim. So what we know at this time is that individual is near that residence when a car comes by, an SUV, and they exit and shoot and kill that individual. And then what we also know is there were some people on the block that returned fire at that SUV. So once again, detectives are investigating. We did a search warrant on a house where we recovered some handguns. I don't know at this time if that individual, it appears that he was definitely targeted based upon what we have. But is it, was it the wrong identity? Were they targeting that person? Were they trying to target somebody else? We don't know. The people obviously who returned fire at the SUV are not cooperating, and we don't have them identified yet. So it's an open, active homicide investigation with a lot of work to do. And once again, any help from the public, because we probably believe that people out there, know who was returning fire. That may help us, or they know who might be in this burgundy SUV. So any help would be appreciated.
That concludes. Thank you for coming. Community activists and the pastor will be available for questions or comments if you should need to.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You are seeing the Dow doing very well today to start off the week there, almost 200 points there in the green. So we'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, everyone, want to head out to New York here, where more migrants have arrived from in New York City from Texas on buses that the governor of Texas continues to send in New York. We do have governor GOP candidate Lee Zeldin, representative there, speaking on this right here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
First off, to comment on some thoughts on what the federal government can be doing more. Before I introduce my colleague, Congresswoman Malliotakis, I believe that the federal government has an opportunity to finish construction of the border wall, end catch and release, enforce the Remain in Mexico policy, support our Customs and Border Patrol agents, and stop incentivizing and rewarding illegal entry into our country. There's a real opportunity for us as a nation to show that our nation does in fact have borders. We care about our rule of law. We care about border security. This requires leadership from the Biden administration. It requires President Biden to travel to the border, to meet with local leaders, to meet with local Customs and Border Patrol agents, to hear their feedback. But the solutions are no great mystery as to what the federal government needs to be doing here to tackle this surge of illegal entry. Here in New York, for many months, we have seen flights coming into Westchester Airport and other airports, and Governor Hochul has been completely silent on it. She hasn't had anything to say about it at all. It's only recently that a new method of transportation has come to our area, as these people who have illegally crossed our country are now entering New York City by bus. But this isn't some new issue. So why suddenly speak out, other than the fact that you see a boogeyman in a border state governor who happens to be in the opposite party? But this isn't a red issue or a blue issue. This isn't about Republicans versus Democrats. It's not about the federal government versus the state government versus local governments. This is about all of us as Americans, all of us as New Yorkers, working together to tackle this issue. We understand well what needs to get done at the federal level. But we also need our leaders at the state and local level to be doing more in their power to stop incentivizing and rewarding illegal entry. The policies that have been enacted in New York over recent years, both through legislation as well as through appropriations, have been sending a message to people who have come to this country illegally that will be rewarded. For people who want to come to our country, the way to do so is to learn about what the process is, what the laws are, and to respect and honor that process. Unfortunately for some, they're deciding that they will just take matters into their own hands and come here illegally. And it's not just about people who are coming illegally, it's also about things. I'm greatly concerned about the fentanyl that is entering our nation. I'm concerned about the trafficking of all sorts that have increased. Over the course of the coming days and the weeks and the months that are ahead, I'm calling on all of our elected officials at all levels of government, regardless of party, to all do their part. In New York City, there was recently enacted a new law that was overturned, obviously, as it should be, that was to provide the ability to vote in the November 2023 election to individuals who aren't citizens. We've seen education and housing and healthcare benefits being provided to people who are not legally in our country, and it comes from somewhere. We want to be compassionate. as a people, conservatives, moderates, liberals, Republicans, Democrats, independents, share compassion for much of these stories we're hearing about. But this money comes from somewhere. And for hard-working New Yorkers who are already struggling the cost of living in New York, they can't afford the added burdensome. If you think about this trajectory this state is on. The Green Light Law was introduced and passed and signed into law not that long ago in Albany. As a consequence, there was less communication and coordination between federal authorities and state and local authorities. We need more. Our law enforcement at all levels of government need to be able to work together and have the support of their elected officials in government. It is important for legislators up in Albany to allow our state and local law enforcement to work more with federal authorities, not less. Additionally, we can't be naive to the amount of crime that's being committed by some who are not legally in our country. And they're going out and committing additional offenses that are serious, that have a victim impact that cannot be ignored. It's the New York public, it's the American public, demanding that this state does more. Along with my colleague, Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, and the rest of our New York congressional delegation of Republicans, we sent a letter a week ago to the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, calling on her to take action, to do her part, to help solve this issue. Part of it is for her to finally break the silence in calling on the Biden administration to show an ounce of leadership on this issue. You can't constantly punt off to other people that everything that is your responsibility in a seat that you sit is actually the responsibility of anybody and everybody else. New Yorkers demand accountability, and they're not getting that right now. If you want to sit in the seat of the President of the United States, if you want to run and seat in the seat of the governor of New York, if you want to be the mayor of New York City, all these positions come with a responsibility to call it out as it is, regardless of political affiliations. So we ask that the governor and the mayor join us in our call to the Biden administration to step up in its efforts to secure our southern border. Again, to recap, finish construction of the border wall, end catch and release, enforce the Remain in Mexico policy, support our Customs and Border Patrol agents, go down to the border in the areas where people are entering the most, and listen to those local officials and hear their opinion and listen to their asks and lead. And also at all levels of government to stop the incentivizing and rewarding of illegal entry. Lastly, one comment on this shelter situation here in New York City. People are trying to figure out who's right. Is the mayor right that there's an increase now in our shelters because of people coming illegally to the city? Yes, there is an increase. It didn't start when the first bus arrived. It's been going on for a long time as these planes have been coming into New York. This isn't some new issue that just popped up. And there are people who are saying that for a long time there's been an issue with the shelter situation in New York City. And they're right too. So instead of just trying to point blame to others with regards to what's happening right now with a homelessness crisis in New York City, a mental health crisis in New York City, this is not a time to be pointing fingers at others. It's a time for all of us to work together to tackle it. And what we're seeing as a strain to the shelter system is a surge of illegal entry. I don't care about exactly what date it started. What we care about is how to fix it. And President Biden is in a position to do it. And while we can call on President Biden to act as much as we want, we also need the governor of the state of New York and the mayor of the city of New York to join us in this effort and demand leadership, accountability, and action on the part of the President of the United States the president of their own party. Without any further ado, my colleague, my partner in this effort, Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis.
Thank you, Lee. Look, I appreciate everyone being out here today because this is obviously a very serious issue. And let me start by saying that I'm the daughter of immigrants. My mother came here as a Cuban refugee. My father came from Greece. I understand the aspirations of the American dream. In my office, as a member of Congress, we actually have helped 65 people from over 15 different countries become U.S. citizens, people who got caught in the red tape, that got stuck in bureaucracy, that have been waiting years. And I'm very proud to have helped those people achieve their American dream and become a citizen. But what we're seeing transpire at our southern borders and now on the streets of our city is unacceptable, and it just lacks common, basic common sense. The reality is our president has incentivized illegal immigration, as has our governor and our mayor. The president has fought us at every single turn in our fight to secure our borders. He was taken to court regarding Title 42, regarding Remain in Mexico, even with a Supreme Court order for Remain in Mexico. He wanted to defy that, and now he's announced that he's officially getting rid of it. And that added some type of order, okay, that there's a process, that people applied, but they waited until their court date, and then they entered for their hearings. What is occurring right now is millions of people crossing our southern border illegally. We don't always know who they are. We don't always know what their intentions are. We do know that people who have been caught were on the terrorist watch list, over 50 people. We do know that the drug cartels are smuggling children for trafficking, women for sex trafficking, drug trafficking. As a matter of fact, here in New York, there was 2 Mexican drug cartel smugglers who were caught with $1.2 million in meth last month. And what happened? $1.2 million in meth. They were caught and then they were released right back onto our streets. Right back onto our streets. It's a combination of Kathy Hochul's disastrous bail law, completely irresponsible, and it is a result of the sanctuary city policies where police officers can't even ask individuals if they are illegal status, even when they commit a crime. And the people in this country are paying the price for it, literally, both with drugs, fentanyl flooding our streets, and paying for it, as is mentioned, to put them in hotels, individuals in hotels. Kathy Hochul in this year's budget incentivized illegal immigration once again. First, they were given free college tuition for those who are in the country illegally. Then, as Lee said, the disconnect between law enforcement in state and city with the federal, with the green light law. $220 million in this year's budget for free health care for those who are in the country illegally when our seniors are suffering and paying the price. So this is about common sense, and this is about protecting our national security. It's about knowing who's coming in and out of our country, and it's about having some type of order where people are coming through legally, we are vetting them, we know who they are, and then they go through that process just like my parents did and just like most Americans' ancestors did. I think that the mayor and the governor should be joining our calls, because the mayor's right. The mayor's right. This is
I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Some of you will be seeing this break now.
He's absolutely right about it. But what is the mayor doing about it? He is not joining our calls to stop this where it's actually starting, which is the president's policies, open border policies that have led to this. So I stand with Lee Zeldin in calling for our governor and our city to stop the hypocrisy, stop the incentives. Let's be serious about public safety. Let's be serious about protecting the taxpayers who are struggling right now in New York. They can't even pay their own rent. That's why homelessness and housing is all issues in our city. and yet you want them to now pay to house individuals who crossed into our country illegally. And again, this is about making sure that we protect our borders, that we protect our national security, and we protect the taxpayers. And yes, we continue to be a compassionate nation and a compassionate city. But like I said, there's a right way to do it and the wrong way. And unfortunately, under Governor Hochul, we have seen those who do things the wrong way, whether it's criminals, career criminals on our streets, whether it be those who are breaking our nation's immigration laws, or just about anybody else who's doing things the wrong way, they're the ones who get rewarded under this administration. Any questions?
Congressman Zeldin, about safety and security. Do you think that President Biden will do anything on that front, on the southern border?
First and foremost, it's important to support our Customs and Border Patrol agents. And actually what we've seen from the Biden administration is that they have thrown these agents under the bus. And right now they are being outnumbered on our border. It's a very overwhelming situation. If you want to talk about bringing Congress back to pass a piece of legislation in August, I'll tell you that our law enforcement needs more support to be able to have the manpower to deal with this. And by the way, I'm very grateful we have our Port Authority police here. They are the best of the best. They're professionals. They're here securing our key infrastructure. They're always willing, very selflessly, to do their jobs exceptionally. We have men and women on our southern border right now who are being overwhelmed every single day without enough manpower at these locations. That's first and foremost. But as you can now see, with more of the wall being built, they might not be making as big of a splash about it as they should, to provide all of the transparency to everybody about the action that's getting taken. But there's a reason why that is happening. And it doesn't matter that your predecessor was part of his effort in building the wall. What's most important is just doing what makes the most amount of sense. And physical security on our southern border absolutely supplements the individuals who are there, are exceptional men and women in law enforcement who are doing a heroic job, which this administration is not just refusing to support them, it's actually been quite the opposite. It's been even worse. It's been even worse than just a refusal, as we've seen them thrown under the bus, in times with just lies. Well, listen, part of what we're seeing from these border communities and these border states is desperation. They don't know what else to do. And the problem is that you're not seeing people come here and that's the end of it. And they're going through their day today with this issue in the rearview mirror. It's coming every single day. And it's out of desperation that they are acting. And they're saying, if you're not going to come down to the border, well, the way the border is going to come to you, but the buses aren't the start of it. This started, as we saw over the course of the last several months, with these flights that were coming into Westchester Airport and other locations. This is not a new issue. But for us here in New York, to just simply say to all of those border communities, deal with it, that is absolutely the wrong answer for all of us as Americans concerned about our fellow Americans and concerned about our borders. I believe that this is a decision that is based on desperation on their part to not just get attention, which clearly this is assisting their efforts to get attention, but they're looking for action. And until they actually get the action, the desperation is only increasing. And as long as their desperation continues to increase, they're only going to continue to try to take drastic measures. I mean, it's gotten to the point where they feel like they have to activate their own National Guard to do what the feeling was going to be handled by the federal government.
I would just add that I do not support the buses being sent to New York City. I just want to add that I do not support these buses coming to New York City. But what I would like our mayor and our governor to do about it is to join our calls and join Governor Abbott's calls to secure the border. They have to, I mean, it's out of control what is going on, and every community in America is going to become a border community. That's the reality of it. And it like he said, they were flying them in. It's not just that. It's the fentanyl issues, the drug trafficking, the human trafficking. And I've gone to the southern border. I was there last year. And the CBP will tell you straight out, they are being overrun by the drug cartels. They're doing the very best they can. But they know also, they're just counting the ones who have come in. They know that there are hundreds of thousands of others who are the gotaways. And we don't know who is among those gotaways. If they caught 55 people at the southern border who are on the terrorist watch list, who's in that group of gotaways that we do not know about? That should be a concern to every single American. We're talking about how Al-Qaeda is resurfacing in Afghanistan. We know that Russia is perhaps looking to retaliate. Iran certainly has made it clear that they're going to retaliate, and they're already making threats on American soil. I mean, this is an issue of common sense and national security. Why are they so opposed to just having order at the border? Why are they so opposed to just having a process like we've always had, where people can apply for asylum? We will certainly hear their cases, and if they are eligible, then they're more than welcome. Why are they doing this the way that they're doing it? And our governor has incentivized this. $220 million in this year's budget only go into health care for those who are in the country illegally. American citizens don't get the type of health care. If they earn over a certain amount, they won't get that. They won't qualify for that. What about the stimulus payouts they were making to those who are in the country illegally? If you were an American citizen earning, let's say, $90,000, if you're a single mother earning $90,000, you have 3 kids to provide for, you didn't get one of those payments, but yet if you were in the country illegally, you did. So our governor plays a role in incentivizing it, and that's why we're being targeted by the governor, by Governor Abbott.
Okay. Anything else on topic? Marsha? Absolutely. Congestion pricing should be killed. I believe that we all should be doing everything in our power to stop it. New Yorkers cannot afford this daily fee for many of them. A lot of New Yorkers are already struggling to make ends meet. And if you look at how this has played out in other places, like London, for example, we've seen traffic impacts that proved that the proposal was not what it was sold as. And in the case of New York, you will see additional truck traffic on the Staten Island Expressway, on the Cross Bronx Expressway. You will see traffic dumped onto the smaller side streets as people try to navigate to other areas into the city where they can avoid the fee. There is a 100% certainty that this is going to result in more congestion all throughout different aspects of our infrastructure. So from that standpoint, it defies logic. From the economic point, it defies logic. And if you want more people to be utilizing, say, the New York City subway, then make it safer. There are people who are not traveling on the New York City subway because they fear for their own safety. You need to have increased law enforcement inside of these stations and on the subway. You need to have improved lighting. You need to make sure that the people who are loitering are removed. People should be actively utilizing the service for the intended purpose. But on so many different fronts, people have now realized and decided subjectively that they're just not going to put themselves in that position where they do not feel safe on the asset. First and foremost, that needs to get done in order to get more people to feel comfortable utilizing public transportation. I think it's great that you saw a bipartisan call on the part of Congresswoman Malliotakis and Congressman Gottheimer, Republican and Democrat working together, New York and New Jersey working together, and that's the way that it should be. All of us together, regardless of party, doing what is right. I will tell you that there are many Democrats out there, just like there are many Republicans and independents out there who are absolutely opposed to congestion pricing. They demand leadership on the part of this governor and this government to kill it. And the federal government has an opportunity here to step in. And I give a lot of credit to Congresswoman Malliotakis, and I appreciate her leadership this morning on it.
Congressman Zeldin.
Sure. I'll get you next. Well, listen, the second track push between Farmingdale and Ronkonkoma, but now the third track announcement, these are initiatives that started a very long time ago. I remember when I got elected to the state senate in 2011, and we were already working on the second track, and the third track was an item that was being advanced. And she was actually in Congress, not yet she's not yet the lieutenant governor years later. So, for her to try to claim credit, that is something that Long Islanders will be able to see through because they're very familiar with the long history here. Now, I'll tell you this, we can send our message to New Yorkers that we feel like it's safe to ride on this bus or this train. But you can't be out of touch as that elected official in refusing to understand that New Yorkers do not feel safe, and they have a really good reason why that they articulate as to what makes up for their decision. I hear stories of a person who feels like they have to hug a pole or grab a guardrail because they're afraid of being pushed in front of an oncoming subway car. Now, the governor, the mayor, Congresswoman Malliotakis and I, we can all ride this infrastructure as much as we want until we're blue in the face. But that doesn't change the reality that there are individuals who have decided to stop utilizing this asset because they do not feel safe. What they actually want is they want to see DAs who are enforcing the law. And I'll tell you, Bragg right here in New York has not helped this call because part of his day one memo was to say that he wasn't going to enforce turnstile jumping. So if you're the officer in the subway 2 weeks ago who ends up in a fight with that 16-year-old, that 16-year-old thought that he was entitled to jump that fare because Bragg, the prosecutor, the DA, not the defense attorney, the district attorney of Manhattan, he said in his day one memo that he would not enforce it. So this 16-year-old who just got released on a violent robbery 3 days earlier, who, by the way, Alvin Bragg never asked for a bail on, gets into this fight, utilizing maneuvers on this law enforcement officer, where if the law enforcement officer did it to the 16-year-old, there'd be a whole lot of people calling for the law enforcement officer to get thrown in prison. And they attack qualified immunity. So now these law enforcement officers, just trying to do their job, trust their instincts and their great training, have to be fearful that they will get sued all day long by disgruntled people who they have to come across. And guess what? That 16-year-old, that entitled 16-year-old who had just assaulted the officer, goes in front of the judge and has the nerve to ask the judge if he can press charges against the officer. And oh, by the way, this 16-year-old instantly gets released right back out on the streets. You want to make New Yorkers feel safe about riding the subway? How about DAs that do their job? How about judges doing their job? How about those who are up in Albany who are enacting cashless bail and rolling back discovery law changes and passing the HALT Act, getting our correctional officers assaulted, and the raise the age changes and less is more? All of these pro-criminal laws that are being passed, how about all of them go back to Albany for a special session today and fix it? You want more New Yorkers traveling the New York City subway, feeling comfortable in the Long Island Railroad? Governor Hochul, you want somebody to say thank you and give you credit for something? Well, actually do your job in keeping them safe, backing the blue and tackling what is rising crime. And that is the biggest reason right now that New Yorkers are telling me that they're not.
All right, so Republican lawmakers in New York speaking about a lot of issues they're having when it comes to public transportation. This all on top of also receiving more migrants who have crossed the border from Texas. They've been getting bused as well as flown into the state. All right, we're going to step away for a brief break, but when we come back, boy, do we have a few other things that we can head out to, since they were just talking about Kathy Hochul. She's also holding yet another press briefing, but we have still a State Department briefing coming up also. And then on the other side of the country in Seattle, we do have the mayor speaking about 4 different bills he'll be signing into law, all surrounding reproductive rights. So we are going to be bringing these to you right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Taking us out to Seattle, where the Seattle mayor is speaking about reproductive rights and gender-affirming care. He is signing 4 bills into law. Let's go ahead, listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Reproductive justice. I'm joined by community members and leaders who are been advocating fiercely in this space, and I'm very proud to stand united with them. I'll introduce some of them more specifically in a few moments. Now, ultimately, these bills reflect our efforts as a city. They're based on safety. We want every woman and person seeking an abortion to be able to make their decisions to seek reproductive justice with safety. Quite honestly, it's as simple as that, but the work is a little harder to actually implement. With that said, I would like to acknowledge other events that occurred over the weekend that involved safety. We had a rash of shootings over the weekend, as many of you know, including one where a 14-year-old girl was injured and another where a man was killed near Cal Anderson Park. We had someone killed by a light rail train on Sunday at Mount Baker Station. While details on all of these matters are still being investigated, we know that These kinds of tragedies are, quite frankly, just unacceptable in the city of Seattle and in this country. In all these instances, I first want to express my heartfelt sympathy to the families, friends, and communities that are impacted. Safety is as mayor, my core charter responsibility, and Seattle must be a place that's safe. That matters when you enjoy a park, when you take light rail, and particularly as we're here to talk about this morning, when you are seeking reproductive care. This must be a city where safety is an inherent right. So today we're taking steps to ensure abortion and reproductive health care is safe and accessible to residents and visitors. I'm grateful and proud to be joined by Council members Lisa Herbold and Tammy Morales, as well by leaders in the reproductive rights space who recognize how critical a moment this is in our city, in our state, and in our country. I want also to thank Councilmember Swan, who's not here today, but who sponsored legislation we will sign as well. Before the Supreme Court overturned Roe, we recognized immediately how that decision could impact and threaten the health of women throughout Seattle, the Pacific Northwest, and indeed in this entire country. This is, we believe, fundamentally dangerous and bad policy. Our response collectively, and I emphasize collectively, it wasn't just the city council, it wasn't just the mayor. Our collective community response was based on action and working together to put and memorialize in the form of legislation bills to ensure reproductive freedom here in Seattle. It was based on equity and an understanding that often the women most likely to be impacted are women of color. I will just talk lightly about these important bills, and I think the council members may explain them in a little more detail. But Council Bill 12037 adds people who have received or are seeking abortions as a protected class, therefore ensuring that their civil rights are protected under our code. Council Bill 120376 creates a misdemeanor charge for people who encroach on individuals seeking abortions or gender-affirming care. Both of those bills were sponsored by Council members Morales and Herbold. Council Bill 120375 established Seattle as a sanctuary city for those seeking abortion care and prevents pursuit of out-of-state warrants related to abortions by Seattle police. That was sponsored by Councilmember Sawant. And Council Bill 120366 is legislation, and thank you for the council for passing that bill, was part of our supplemental budget where we are appropriating $250,000 to fund expanded access to reproductive health care by making an investment in Northwest Abortion Access Fund. You'll hear from Ms. Saxton in a few moments. Before I relinquish the microphone to leaders that are standing with me, we have to fully understand that this is a united commitment to maintain and expand our city's embrace of some of our core values that I think makes Seattle very special. Our fight for privacy, freedom, and our shared values based on love, empathy, sympathy, all of the compassion when women are seeking reproductive justice. So I'm going to introduce Councilmember Tammy Morales, and again, I'm very proud of the council's work in this space, and she'll say a few words. Councilmember Tammy Morales.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Harrell. And thank you to all of the advocates who are here with us today. Really excited that we have had the opportunity to work closely with all of them. And I'm sorry that it is under these particular circumstances, but it's important that we begin the work of making sure that people in Seattle are protected. I'm Tammy Morales. I represent District 2 from Chinatown International District down to Rainier Beach. I also serve as the vice chair of the Seattle King County Board of Health. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today and thank Mayor Harrell for his partnership and his commitment. to making sure that we have access to abortion and to reproductive care in the city. We're joined by community partners who helped shape the legislation we're being signed today, that we're signing today. And I especially want to thank Legal Voice, Planned Parenthood, Pro-Choice Washington, as well as my colleague, Councilmember Lisa Herbold. It's an honor to continue partnering on this historic moment and this very important issue. On another note, I took office approximately 50 days before the pandemic started. So this is my first bill signing ceremony as a council member. So thank you, Mayor Harrell. And I do want to thank everybody for joining us here today. On June 24th, the Supreme Court disregarded 50 years of precedents and achieved their agenda to take away a person's right to choose by forcing people to give birth against their will. And I want to be clear, this is the first time in our country's history that a fundamental right has been taken away from our countrymen and people. This is no longer a theoretical exercise. We see assaults on our courts on marginalized communities. We see the reduction of rights, and every level of government has a vital role to play in ensuring bodily autonomy for our neighbors and ensuring that we all have access to self-determination. Recently, the National Institute for Reproductive Health released a local reproductive freedom index that reported on 50 U.S. cities. And one of the items that were assessed in the index was anti-discrimination legislation. Overall, Seattle received only 3 out of 5 stars in the report. So we know that as a city and as a council, discrimination continues to exist in this city. And we know that we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that people's rights are protected. This is a tremendous first step today, signing these bills to protect people who are seeking to obtain a safe medical procedure, a safe legal medical procedure. And we're living in real time as the ongoing impacts to the Supreme Court's decision continue to become obvious to us. We have to be bold and courageous and stand for our values during this pivotal time. While we know that here in Seattle and in Washington, we have the secure right to abortion, too many across the country do not. Just this past week, Idaho outlawed abortions after 6 weeks. We anticipate a 300% influx of people seeking abortion care in Seattle. So we have to add every tool in our tool belt to ensure that healthcare access is protected for Seattleites and for all those who will be coming to seek care. From a municipal standpoint, these bills create protections that we can put in place to extend care to people who will be crossing state lines as they seek care in our city. While it may be unlikely that we'll see abortion restrictions in the state of Washington, it is probable that disparate state-level legislative actions will create confusion about the protections that are afforded to our neighbors or about the restrictions that are applicable in any given case. So these bills are intended to provide clarity about actions that the city would take in specific situations. As Mayor Harrell mentioned, Council Bill 120374 adds protections for people who are seeking or have received abortions, creates a protected class for them. Council Bill 120376 creates a misdemeanor charge for people who encroach on individuals seeking abortion or gender-affirming care. I want to thank again Councilmember Herbold and her staff for working together on this legislation since the Supreme Court's draft opinion was leaked. These 2 bills are just the beginning of protections that we have, both of us have been working on in our offices. With my colleagues' support, I'm hoping that we will also soon pass legislation that would regulate crisis pregnancy centers in Seattle. Crisis pregnancy centers are conservative Christian organizations that work to persuade.
Seattle leaders here is speaking about these bills that are about to be signed into law here this morning. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here to this event.
Provide this information once a patient enters, instead redirecting them to adoption or other alternatives. Our legislation would work to ensure that these facilities cannot make public statements that are false or misleading by creating penalties for engaging in deceptive practices. And we're modeling this legislation on an ordinance in San Francisco, where they've been very successful in upholding this ordinance. So as electeds, it's important that we come together, that we organize to ensure that everyone has their fundamental right to privacy and the right to decide what to do with their own bodies. I'm proud to stand firm alongside my colleagues and community advocates today and declare that Seattle is a city where we strengthen existing protections and we create systems of support for people who are seeking abortion care. The fight for reproductive justice will continue, and I'll be supporting these fights at every level that I can. Thank you very much for being here today, and I will hand it over to my colleague, Councilmember Lisa Herbold.
Good morning. Thank you, both Mayor Harrell, Councilmember Morales. Everyone in Seattle has heard of the big one, the catastrophic earthquake that will occur at any moment. And the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs is an earthquake. It's the big one. Its impact on the ability of pregnant people to receive safe and medically sound health care and make extremely personal decisions that will affect the entire course of their lives and that of their loved ones. Like the earthquake that we know is coming, Dobbs will also create a tidal wave in the form of an influx of medical refugees who live in states where they are suddenly unable to get the health care that they need, and they are forced to cross state lines in search of it. Experts expect Washington State to see a four-fold increase in people seeking abortions here, a tidal wave that is gathering force as we speak. And here in Seattle, we must be ready for them and meet them with the care and protection that is lacking in their home states. The reality is that pregnant people, whether residents of Seattle or these medical refugees from further afield, don't have the luxury of time to make these difficult decisions. And we know that reproductive health care delayed is almost always more difficult, more expensive, and more risky. I thank Mayor Harrell for answering the council's call to appropriate $250,000 this year for the Northwest Abortion Access Fund, which will smooth the way and provide essential care for the tidal wave of medical refugees forced to travel here for reproductive care. I thank Councilmember Morales and her staff and Christina Katsubas in my office for working hard to identify early, savvy regulatory fixes that we are celebrating here today. I also want to recognize that even though Councilmember Sawant can't be here together, her bill that recognizes that enforcement of the laws of other states, including cooperation with law enforcement from other states in seeking warrants, is legislation that other cities across the country have similarly adopted, from New Orleans, Boise, Dayton, Atlanta, Athens, Nashville, Austin, Ithaca, and Washington, D.C. These are other cities and other jurisdictions that have either made the enforcement of these laws the lowest law enforcement priority for their law enforcement agencies, or otherwise identified their cities as sanctuary cities. I pledge that I will continue to aggressively seek out ways to protect and expand abortion access for everyone who seeks unbiased health care here in Seattle. As Councilmember Morales referenced the abortion crisis clinics, a similar but unique and equally harmful policy issue, if not addressed, relates specifically to patients who are being cared in religiously affiliated healthcare facilities, which comprise an estimated half of our hospital beds. Again, these are different than crisis centers, they're hospitals. These hospitals are allowed to deny reproductive health care to their patients due to religious bias, and no one is ever required to tell the patient that they're getting denied care or that there's a procedure that could help them if only they'd gone to an unbiased provider. Some religiously affiliated hospitals will provide procedures to save a pregnant person's life, but only when it's in immediate risk, which is not a clear line. The result is that some patients are literally sent home to wait. They wait to get sicker, they wait until the pain is worse, and they wait until the highest risk and their life is in danger. And no one, again, is required to tell them they could get treated and taken care of immediately if they went to a different facility. Our state requires hospitals to post information online about the reproductive, gender-affirming, and life of end services that are and are not available there, but they're not required to give that information, to hand that information over to their patients. I want that information in patients' hands when they most need it, when they're making appointments and showing up for emergent care. There will be so many more emerging needs as medical refugees arrive and as opponents of reproductive justice attempt to find ways to stop pregnant people from getting the health care they deserve. I'll continue working with all of our incredible local advocates and providers on the front lines, public health, and our Board of Health to identify and address needs as they emerge. Many thanks to Legal Voice, Pro-Choice Washington, and Planned Parenthood Alliance advocates. Lastly, I want to make abundantly clear that abortion remains safe and legal here in Seattle and in Washington State. There's so much disinformation right now. I will continue saying and fighting to ensure that anyone seeking unbiased reproductive health care can find it here. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Amanda Saxton from the Northwest Abortion Access Fund. Amanda?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Saxton, they, them pronouns. I am here with my fellow board member, Cindy Wilson, who uses she, her pronouns, on behalf of the Northwest Abortion Access Fund. First, I want to extend a large thank you to all of our city leadership, especially Mayor Harrell and council members Herbold and Morales, for showing up and investing in Seattle's local abortion fund, especially at such a critical moment in time. We look forward to building a partnership that will help us fulfill our mission of funding abortion and breaking down barriers to access in the Northwest. For those that might not know, the Northwest Abortion Access Fund serves Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. We've helped ensure access to abortion care since the mid-1990s by sending money directly to clinics and helping people get to and from their appointments safely. This can mean providing things like plane tickets, hotel to stay in, childcare costs, and more. We understand exactly how important these pieces of legislation are in this political moment. Nearly half of funding provided by the Northwest Abortion Access Fund in 2021 went to callers from Idaho, a state that's currently set to make nearly all abortion illegal as of August 25th. Abortion bans in other states will continue to create a heavy impact on local clinics and resources due to the influx of people receiving or in need of care. This is especially true given that Seattle continues to show that we believe in making abortion accessible. Idahoans and the many others that will be forced to travel for abortion care should not have to worry about being arrested or harassed while doing so, and Seattle's city leadership has taken steps to prevent that. Additionally, providing direct investment in the Northwest Abortion Access Fund will allow us to ease the financial burden of people who are seeking care, and as well as compensating our local clinics for providing that care. We've already seen the impact of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. We've assisted nearly 3 times the amount of callers since the Supreme Court decision happened than we did in the same time frame in 2021. Abortion funds will continue to provide compassionate care and resources needed to help ensure all individuals can access abortion regardless of where they live, their demographics, and their income. Thanks.
Before we actually do the formal bill signing, Councilmember Morales made a point I wanted to double down on. She thanked her staff for the work that was done in this space for her. As a former council member, I know the staffs did all the work, so that's where the magic happens. So we'd be derelict in our duties if we didn't thank the staff for this work. I think it was mentioned, but I just want to make sure that I bring recognition to the many groups here. There are more than that are listed here, but again, we have Legal Voice, Pro-Choice Washington, Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates, the Seattle Women's Commission, as we heard from Amanda, the Northwest Abortion Access Fund, and the Washington, is it the Association of Immigrant and Solidarity Network? I might have messed that one up a little bit. WAISN. So, and again, there are many organizations, people who can join us that are part of this united work we're doing together. Thank you very much. So, before I take some Q&A, we're going to do the formal bill signing. and let's do it. And like council members said,
Anyone who arrived after we started who's a supporter and advocate, if you want to make your way up here, now's the time to do it.
All right, so 4 bills being signed into law here by the mayor. Do want to let our viewers know we're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, going to be switching things up, taking us out to Chicago, where we do have officials giving us an update after there was a boat accident on Lake Michigan. It did leave 2 women in critical condition. We'll be bringing that press conference to you right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to take us out to Chicago, where over the weekend we did have a boat accident that left 2 women in critical condition. This happening on Lake Michigan. Let's go ahead, give you that update right here from the beginning on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Ark Pachnik, P-A-C-H-N-I-K. I'm assigned to Marine Unit, Chicago Police Department. Just here to talk about an incident that occurred Saturday in the playpen. While we were on our vessel, we heard a call over ship-to-shore radio, which is a marine radio. Someone hailing as an emergency that 2 boats collided with people trapped underneath. We were able to find the vessels that were involved. Once we approached the scene, we could see 2 victims. One victim hanging on to a person who came by to assist. Saw that victim hanging halfway into the boat. We immediately knew that she needed first aid rendered to her, so Officer Echeverria and Sergeant Walsh entered that boat and immediately transported her to Navy Pier for to transport her to Chicago Fire Department paramedics. The other second victim we observed on the stern of a boat. At that time, we just pulled our vessel up to theirs. We got off our boat, were able to get the victim. We threw the victim over our shoulders and transported that victim onto our boat, and then we proceeded to bus turn around for transport them to Chicago Fire Department paramedics.
Yeah. So during the first victim, after she was, I know my name is Officer Chavarria, assigned to a Marine unit. Last name Echevarria. Like Officer Patrick was mentioning, after the first victim was placed on the private boat, I jumped onto that private boat with Sergeant Walsh and to render aid on her. We put direct pressure on her hand, and I applied a tourniquet to minimize the bleeding. At that point, we proceeded to the Navy Pier bus turnaround to meet up with the CFD ambulance, and also waiting for our partners on M2 to arrive to assist them with the second victim.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you three were the ones who physically helped these victims?
It was us three and another officer, Officer Neil Chantel, that he works afternoons on this unit.
All we know right now is that both these women were in critical condition. Can you explain more about the injuries? You talked about a hand, that you tourniquet. Can you talk more about their injuries and severity?
Well, at the point of the first victim, I just seen excessive bleeding on the boat. So right away, I wanted to just apply direct pressure on her injury on her hand. At that point, I wasn't really expecting what kind of injury or how severe it was. I just knew there was excessive bleeding on the boat. So I applied a tourniquet on her arm just to minimize the bleeding while we can get her transported to the Navy Pier bus turnaround.
Yes.
This is the other victim, correct?
Gotcha. Is this still rolling, or?
Yeah. Can you just talk about your experience and what injuries she had, what condition she was in, just walk us through?
Yeah, so the victim that was on the stern was conscious, and again, we had placed the victim on my shoulders, and we transported her onto our police vessel with the assistance of Officer Neil Shelton L. The victim had severe injuries to both of her feet, at which time we just transported them to the ambulance.
Can you walk through more of those injuries? Was it severed? Was it?
Both feet were severed.
What was the bleeding like? Did you have to put a tourniquet on her? Talk about that.
At that time, there was no to minimal bleeding to her feet, and we did apply pressure to try to cut off some of the circulations to go into her feet.
And just walk us through just that whole experience for you all. Obviously, this is your job, but just in doing it, is this probably the worst injuries you've seen before out there in the playpen? Or just walk us through that whole thing, how emotional it was responding to it.
Yeah, it was very hectic, at the time, just because it was just locating the boat, and then just people there being on the vessel, just probably just being in shock with the injuries that they've seen. And it was just a critical incident. We just knew we had to render aid immediately and just get her transported to the hospital as soon as possible.
Can you tell us exactly what was the narrative? What was your understanding? Because you heard different things in terms of what that they were in the water at the time. Tell us what you know happened from that experience.
Yeah, so once we arrived on scene, people were telling us that another boat had reversed. I believe there were 6 to 8 individuals on a flotation raft, and while they were on that raft, another boat reversed into them, sucking them right underneath their boat.
One more question? Well, do you all determine charges, if any, against the person who was operating the other boat, or is that another agency?
Yeah, so currently all accidents on the waterway are handled by Illinois Department of Natural Resources, and they're right now conducting an investigation.
Your classification, is this just a freak accident, or could have been prevented? What are you hearing about that?
To the best of my knowledge, at this point in time, it was deemed an accident, and right now it's just pending investigation.
Officer, is there anything else you want to say about your experience? I know he talked about emotionally how it was for him. Just with you responding, have you ever responded to something like that?
honestly, we're trained. We're trained to deal with situations like this, and of course, you want to say you're ready, but when the time happens, it's just you just react, right? It was hectic, and just the point of us rendering aid to these victims was our point of jumping in and just reacting and getting them to safety and make sure they were on their way to the hospital.
If I understand correctly, there were other people in there helping these victims out before you got there, so there were some good Samaritans there as well.
I believe the victim that I was helping, her husband actually helped her get on top of the private vessel before we got there, so she was literally hanging on. Either she was halfway in, halfway out of the actual boat that was helping out. At that point, that's when I jumped off our boat onto his private boat with Sergeant Walsh as well, trying to get her all the way on and make sure that she was steady for the direct ride into the Navy Pier turnaround for CFD ambulance to show up. As the time reported there, when we were located back to the boat, there was no other injuries reported. The individual with her hand, it was severely severed. I don't know the extent of it. I just know I had to apply pressure on the wound and just make sure keep it close to her and make sure she was safe from falling back off the boat. And then that's when I just applied the tourniquet to minimize the bleeding of it. No. No.
Officer, what was your first name?
My name is Raul, R-A-U-L.
Chicago police here with the Marine unit talking about this accident again as it happened in an area on Lake Michigan known as Chicago's Playpen. Its nickname is the area north of Navy Pier where boaters can anchor. It's a party scene. People are swimming in the water and sometimes going from boat to boat. And again, Chicago teams here saying that they had 2 victims who were in the water when a boat had backed out. So Live Now from Fox going to continue to stay on top of that story just as we do with everything happening right here all across the country. Going to step away for a brief break, but when we come back, we do have a State Department briefing underway. We'll begin it from the start for you when we return here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board, up more than 140 points to start off the week as we were in the red earlier this morning, back up into the green. So let's go ahead and bring you yet another press conference happening right now. We do have spokesperson Ned Price giving us a State Department briefing this nearly a year now after the Taliban took control of Afghanistan, plus also giving us some updates on the Ukraine-Russia war. It's all happening right here in this press briefing for you.
me actually move this out of the way. This. Okay, with that literal housekeeping, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a while since I've seen almost all of you, but it's good to be back. Good to resume the daily press briefing. Let me start with this. Many of us here at the department and across the government, and millions of Americans and Afghans alike, are mindful of today's meaning as the 20-year-long U.S. military mission in Afghanistan ended nearly 1 year ago. Ending the longest war in American history was never going to be easy. But 1 year later, we are in a stronger position as a country because of the president's decision, better able to focus on the threats and challenges, but also the opportunities of today. As the Secretary said, the end of our military mission in Afghanistan does not mean the end of our diplomatic and humanitarian mission. For more than 2 decades, the men and women of the State Department have served courageously and passionately to help deliver a better future for the people of Afghanistan. Our diplomats did their duty in dangerous conditions during those 2 decades, with some paying the ultimate price in service to their country and to that mission. They served through the withdrawal, facilitating the evacuation of over 120,000 people a year ago. They have continued to work tirelessly ever since. In the last year, the United States has gone to extraordinary lengths to keep the American people safe from terrorist attacks, as we demonstrated most recently during the strike against al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, to stand by our Afghan allies and their families by resettling tens of thousands of them here in the United States, demonstrating the very best of the American people's generosity, and will continue to welcome our Afghan allies over the weeks and months ahead. We'll also keep supporting the Afghan people during the dire economic times as the largest donor of humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan. We have demonstrated that we're able to fulfill our enduring commitments to the Afghan people using the various diplomatic tools at our disposal and with exceptional help from our partners like Qatar, the UAE, and our European allies and others. We are grateful for that support. And of course, the international community will continue to expect that the Taliban meet the commitments they have made to the Afghan people in key areas. We are doing all of this as we continue to urgently seek the release of Mark Frerichs. We can take on all of these challenges without putting our service members at risk in an open-ended military commitment. The same is true for our partners, including NATO, which is now more purposeful than ever in the face of Russian aggression against Ukraine. As a result, we are able to focus our resources to face new global challenges, confronting Russian aggression, managing the competition with the PRC, addressing shared challenges like COVID-19 and climate change, and seizing opportunities in the Indo-Pacific, among other regions. For the first time in nearly 20 years, our forces are not in harm's way in Afghanistan, and we are fully focused on the challenges and opportunities that define the 21st century. With that.
Okay. Thanks, Dad. Welcome back. Thank you. I do have a couple on Afghanistan, but I'll go to those after other people ask about it. I'm sure they will. I want to start with Iran.
Sure.
I know that you haven't seen the Iranian response yet to, no one has, at least unless it's come out in the last 5 minutes, to the EU text. But the foreign minister gave a pretty expansive, detailed presentation of what we can expect to see in it. One of the things he said is that the Iranians want a guarantee that on transition day, which according to the JCPOA would be next November, like 2023, that all of the statutory sanctions will be lifted. That would require congressional action. Is the administration in any kind of a position to be able to offer, to make such a promise that that those sanctions will be lifted? Because the administration that signed the JCPOA in the first place wasn't in a position to make that promise and said only that it would seek the repeal of those sanctions.
So Matt, let me start out by saying that when it comes to the Iranian response, I've referred to the EU. When it comes to a response from the EU, I'd refer you to the EU. When it comes to the United States, as we've said before, we will share our views on the text proposed by the High Representative directly with him. We will do that privately. We do agree, however, with his fundamental point, and that is that what could be negotiated has been negotiated. And that is why the High Representative took it upon himself to propose a text that is substantially based on the March proposal that has been in play for some time. Let me also take a step back and answer your question this way. President Biden, for our part and for his part, has provided clear instructions to the team. We will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. We will use all tools available to deter, to contain, and otherwise counter dangerous Iranian activities in the region, and in some cases well beyond, not the least of which, as we've all been discussing in recent days, is the plotting against former U.S. officials and other potential threats to American citizens. We continue to believe that diplomacy is by far the best, the most effective means by which to constrain verifiably and permanently Iran's nuclear program, and we've taken a principled and very deliberate approach over the course of the past 15 or 16 months or so with the remaining JCPOA participants. If Iran is prepared for a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, so are we. We have made that abundantly clear since the outset. If Iran, and this gets to your question, cannot or will not accept a mutual return to the full implementation of the JCPOA, we are equally prepared to continue the vigorous enforcement of our sanctions and the imposition of other diplomatic pressure. We will do that with the unity that we have been able to restore over the course of the past 18 months or so with our European allies, with other partners around the world, and with the broad international consensus we've managed to forge regarding the need to deal with Iran's nuclear provocations. I made this point just a moment ago, but it has been clear since March what a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA would look like. There has been in recent days some highly inaccurate reporting about sanctions related to the IRGC, as well as sanctions related to Iran's nuclear program, including as well as the IAEA's probe into outstanding safeguards issues related to Iran's nuclear program. So allow me to reiterate the point that we have made now consistently for several months. The only way to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is for Iran to drop further unacceptable demands that go beyond the scope of the JCPOA. We have long called these demands extraneous. They have no place in Vienna. They have no place in the discussions regarding a potential return to compliance with the JCPOA. The President has been clear that and steadfast that the FTO designation and other sanctions on the IRGC are beyond the scope of the JCPOA. To give you just one example, if Iran wants these sanctions lifted, they will need to alter their underlying conduct. They will need to change the dangerous activities that gave rise to these sanctions in the first place. If we do manage to effect a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, we'll continue to confront the IRGC's threats including the sanctions that will remain in place, but other relevant tools as well. Again, to be clear, we do not plan to relax enforcement of these sanctions. We have not offered to do so in the context of the JCPOA talks. And that includes the due diligence and other compliance standards we expect third countries to meet as well.
Okay. Well, but that doesn't really answer my question, which is, are you in a position to be able to offer to promise Iran that on transition day these statutory sanctions will be repealed by Congress?
What we are looking for is a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA.
And that is in the JCPOA.
And the proposition on the table has always been, and this was the formula in 2015 and 2016.
Okay, so it's not going to change. It's only going to be you're going to seek. So you'll go to the Hill and ask them to repeal if Iran.
We will continue to consult very closely with the Hill. Rob Malley, Brett McGurk, others have regularly briefed the Hill on progress or lack thereof, as the case might be, in terms of the indirect discussions with Iran. We'll continue to consult closely with them. But the formula that was at the heart of the JCPOA and the JPOA before that is really the same today as it was in 2014, 2015, and 2016. In return for Iran placing verifiable and permanent limits on its nuclear program, we would lift sanctions on that nuclear program.
So there won't be any change to that language in terms of seeking,
I'm not going to get into the specifics in any language
then,
that may or may not result from this.
Okay, and then secondly, I noticed that when you mentioned the other activities of Iran, including the plot to kill a former national security advisor, you didn't mention the attack on Salman Rushdie, which actually, was actually happened. It wasn't just a. Does that mean, because you didn't mention it, that you don't believe there's a direct link between that attack and the Iranian government?
It means that there's an active law enforcement investigation ongoing. We're not going to get ahead of those law enforcement equities. The Secretary issued a strong statement yesterday condemning the heinous attack on Salman Rushdie's life, noting that beyond being a literary giant, Salman Rushdie is someone who has defended, really embodied, the principles that we strive to protect and to promote around the world: freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. And the attack that we saw on his life in some ways was an attack on those very principles. But not going to get ahead of any law enforcement investigation. We'll let that play out.
Yeah, but then I'll stop after this. But you regard that as outside the scope of the JCPOA, along with the plot to kill former National Security Advisor Bolton, right?
The JCPOA is about the central challenge we face with Iran. The core challenge, what would be the most threatening challenge we could possibly face from Iran, and that is a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but I mean, if they have people running around inside the United States trying to kill former officials and celebrated authors, that seems to be a more immediate threat than a nuclear weapon down the road sometime.
These are all threats, but I think we could all agree that as we continue to counter the threats that we're facing from the Iranian regime today, including through all of the tools at our disposal, law enforcement, diplomatic, sanctions, financial, otherwise, there's no doubt that a nuclear-armed Iran would feel an even greater degree of impunity and would pose an even greater threat, a far greater threat, to countries in the region and potentially well beyond. Let's finish out Iran, and then we'll.
Follow up on Rushdie?
Sure.
Let me just follow up on Salman Rushdie. The Iranian Foreign Ministry said that while they claim they have no involvement in this attack, that it is Salman Rushdie and his supporters who are to be blamed because of the principles they espouse. Do you have a reaction?
I do.
Do you have a reaction to the Iranian government blaming the victim here, Salman Rushdie, for this attack?
I do. It's despicable. It's disgusting. We condemn it. The Secretary yesterday, in his statement, while noting that the investigation is ongoing, made the point that Salman Rushdie has been under threat for decades now. And it is no secret that the Iranian regime has been central to the threats against his life over the course of years now. We have heard Iranian officials seek to incite to violence over the years, of course, with the initial fatwa, but even more recently with the gloating that has taken place in the aftermath of this attack on his life. This is something that is absolutely outrageous, it's despicable, and we want it to be very clear that it is not something that we can tolerate.
Well, can I just follow up? While this, more broadly, while this may well be a lone actor, what is the concern about others being supported, incited, encouraged by the rhetoric that comes out of Tehran?
That's always the concern. It is the concern, and it has been the concern when it comes to specific individuals like Salman Rushdie. But of course, this language that has really amounted to incitement to violence has had a much broader and wider target set than one individual. The number of statements that emanate from Iran towards the entire country of Israel, towards the Jewish people, towards any number of individuals, groups that the Iranian regime, for whatever reason, opposes. This is something that, of course, is not new to Iran, but it is something that we condemn at every turn. Anything else on Iran? Let me finish this up.
In case of Masih al-Nijad, does the administration see her case as an example of transnational repression? A man arrested in front of her house is an Azerbaijani citizen, and the Azeri government is remarkably silent about him. Do you see, I mean, in your opinion, do you think Iran is involved in this case? And do you have any information about how he entered the country and how much this is distinctly about the case of transnational repression?
We do see this as a case of transnational repression and, in some ways, attempted transnational aggression. The Department of Justice has released information about the plot against her, and obviously there have been concerning developments since. I don't want to weigh in on the specific actors involved in this because there's still an active law enforcement component, but Iran is one of the many governments that has sought to export not only repression, but also aggression. And we have, again, using all of the tools at our disposal, including in this case law enforcement tools, sought to, in the first instance, thwart threats against individuals. We've spoken to the plot not only against her, but also John Bolton as well, and to use the tools at our disposal to make clear that there will be severe costs and consequences if this type of activity continues.
So you do believe that Iran is behind the attack, just to be clear about
Sorry, which attack are you referring to?
You do believe that Iran is behind this attack?
Which attack are you referring to?
Al-Nijad's case.
Again, the Department of Justice has released information on it. I would refer you there. Yeah, we'll finish at Iran.
The Iranian foreign minister said today that U.S. gave green light exactly over 2 contested issues, and a third one, which is related to guarantees, is still under negotiations. How much of this can you confirm?
Well, I have been tried to be clear just a moment ago about some of the highly inaccurate reporting that has been circulating. We've been clear about what a return to mutual compliance with the JCPOA would look like. There are issues that the Iranians have put on the table that are clearly extraneous to the 4 corners of the JCPOA. Every time they have done that, we have made very clear that the JCPOA is about one thing and one thing only. It's about Iran's nuclear program, and we are prepared to negotiate one thing and one thing only. That is the steps that Iran would need to take to once again place the permanent and verifiable limits on its nuclear program, and the steps we in turn would be prepared to take to lift sanctions on Iran's nuclear program if Iran agreed to take those steps.
You say you are prepared. Isn't it done? Because Iran even said today by midnight, Tehran's time, they are going to give a final answer. Does your views, reviews, compromises, are they still going, or is it finished? Is it final?
As I said a moment ago, there is a core truth in what High Representative Borrell put forward a couple weeks ago now. He made the point that what could be negotiated has been negotiated. That's why he took it upon himself to put forward this proposal that is based on the March draft that had been negotiated and discussed extensively over the better part of a year between Iran and the other parties to the JCPOA, as well as the United States. So we do believe that what could be negotiated has been negotiated. We're prepared to effect a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We will find out if Iran could say the same. Staying on Iran, okay.
Just to come back to what you said earlier,
Sure.
the private your response is going to be communicated privately to the EU. Is there a timeline for that? Have they given you a specific deadline that you need to get back on? And obviously, if that's going to be communicated privately, but are you able to tell us, to characterize what the response is? Given that you're saying it's on Iran to give up its its extraneous demands, does that mean that the final proposal from the EU is basically okay by you, or are there still outstanding issues from the US side?
It would really stretch the definition of private if I were to detail here in public what our response to the High Representative will be. What I can say is that the United States has been prepared since the outset to return on a mutual basis to the JCPOA. We were engaged in the painstaking indirect negotiations with Iran that culminated in the draft that has been on the table since March. We have been prepared to accept that because it would reimpose the constraints, significant, permanent, verifiable constraints on Iran's nuclear program. That is what we seek to have reimposed once again, to see to it that Iran's nuclear program is no longer able to gallop forward. Iran can no longer march forward towards a breakout time that is growing shorter and shorter, and as it does so, acts with greater impunity around the world. But we're going to keep our discussions with the EU and the High Representative between us and the High Representative.
What about a timeline for that? Within hours from now? Or
We will be in touch with the High Representative as he is requested. On Iraq? Let's stay on Iran. Yeah.
Afghanistan. If Iran comes back to the EU tonight and with no answer, or yes, but we need clarifications, or no, we need clarifications, how would you read this? I mean, buying time, and how do you respond to this?
Well, the High Representative tabled this proposal more than 2 weeks ago. And over the course of the past 2 weeks, the parties have worked with the EU to pose any questions, to discuss any issues that lacked clarity or potentially lacked precision. So Iran has had an opportunity to do that. I don't want to speculate as to what or how Iran might respond, but I can say that there is a track record here that extends 15, 16 months or so. And over the course of those 16 months, Iran has not consistently demonstrated the seriousness of purpose. Iran has not consistently demonstrated that, as are we, that it is steadfastly and sincerely committed to a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. Iran here has an opportunity to prove to us, but more importantly, to prove to the world that it is, in fact, committed to a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. Okay, let's go to Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Sure, Nazira.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You mentioned the beginning of your speech about Afghanistan. It's really 1 year. It's a long time for Afghan women. Still Afghan women suffer. Still we are crying for this flag. And women protest on the street, Taliban shooting them. And the school is still closed. As you mentioned, that United States continue their humanitarian assistance. That's good, thank you. But as I told you the day before yesterday and yesterday, around the world, women protest because of women in Afghanistan. And Taliban answered them by shooting again. Number two, President Ghani was recently did an interview with CNN, and he totally blamed the United States for collapse of the regime. Do you have any comments about President Ghani? And he said Khalilzad has a two faces. United States play game with me.
We've been listening in with the State Department briefing here, just 1 year since the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. Going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. And of course, when we come back, beginning you more top stories across the country here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the latest and top stories happening all across the country. Well, voters going to be headed back out to vote in the Wyoming primary elections tomorrow. We do want to continue to give all of our viewers up-to-date information on that. So joining us from Jacksonville, Wyoming, and joining us here on Live Now from Fox's Rich Edson. And Rich, I know a lot of people wondering, will Representative Liz Cheney, will she survive this election tomorrow?
It's a very good question. And, you know, Christy, when you look at the polling, and this is from the University of Wyoming just from last week, it shows that Congresswoman Liz Cheney is down significantly to her Trump-backed challenger, Harriet Hageman, here. And so she does have a very, very steep hill to climb here. Part of the calculation here for those who support Congresswoman Cheney is to try to get Democrats in this state to change their registration and vote for her. They can do that here up to Election Day. So they're hoping that enough of them, Democrats and independents, will show up at the polls tomorrow, have switched their votes to the Republican Party and gone on the record and cast a ballot for Congresswoman Cheney. But, you know, she also faces Leader Kevin McCarthy is here campaigning against Liz Cheney, who's a member of her conference, of his conference. So she faces a really, really tough scenario here. And, you know, we're looking ahead to tomorrow when the votes are finally counted.
The principal philosophy is less government, an idea of freedom in the aspect, just the concepts of a country that's conceived in liberty and dedicated the proposition that we're all equal.
But hasn't she fit that bill over the last several years?
I think her whole focus has been different. Her whole focus has been against one individual, whether she has information or not, instead of focusing on her district itself. And the principal philosophy is less government.
So you heard Kevin McCarthy there as the House Minority Leader. We just spoke with him exclusively, and we asked him, you know, what's your main reason for campaigning against her? And the answer is the January 6th committee. Liz Cheney is the vice chair of the January 6th committee. She has been a vocal opponent of former President Donald Trump. They have had a very high-profile public spat. In fact, we have heard from other Republican congressmen who are here also campaigning against Congresswoman Cheney because they said that Donald Trump asked them to come here and do so. So it's quite a dynamic ongoing here when you have all of these Republicans, sitting House Republicans, the leadership in the House Republican Conference coming here to campaign against Congresswoman Cheney. And so we did actually get a response from the Congresswoman herself through her communications director, who basically told us she has no idea what that word salad was her response. Was there an actual sentence in there somewhere in response to that exact line that you just played right there? So this has been very contentious, and there is no love lost between Congresswoman Cheney and the Republicans. She has been very critical of Kevin McCarthy for embracing former President Donald Trump only weeks after the January 6th attack. And there are a number of different threads running through this race, but whether it is Harriet Hageman, whether it is Kevin McCarthy, whether it's former President Trump, this race is absolutely about January 6th, the commission, and the former president, Christy.
Yeah, and especially when you have your own House colleagues also, they're voting to remove you from party leadership earlier on in the years. So it's definitely been something that she's been on an uphill battle against. So we'll see how it turns out at the polls tomorrow. We do want to say thank you again, Rich Edson, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for the breakdown.
Thanks, Christy. Appreciate it.
All right, Live Now from Fox going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll bring you more top stories across the country here in just a moment.
We need clarifications. How would you read this? I mean, buying time, and how do you respond to this?
Well, the High Representative tabled this proposal more than 2 weeks ago. And over the course of the past 2 weeks, the parties have worked with the EU to pose any questions, to discuss any issues that lacked clarity or potentially lacked precision. So Iran has had an opportunity to do that. I don't want to speculate as to what or how Iran might respond, but I can say that there is a track record here that extends 15, 16 months or so. And over the course of those 16 months, Iran has not consistently demonstrated the seriousness of purpose. Iran has not consistently demonstrated that, as are we, that it is steadfastly and sincerely committed to a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. Iran here has an opportunity to prove to us, but more importantly, to prove to the world that it is in fact committed to a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. Okay, let's go to Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Sure, Nazira.
We'll come back.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You mentioned the beginning of your speech about Afghanistan. It's really 1 year. It's a long time for Afghan women. Still Afghan women suffer. Still we are crying for this flag. And women protest on the street, Taliban shooting them. And the school is still closed. As you mentioned, that United States continue their humanitarian assistance. That's good, thank you. But as I told you the day before yesterday and yesterday, around the world, women protest because of women in Afghanistan. And Taliban answered them by shooting the gun. Number two, President Ghani was recently did an interview with CNN, and he totally blamed the United States for collapse of the regime. Do you have any comments about President Ghani? And he said Khalil Zadeh, the two faces, United States play game with me, and so many things. There is a short interview.
On your first question, there are a number of priorities, a number of enduring commitments we have to the people of Afghanistan. At the top of that list is to use every tool that we have appropriate to see to it that the Taliban lives up to the commitments that it has made publicly, that it has made privately, but most importantly, the commitments that the Taliban has made to its own people, to all of the Afghan people. And when we say all of the Afghan people, we mean all. We mean Afghanistan's women, its girls, its religious minorities, its ethnic minorities. The Taliban has made these commitments. The Taliban, of course, has not lived up to these commitments. We have taken every opportunity we have in direct engagement with the Taliban, in working with our partners and allies around the world to aggressively advocate for the rights of women and girls, as well as minority groups. Rina Amiri, our special envoy, has been focused on this task since she's been at the department. Tom West, our special representative for Afghanistan, has made this a central point in every one of his engagements, direct and indirect, with the Taliban government. It is core to us, as are the other key priorities that the Taliban, the assurances that the Taliban made to us, as well as to the international community, that Afghanistan does not become a safe haven for terrorists, that the Taliban will engage in national dialogue towards a government that represents all Afghans. The promise of freedom of movement for those who wish to depart the country. And of course, a priority of ours is the safety and ultimately the freedom of Mark Frerichs, who has spent years of his life in custody. All of these are priorities of ours. We continue to raise them through diplomatic channels. It is also core to our humanitarian strategy for Afghanistan, and you referenced this. The United States continues to lead the world in the level of humanitarian funding and assistance that we have provided to Afghanistan, including over the past year. More than $750 million to the people of Afghanistan, much of that specifically earmarked for the country's women and girls, for its minorities. Just last Friday, we announced an additional $150 million funding that is separate from that $750 million. Our Treasury Department has issued general licenses. We have worked with the World Bank on their Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund. We have worked with UN agencies and international financial institutions as well to seek relief for the humanitarian burden that has faced the people of Afghanistan for the past 20 years, but in some ways has been even more acute in recent months. We made this point a year ago that our commitment to the people of Afghanistan in different ways, in different forms, would not end upon the departure of U.S. military forces from Afghanistan. We have been able to make good on that. What we are going to remain focused on is achieving progress, doing all that we can to see to it that this humanitarian support, that these diplomatic steps, that these other tools that we've been able to wield, both in the direction of the Afghan people, but in some cases towards the Taliban itself, measures of accountability that we've imposed on the Taliban itself, to see to it that these steps lead to progress for the people of Afghanistan, including its women, its girls, its minorities. I don't have a specific response to the remarks of the former president.
And also Taliban declined Iman al-Zawahiri strike attack. They say United States should show us evidence. He was not on that building.
I can assure you that we are confident he was there. We have the utmost confidence that Zawahiri was killed in that strike, in that precision strike against him. We have reason to believe, very good reason to believe, that members of the Taliban Haqqani network were aware of his presence in Kabul, and we are taking a close look at the implications of that, because just as I mentioned a moment ago, in terms of the Taliban's inability or unwillingness to live up to the commitments it has made to the people of Afghanistan with regard to the rights of women and girls, this was a grave breach of the U.S.-Taliban agreement. The Taliban can say what it wishes, but the facts are not on their side.
Thank you.
Anything else on Afghanistan? Sure, go ahead.
Ned, you talked about the status of women in Afghanistan, and you briefly mentioned religious minorities. What is your assessment, though, of the plight of religious minorities in Afghanistan?
Well, religious minorities in Afghanistan have faced a complex set of threats, not only from the Taliban, which has not shown the tolerance and inclusivity that they have promised privately as well as publicly, but most importantly to the Afghan people, but also from the likes of ISIS-K. And the number of attacks that we have seen attributable to ISIS-K against, for example, Shia mosques, Shia worshippers, individuals who were doing nothing more than exercising their universal right to freedom of religion, to freedom of belief, who've been killed in doing so. That is a testament to the threat that is faced by religious minorities in Afghanistan. We will continue to see to it that groups like Al-Qaeda, groups like ISIS-K are not in a position to pose a threat beyond Afghan's borders to the United States, to our partners, to our allies. But it's also incumbent on the Taliban, consistent with the U.S.-Taliban agreement, but also the other commitments they have made to the people of Afghanistan to do all they can to take on the threat posed by Al-Qaeda, to take on the threat posed by ISIS-K.
All right, our spokesperson Ned Price here speaking at the State Department briefing. Obviously, a lot of questions surrounding what life is like in Afghanistan now that it has been 1 year since our exit, the Taliban taking control. So we'll continue to keep all of our viewers covered on this right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're always following the top stories coming to us from all across the country and even around the world. Do want to continue some coverage about what's going to be happening tomorrow as voters also in Alaska. We were just talking about Wyoming, now talking about Alaska. They're headed out to the polls. So let's go ahead and have Fox's Jonathan Hunt. He's joining us from Anchorage, Alaska. And Jonathan, a lot of people wondering what tomorrow's going to play out and look like.
Yeah, well, the marquee matchup tomorrow is on the Senate side of things. 20-year Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican moderate, of course, is facing a tough fight this time. You'll remember that Senator Murkowski voted for President Trump's impeachment after the January 6 riots, and President Trump, now former President Trump, has ever since then made it one of his political priorities to try to get Senator Murkowski defeated. So he has endorsed very strongly a conservative candidate, Kelly Tshibaka, running against Senator Murkowski. And President Trump was here just over a month ago for a rally which drew several thousand people, in which he called Senator Murkowski, quote, lousy, and said that she was the worst senator in the United States. That, no doubt, has had an effect. Kelly Tshibaka, the conservative candidate in this race, believes that she has a very good chance. But Senator Murkowski is going to be helped because there's a new system in place here, Christy. It's called ranked choice voting. And in the primary, what that means is that the top 4 candidates, regardless of party, will go through to the general election. And there's a lot of people here in Alaska who believe that if this was a straight fight, a traditional Republican primary, the moderate Murkowski against the conservative Tshibaka, then Senator Murkowski would be in some real trouble. But the reality is she is likely to make it through as one of the top 4. And then we'll have to see how it plays out in the general election come November, Christy.
So a lot of people then wondering tomorrow's part, really it's going to be interesting just to see how many votes each of those candidates get, and then it could change the way that they campaign leading into November.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum will be key, and that's really what Tuesday's vote is about. If, for instance, Kelly Tshibaka, this political novice, when you compare her to Senator Murkowski, were to get very close to Senator Murkowski or even beat her in terms of the sheer numbers in the primary vote, then that would obviously give Kelly Tshibaka huge momentum as we head towards November. It would rally the Republican base, which, by the way, Kelly Tshibaka already believes have been significantly riled up, even here in Alaska, by the FBI raid on former President Trump's home in Mar-A-Lago, Florida. Kelly Tshibaka, believes that that is helping her. On the other hand, when you get to November and you have this ranked choice voting, it means that voters go to the polls. They say 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of their preference on each of the candidates. The bottom one of those 4 gets knocked out, and then that candidate's second choice votes go to the other candidates. So what Senator Murkowski is arguing is that that means you have to be able to reach across party lines. You have to build a coalition. She absolutely believes she is best placed to do that, and that's why Senator Murkowski, when we spoke to her at her campaign headquarters over the weekend, was saying, I absolutely believe I will continue to be the senior senator from Alaska. By the way, one other point, Christy, on Senator Murkowski's conversation with us. I asked her, would you prefer that President Trump remain a former president rather than become a future president? She said, yes, I would. She does not believe he is qualified to run for office again because of his previous actions. Christy?
Yeah, very interesting to hear some of those comments, especially when, again, tomorrow's going to be a big deal, but November will really be a big decision maker. So we do appreciate you breaking it all down for us. Again, Fox's Jonathan Hunt joining us from Alaska. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Sure, thank you.
Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, bringing you more of the top stories and press conferences across the country when we return here in just a moment.
Every avenue for securing Austin's safe return to Deborah and Mark and to his entire family.
Direct efforts, not through third parties, direct efforts since the president's promise to deportize?
We have directly engaged Syrian officials to seek to effect Austin's return home to his family.
Can you say at what level?
I cannot.
And can you follow up on Griner and whether you have to see the completion of this appeals process, which could take months, before there would be a prisoner swap?
No element of this trial changes our judgment that Brittany Griner is being wrongfully detained and should be released immediately. That is why we've put forward a number of weeks ago what we considered to be a serious, a substantial proposal in an effort to seek her release, to seek the release of Paul Whelan as well. We are in communication with the Russians on this matter, and we encourage them to pursue this, to do so constructively. Sure.
Some of us in this room had a chance yesterday to meet with Tyson's parents, and what they're talking about is sending delegation. You know, first time since Trump administration that is not happening. Are you considering that?
We have been engaged directly with Syrian officials. We will continue to pursue every avenue that we feel has the opportunity to create the conditions for Austin's release.
Thank you. And on Brittany case, are we in the zone of quiet diplomacy?
Sorry, which case?
On Brittany case, are we in the zone of quote-unquote quiet diplomacy, which Lavrov, seems to have been suggesting a couple of weeks? Is there any behind-the-scene negotiation going on? And why do you think they don't want public attention to this case?
I just said we're in communication with Russian officials on the serious, substantial proposal that we put forward. We are going to do everything we can to see the release of Paul Whelan, to see the release of Brittany Griner. We're not going to speak to the details of that, but we will continue to urge the Russians to engage constructively so that we can bring this to a resolution. Yes?
My question is on Mexico. Last week, both Central and Northern Mexico experienced a very violent wave of
Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in with the State Department, their briefing going over a number of different key issues that we are seeing happening around the world. But to Live Now from Fox, always staying on top of those latest top stories. We did hear that the FBI has concluded their investigation, saying, yes, indeed, Alex Baldwin did pull that trigger during that Rust shooting that had happened. So let's go ahead and bring you the very latest. We do have Fox's William LaJeunesse, who's joining us here. And William, it really has been a lot of quietness surrounding the latest. So it is nice to be hearing that this is finally coming to some conclusions.
Be up to the DA what he does with this information, but this could be very problematic for Alec Baldwin because of how emphatic he's been in his denial. But there's two things that stand out in these multiple FBI reports, really. Number one, they basically conclude that they contradict really this report that Baldwin's claim that he did not pull the trigger of the gun that killed Helena Hutchins. Number two, the FBI did some fingerprint and DNA analysis and tests on the gun, the casings, the ammunition box, and basically it revealed that there were no surprise mystery individuals, meaning there was no evidence that anyone other than those directly involved tampered with the gun or ammunition. That's important. Now, if you recall, in an interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos, Baldwin claimed that he cocked the gun but never pulled the trigger. And I'm quoting here, he says, "I let go of the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off. That wasn't in the script, however, for the trigger to be pulled," Stephanopoulos says. And Baldwin goes, "Well, I didn't pull the trigger." And he's been emphatic in that denial. But the FBI concludes that, quote, "with the hammer at a full cock position, the revolver could not be made to fire without a pull of the trigger." Now, a spokesman for Baldwin says the media is misreading this report, and they correctly point out that during the testing back in Quantico, Virginia, that part of the trigger that holds the hammer back broke, and the gun did fire. This is a malfunction, Baldwin's people claim, that the gun was unreliable. So the bottom line right now is the medical examiner is calling Hutchins' death an accident. The question now is, will the FBI reports lead to maybe criminal charges against Baldwin? It could be something like negligence or even involuntary manslaughter. That will now be up to the Santa Fe District Attorney. Christy?
Yeah, and I know a lot of questions still surround the safety practices when it comes to shooting movies like this, because obviously that's going to be another big issue moving forward, not only with the movie Rust, but other future movies when they're being shot on sets. What kind of steps need to be taken to keep everyone around the area safe and secure?
Yeah, so your gun experts will basically tell you, and Alec Baldwin is not a stranger to guns. He's done a lot of movies with guns in them, that even though, let's say I'm the armorer and I hand you the weapon and I tell you this is a cold gun, it's not loaded, it's your responsibility, most experts say, that you check the gun, and that you should not point it at someone, let alone keeping your finger on the trigger when it's not necessary. This is rehearsal, remember. So all those things can add up to potential liability on the part of the actor. But again, it's going to be up to the DA to determine those factors, as well as this new FBI report that claims that the gun could not have, quote, accidentally misfired, if you will, that you had to pull the trigger for basically the trigger to hit the bullet and the bullet to fire. Back to you.
And finally, William, just I'm sure a lot of people wondering, has there been any response from Alec Baldwin himself ever since this report's come out? Because as you've mentioned, he's stuck to his story that he never had pulled the trigger. Well, now this report says that that's not true.
Well, the spokesman for Baldwin has already said that the media is misinterpreting the report, right? That we're getting it wrong. But the second part is they do point out that this gun malfunctioned during testing at the FBI. In fact, it was only actually successfully fired once, and when it did, part of the trigger sear basically sheared off, and the firing pin hit the bullet and it fired. But they're going to be able to look at that and go, listen, this was an unreliable weapon in the first place, and what my client said or claimed could actually be true. That's what they'll maintain.
And it will be interesting to see if he does make any other remarks himself as well. So we do appreciate you giving this to us here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we do have Fox's William Lejeunesse. Thanks so much, William.
You bet.
All right, Live Now from Fox going to continue on with more of these top stories coming to you from all across the country. Going to take us out to some of our crime stories that we've had coming in here. A lot of different press conferences all the way from Chicago police, what they're doing as they're taking guns in from people off of the streets, and they're doing a gun buyback at this time. But Milwaukee also focused on violence prevention. Let's go ahead and bring you that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and I want to start by talking about how important the Office of Violence Prevention is. We know that there are no simple solutions to violence in some parts of our community. We rely on the police, but it cannot just be the police. We also count on great nonprofit organizations. We count on parents, we count on family members, we count on neighbors, all to play an essential role in violence prevention. We also have an Office of Violence Prevention. It's an agency that leads and coordinates, that reaches out, that intervenes, that directs significant resources towards making Milwaukee safer. And the person who runs that office is a crucial link in our efforts to make Milwaukee safer. And I'm very pleased that Ashanti Hamilton has accepted my invitation to serve as the director of the Office of Violence Prevention. His background is notable, quite so. He's got a law degree. He has served as Milwaukee County Council president. He's led important committees, and he understands the needs for results, tangible metrics that show we're making Milwaukee safer. There is another key part of Ashanti Hamilton's background as well. He's well connected to the people of the city of Milwaukee. For Ashanti, making our city safer is not some esoteric concept. He knows Milwaukee's residents. He knows the people most affected by violence. Our attention is now focused on moving forward. I want to make certain that tomorrow, next week, next year, that we're in a safer position, that the city is safer, and that our city is stronger and it's more prosperous. Ashanti Hamilton shares those goals, and he believes in the future of Milwaukee. So I'm very pleased he is ready to take on this new challenge. And at this time, I'll present to you the new director, or soon-to-be new director, of the City of Milwaukee's Office of Violence Prevention, Alderman Ashanti Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Just want to say to everybody how excited I am about this opportunity that we're facing right now. We do understand the statistics in the news that's been discussed about the high crime and high murder rate that the city of Milwaukee is experiencing right now. I'm looking forward to hitting the ground running. We understand that there's a huge partnership and community partnership that's necessary in order to address these issues. There's been some concern about whether or not there's a continued commitment to understanding that violence is a public health issue and our approaches to solving violence in our community has to continue with that approach, that there are strategies out there that work, that we have to continue to invest in those strategies. We have to fight for the right commitments from all of our partners at different governmental levels as well as community partners in order to address this issue. That's something that I've been committed to as a council member. I've led on these issues as a council member, and I'm hoping that we're able to have an impact in the city of Milwaukee, both in the short and long term, for being able to bring a coalition of people together and keep them together in order to address these issues. I do understand that our previous directors have put in a lot of work in helping people understand what violence as a public health issue is. We want to build on that work. We want to expand it. We want to ensure that we are measuring whether or not that what we're doing is actually having an impact for the residents that live in this city. That's our commitment, and we look forward to getting to work and making sure that we're having an impact in the community. So.
We can take a few questions. Why such an abrupt change, Mayor?
I mean, I don't really intend to discuss, those personnel matters intimately, but look, I think it's important that in this office and in all offices that that the story is told, that we have the opportunity to relate to individuals, whether they're elected on the county council or not, about the effectiveness of programming. And I feel that we're in a position right now with Ashanti Hamilton taking the lead in this office to do that. And that's what I expect. And I believe that's what Alderman Hamilton will deliver, not just for me as mayor, but for council members and other folks who make investments in the Office of Violence Prevention.
Can you at least react, though, to the former director saying that her departure, her firing was unprofessional? She was notified the same time the media was notified that you can contact her personally. Your thoughts on that?
I disagree that I disagree with the former director's statement. I'll just leave it at that.
Is it true that there were no disciplinary marks on her record and that she was not warned that there was any issue with her performance in the past?
Listen, I don't know exactly what's in her personnel file. That I cannot speak to. But what I can tell you is that you can look at any number of council meetings, including when I was on the common council, and a number of times since I've been mayor where there have been discussions with the former director of this office about some of the things that needed to change. And now we're in this position right now.
Okay, so Arnita was warned about her performance. Would you say that's accurate?
She says that there were no formal, actually having something in the file, and I don't know exactly what's in her file. So that may be the case. I'm not entirely certain of that, but I know that there have been council members who have expressed frustration. There have been a number of conversations that have happened in this office as well.
Mayor, we've had some concerns about
appointing another elected official to serve as head of Office of Violence Prevention, concerns that this would politicize the office that is meant to take a public health approach to violence prevention. I wonder if maybe both of you could respond to that.
Well, I don't want to steal Ashanti's thunder. I think that he can answer that question very well about his commitment and his passion for Milwaukee and taking on these very important issues. So I'll let Ashanti take that.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important to note that elected officials play an important role in the direction that policy takes in the city of Milwaukee. Minimizing that will derail the coalition of people that would need to support these efforts. So I would say that as one. Elected officials are members of the community, like every one of you. And secondly, for my own personal commitment to this effort, especially understanding and applying the strategies of what works in identifying what addressing violence as a public health issue looks like. I have sponsored and led and created programs that are now being implemented within the Office of Violence Prevention that have been celebrated and supported by most of you. So I think there's a commitment that I've already shown to this strategy and this understanding that hopefully we can build upon.
Alderman, you will continue in District 1 as Alderman in both jobs for the foreseeable future then?
No, I will be, as soon as we are able to just get the onboarding process taken care of, I would resign from my position.
Can you share some of those examples that you talked about that you sponsored and are now being implemented in the Office of Violence Prevention? What are some of those things?
Sure. I'll start off with the most popular one that most of you have known about. I mean, we talk about violence interruption and 414 Life efforts. That effort started in the Garden Homes neighborhood in my district with a number of community-based organizations and community leaders. It initially was started out as a safe zone initiative. That effort was grown and with the commitments of both Reggie Moore, the county, brought in outside trainers that helped expand that work and deepen the type of work that they were doing in the community. That started in the 1st Aldermanic District. That started in the Garden Homes neighborhood with organizers and activists right here in the district. There's a number of recast programs. There's a Be the Change program that was our #1 program in the previous recast grant that was very successful and still ongoing at the Running Rebels. So, so there's others, but I think those are probably the biggest two that you all would recognize.
Mayor, if I can just ask about the commitment of your office. The former director suggests that moving funding to ARPA suggests that there's not a long-term commitment to this office, and that while you all acknowledge it's a public health issue, former director says that the mayor's office and the health commissioner's office didn't support this office sufficiently. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the letter failed, I think, to address the fact that that move to ARPA was not done when I was mayor. That didn't happen. What I can tell you, though, is that my office remains fully committed to the notion of violence prevention in Milwaukee. I understand that police cannot solve this themselves, right? It cannot just be police. I often talk about the need to have not just police, but teachers and preachers and parents and friends, mentors, everybody stepping up and being a part of the solution. That also includes this very important office as well. So that was not something that happened under my administration, under my leadership as mayor, but that does not deter my desire to continue to invest and see violence prevention activities taking place in the city.
Mayor, OVP Arnie has done a great job, and Reggie's done a great job with connecting national artists and organizers. You still plan to connect Alderman Hamilton with those groups that are on the ground in other places, so this is New York or California. Speaking of California, ooh, smash.
Yeah, I do. I think that again, it's not just one source. It's not just police. It's not just even those folks that I just mentioned as well. If there's opportunities for us to reduce violence utilizing other sources, including artists, whether they be muralists or musicians and the like, I'm happy. And I think that Ashanti Hamilton as well would be happy to engage with those individuals to reduce violence. We need to have multi-prongs to reach people where they are. And so for some folks, that's police. For other folks, that's through arts. For other folks, that's through having interactions with their preacher or through interactions with their parents or their family members. And so we want to see every tool at our disposal used in order to combat violence in our community.
We can take one more question.
We also had a couple concerns raised about the past charges that you faced related to child abuse in 2009. I'm wondering if you can respond to that, given that this is the Office of Violence Prevention.
Yeah, I think that this is a reality that I had to go through, a learning experience that I had to grow through. And I think we bring our life experiences to every position that we take. I brought that experience to my representation in the 1st Aldermanic District. I brought that growth to understanding how to help families, and I'll bring that to this position. I think that there are many people in our community that thought like I thought during that time period. But I've satisfied everything that was necessary of that. My family is successful and growing, and I think I can help families grow through that as well.
What about the Common Council now? 4 seats down, a quarter of the Common Council now the city's not represented right now. What does it say that the power of the Common Council, 4 members down, you have some important decisions, including the youth prison that's going to be considered for Northwest. What do you say to the city right now, 4 aldermen, 4 alder people now?
Yeah, and I think that the president of the council, I did have a conversation with him about taking this position. He expressed his willingness and commitment to expediting the process for being able to have representation there. We talked about trying to be creative. We're trying to ensure that representation existed. He reminded me that we do have 2 elections, that we'll get 2 council members back before the end of the year come November. And he's going to move quickly with special elections with all of the currently empty seats. So there's a commitment to filling that.
Mayor, can we ask you about Northridge before you walk away? Have you been briefed at all following today's hearing? The judge suggesting that we want to move ahead with the raise order process?
No, not yet. I haven't heard anything yet.
Your thoughts on how that should proceed?
Look, Northridge has been a blight on this community for some time. I much like leadership over in that side of town on the northwest side, have hoped that we'd have seen some development, some plans, something come to fruition at Northridge, but unfortunately that just hasn't happened. Instead, it's been a blighted eyesore that has been dangerous, deadly even for folks in Milwaukee. So I haven't had the opportunity to be briefed on what's come out of Northridge, but if it allows us to board it up to make it harder for people to get in there, folks who are setting fires and the like, then the community is going to be safer for it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as Milwaukee leaders there talking about violence prevention. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here, just less than 30 minutes away from the market close there. A good day there in the green, already 160 points up. We'll see what it closes like in about a little more than 20 minutes away. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
relief for the humanitarian burden that has faced the people of Afghanistan for the past 20 years, but in some ways has been even more acute in recent months. We made this point a year ago, that our commitment to the people of Afghanistan in different ways, in different forms, would not end upon the departure of U.S. military forces from Afghanistan. We have been able to make good on that. What we are going to remain focused on is achieving progress, doing all that we can to see to it that this humanitarian support, that these diplomatic steps, that these other tools that we've been able to wield, both in the direction of the Afghan people, but in some cases towards the Taliban itself, measures of accountability that we've imposed on the Taliban itself, to see to it that these steps lead to progress for the people of Afghanistan, including its women, its girls, its minorities. I don't have a specific response to the remarks of the former president.
And also Taliban declined Iman al-Zawahiri strike attack. They say United States should show us evidence. He was not on that building.
I can assure you that we are confident he was there. We have the utmost confidence that Zawahiri was killed in that strike, in that precision strike against him. We have reason to believe, very good reason to believe, that members of the Taliban Haqqani network were aware of his presence in Kabul, and we are taking a close look at the implications of that, because just as I mentioned a moment ago, in terms of the Taliban's inability or unwillingness to live up to the commitments it has made to the people of Afghanistan with regard to the rights of women and girls, this was a grave breach of the U.S.-Taliban agreement. The Taliban can say what it wishes, but the facts are not on their side.
Thank you.
Anything else on Afghanistan? Sure, go ahead.
Ned, you talked about the status of women in Afghanistan, and you briefly mentioned religious minorities. What is your assessment, though, of the plight of religious minorities in Afghanistan?
Well, religious minorities in Afghanistan have faced a complex set of threats, not only from the Taliban, which has not shown the tolerance and inclusivity that they have promised privately as well as publicly, but most importantly to the Afghan people, but also from the likes of ISIS-K. And the number of attacks that we have seen attributable to ISIS-K against, for example, Shia mosques, Shia worshippers, individuals who were doing nothing more than exercising their universal right to freedom of religion, to freedom of belief, who've been killed in doing so. That is a testament to the threat that is faced by religious minorities in Afghanistan. We will continue to see to it that groups like Al-Qaeda, groups like ISIS-K are not in a position to pose a threat beyond Afghan's borders to the United States, to our partners, to our allies. But it's also incumbent on the Taliban, consistent with the U.S.-Taliban agreement, but also the other commitments they have made to the people of Afghanistan to do all they can to take on the threat posed by Al-Qaeda, to take on the threat posed by ISIS-K, not only beyond Afghanistan's borders, but to the very people of Afghanistan, including to its religious minorities. Kylie?
Just on the Afghan central bank funds, Tom West had a statement out from the department today saying that the Biden administration doesn't see the Afghan central bank as a near-term option in terms of unfreezing those funds, and talked about Zawahiri's being sheltered by the Taliban is a key factor in reinforcing concerns about the possibility of funds going to terrorist groups. So what I'm curious about is what exactly would need to happen for those funds to be released. Do they need to take action that's related to counterterrorism in the country? Are you guys still working on the mechanisms? What is this pause? What does it need to be lifted, I guess?
So I don't mean to play media critic today, but there has also been some highly inaccurate reporting today regarding the ultimate disposition of the $3.5 billion in reserve funds. The idea that we have decided not to use these funds for the benefit of the Afghan people is simply wrong. It is not true. Our focus right now is on ongoing efforts to enable the $3.5 billion in licensed Afghan central bank reserves to be used precisely for the benefit of the Afghan people. What Tom West is referring to, and the point we have made broadly, is that we don't see recapitalization of the Afghan central bank as a near-term option. We've engaged, and we still continue to engage, Afghan technocrats with the central bank for many months now about measures to enhance the country's macroeconomic stability. We just don't have confidence that the institution's safeguards and monitoring are in place to manage those assets responsibly. And to your question, needless to say, the presence of Ayman al-Zawahiri on Afghan soil with the knowledge of senior members of the Haqqani Taliban network only reinforces the deep concerns that we have regarding the potential diversion of such funds to terrorist groups. So right now we're looking at mechanisms that could be put in place to see to it that these $3.5 billion in preserved assets make their way efficiently and effectively to the people of Afghanistan in a way that doesn't make them ripe for diversion to terrorist groups or elsewhere.
And sorry, just to follow up on that, so is the onus on the Biden administration to develop those mechanisms right now, or is the onus on the Taliban to actually prove that they can manage this money responsibly?
This is something that we've discussed collaboratively with technocrats within the country, individuals who know the ins and outs of Afghanistan's financial system. We will continue those discussions as we seek to devise a way to see to it that these funds are dispensed in the manner in which they were intended.
And then just on the House Republicans report out today, can you just explain to us why the department decided not to provide transcribed interviews to this committee? I understand you guys briefed the committee and staffers multiple times on Afghanistan, but why not provide them with the transcribed interviews that they were asking for?
So let me, before I get to that, there are a number of facts within this report, a report, by the way, that was the product solely of the minority staff on the committee, but a number of facts that this report overlooks. There are a number of facts that this report gets wrong. But there is one fundamental fact that this report ultimately either elides, ignores, misrepresents, and that is the fact that we inherited an agreement. When this administration came into office, we inherited an agreement that the last administration had negotiated just about a year ago. As we said at the time, it wasn't an agreement that we precisely would have negotiated, but it's one that we inherited. And as part of that agreement, we inherited a deadline. And among the elements that that agreement stipulated was the fact that for all intents and purposes, the status quo, by that time, 2,500 U.S. forces, the smallest number of U.S. service members that had been in Afghanistan since the start of the U.S. military operation there, in the face of the strongest that the Taliban had been since 9/11, but that status quo would not have been an option going forward. There were two options, really, that were available to this administration. It was to withdraw U.S. service members, or it was to double down for a renewed combat mission. And ultimately, as we all know, President Biden made clear that he was not willing to continue with an open-ended military commitment where more than 4,500, nearly 2,500 American service members had paid the ultimate sacrifice. More than $2 trillion in investment had been made. And we had this agreement that in many ways precluded a fuller set of options, an agreement that had been in place for some time. When it comes to the department's interaction with the committee, and you alluded to this, but we provided over 150 briefings to members and staff on Afghanistan since August of last year. Those briefings have covered a wide range of topics: the withdrawal, women and girls, relocation operations, counterterrorism, talks with the Taliban, among other issues. We engaged member offices on hundreds of congressional inquiries related to people in Afghanistan. This committee, HFAC alone, held 21 full and subcommittee hearings and member briefings leading up to and following the evacuation operation last year, which expressly focused on Afghanistan, or during which questions regarding Afghanistan were asked and answered. The Secretary testified at 2 open hearings dedicated exclusively to Afghanistan as well as other open hearings where questions on Afghanistan were asked and addressed. And other senior members of this department have answered dozens of questions relating to Afghanistan in other open hearings. We've briefed HFAC over multiple hours on issues of policymaking, contingency planning, operational details related to the evacuation operation, and answered questions related to the current state of Afghanistan. And we consistently stayed until we had exhausted all of their questions from both Republicans and Democrats on the committee. As part of those 150 briefings, the relocation team not only briefed this committee, HFAC, but also its Senate counterpart, Senate Armed Services Committee, House Armed Services Committee, on a regular basis, every 2 weeks on relocation operations, a cadence that later switched to every 3 weeks, but remained regular, and those updates continue to be ongoing.
And when is the State Department's own review happening? And just, you said that there are facts that are wrong in the report. Are there any facts that you would like to dispute on the record?
There are a number. I'm not in a position to detail 119 pages worth, but one that comes to mind immediately, beyond the sort of the central idea that the status quo, preservation of the status quo, was not an option. I believe the report makes the accusation that about a quarter of the evacuees from Afghanistan, only a quarter, were women and girls. That is not accurate. In fact,
what is that percent?
It is over 40%.
Of the evacuees?
Of the evacuees.
During that period of time?
During that period of time, that's correct. In terms of the after-action review that the State Department has undertaken, as you know, Secretary Blinken ordered a review so that we could harvest and learn the lessons not only of the final weeks of the U.S. Mission in Afghanistan, but really of the final chapter of our presence, of our physical presence in Afghanistan. Dan Smith, retired career ambassador, led that review. The review itself is classified so that it could draw from every appropriate original source material. We are finalizing elements of that report. It is our hope and expectation that we will be able to release publicly elements of that report, but part of the reason there is this process has taken some time is because the report itself is classified, and we need to make sure that everything we do or say is consistent with classification, security, and other imperatives. Anything else on Afghanistan? Sure.
So a year on, can you clarify how many Afghans are in the SIV application pipeline? I know there was a briefing recently that said that there were, quote, that cited a figure of 74,000, but can you give a figure on how many applicants plus their immediate family members are in the pipeline or are eligible to apply according to, for example, veteran-led organizations? That figure is 160,000, probably more.
Sure.
And can you also just characterize what is the working relationship between the State Department and some of these veteran-led organizations that are still helping to get Afghans out of Afghanistan, but also third countries? Is the State Department continuing to work with them on that, to rely on them on that? What's a fair way of characterizing that? And just quickly on the House Republicans report, one of what they say is a new finding is that only 36 U.S. consular officers were on the ground at the airport in Kabul during the evacuation. Is that figure correct? And is that figure significant in terms of whether or not that had an effect on the process of getting Afghans and others and Americans out?
Sure. So on your first question, there's been some confusion around this figure. So to clarify, as of last week, as of August 9th of 2022, there were about 17,000 individuals who had submitted the paperwork required for Chief of Mission approval. There are additional individuals in the pipeline, but those individuals have, in some cases, only expressed interest in applying for SIVs, or in some cases they have submitted some, but not all of the paperwork required for the Chief of Mission approval. Historically, about 40% of applicants don't pass the Chief of Mission approval stage. Just to give you a bit more context, because we've had an opportunity over the past year to speak quite a bit about the SIV program, but I think it is worth a reminder as to how this program has evolved over the past 18 months. When this administration came into office in January of 2021, not a single interview had been conducted in Kabul for an SIV applicant since March of the preceding year, March of 2020. Of course, some of that was due to COVID restrictions, but at least part of that was a reflection of the way in which the previous administration had not maintained this program, how it had been allowed to atrophy and to go into a state of disuse and disrepair. We immediately surged resources to this program by within 10 days of this administration coming into office. SIV interviews had restarted in Kabul. We increased the number of staff processing SIV applications by more than 15-fold. We took a holistic look at the congressionally mandated steps, interagency steps, required to process a single SIV applicant, and we streamlined that process, and we've continued to do so. You saw elements of that streamlining even within recent weeks. By April of last year, by April of 2021, the embassy had set a goal of interviewing 850 principal applicants per month. Recall, that number had been at 0 applicants per month as of January. And in fact, between March and August of last year, we increased the number of visas issued per week, not the number of interviews, but number of visas issued per week, from 100 in March to 813 the week of August 6th, and that number has continued to climb. By May of last year, we had reduced average processing time by more than a year. And with all of these steps that we had put in place over the course of the last year, we've issued more than 15,000 SIVs since the beginning of the Biden administration. We have taken the average processing time for Chief of Mission review, this key step at the outset of the process, from 883 days, where it was on January 1st of 2021, to 82 days, decreasing by more than tenfold the time required to process individuals through this initial phase. There have been nearly 90,000 Afghans evacuated or otherwise transported to the United States since August 15th of last year. The point we made last year with the 124,000 individuals we evacuated from Afghanistan at the time, of those Afghan citizens, many of them were Afghan SIV holders, Afghan SIV applicants, or individuals who have been or were SIV eligible. Since the end of the U.S. military-led evacuations, since essentially September 1st of last year, we have facilitated the departure of some 13,000 Afghans from Afghanistan. Again, some SIV holders, others eligible, others who had other forms of status. You had another question in there that is now escaping me.
On the House Republicans report, the figure that they cited was it's a lot of numbers.
On consular officers. What I can say is that when it became apparent that we would be undertaking a large-scale evacuation from the airport in Kabul, we surged consular resources to the airport. We doubled the number of consular officers who were on scene. What I can also tell you is that the number of consular officers, whether at any stage of the evacuation, was not a limiting factor, a significant limiting factor in the number of individuals we were able to process onto the airport compound and onto planes. There were a number of logistical problems and challenges, not the least of which is that HKIA is a large compound that needed to be secured with relatively few entry points in a very high threat environment. A high threat environment that was reflected in the tragic attack that we saw towards the end of that evacuation operation. But we had an appropriate level of consular officials on the ground. Secretary Blinken made a point to regularly ask his team if we needed more consular officers, if we needed any other class of State Department official on the ground during that period to facilitate more people getting out. And the answer that was delivered to him, the answer that was apparent to us, is that the number of consular officers on the ground was not a significant limiting factor. Anything else on Afghanistan before we move on? Afghanistan? Afghanistan?
No.
Oh, anything else on Afghanistan? Yeah. Nope. Okay.
China, Korea.
You've been asking Iraq for, and I'll come right back to you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
In the letter, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee asked Secretary Blinken and the department to engage at the high level, Iraqi government and Kurdistan regional government over oil and gas issues. Is the department willing to engage at the high level? And what is it? What prevents the department from engaging those governments at the high level?
I'm not immediately familiar with that congressional correspondence, so I'm just not prepared to offer a response. But we regularly engage at senior levels with our Iraqi partners, with our partners in the Kurdistan region as well. But I just am not prepared to speak to that particular issue.
Okay. In the letter, it also says that they are concerned about reports that the Iraqi Finance Ministry is applying the recent Supreme Court ruling selectively over on U.S. companies. Is that something that the department is also concerned about?
We'll take a look and we'll provide you a response.
One last on Turkey, though. The Turkish officials are saying that the delegation invited by the U.S. is on the way to come and discuss F-16. What can you tell us on that?
Turkey is an important NATO ally. Turkey has an important role to play. We have had discussions directly with the Turkish government. Our focus, as is theirs, is on Turkey's continued interoperability with NATO, with current NATO equipment and needs as well. But those conversations are ongoing.
So there is a delegation coming or in town?
These conversations regularly take place. I couldn't speak to a specific delegation. Jane.
Thank you. Clarifications on China and Korea. First, the Korean issues. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, in his congratulatory speech yesterday on August 15th, he said, if North Korea comes to denuclearization negotiations with sincerity, he will provide drastic support to North Korea. What does the United States think about this drastic support proposal to North Korea?
Well, we strongly support the ROK's aim to open a path for serious and sustained diplomacy with Pyongyang. Our shared goal, shared with the ROK as well as our other allies and partners, is the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and we'll continue to coordinate closely with the Yoon administration to this end. As part of that, we believe that a robust and effective trilateral relationship between and among the United States, the ROK, and Japan is critical, both for our shared security and for advancing our common interests in defending freedom and democracy, upholding human rights, championing women's empowerment, combating climate change, building more secure, resilient supply chains, promoting regional security and stability, strengthening the global nonproliferation regime, and bolstering the rule of law in the Indo-Pacific and across the globe. This is a relationship that, the trilateral relationship, that in many ways transcends the Indo-Pacific and has implications for our collective positioning and the free and open nature of the international system well beyond the Indo-Pacific. So we'll continue to discuss this with the Yoon administration. We'll continue to discuss this with our Japanese allies, and we'll, I suspect, continue to discuss this on a trilateral basis.
Can sanctions be lifted in the early stage of negotiation with North Korea, or sanctions will be remained continuous? The United States position is the U.S.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We always appreciate you joining us here, bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country, and of course, live news when it comes as well. We have a live feed coming in. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, at a Protect Social Security event. Let's listen in right here.
Empowering our city seniors, as we know, and lifting up their voices. And what a privilege it is to observe our day of action, our Social Security Day of Action, part of a national drumbeat of opposition to right-wing attacks on our seniors' initiatives. That is something that we have. Usually we just are here to celebrate Social Security, but as Republicans redouble their attempts to dismantle Social Security, this work has never been more important. 9 decades ago, in the depths of the Depression, half of America's seniors lived in poverty. Half of the seniors lived in poverty. Instead of rest and fulfillment retirement in their senior years, they had uncertainty and hardship. President Roosevelt passed this legislation, and when he did, he said there's no tragedy in growing old, but there is tragedy in growing old without means of support. And that was what Social Security was designed to do. By signing the Social Security law, he established a strong pillar of financial stability that has stood for generations. Today, it safeguards the well-being of millions, whether retired or living with a disability. In our district alone, as you see on our Social Security card here, more than 109,000 residents receive hard-earned Social Security checks every month, to the tune of over $100 million every month. It's remarkable. Social Security is one of our nation's greatest legislative accomplishments and one of its most widely supported. Yet Republicans want to end Social Security as we know it. Some of you may remember that we had to fight this in 2006 when they wanted to President Bush wanted to privatize Social Security. We won then, and we will win now, because we must. House Republicans are openly fighting to hike the retirement age, slash benefits, and push privatization. Again, I just remind some of you who have been in the fight with us on the Protecting the Affordable Care Act. When they went after the Affordable Care Act to repeal it, at the same time they said, we're doing away with Social Security disability insurance. So they were doing it even then on the Affordable Care Act. One Senate Republican, Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin, wants to go even further, putting Social Security on the chopping block every single year he tries to do this, and endangering the financial security of millions of Californians, tens of millions across the country. Make no mistake, Republicans want to turn back the clock to a time of instability and rampant senior poverty. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? They don't believe in governance. They never really supported Social Security. They tried to stop Medicare. Democrats will stop at nothing to stop their dark vision from becoming a reality. Our commitment to Social Security is absolute, unshakable, and non-negotiable. The GOP only cares about its own power. Democrats are putting people over politics. That is why we stood by last week and fought Big Pharma. Imagine, we had a bill on the floor that would enable the Secretary of HHS to negotiate for lower prices for seniors for prescription drugs. Thank you, ARP, for being here. And the Republicans, not one of them voted to support making prescription drugs more affordable for our seniors. For us, it was an historic day because we had been working for decades to be able to unlock the stranglehold that Big Pharma has on Congress when it comes to prescription drugs. And we won that day. Not everything we wanted, but a great big giant step forward for our seniors, for America's working families where this is a kitchen table issue. We also had in that bill language to protect the Affordable Care Act and with subsidies make it more affordable to many more families in our country. But slashing drug costs, we got a victory for the people. That was a stranglehold and we've loosened it, giving people opportunity to breathe as we fight for more. And that's why across the country today, House Democrats are sitting down with our seniors to say, hands off our Social Security. Hands off our Social Security. That's our motto today. And thank you all for being here for our day of action. We're getting, as I've said to some of you as we were chatting earlier, we can only do so much with our inside maneuvering. The outside mobilization that you are involved in makes all the difference in the world. Makes better policy, makes it more long-standing and easier to protect. So I thank all of you, whether it's AARP or any of the organizations, our friends in the labor movement and the rest, who have made the outside mobilization such a success. We always say when they come up with these things, we don't agonize, we organize. And that's what today is about. So it's my pleasure now to introduce a relentless advocate for seniors, a persistent voice for justice, a loving guardian of her late husband George's remarkable legacy, my personal friend, someone I admire so much for her personal integrity, her complete commitment to our seniors in our community, Kathy Davis.
Okay, I'm going to fight with the motorcycles. All right. Hi, I'm Kathy Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of Bayview Senior Services. And I talk about heroes. There's my hero right there. I even wear matching masks because of you. I tell my staff all the time, I have to be like Nancy Pelosi, come on! So I do everything to try to be like Nancy Pelosi because she is a fighter for seniors and for all of us. And it's kind of annoying that she has to fight for Social Security, for things that we already have. I mean, we have so many other things we have to go after, yet we have to make sure that Social Security is here for Darnisha and her daughter and the next 87 years. We can't just assume we're going to have it, which we all kind of do, right?
Support black real estate.
So it's important to make sure that we are focused on Social Security. So my husband, Dr. Davis, died at the age of 68. He got Social Security for 2.5 years. He didn't even get enough of what he put into it. There are a lot of minority people like him who don't live long enough even now to get the Social Security that they've been paying into their whole life. And the Republicans want to move the age up. Are you kidding me? And then we also have people who we call essential workers. And they're all essential until you have to pay for them. And our essential workers don't put a lot of money into retirement plans. They don't get a whole lot back. And they need Social Security. And sometimes Social Security disability because of the kind of jobs that they're doing. So we need to remember to think about that when we up the age of Social Security. Then we need COLAs. There's going to be a really good cost of living, yay, for Social Security people this year. But guess what? I had a senior tell me she worked for iMagnin, and she was a supervisor. She had a really great job. And she made $11 an hour back in the day, and that was good pay. But that's what she's living off now based on the Social Security of the income that she had back then. So what if we don't give people COLAs? That won't have enough money to make it. So we have to remember what people's wages are now and what they're going to be later on. They've got to have some kind of safety net to survive. So I always think about people that work low-wage jobs and people who are essential workers and people who are really counting on Social Security to be part of the safety net. The other thing, I asked a couple seniors, like, well, what do you think of Social Security? And one of the seniors said to me today, we don't want our mamas to cry. No, they deserve to have a place to live. They deserve some decent, decent pay to be able to pay their rent and eat their food. So if it's not for you, it might be for your parents. It might be for your relative. It might be for the person who took care of you. It might be for that essential worker who worked around you who didn't make the pay that you make. And we always have to think about that when we think about Social Security, about being the safety net and the security for our whole system. I mean, people are not getting the kind of pensions that people need. And this lady also told me, she said, well, they don't care. They got plenty of money. But we have to think about everybody in America. And Social Security is just that. It is our foundation. So I just want to thank the speaker for standing up once again. She stands up for everything. I mean, everything that you need her for. Who's standing at the door making sure it happens? That's our speaker. So we're really proud that you came out today to Rosa Parks, to our neck of the woods. And we're also proud of the funding that we do receive for this center, and it's from the Department of Disability and Aging. I have the honor to introduce Cindy Kaufman, who is my partner in crime. We were adult day health directors back in the day, and she's still fighting the fight for people. We always need people at City Hall who understand what the community does. That's Cindy. She still brings that spirit to the work that she does at City Hall. So we're really proud to have her here today, and thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Kathy. I didn't even have to pay you for that. So, my name is Cindy Kaufman. I am the Deputy Director of Community Services with the Department of Disability and Aging Services. And I'm really honored to be here today with Speaker Pelosi and Kathy, Commissioner Bittner, and all of you who obviously care so profoundly about this benefit. A heartfelt thank you goes out to you, Speaker Pelosi, for truly taking on this fight and never letting your guard down, and doing it for everybody who is here and more. Many in our city struggle to make ends meet. Social Security is that absolute bedrock of the benefits that they rely on. These individuals have worked their entire lives and put into this benefit so that they can retire, or if they develop a disability, they can get benefits. This is not what 401ks and markets do, stock markets do. They ebb and flow, which has destroyed many people's retirement funds, but not Social Security. Without it, this city would look very different. It is the foundation of benefits to offer, so that we may offer additional safety net benefits on top of it, because it takes all of that in order to make ends meet. Specifically, our department offers supportive programs, services for older adults, veterans, caregivers, adults with disabilities, and we do this by partnering with amazing community-based organizations like Bayview Senior Centers, because these organizations are a part of the community. They know what the community needs. We hear from you in order to try and support what that community needs. And to highlight this, I've got a very short story, but I think it speaks to partnerships and the need for Social Security benefit. A few years ago, Miss T called the department's Benefits and Resource Hub. And what we do in the hub is we try and link people to the services that they need. She was struggling. She did not know what to do. She had had a stroke a few years before. She'd been through all the physical and occupational therapies and had made great gains, but she was not able to return to her previous work. She applied for part-time work, she applied for full-time work, but no one would hire her. Consequently, she'd become unable to pay her rent, she was going to lose her health benefits, and she was going to lose her apartment. She called us because she did not know where else to turn. So a social worker answered the call. They listened to everything she had to say, asked questions, and then linked her to legal services to protect the apartment, case management to help her get Social Security disability. She had applied before, but had been denied. Miss T was having none of it. She's like, this is never gonna work. So, fast forward, with legal and case management, Miss T was successfully able to get Social Security benefits, both in back pay and ongoing monthly support, and she did not lose her apartment. While she missed working, she had the financial support she needed. Her case manager also took it one step further and got her part-time volunteer work at a community center much like this one. She was able to contribute back to her community. She felt a part of her community. Without Social Security, she would have had no options. She could have been institutionalized, she could have been out on the streets. It helped her stay in her community. So without Social Security, we wouldn't be able to offer the depths of services that we are able, because our focus would be on the basic needs of the folks that we serve. So I will stop there. Like Kathy, I could go on for days. I do know I have a time limit, but it is my pleasure to introduce, I refer to her as Commissioner Bittner because she actually serves on our department's commission. But in addition, as mentioned, she is the president of Public Authority. She's a lifelong community activist for disability and domestic workers' rights. She serves as chair of the Bay Area Regional Advisory Committee on Developmental Disabilities and previously served as chair of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Sasha Bittner.
And for some of you, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My father,
Bruce Joseph,
is interpreting. I'm Sasha Bittner. As was previously mentioned. And I'm a proud constituent. Of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. A Disability and Aging Services Commissioner and President of the Board of the Public Authority for IHSS. I've been disabled my entire life, and one of the programs administered by the Social Security Administration, Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, has provided a vital safety net. In fact, SSI was first implemented in 1974, the year after my birth. I was born to a poor single teenage mother, and this income meant all the difference in allowing her to keep us housed and fed during a period when supporting me didn't allow her the time or ability for much besides being my caregiver and tireless advocate. Roe v. Wade was decided not long before my mother realized she was pregnant with me. She made the choice to give birth, but that involved a tremendous sacrifice of her own life plans, especially when it became clear I was severely disabled. It's incomprehensible to me that so many of the lawmakers now demanding forced birth are also the first ones to disparage single mothers and the last ones to offer any assistance to those struggling mothers and their children. In fact, they are among those pushing the hardest to dismantle the critical benefits that provide some relief for these families. When signing the Social Security Act in 1935, President Roosevelt said, "We can never ensure 100% of the population against 100% of the hazards and vicissitudes of life, but we have tried to frame a law which will give some measure of protection to the average citizen and to his family against the loss of a job and against poverty-ridden old age." Social Security has done exactly what President Roosevelt promised it would do, with SSI and SSDI expanding that promise to include coverage for people like me and families like mine. And as an adult, I too have benefited from SSDI, since there are still significant barriers to ongoing employment for disabled people. On a related note, last spring I returned to UC Berkeley after more than 20 years to complete my undergraduate degree. The second semester just ended, so as of today, I'm a Cal graduate. And looking for work. That's a good one. I also speak to you today as a Disability and Aging Services Commissioner. Each month, our commission approves innovative projects to enhance the lives of disabled and senior people in San Francisco. It's impossible not to recognize the critical support played by Social Security in affording our constituents the needed financial stability to live active and meaningful lives. And yet, some today are heartlessly attempting to dismantle or otherwise limit these critical benefits. These attempts to decimate vital programs for our most vulnerable citizens are indefensible, and their success would prove catastrophic for so many seniors and people with disabilities, in addition to their families. Thankfully, we have Social Security champions like Speaker Pelosi, who not only want to maintain this crucial safety net, but to strengthen and expand our nation's care infrastructure to provide even more robust support and stability for elderly and disabled people. We must vigorously support these efforts and oppose those who would undermine all that has been achieved. So let's celebrate this important anniversary today, but redouble our efforts to fulfill the promise of President Roosevelt.
And to
ensure
that
these programs
will
continue
to
protect Americans for generations to come. Please welcome our next speaker, Stephanie Hughes, who has also benefited from SSI and is a frequent participant at Rosa Parks Senior Center. Great.
Hi, greetings. My name is Sister Stephanie Hughes. I'm a resident of Rosa Park Housing, which sits behind the Senior Center here. And I actually was going to say the almost very exact thing that Cindy was sharing, because she was sharing my story, you know? And I think a lot of us have those similar stories, you know, where we work and then we get to a place where we're unable to work, and then we go down to apply, we get denied, we don't know what to do, then we have to reach out to centers such as the Rosa Parks Senior Center for services. What do we do? You know, how do we get the resources? Because if it had not been for Social Security SSI for me, I had zero income. You know, when I got disabled, I couldn't work. You know, then I had to prove my disability, which took a couple of years, you know. You get a little depressed. You get the fight knocked out of you for a little bit, you know. And it's helpful to have the case managers and the legal services to come right here to be able to help and guide us through these processes to get the income that has been deemed and promised to us by ways of our work or others' work or just the humanity. Now, before I became disabled and as a young girl, I would hear people talk about Social Security and all of these things. And it wasn't an important fight for me because I didn't need it. But it came a time when I needed these services. It came a time when this fight became very important to me. I attend Nancy Pelosi's town hall meetings on the phones. We get them calls. Please do not ignore those calls. They're so informative. Do not ignore the calls. I got my mother to get on those calls, okay? So when I look at my mom, who worked at a hospital all of her life, that's when it really got important to me, when she retired. And however retirement went, I don't know. It's like, Mom, why you ain't got no money? You know? And then so she has to get her SSI to supplement her retirement so that she can go and get some glasses. Or she has to pay to get a tooth. But she can't get a tooth, she has to get a whole, I'm like, but you got all your teeth. But more than you need, you know, and these things are real. These are things that happen to real people. And it became real to me, not just watching my mom, but with myself, with my very own disability, with my inability to move the way that I want to move. See, at one point you would see me downtown, all over the place. I'm a volunteer for whole San Francisco, the Bay Area. But I can't move like I used to move. And without my income, my SSI, I wouldn't be able to move at all. I'd be homeless in the streets again, you know? And so for Kathy Davis services that they provide at this center, they are so valuable to help us to navigate and to understand and to learn of the resources that are available to us and how to access them. This center has, I'm here, man, before the pandemic, we were doing all kind of stuff, you know. Without the, when I first got here with no money, I'm able to eat every day out of this center. Before my Social Security even kicked in, this is where I was eating at every day. I was coming over here getting the bread, the vegetable bags, and all of that stuff. I still do, because that resource is still needed for me. You know, I'll be glad when we get our raise. But, you know, because the truth of the matter is, you know, things keep going up. Inflation didn't stop, you know, it didn't stop. But my graciousness goes to centers such as these, people such as Kathy Davis, Darnisha, you know, Sister Nancy, who provide, I'm sorry, I call everybody sister, and brother. You know, some people say, oh, she calls you sister and brother because she forgot your name. In some cases, that may even be true. But you know, when I'm sitting depressed, you know, and I come to the center and ask some of my neighbors to come down to do art or just sit up and eat popcorn, you know, just so I can help to try to process some of the things that's going on around me in this world that is trying to take away my livelihood. Basically, my livelihood. Because I need to get on the bus. You know, the things that I cannot do, you know, in-home support services. Amazing pro. I didn't even know about these things. I'm like, oh my God. I had an in-home support person and someone was saying, well, you know, they get this. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't even know that my person, my care provider could get paid to provide the care that they were paying, that they were taking care of me. I had no idea. Till I got to over here at the Rosa Parks Senior Center. There's so many things that we need to stand up for, so many resources that we need to fight for. I think about my daughter, because I have children. Something happened to my children. I would want them to be able to get some of the services that they put into. I would want my children to work and be able to eat, to pay the rent, That's all. You know, I'm grateful. That's the only thing that I know to say. And there's a lot of folks in here, trust me, about that medical issue. There's a lot of folks in here that we have to help to pay sometime to get their medication because the medication is so high. You know, and if you're getting SSI, the resources, supplemental resources, additional resources, the services that we can get from the centers that would tell us who and where we can go to help us so that we can live just a simple life. It's just a simple life. Just a simple and happy and healthy life. Thank you.
I'll just go here with Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. As you can tell from listening to Stephanie and Sasha's stories, as Commissioner Kaufman and Kathy will agree, there's nothing as compelling as the personal stories, to have the clarity in the story you told as well, Commissioner, the personal stories that people have. So it is about having navigators, having those who can give you guidance as to how to avail yourself of what you have paid into. Remember this. This is a Social Security people have paid into. It is their benefit, and we do not want it taken away from them or diminished. So as we celebrate, imagine the courage it took for the President Roosevelt at the time of the Great Depression to say, this is our priority for the people, for the poor people, and it is for the general welfare of our country, which we promise in our Constitution. And so now we're going to cut the cake. We're going to cut the cake so that
we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we're listening to Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and others talk about preserving Social Security. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking out to Los Angeles County, getting an update on an armed robbery suspect. Let's listen right here.
From Major Crimes Bureau, Lieutenant Cynthia Dawson. Now it's my honor to present the Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Alex Villanueva.
是，那么今天呢，我们是有请到了我们洛杉矶县警察局的局长 Alex Villanueva 呢，来给我们讲一下关于7月9号在罗兰冈发生的一起针对华裔的抢劫的案件的一个报告。
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
On July 9th, 2022, Major Crimes Bureau Metro Detective learned of an armed robbery that occurred in the parking lot of the 99 Ranch Market in Rowland Heights. The robbery was reported to Walnut Station deputies who responded and took a criminal report. We're going to roll the tape now, which you may have seen before, and this is painful to watch.
所以刚才呢，这个警长就讲说呢，我们在7月9号罗兰岗的99大华超市的停车场外是发生了一起针对2名亚裔的这个暴力的抢劫案件。那么现在呢，是给大家呈现一个当时案发现场。
That was it? All right. Painful to watch and a sad reminder of the state of affairs here in LA County as we're seeing crime after crime, violent crime unfold. And thankfully, the hardworking detectives at our Major Crimes Bureau were able to solve this. And we're going to go into details how they went about in solving this case. And now the question is going to be in everyone's mind, what is our district attorney going to do with this case? And obviously this is not his first rodeo. And our concern is, will this be prosecuted as a simple robbery with the lowest sentence possible, or will the gun enhancement and other enhancements that could be applied also be used in this case for a proper sentence that puts this person incapacitated and out of business, harming our community?
是，那么警长刚才也是说呢，我们现在洛杉矶县的这个暴力的案件确实也是发生了一个这个持续上升的一个阶段呢。首先也是非常感谢我们洛杉矶县警察局的这一些调查人员们，他们也是付出了非常大的努力。那么我们刚才通过这一段影片呢，是可以看到现在的这个案件发生的是相当的暴力的。那我们也是希望我们的这个洛杉矶县的这个 DA 呢，可能也可以有个这个相对的这样的一个作为哦。那么接下来呢，我们今天可能还会有这个办案调查参加的这些调查人员呢，来给大家提供一些具体的事项。
All right, now we'll hear from Captain Reese, Major Crimes Bureau.
好，我们现在来参加的是我们的这个重案组的这一名。
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Ruiz. I'm the commanding officer of LA County Sheriff's Department Major Crimes Bureau. A little bit about Major Crimes Bureau. We're a group of specialized investigators that supports LASD, supports the department, supports the community, is specialized in investigation, specifically a criminal or a crime like this that's basically shocking to the conscience. If it's a major incident in Los Angeles County, you can rest assured that major crimes detectives will be responding and handling that investigation.
是刚才呢，我们这一位这个警长是针对这个洛杉矶县的这个重案组做了一个简单的介绍。那么关于这个重案组呢，一般情况下是来这个接管像洛杉矶的这种比较重大的案件的一些重案的这样的一个情况。那么等一下呢，我们这个警方人员呢也会根据这个案件给大家做出一个比较详细的一个介绍。
So back on July 9th, a Asian female and Asian male adult were enjoying the area of the 99-cent Ranch Market in the community of Rowland Heights when they were confronted by two male adult black suspects wearing hoodies, and both were armed with handguns and demanded property, including a watch.
是，那么根据我们这个重案组调查的人员的这些情况呢，当天这个案发现场呢，我们是逮捕了这一名这个男性的成年的嫌疑人。那么据悉，当时是在这个位于罗兰岗的99大华的超市的这个停车场，当时呢是有2名这个男性和女性的这样的一个受害者，当时是遭到这样的武装的抢劫。那么我们在sorry, go ahead.
Before either victim could react to the demands of the robbers, they were immediately assaulted by the robbers and received physical injuries.
所以当时呢，这2名这个受害者也是遭到了这样的袭击，而且他们的受伤的这个程度也是相对比较严重的。
Both suspects then physically removed a valuable watch, a Rolex watch, from the male victim's hand and fled in a white-colored Dodge Challenger with paper plates with identifying characteristics to that vehicle.
是，那么当时2名的这个嫌疑犯呢，是抢走了这个2名受害者手上的劳力士的表。 而且逃离了现场。
Fortunately for us in the community, a witness was able to capture the robbery on a cell phone video, and it provided one of the pieces of the puzzle that helped us solve this crime.
幸运的是，当时在案发的时候呢，我们现场是有一位这个在现场发现这个当时是发生什么事的这样的一个见证人。
Metro detectives, once notified, immediately responded to the scene and started gathering evidence and pieces of the puzzle that helped solve this crime. And there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that the community provides that allows us to turn that one lead into a clue, and that clue into a evidentiary value that actually assisted us in capturing the suspect and identifying them.
所以当时这个重案组的 Metro 第一套呢，也是针对这起案件做了一个破案。但是目前为止呢，我们还是希望，在这个民众当中呢，如果大家有针对这起案件更多的详细的这个信息的话，也欢迎您可以跟我们的这个执法人员联系。
So I want to reemphasize the importance of the community working with law enforcement and gathering all those small little clues, and our investigators are able to piece those together. So it's very important for community involvement and for people to actually provide us information via our numerous intake portals, whether it be a station phone number or some of the investigative online resources that we have available.
所以首先我们想再次的这个重申一遍，就是说我们这个警民合作是相当重要的。那么所有的这个民众，如果您有任何的这个具体的信息，包括只是哪怕一点点小的信息的话，也请您和我们这个警方人员联络。这样的话会非常可以帮助我们的警方人员在破案的过程当中，有很大的帮助。
This past Friday, August 12th, LASD Metro Crime Detectives, along with our partners, the LA County Sheriff's Department Special Enforcement Bureau, served multiple search warrants, locating the suspect and taking him safely into custody.
我们在这个8月12号，也就是上个星期五的清晨，我们洛杉矶县警察局的这个重案组呢，在这个警局的特别执法局的协助下呢，是在这个兰卡斯特执行了多地的这个执行令。
During the search warrant of the suspect's residence, we were able to capture additional pieces that had strong evidentiary value, the weapon that was used in the crime, and recover the suspect's vehicle.
是，那么当时我们这个是执行了多地的这个搜查令，那么我们也是这个拿到了更多的这个证据来这个，还有当时这个嫌犯逃走这个汽车的这个车辆，我们也是找到了。
The Sheriff's Department arrested suspect Watts for robbery, being a felon in possession of a firearm, and a parole violation. Is currently still in custody.
所以在这个上个礼拜8月12号呢，我们是已经将这个嫌犯已经缉拿归案。
We believe suspect Watts is also involved in several other crimes, along as his crime partner, who is still outstanding. We are still working with the community. We're working with our outside agencies and assistant agencies and other detectives to help capture the other suspect and provide the fullest possible evidence to prosecute and keep this guy behind bars for a long time.
我们相信这个嫌疑犯呢，目前不光只是涉嫌这个案件，还有涉及到其他的一些案件，所以我们希望我们可以和这个民众一起来合作，然后将其他的1名这些涉嫌的这些犯人呢缉拿归案。
Thank you all.
感谢大家。
Questions?
Sure. Any questions, anybody?
What other crimes is involved in? Do you know, is it related to robberies in other areas?
Yes. There's several robberies that we suspect him of all throughout the Los Angeles County area. What we do in our network of investigators and crime analysts, we look for those small pieces and clues that help piece together the evidence that leads us to this is the suspect that committed that crime, and he's also the suspect, and his partner also committed that crime. So working together with our partner agencies is very important, and we got a very good relationship with working with all law enforcement agencies within Los Angeles County.
Any indication this was a targeted robbery, or was this a random robbery?
Well, sir, the motive of the suspect obviously was robbery. Now, how he chose his victims or how he chose the facilities that he was after, or him and his partner, only they can really answer that question. We have nothing to believe that there was anything other than motivated by criminal intent.
Do we have a name on the second suspect?
The name of the second suspect is not available for release at this time. We're still working on building that case against him.
But you know the second suspect.
Sir, I can't. Right now, it's still currently a very active investigation, so I can't really divulge all the details that I have on it. We're aware of the second suspect, yes, sir, and we're diligently working to build that case. Before we arrest a person, we have to make sure that all our case information is ready to immediately present to the district attorney, and that allows us to utilize the search warrants as the investigative tools.
Any indication how many priors Watts has and for what?
I'm sorry, sir?
Any indication how many priors Watts has for what's crimes for what period of time?
Well, we do know that he did time for carjacking. He was sentenced to 18 months, but I don't believe he did that whole time, so that's still something that would be up to the district attorney to use or not use during prosecution.
But beyond that, that's the only thing we've got so far, one carjacking prior?
That's the significant incident that stands out. I think he has smaller violations, but the only significant violations was a carjacking.
Both suspects documented gang members?
Right now, we don't have a strong lead to indicate that they were active gang members or not. That's still something that we have to work out with that the investigators are still working on. And like I said earlier, those pieces of clues, the information come together and they paint the broader picture.
For a crime like this, will he be released earlier? Like before how robberies, suspect will be released early?
I'm sorry, sir.
Will he be released early, like prior, like robbery suspects sometimes they get released early because
We don't anticipate him getting released early. We have a very strong case to prosecute him, but right now he also has a parole hold for violation of his parole from his earlier conviction and his possession of a weapon.
What was the evidence that you actually took from the house? Sorry, over here. The evidence you actually took from the house, what do we have here? Other pieces of jewelry, wallets, whatever, stuff like that. How much?
Well, sir, we do have pieces of evidence that we're able to utilize to piece together, but a lot of the property that was taken, like let's talk specifically about this case. This case involves a Rolex watch that was taken. That piece of property, just like cash, is easily liquidated, and that's the first thing a criminal would do is liquidate the asset that could tie him to the robbery.
So just to make sure the Rolex was liquidated, it was not recovered at the site?
During this search, we have not recovered the Rolex of his house.
Can you talk about the violent nature of this crime in broad daylight?
Well, sir, I think the picture and the video actually speaks for itself. For some reason, that's probably the sheriff could speak to. Criminals have always been violent, but this one is specifically shocking to us because it happens in a family community in Roland Heights in Los Angeles County, and we take that just like all crimes, we take those very seriously.
Not a hate crime.
Right now, there's nothing to indicate that the subject was motivated by hate. That would probably be a different issue.
would this go federal? A federal court with this, with the gun possession and stuff like that?
Well, there's a possibility for federal, presenting the case in federal, but I don't believe we're entertaining that right now. A lot of our detectives at Major Crimes Bureau are also federal task force officers. We use federal filings for different events and different tools. In this case, I don't believe it would qualify for it, as my investigators would think the best course of action for this case, and we got to do what's best for the case, would be the local filing with the local district attorney.
How widespread have these Rolex robberies been recently? I mean, have you seen a spree of them?
No, sir, I would never say that the community is crime-free. Whenever there's an opportunity for a criminal to conduct a violent incident, it's going to happen. And we're doing our best to prevent it, but there's crooks out there, and they're utilizing what bad guys do to supplement, whether it's they're fed by greed or they're just fed by the motive of just being a bad person. that's something that society would have to answer.
Was there any evidence that was obtained? Was there any evidence that was obtained that any high-end jewelry, perhaps in your search, that was found, or anything that would potentially tie him to other robberies?
Sir, we do have a lot of evidence that we recovered, but nothing that we're able to present to this forum at this time.
What is the community doing? What is the sheriff department doing to reassure the Asian community who is shocked by all of this happening?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't
What
understand.
is the department doing to reassure the Asian community about the safety of the area or safety of the region?
Well, sir, that would be, the sheriff would answer that question for you, sir.
Well, I can tell you we take all crime seriously. And whenever any brazen act like this occurs, these people work night and day until it's solved and the bad guys are in custody. This is a prime example of this. And in particular to the Asian community, you saw the incident that happened in Diamond Bar with a protest. The rideshare driver who was pistol whipped in Mar-A-Lago, I think it was South El Monte, and then in Hacienda Heights, the store clerk who was assaulted by a customer. Those were all specifically, they were hate crime incidents as well, and crimes. And all of them, we have suspects in custody. And this one, again, we don't know the motive behind it, but the point is, any community that's perceived by the criminal element to be vulnerable in one way, there's someone who's going to try to exploit it. And we're going to come down on them hard. And this is a prime example of that. So they're not going to be comfortable, and we'll spend all the resources we have at our disposal. Our concern is now the district attorney is not filing cases. Last year, 13,677 cases where we went to a call, spoke to victims, prepared a report, arrested a suspect, had all the evidence, presented to the district attorney, and he refused to file charges because it was a special order. And that blanket policy has allowed a lot of people to continue harming the community. And so his data and science are not adding up. This is, I call this the hard data and evidence that if there's not a swift reaction to violent crime and it's not certain the consequences, crime is going to continue to flourish. And this is part and parcel to that.
What charges are you hoping to see launched against this?
Well, in a perfect world, I'd like to see the maximum sentence for the robbery and with the gun enhancement at a minimum, and of course, depending on what other evidence is presented, if there's a gang enhancement or so forth, or if it's a hate crime, but that's always dependent on what the evidence is available. But based on all the evidence we gather, I'd like to see the maximum sentence applied, because this person does not deserve to be walking free among society because he cannot be trusted.
So at minimum, what kind of time would we be looking at in a perfect world?
I don't know. You'd have to look at the, that'd be an answer for the district attorney to answer, because there's a sliding scale on past criminal history, probation report, and so forth.
So was Mr. Watts on parole for the carjacking conviction?
How's that?
Was he on parole for the carjacking?
Yes, he was on parole for carjacking. So that should also give you a moment of pause for people to believe that our parole, or putting people on parole or probation magically makes them immune from harming society. That's just a sick joke. No, as soon as they hit the street, they're no different than before they were arrested. They're going to continue to harming. And keep in mind, we're only talking about what we know about. What about all the crimes that go unreported, unsolved, and the activity of individuals involved in that? Like I said, this is not this person's first rodeo. And so keep that in mind. Right. In Spanish? Okay. All right. El viernes pasado.
That was the latest update there on an investigation in armed robbery that was caught on video. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come.